In a graveyard, a girl swallowed poison in one gulp, embracing a cold tombstone, forever succumbing to slumber. At that moment, Yi Lin realized who he should have protected throughout his life. He regretted being a devoted admirer, a role that ultimately left him with nothing, losing not only his life, but also neglecting the dear classmate who deserved a lifetime of guardianship. Burdened with remorse and sorrow, Yi Lin was reborn, transported back to his senior year of high school, to the day Lan Youyou transferred to his school. As dusk fell, a frail figure staggered into the cemetery, where a funeral had just concluded. She approached a new grave. It was the resting place of the wealthiest man in Jiangnan province, Yi Lin. He had perished en route to the wedding of the school's belle, Ling Feishue, in a tragic car accident that left no chance for salvation. The girl gazed intently at the tombstone, her heart aching to the point of suffocation. She had rushed here, yet she never had the opportunity to bid Yi Lin farewell for the last time. She had adorned herself with a beautiful visage, casting aside the heavy bangs that concealed her beauty, opting for an exquisite hairstyle. Who would have thought that a once ugly duckling could transform into such a stunning swan? Yi Lin, who had devoted his attention solely to Ling Feishue, could never have envisioned this. Lan Youyou donned an alluring outfit, mirroring Ling Feishue's style. Yi Lin favored girls dressed in such a manner, and thus she dressed this way, hoping that perhaps, just for a fleeting moment, he might notice her. In a spectral state, Yi Lin floated above his grave, attempting to recall the identity of this mesmerizing girl before him. She was extraordinarily beautiful, surpassing even Ling Feishue, akin to an angel adrift in the mortal realm. Yet, in the recesses of his memory, he could not recall who she was. Aside from Ling Feishue, he had never encountered a girl so exquisite. The girl retrieved a glass bottle from her pocket, filled with dozens of folded paper stars. As Yi Lin beheld those paper stars in her hands, memories flooded back to him. Years ago, he had penned love notes on colored paper, folding them into a multitude of vibrant stars to present to Ling Feishue. Having crafted too many for a single jar, he had casually gifted the surplus stars to his deskmate, Lan Youyou. The possessors of such paper stars were none other than Ling Feishue and Lan Youyou. However, the girl before him could not possibly be Ling Feishue. He would recognize her even in ashes. It was Lan Youyou. Yet, Yi Lin hesitated to believe that she was too beautiful. Was Lan Youyou ever truly this stunning? In his recollections, she had been timid and self-doubting, her hair framing her face with thick bangs. As Yi Lin pondered, she spoke. Yi Lin, you must be wondering why Little Bean Sprout is unafraid, right? Here lies the person I cherish most. How could I possibly fear? Do you know? I adore you so deeply and truly. Yet I have been foolish. I never understood what it meant to love. I merely wish to be by your side at all times. Seeing you brings me peace, while your absence leaves me in turmoil. Only now do I realize this is my affection for you. Yi Lin, I never had the chance to confess to you. Why did you have to leave? Please wake up, will you? Little Bean Sprout loves you and wishes to be with you forever. Lan Youyou's sobs were heart-wrenching. She truly was Lan Youyou, and Yi Lin's heart ached as if it were being cleaved. He had sensed her admiration for him in the past, but had never acknowledged it, fixated solely on pursuing Ling Feishue. Yi Lin could never have anticipated that such seemingly trivial paper stars would hold such significance for her even now. Lan Youyou carefully unfolded the stars one by one. She had once accidentally damaged one and discovered it contained Yi Lin's love notes. Though curious about the remaining stars' contents, she had refrained from unfolding them, fearing she could not restore them to their original form. Gazing at the tender words on each star, she smiled dreamily. Yi Lin, how I wish these love notes were meant for Little Bean Sprout. She affixed the open paper stars onto Yi Lin's tombstone. Yi Lin, with these words, they can now be considered your sentiments towards Little Bean Sprout. She found solace in this act, believing it brought her closer to Yi Lin. A sweet smile graced her lips, but soon, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her eyes swollen and smeared with makeup. With a voice filled with anguish, she called out, Yi Lin, please wake up. Little Bean Sprout cannot live without you. I beg you, come back. Yi Lin, I brought you your favorite roasted chicken leg. Will you not rise to enjoy it? From her pocket, she produced several warm, roasted chicken legs, removing them from their plastic wrapping and placing them before Yi Lin's grave. In times of sorrow, she had always used chicken legs to cheer him up, hoping this time would summon him back to life. She understood the impossibility of her wish, yet she refused to accept the reality of his absence. Her voice grew hoarse, met only by the cool night breeze. Yi Lin felt an overwhelming ache within him, yearning to embrace her fragile frame. However, he had forgotten that he was merely a wandering soul, unseen and untouchable. He attempted to reach for Lan Youyou, but instead, he passed through her, unable to grasp her at all. Desperate, Yi Lin lunged towards her again and again, but he could not make contact. Regret swelled within him, lamenting his fixation on a woman who did not love him, while he had neglected the girl who had loved him so deeply. 10 years prior, Lan Youyou had transferred to their school in her senior year. With only one seat left beside Yi Lin, the homeroom teacher had no choice but to seat her next to him. At that time, Lan Youyou was frail, and Yi Lin, rather rudely, nicknamed her Little Bean Sprout. During high school, he often enlisted her help to deliver love letters and gifts to the school beauty, Ling Feishue. Naturally, he would also offer Lan Youyou some small favors, gifts Ling Feishue did not want, or leftover paper stars. Often, when Yi Lin bought snacks for Ling Feishue, he would remember to bring a little something for Lan Youyou as well. It was through these gestures that Lan Youyou gradually developed feelings for Yi Lin. Eventually, both Ling Feishue and Lan Youyou were accepted into prestigious universities, while Yi Lin found himself roasting sweet potatoes at the gates of their alma mater. Throughout college, Yi Lin constantly had Lan Youyou deliver roasted sweet potatoes to Ling Feishue. Sadly, sweet potatoes paled in comparison to roses, and Ling Feishue ultimately chose to be with a wealthy heir. She told Yi Lin they were from different worlds, that he could not provide what she desired, and that he should not harbor dreams beyond his reach. She even mentioned how her boyfriend adored the sweet potatoes Yi Lin cooked, a cruel twist of fate. Stung by this, Yi Lin became fervently determined, driven to succeed. With Lan Youyou's unwavering support, he worked tirelessly for 6 years, eventually becoming the wealthiest man in Jiangnan province. Yet, even then, his goddess Ling Feishue never cast him a second glance. Instead, Lan Youyou remained by his side like a loyal shadow. Now, with Yi Lin's demise, Ling Feishue had not appeared once. She felt no sorrow for his passing, reveling in her joyous honeymoon. Ultimately, it was Yi Lin who bore the pain, alone devoted to a love unreturned. He had left behind the girl who cherished him deeply. Yi Lin was unable to fathom how he had allowed Lan Youyou, who loved him so profoundly, to assist him in pursuing Ling Feishue all these years. How heartbroken she must have been. He finally grasped why Lan Youyou had wholeheartedly supported him all along. Just as he was willing to sacrifice everything for Ling Feishue, Lan Youyou had been ready to do the same for him. Yet, the flowers fell with intent, while the stream flowed indifferently. Yi Lin had always regarded her as a mere tool. Watching her frail form slumped before his grave, he felt a profound sorrow that eclipsed even death itself. Had fate left him here to punish him? Lan Youyou wept until the depths of night, her body ravaged by hunger and grief, on the brink of collapse. If this continued, she might face a grave danger to her life. Little Bean Sprout, please go home. Don't do this, be obedient and return. Yi Lin screamed, but Lan Youyou could not hear him. She produced a small vial, a serene smile gracing her face. Yi Lin's heart sank as he recognized the words paraquat inscribed on the bottle. An ominous sense of dread washed over him. Indeed, Lan Youyou opened the vial and without hesitation swallowed its contents. Please no, Little Bean Sprout, don't do something so foolish. Yi Lin cried out frantically, desperate to stop her, yet he could not reach her. Yi Lin, Little Bean Sprout is so tired, I miss you. In the next life, could you pursue Little Bean Sprout as fervently as you did Ling Feishue? With those words, she bore the agony of the poison, clinging to Yi Lin's tombstone as she drifted into eternal slumber. At that moment, Yi Lin shattered. What a farce it was to chase after a mere school belle. Lan Youyou was the girl he should have cherished for a lifetime. How he wished for a second chance at life. Yearning to protect Lan Youyou forever, to make amends for the love he had neglected in his previous existence. Overwhelmed by grief, Yi Lin let out a haunting wail. Ah! Perhaps moved by his lament, a flash of white light illuminated the night sky, and Yi Lin's soul vanished from the graveyard. Chapter 2. Return to high school. In the classroom of Class 1, senior year at Qingyuan High School, a sound reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered echoed through the air. The English teacher, Pan Hehua, was incensed. Yi Lin, You little rascal. What on earth are you yelling about? Yi Lin abruptly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and was instantly struck dumb. What was this? What was happening? How was he in a classroom? And why were there so many familiar faces? Wasn't he in a cemetery just moments ago? Suddenly, realization dawned on Yi Lin. Had he been reborn? Was this high school? Was that person just now Pan Hahua? Seeing Yi Lin remain silent, Pan Hahua descended from the podium. She had truly reached her limit. After years of teaching in Qingyuan High's elite classes, she had never encountered such a troublesome student. She raised her hand and delivered a slap to Yi Lin's face, a culmination of resentment that had built up over the years. Yi Lin felt a fiery sting on his cheek. Though he had just been struck, he couldn't help but smile. It hurt, indeed, but this was real. He had truly been reborn, not in a dream, but in reality. In this day and age, it was not uncommon for teachers to discipline disobedient students with a fist or two. If parents were informed, they would likely support the teacher in administering a few kicks as well. However, it was quite rare for someone to dare strike a troublemaker of Yi Lin's caliber. All the classmates anticipated that Yi Lin would explode in anger, and many male students braced themselves to protect the teacher, yet Yi Lin's subsequent actions defied their expectations. Rather than retaliate, he bowed deeply to Pan Hahua and apologized. I'm sorry, Teacher Pan, I just had a nightmare and was startled. I didn't mean to disrupt your class. The entire class was taken aback, not by the fact that Yi Lin had a nightmare, but by the astonishing sight of the notorious bully of Qingyuan High actually apologizing. Normally, wouldn't he be slamming the desk and starting a fight or simply storming out of the classroom? The ever-dominant Yi Lin was apologizing. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Pan Hahua, struck by a pang of regret as soon as she struck him, realized she had acted out of anger. Having slapped such a notorious troublemaker, what if he sought revenge? Just half a month prior, the head of the political education department, Li Jianya, had made life difficult for Yi Lin during math class, and his car tires had been punctured daily ever since. For that, Li Jianya had spent a week on the lookout, finally catching the culprit, Yi Lin, just yesterday. Pan Hahua, unsure of how to proceed, was caught off guard when Yi Lin unexpectedly apologized, leaving her at a loss for words. Since Yi Lin had softened, she decided to expel him from the classroom. Sleeping during class was one thing, but shouting and disrupting the lesson was unacceptable. You go stand outside, she commanded. Yi Lin glanced at the empty space beside him, noticing the disarray of his desk. It seemed that Xiao Duya had not yet transferred to this class. He obediently walked out of the classroom. As they watched the little tyrant leave, all his classmates were once again astonished. The notorious troublemaker was actually behaving. Once Yi Lin had exited, his deskmate, Huang Bai, could no longer sit still. He imitated Yi Lin's earlier shout. All the classmates turned to stare at Huang Bai as if he were a fool. Pan Hahua was exasperated. This chubby boy was undoubtedly planning to chat with Yi Lin outside. Huang Bai, have you lost your mind? Pan Hahua said impatiently. Huang Bai chuckled. Teacher Pan, I had a nightmare too, but I didn't get a chance to yell. After a few seconds of silence, Pan Hahua shouted, Get out! Huang Bai slipped out of the classroom like a thief, then grinned as he approached Yi Lin. Lin Gu, what day is it today? He asked. Yi Lin was taken aback. Huang Bai looked at him in shock, lifting Yi Lin's bangs to check his forehead for fever. You're not burning up, are you? Lin Gu, are you okay? Yi Lin pushed Huang Bai's pudgy hand away. I'm asking you a question. It's September 22, 2008. It was understandable not to remember the date, but how could one forget the year and month? Huang Bai was puzzled. What period is it now? Yi Lin pressed further. Seeing Huang Bai silent, Yi Lin grew impatient and kicked him in the rear. Lin Gu, have you lost your mind? It's the first period, Huang Bai replied, looking woeful. Yi Lin pondered for a moment, realizing that meant his Xiao Duya would be transferring in soon. He remembered this day vividly, for in his previous life, he had done something foolish that he would never forget. Huang Bai, meanwhile, regretted stepping out. After Yi Lin asked about the period, he fell into a daze, occasionally breaking into a silly grin, completely ignoring him. As the minutes ticked by, the bell rang for the end of class. Huang Bai excitedly grabbed Yi Lin's arm, pulling him toward the restroom. Lin Gu, it's time to confess to your crush. Let us go, let us go. I've secretly brought my dad's camera. Yi Lin was momentarily stunned. He then shook off Huang Bai's hand, shaking his head in refusal. Not going. Huang Bai looked surprised. Normally, Yi Lin would confess to Ling Feishuan multiple times throughout the day. For such an important occasion, he was refusing to go. Lin Guo, didn't you say this morning was your 999th confession to Ling Feishue? You said it was significant and meaningful, and that you wanted me to record it. I even risked getting beaten to sneak my dad's camera. How can you not go? Huang Bai felt wronged. If Yi Lin didn't confess, then what was the point of his stolen camera? Hearing this, Yi Lin felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. In his youth, he had foolishly mistaken Ling Feishue for a treasure, constantly showering her with gifts and flowers, squandering his living expenses in the process. And the 999th confession? What a farce! Welcoming Xiao Duya was what truly mattered. Not going. I have something more important to do right now. With that, Yi Lin strode back into the classroom, returning to his seat to begin tidying up. Huang Bai was perplexed. For Yi Lin, what could possibly be more important than confessing to Ling Feishue? Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 5, the universally acknowledged goddess of Qingyuan High, Ling Feishue, sat in her seat, feeling dejected. She couldn't quite understand why she felt this way, sensing that something was missing. Her deskmate, Zhao Rongrong, returned and, upon seeing Ling Feishue's sullen expression, asked, Feishue, what's wrong? Is that rascal Yi Lin bothering you again? Hearing Zhao Rongrong's words, Ling Feishue suddenly realized why she was unhappy. Yes, it was because of that scoundrel Yi Lin. According to custom, he would always come to Class 5 during the first break to confess and present her with gifts. But now, the first break was nearly over, and that guy had yet to show up. If she recalled correctly, he had mentioned yesterday that today would be his 999th confession, promising her a grand surprise. For such an important moment, he had not come. Though Ling Feishue did not harbor feelings for Yi Lin, she enjoyed the attention and admiration he showered upon her. To have the notorious bully of the school wrapped around her finger was a delightful sensation. Furthermore, his presence deterred other suitors, as anyone who dared pursue her would have to face Yi Lin's wrath. However, today, her loyal admirer was inexplicably ignoring her, and it was no wonder she was upset. Ling Feishue huffed at Zhao Rongrong. It's that rascal Yi Lin. He didn't come to confess to me today. Zhao Rongrong was puzzled. Feishue, isn't that a good thing? Don't you always say how much you dislike Yi Lin? You've said you would never agree to him. Now that he hasn't come, shouldn't you be overjoyed? Why are you still upset? Ling Feishue paused, considering. Yes, Yi Lin, that annoying fly, wasn't he here, so she should be happy. Why was she feeling troubled? She desperately wanted to feel joyful, yet happiness eluded her. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of what Yi Lin was up to. Had he skipped class today? Did he not realize she was out of snacks? Throughout the entire class, Ling Feishue was distracted, growing increasingly irate. How dare he skip his 999th confession? Was this the grand surprise he had promised? That audacious Yi Lin had the gall to ignore her, to stand her up. He would pay the price for this transgression. Ling Feishue silently vowed to never pay Yi Lin any attention again, teaching him a lesson. Chapter 3. A reunion. Yi Lin was oblivious to Ling Feishue's fury. Even if he had known, it would not have mattered to him at this moment. Returning to his desk, he spent the entire break tidying up the chaotic classroom. Huang Bai, perplexed, observed, Lin Guo, are you possessed by a ghost? Class is about to start. Aren't you going to confess? This is the 999th time. Yi Lin explained, Fatty, I've come to a realization. From now on, I'm not pursuing Ling Feishue anymore. Huang Bai was utterly shocked. Why Yi Lin was giving up on Ling Feishue? What an absurd joke. It was unimaginable, unless the sun rose in the west. Huang Bai refused to believe it, convinced that the reason for Yi Lin's refusal was a quarrel between them. Curiosity piqued, Huang Bai asked, Lin Guo, why the sudden urge to clean up the desk so thoroughly? Because a new student is transferring to our class. Really? How do you know? I saw Lan Youyou leading a new girl earlier. If I'm not mistaken, she is transferring to our class. There's an empty seat right next to me, so I'm tidying up to welcome her. Huang Bai was skeptical. New student? I didn't see anyone. He had been focused on the downstairs view and hadn't noticed anyone. Moreover, even if a new student were transferring, why was Yi Lin cleaning up? Suddenly, a thought struck Huang Bai, and he gasped. Yi Lin had mentioned that the new student was a girl. Could it be that he had taken a liking to this girl? Was that why he was skipping his confession to Ling Feishue? Such a swift change of heart. Something unusual was afoot. It must be a girl even more stunning than Ling Feishue, who had caught Yi Lin's attention. As Huang Bai's imagination ran wild, Yi Lin continued to crumple up trash and toss it into the bin. He had to ensure the classroom was tidy before class began. Lan Youyou would be arriving shortly at tea that moment. The labor committee member, Li Junwei, noticed that the two trash bins, which had just been emptied, were now bursting with refuse thanks to Yilin. Annoyed, he approached to reprimand him. Why, Yilin? The duty student just emptied the trash. Could you please not throw garbage around? Yilin looked up, flipping his bangs aside and glaring. Am I throwing trash around? He indeed had not thrown anything. All the trash was in the bins. Li Junwei, intimidated by Yilin's glare, fell silent. Meanwhile, Huang Bai, lost in thoughts of the new student's beauty, was abruptly pulled from his reverie by Li Junwei's voice. Li Junwei, why do you feel the need to control everything? Is Lin Gu wrong for tossing trash in the bin? When it's full, just empty it. That's what we have duty students for. Li Junwei, unable to refute, begrudgingly returned to his seat, seething with frustration. What a coward! How dare he point fingers at my Lin Gu? Huang Bai lounged back in his seat, humming a tune. After a busy break, Yilin had finally managed to tidy up the chaotic desks. He glanced around, wiping down a wobbly chair by the window and rearranging the seats. He reserved the good chair for Lan Youyou, while he would take the rickety one. Everything in order, he sat upright, awaiting her arrival. As the bell rang for class, students streamed back into the classroom in waves. This lesson was a Chinese class, taught by their homeroom teacher, Lan Youyou. The atmosphere was somewhat serious as all the students waited quietly for the teacher's arrival. Even someone as notorious as Yilin knew to show respect to Lan Youyou, who was known as the Iron Lady. Rumor had it that she was nearing 30 and had never been in a relationship, leading many students to privately label her as an old maid. However, despite her strict demeanor, Lan Youyou was undeniably attractive. She was simply too devoted to education to spend time on her appearance, and many had pursued her, only to be rejected. As the second bell rang, Lan Youyou appeared at the classroom door, accompanied by a timid girl. She walked to the podium while Lan Youyou stood nervously at the entrance, avoiding eye contact with the class. Students, we have a new classmate today. Youyou, please come in, Lan Youyou urged. Lan Youyou walked hesitantly to the podium, her head bowed. Yilin recognized that silhouette and recalled the image of Lan Youyou holding his gravestone. He felt an urge to rush forward and embrace her, but he knew that neither of them recognized the other yet. Patience was key. He couldn't frighten Xiaoduya away. Teacher, why not let the new student introduce herself? Li Junwei suddenly suggested. The whole class erupted in cheers. Introduce yourself? Lan Youyou was startled by this, as social interactions terrified her. She took tiny steps, retreating behind Lan Youyou. Silence. What a ruckus. How disgraceful, Lan Youyou shouted, and the class fell silent. Lan Youyou is rather shy and prefers not to introduce herself. I hope you all will help her as she settles in. Hearing this, Lan Youyou sighed in relief. Lan Youyou scanned the room, spotting the only empty seat next to Yilin. She was surprised by how neat Yilin's desk was today, and that he was awake, which was indeed strange. However, she didn't intend to meddle in Yilin's affairs. As long as he didn't disturb other students, he could do as he pleased. Yet, Lan Youyou hesitated. Would it be wise to let Yu sit next to this troublemaker? What if he bullied her? But there was no other option. The only available seat was next to Yilin. If she moved Yilin to sit with Huang Bai, it would prevent Lan Youyou from being bullied. However, those two would likely chatter incessantly, disrupting class. After much contemplation, she decided to let Lan Youyou sit next to Yilin for the time being. If any bullying occurred, they could address it later. Besides, Yilin often slept in class, so he likely wouldn't interfere with Lan Youyou's studies. Lan Youyou pointed to the empty seat beside Yilin. Youyou, you can sit in that seat at the back for now. With her head down, Lan Youyou walked to the back row, not daring to look up, nearly colliding with the wall. Hey, Lan classmate, over here. You're going to hit the wall. Yilin called out. Lan Youyou stopped, realizing she had almost bumped into the wall, her face turning crimson. That voice felt so familiar, so welcoming. Thank you, she stammered, turning to sit beside Yilin. She glanced up at Yilin and was startled. Why had the teacher arranged for her to sit with this long-haired boy? He looked intimidating. He certainly didn't seem like a good person. Surely, he wouldn't be like those from the city who would refuse to share homework and bully her, calling her a country bumpkin or an ugly duckling. Why was she walking with her head down? That was dangerous. She needed to sit down quickly. Yilin warmly pulled out the chair for Lan Youyou. As she observed his actions, she thought that this long-haired stranger wasn't so bad after all. At that moment, Huang Bai was dumbfounded. A new student had indeed arrived, and she was a girl. Yet, She was completely different from what he had imagined. This Lan Youyou looked malnourished, with long bangs covering half her face, giving her a rather shabby appearance. Could this girl really catch Lin Gu's attention? No way, absolutely not. Huang Bai leaned slightly into the aisle and whispered to Yilin, Lin Gu, are you giving up on Ling Feishue for her? Yilin, though the statement was partially true, couldn't admit it at that moment. What are you thinking about all day? My dad doesn't even care about me as much as you do, Yilin replied tersely. Since that's the case, why don't you just call me dad? Huang Bai joked lewdly. Why Yilin, hearing this, felt exasperated that this chubby boy dared to take advantage of him. He reached out to pull Huang Bai, who was leaning awkwardly, causing him to lose his balance and tumble. Creating a loud commotion at the back of the classroom, as Lan Youyou was writing on the blackboard, she shot a dark look back at the noise. Huang Bai, what are you doing? Teacher, I was a bit dazed and accidentally fell. Huang Bai responded, though he had been punished by Yilin, he would not betray him. Standing outside, he wore a face of resentment as he glanced at Yilin before stepping out. Huang Bai had been asking questions left and right, and now Yilin felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. Chapter 4. Can you help me with my studies? Noticing that the strikingly beautiful Chiu was no longer paying attention to him, Yilin suppressed his inner excitement and took the initiative to greet Lan Youyou. Hello, my name is Yilin. Lan Youyou was taken aback, surprised that this long-haired boy would approach her. His name was Yilin. Social interactions were her greatest fear, and she stammered a quiet response, why you? Hello. After which, she lowered her gaze to the floor beneath her desk. You're as slender as a bean sprout. How about I call you Little Bean Sprout from now on? Yilin chuckled. In his previous life, he had not been so amiable. Back then, he would mock her for being as thin as a monkey and rudely give her the nickname Little Bean Sprout. A decade had passed, and the nickname was now deeply ingrained in Yilin's mind, making it difficult to change. Now, having been reborn, the term Little Bean Sprout felt endearing, so he decided to bestow this affectionate moniker upon Lan Youyou. Okay, fine, Lan Youyou said, too timid to contest the nickname. She feared that if she did, this long-haired boy might retaliate. Moreover, this nickname was far more pleasant to hear than the hurtful ones she had endured, such as ugly duckling or country bumpkin. Seeing that Yilin had ceased his inquiries, Lan Youyou felt a sense of relief and began to listen attentively to the lesson. Yilin took out his Chinese exam paper, occasionally sneaking glances at her. As he perused the questions, Yilin found them exceedingly simple. If called upon to take the college entrance examination now, scoring around 140 in Chinese would pose no challenge. Should one ponder why Yilin's academic prowess had suddenly surged, it was not due to any reincarnation benefits, but rather the result of his earnest efforts in his previous life, where he had strived to win the affection of the goddess Ling Feishue. In those days, he sold sweet potatoes in his spare time while diligently studying. His academic environment was fortuitous. Directly across from Qingbei University was Kyoto University, with the two esteemed institutions facing each other across a street. Both universities ranked first nationally, Qingbei excelling in the sciences while Kyoto led in the humanities. Any student from either institution could easily surpass Yilin in knowledge. Many students found Yilin amusing, a sweet potato vendor so keen on learning. They assumed he must be from a financially struggling family, forced to drop out, and felt pity for him. Due to his thirst for knowledge, numerous college students frequented his sweet potato stall to share their wisdom. Over time, Yilin transformed into an academic powerhouse, tutored by the students of Qingbei and Kyoto. The tale of the pitiable boy who sold sweet potatoes and yearned for knowledge spread across both universities. A professor at Kyoto University, deeply moved by his diligence, wished to mentor him. Yet, Yilin, uninterested in studying, dashed that professor's hopes. For this reason, having been reborn, Yilin now possessed an abundance of knowledge. Transitioning from a school bully to an academic star was but a moment for him. However, he would not instantly transform into a top student. That would be absurd and might even land him in a lab for dissection. After all, who could suddenly evolve from a failing student to a top scholar overnight? Everything must progress in due course. Yilin deemed it best for Little Bean Sprout to help him with his studies. Not only would it bring them closer, but it would also provide a convenient excuse for his improvement. Reflecting on his past, Yilin felt rather foolish for once taking pride in neglecting his studies. When he first entered Qingyuan High School, he had achieved a rank within the top 10 during the initial assessment. Students who managed to enroll in Qingyuan typically had grades of at least AB. So how poor could their learning abilities be? Regrettably, as rebellion struck, Yilin succumbed to bad influences, frequently skipping classes to play video games, which led to a dramatic decline in his academic performance. To maintain his status as a school bully, he deliberately performed poorly on exams, consistently ranking among the bottom 10. After all, how could a top student also be a school bully? Now, thinking back, Lin wished he could slap himself twice. He turned to Lan Youyou and inquired, "Little Bean Sprout, how are your grades?" Lin was well aware of Lan Youyou's academic standing, yet directly asking her for tutoring felt too abrupt. After all, how would she know that he was aware of her abilities? He needed to first ascertain her performance before broaching the topic of her assistance. During their conversation, Lin took the opportunity to carefully observe Lan Youyou. He noted that the clothes beneath her school uniform were faded, her attire rather plain. She appeared to be lacking in nutrition, her frame frail, and she spoke timidly, always with her head bowed, exuding an air of insecurity. She was a girl devoid of any self-confidence. Lin felt a pang of sympathy. She must be enduring a difficult life, he thought to himself, silently vowing to ensure that Lan Youyou's journey ahead would be filled with sweetness. She was his girl, the one he wished to protect for a lifetime. Upon hearing Lin's question, Lan Youyou was momentarily stunned. Why was he suddenly asking about her grades? Did he plan to copy her homework? "My grades, they're just average," she replied timidly, too afraid to proclaim her potential. At the first middle school, she had merely taken the top spots from others, only to be bullied continuously. Upon arriving at Qingyuan High School, she had no desire to overshadow her peers or suffer further harassment. Thus, she described her grades as merely average. "Well, they must be better than mine, as I'm among the bottom 10 in the school," Lin admitted. "Little Bean Sprout, would you be willing to help me with my studies?" "No one else is willing to teach me." Lin swept his long hair aside. His eyes filled with longing as he gazed at Lan Youyou, looking quite pitiful. "What? Tutoring?" Lan Youyou was taken aback. She was not entirely keen on the idea, especially since she had just arrived at this school and was not yet familiar with Lin. Moreover, he seemed somewhat intimidating, and she hesitated to engage with him further. Tutoring him would mean extensive conversations, which made her feel quite uneasy. "Are you unwilling as well? Then never mind." Sighed out, "Why is there no one willing to help me? I want to attend university too," Lin sighed, employing a strategy of feigned vulnerability. Instantly, Lan Youyou felt morally compelled, sensing a kinship with Lin, both of them seemingly lost souls. She had always been bullied, without friends, while Lin was also in need of academic support. He seemed so pitiable. "No, I am willing," Lan Youyou declared earnestly, fearing that Lin might doubt her sincerity. She even raised her hand in a vow. "I swear, I truly want to help." Seeing this, Lin's heart melted. She was utterly adorable. At that moment, a rather disheartening voice interrupted from the podium. "Youyou, is there something on your mind?" Teacher Long, no, it's nothing," Lan Youyou stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she stared at the floor, taking deep breaths. Lin spoke softly. "Little Bean Sprout, you're willing to help me? That's wonderful. I've always wanted to study hard, but no one has been willing to assist me. You're so kind. From now on, you shall be my good friend." Lin beamed, though his long hair obscured the full extent of his expression. "Friends? Can I really have a friend?" Lan Youyou murmured to herself. This was the first time someone had expressed a desire to befriend her, especially Lin. "What subjects do you want to study?" Lan Youyou asked, looking up. "Any subject will do," Lin replied, his gaze fixed on her with uncontainable delight. This made Lan Youyou feel quite awkward, and she lowered her head once more. Meanwhile, at the podium, the strikingly beautiful Chiu had been observing Lin's disruption of Lan Youyou's concentration. Earlier, when Lan Youyou raised her hand, it had certainly been due to him, which infuriated her. Yet, she could not act out now. She wondered why Lin, who usually slept in class, was so energized today. Lin, please refrain from speaking, Chiu admonished in a sharp tone before resuming her lesson. She decided to inquire about Lan Youyou after class to see if she had been bullied by Lin. Chapter 5. School-wide criticism. As the bell rang, followed by the tune of the athletes' march, Huang Bai was the first to dash towards the playground, eager to avoid the crowd. The schedule at Qingyuan High School consisted of morning reading followed by 2 classes, a long break, and then 3 additional classes in the afternoon, concluding with 2 evening study sessions. Senior students residing on campus had 3 evening sessions, while day students had the option to attend the third. Today was the flag-raising ceremony, and all students gathered on the playground. The class leader remembered to take attendance. "Stand up, goodbye, teacher." As soon as Teacher Lung picked up her teaching materials and left, the students began to pour out of the classroom. With most of the students gone, Lan Youyou felt a bit lost, unsure of where to gather. Little Bean Sprout, today is the flag-raising ceremony. Let us go, Yilin said as he stood up. Huh? Yilin? You go ahead, Lan Youyou instinctively declined, still not very familiar with him and reluctant to trouble anyone. That won't do. Teacher Lung asked us to help you. You're so small and frail. It wouldn't be good if someone jostled you on the way down. Besides, you probably don't know where our class is, right? Let us go together. I'll protect you on the way down. Hearing Yilin say he would protect her brought warmth to Lan Youyou's heart. This was the first time someone other than her parents had offered to protect her. It's fine. Yilin, you can go first. I'll come down when the crowd thins out, she insisted. That's not acceptable. It will take at least 5 or 6 minutes for the crowd to thin out, and you'll be late. The student council will note your tardiness, and that would reflect poorly on our class. You wouldn't want to make Teacher Lung unhappy, would you? Ah, is that so? Then, let us go together. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Lan Youyou, not wanting to be late or to cause her class to lose points, decided to follow Yilin downstairs. Indeed, the downstairs area was crowded, and the staircase felt a bit tight. However, no one dared to push past Yilin, who cleared a path for them. Once they reached the bottom, Lan Youyou asked curiously, Yilin, why do they prefer to squeeze together rather than make way for us? Yilin smiled faintly, thinking to himself, it's because of my formidable reputation in this school. However, he feigned humility. It's just because my grades are so poor that they feel I'm dragging the school down. So they keep their distance. That's unfair. Yilin, don't worry. I will definitely help you improve your grades. Lan Youyou replied, a hint of anger in her voice, vowing to assist Yilin in elevating his academic standing. The athletes' march played for about 5 minutes on the Qingyuan High School sports field. Over 4,000 students and teachers from 3 grades assembled, ready for the flag-raising ceremony. Attention! As a student from the broadcasting team issued the command, for classmates each held a corner of the national flag, followed by a 10-member honor guard, marching in unison towards the flagpole. The national anthem was played as the flag was raised, and over 4,000 students and teachers sang in unison, creating a magnificent atmosphere. Lan Youyou was taken aback. She recalled the flag-raising ceremony at First Middle School, where the anthem had been sung in a lackluster manner, with some even too shy to participate. The contrast was stark. Once the ceremony concluded, a student representative took to the stage to deliver a speech, followed by the school leaders summarizing the previous week's activities and awarding the title of civilized class to various grades. After the formalities, Director Li Jianya, visibly irritated, ascended the stage. Upon seeing Li Jianya's expression, Yilin sensed trouble brewing. As soon as Li Jianya reached the podium, he began, Students, I am here to publicly criticize a certain individual today. A familiar face, Yilin from Class 1 of the senior year, who has repeatedly violated school rules. Yilin, please come up to the flag-raising platform. At that moment, every student in Class 1 turned their gaze toward Yilin. He felt utterly speechless. This Li Jianya was truly insufferable. Just as he had begun to establish a decent image in Lan Youyou's eyes, he was dealt this crushing blow. Walking up to the flag-raising platform under the watchful eyes of the entire school, Yilin stood in place. Li Jianya continued. Yilin has seriously violated school discipline by sending love letters to a female student, which I reprimanded him for in class. In retaliation, he punctured my car tire. And it took half a month to fix. Engaging in romantic activities is a severe breach of school rules, and his actions are reprehensible. As a result, after discussions with the school leaders, we have decided to place Yilin under probation and publicly criticize him. Our class was on track to earn the mobile red flag last week, but due to this one misstep, all our efforts have gone to waste. Why, Yilin? Look up. Do you have anything to say? Li Jianya glared at Yilin, expecting him to remain silent, but Yilin suddenly snatched the microphone from his hand. This startled Li Jianya. Would this boy dare to curse in front of the entire school? Was he about to confess his feelings for a girl in front of everyone? Meanwhile, below the stage, Ling Feishue was both anxious and excited. Was this the surprise he had mentioned? It felt too intense. Was he about to confess his feelings for her in front of the entire school? With his heart racing, Ling Feishue felt her cheeks flush. The esteemed flower of Qingyuan High School was blushing at the thought of Yilin's potential declaration. As Li Jianya attempted to reclaim the microphone, Yilin did not grant him the opportunity. Bowing slightly, he expressed gratitude to Director Li for the chance to reflect on his actions. Li Jianya was taken aback. His hand poised to grab the microphone halted in midair. What was happening? Lin bowed once more toward his classmates, performing 2 deep bows filled with sincerity. After completing this, he took the microphone and began to speak. Thank you, Director Li, for this opportunity for reflection. I deeply regret my actions and wish to apologize to Teacher Li Jianya for any inconvenience caused. I feel guilty for the loss of collective honor our class experienced due to my actions. And I sincerely apologize to my homeroom teacher and all my classmates. Volunteering to take on classroom duties for a month, I was a fool before, but just now, Teacher Li's reprimand awakened me. I cannot continue living in such a daze. I will study diligently from now on, become a good student, and aim for university to bring glory to our school. Lin's speech was impassioned, as though failing to achieve this goal would invite divine retribution. Upon hearing his words, the rebellious students who had once idolized Lin were left in shock. Their idol was now seemingly betraying them. Studying hard. Is that something a school bully would do? Lin's unexpected declaration caught Li Jianya off guard. Was he serious? Hastily, he reclaimed the microphone, clearing his throat. Lin's attitude towards acknowledging his mistakes is commendable. From now on, I urge everyone to keep an eye on him. Afterward, Li Jianya switched off the microphone and quietly warned Lin. You are now under probation. Behave yourself. If you make another mistake, it could lead to expulsion, and no one will be able to help you then. Now, step down. Understood, Uncle Li. Don't worry. I will strive to be a good student from now on. Upon hearing Lin refer to him as uncle, Li Jianya was incensed. He could not afford to lose face. Lin obediently descended from the flag-raising platform. Meanwhile, in Class 5, Ling Feishue was fuming. She had thought Lin would seize the microphone to confess his feelings for her in front of the entire school, which would have been exhilarating. However, he did not fulfill her expectations, leaving her disappointed and frustrated. In the first grade class, a girl turned to another beautiful student and said, Yeshua, has your brother turned over a new leaf? Yeshua grimaced, Siki, I've told you before, I have no relationship with him now. He is not my brother. Stop using him to insult me. Whenever Yeshua thought of Lin, anger bubbled within her. That scoundrel did not deserve to be her brother. If not for him, how could their parents have possibly divorced? Once a family basking in happiness, everything changed when he fell into depravity. Fearing that he would lead her astray, the mother chose to divorce the father. The father, in turn, preferred to abandon both her and the mother, opting instead to live with such a wretch. Yeshua wished fervently for Lin's demise, convinced that his death would reunite her parents. After publicly reprimanding Lin, there was little left to address, and Li Jianya announced the dissolution of the meeting. Following the dissolution, Lan Youyou was summoned to the office by Lan Youyou. Chapter 6. The Tribulations of Brotherhood in the Chinese Language Office. Lan Youyou procured a stool for Lan Youyou to sit upon. It had taken considerable effort for her to bring this girl from Qingyuan Middle School. Lan Youyou was not only her fellow villager, but also her neighbor. Lan Youyou recognized that this young lady was inherently gifted for academics, consistently achieving excellent grades. However, her family's circumstances were dire. Her mother toiled excessively in agriculture, leading to deteriorating health. 6 months prior, her father had suffered an accident at the construction site, resulting in a broken leg and leaving the family without financial support. With her younger brother now in junior high, the family could only afford to send one child to school. Consequently, Lan Youyou chose to forego her studies, dropping out after the summer to assist with farm work. Teachers from the first high school had earnestly tried to persuade her otherwise, but to no avail. Due to frequent bullying at the first high school, Lan Youyou was resistant to returning, unwilling to subject herself to further torment. Moreover, she understood that even if she were to gain admission to college, her family could not afford the tuition. The first high school was not lacking in academically proficient students. Since Lan Youyou's enrollment, her grades had plummeted after an initial impressive performance, consistently falling beyond the top 100. This level of achievement would only suffice for admission to an average university, and having done all they could, the teachers ceased their insistence when faced with her unwillingness. Observing her challenging home situation, they speculated that her acceptance into college might even be detrimental, leading them to abandon the student. Upon learning of her plight, Lan Youyou employed both coaxing and deception to bring Lan Youyou to Qingyuan Middle School. She promised that the school would cover all tuition and living expenses, and that scholarships would be available for those who gained admission to university, alleviating any financial burden on her family. However, this was a unilateral decision by Lan Youyou, as the school had not officially stated such terms out of course. The school's administration supported Lan Youyou's actions, agreeing to waive Lan Youyou's tuition and accommodation fees. but she would still need to find a way to cover her living expenses and miscellaneous costs. To secure national aid, she would need to apply through local government channels for families in need. Despite Lan Youyou's assistance in the application process, the village's limited resources were prioritized for orphans and families receiving basic support, leaving no additional funds for Lan Youyou. In light of this situation, Lan Youyou decided to cover the expenses herself, disguising it as school funding. After all, claiming it was her own money would ensure Lan Youyou's acceptance. As for scholarships, they were indeed available, contingent upon individual merit. The effort exerted to secure Lan Youyou's enrollment was known only to Lan Youyou. If Lan Youyou were to be bullied by Yilin and subsequently leave, she would be compelled to confront Yilin with great severity. Youyou, was Yilin bothering you during class just now? Lan Youyou inquired with concern. Teacher Lan, no, he didn't bother me at all. Why, Yilin is quite a good person, Lan Youyou replied. Lan Youyou's expression turned skeptical. What was this? Yilin was a good person. Had he threatened her somehow? How could he have disrupted her studies throughout the lesson? Teacher Lan, you've misunderstood. Why, Yilin didn't he disturb my studies? Rather, he expressed a desire to learn. No one in the class was willing to teach him, so he asked me to help him, and I did it. Why, Yilin is quite intelligent. He grasped the problems I explained to him immediately. At this point, Lan Youyou beamed with pride, feeling accomplished to have taught Yilin something. What? You mean Yilin just asked you to teach him? Lan Youyou was taken aback. Why, Yilin? Studying? Surely this was a jest? Yes, Teacher Lan. Yilin is very smart. I don't understand why no one wants to teach him, Lan Youyou replied, puzzled. He's quite a good person? Lan Youyou felt a wave of embarrassment, unsure of what sort of nonsense Yilin had fed Lan Youyou. However, as long as he was not bullying her, that was what mattered. Hearing Lan Youyou's words, Lan Youyou suddenly believed that Yilin's declarations on the podium might have been sincere. If this young man were indeed determined to study diligently, it would be a positive development, and thus Lan Youyou would not need to be relocated. Even if you are teaching Yilin, you mustn't do so during class, as it will disrupt your own studies. Lan Youyou cautioned. It's all right, Teacher Lan. I've already mastered most of the question types, Lan Youyou assured her. Lan Youyou was rendered speechless. Was this what it meant to be a top student? Yet, one still shouldn't teach during class. Conversing would hinder the learning experience of others. After hearing this, Lan Youyou realized that teaching Yilin during class could indeed disturb her classmates, especially since Yilin's voice was rather loud. I understand now, Teacher Lan. Feeling guilty for her actions, Lan Youyou instinctively lowered her head. Don't worry. You haven't done anything wrong. Being helpful is commendable. No need to bow your head. Just be mindful of the setting. Your school ID isn't ready yet. For the next few days, the teachers will take you out for meals. Wait for me in the classroom after class, and I'll join you after the meeting. All right, Teacher Lan. Well, class is about to start. You may head back now. Meanwhile, after the flag-raising ceremony concluded, Yilin noticed that Lan Youyou had called Lan Youyou away, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. He wondered if Lan Youyou was disparaging him in front of Lan Youyou. Huang Bai, seeing Yilin standing there in a daze, came over and pulled him towards the small convenience store. Hey, Lin Gu, were you serious about what you said on stage just now? Huang Bai asked as they walked. He could hardly believe Yilin's earlier declarations. Absolutely serious. Not only me, but you also need to study diligently from now on and shed some of that excess weight, Yilin retorted. Huang Bai laughed until tears streamed down his face. Lin Gu, with our brains, learning is a lost cause. By the way, did Ling Feishua get to you? Did she say your grades were too poor? Spare me the nonsense. Don't mention that woman, Yilin replied with a kick. Let me tell you, when it comes to studying, I, Lin Gu, am utterly serious, and you must join me in this endeavor. Lin Gu, please don't drag me into this. I'm just coasting through life, looking to scrape by with a diploma and inherit the family fortune, Huang Bai said with a forced smile. Why, Yilin sighed. His friend was truly hopeless. Yet he could not abandon him in a past life. Huang Bai had tragically died in his dormitory due to obesity, unable to breathe at night. Hence, he had to lose weight. I don't care. Starting today, you must lose weight and study hard. You have no choice in this matter. Why, Lin Gu? Studying and losing weight, both are equally torturous. Huang Bai lamented. You know what? I had a dream where you were so overweight that you suffocated to death while asleep in college. It's just a dream, but I didn't believe it and consulted a fortune teller at the foot of Shangshan. The fortune teller said you are destined for this calamity, and to overcome it, you must lose weight and cannot attend college until you do. Is that for real? Lin Gu, don't scare me, Huang Bai exclaimed. Feeling a wave of panic, he had family assets awaiting his inheritance. How could he afford to die young? Why would I lie? I don't want to lose my brother. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to the fortune teller after school, and you can ask yourself, okay, Lan Youyou, you must take me after school. Huang Bai agreed. The two made their way to the small convenience store in the cafeteria. Yilin purchased a considerable amount of snacks, while Huang Bai, typically one to buy a plethora of items, found nothing appealing today, ultimately settling for just a bottle of mineral water. Yilin observed this and couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's newfound sense of self-preservation. After buying snacks, they returned to the classroom. As they ascended to the second floor, they spotted Ling Feishui standing outside Class 1, Chapter 7. The infatuated Qin Tianzhu Ling Feishui graced the corridor of Class 1. Many male students from both Class 1 and Class 2 were captivated by her presence, milling about in hopes of catching a glance from the goddess. Upon noticing Ling Feishui at the classroom door, Huang Bai excitedly exclaimed, Lan Youyou, quick! Look! Is the sister-in-law here to find you? Could it be that she has been moved by your charm and agreed to be with you? Yilin, annoyed, shoved the fried vegetable drumstick into Huang Bai's mouth, retorting, what sister-in-law? I've told you repeatedly that I have no connection with her. Keep talking, and I might just tell your dad about your camera theft. Exasperated, Huang Bai lamented that he had stolen the camera solely for his good friend, only to have it turned against him as leverage. He couldn't fathom what Ling Feishui had done to provoke such anger in Yilin. After pursuing the goddess for so long, she had simply rejected him without hesitation. How decisive! How manly! Huang Bai had long disapproved of Ling Feishui's dismissive attitude towards Yilin, and he now viewed Yilin's decision to let her go as a positive development. As the two approached the classroom entrance, Ling Feishui stood with her chest puffed out, radiating arrogance, anticipating Yilin's adoration. However, to her dismay, Yilin did not even glance her way and proceeded directly into the classroom. This infuriated Ling Feishui. Was he intentionally ignoring her? Was he blind to her presence? Yilin, stop right there! Ling Feishui shouted, her voice filled with rage. Yilin turned, feigning confusion. This classmate? Is there something you need from me? This classmate? Ling Feishui was on the verge of exploding. Was he pretending not to know her? Why didn't you come find me this morning? Feigning ignorance, Yilin replied. Come find you for what? Ling Feishui was livid. Was he deliberately playing dumb to provoke her? Don't act coy. I know you were putting on a show for me at the flag-raising ceremony. Now tell me, what grand surprise have you prepared for me? If you don't tell me, I won't forgive you and will ignore you from now on. Then feel free to ignore me, Yilin retorted, unfazed. This tactic was ineffective now. He was more than willing to have her ignore him. Yilin, you jerk. Is this your idea of a surprise? She yelled, tears brimming in her eyes as she stormed back to the classroom. Huang Bai trailed behind, speechless. Yilin had actually confronted Ling Feishui and caused her to cry? Under normal circumstances, Yilin would have been begging for forgiveness. Now, he was convinced that his good brother no longer harbored any feelings for Ling Feishui. Serves her right for previously disregarding Lan Youyou. A newly awakened Lan Youyou was no longer someone she could afford to pursue. Yilin couldn't help but smile at the situation. He had merely stopped being a sycophant. Was it really necessary for Ling Feishui to be so upset? It was just one less inconsequential admirer in her life. She could easily find another to replace him. The sports committee member from their class would fit that role perfectly. As if summoned, the sports committee member, Qin Tianzhu, blocked Yilin's path as soon as he entered the classroom. Initially, Qin Tianzhu had thought Ling Feishui was there for him, but upon approaching her, he realized she was waiting for Yilin, only to witness him provoke her to tears. Yilin, that scoundrel, was bullying his goddess. This was intolerable. Unlike others who feared Yilin, Qin Tianzhu was undeterred in terms of strength. He was a basketball player and was not afraid of a fight. Academically, he ranked in the top 10 of the class, whereas Yilin was in the bottom 10 of the entire school. In terms of family background, his family ran a large business. What did Yilin have to compare? To Qin Tianzhu, Yilin was nothing more than a pest. Did someone like him deserve to be with Ling Feishui? Would she ever look twice at someone like him? Only someone as exceptional as Qin Tianzhu himself deserved to be with Ling Feishui. If the school allowed dating, he would have confessed his feelings for her long ago. After pursuing Ling Feishui for so long, she had rejected Yilin outright. Go Qin Tianzhu. This meant Ling Feishui was waiting for him. As soon as they graduated, he would confess his feelings. Now that Yilin had bullied her, he felt compelled to defend her honor. With a deathly glare, Qin Tianju fixed his gaze on Yilin. What have you done to Ling Feishue? Qin Tianju was eager to understand what had transpired between the two and hoped that Yilin had not crossed any lines with her. If he had, Qin Tianju would not let him off easily. What business is it of yours? Yilin shot back. Huang Bai chimed in. Mind your own business, good dog, and let Lin Gu pass. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever blocks my path will hear it from me. Huang Bai was unyielding. Typically, they maintained a peaceful coexistence, but today, he had grown some bravado. Seeing Qin Tianju's furious demeanor brought amusement to Yilin. If memory served, he was merely a one-sided admirer, too timid to confess his feelings to Ling Feishue due to fear of school discipline. His unrequited love was met with indifference, and Yilin, despite being an admirer himself, had at least maintained some ambiguous connection with Ling Feishue. If there were a hierarchy among admirers, Yilin's standing would undoubtedly surpass Qin Tianju's by a considerable margin. Qin Tianju, not engaging Huang Bai further, took the moral high ground to condemn Yilin. As a class representative, it's my responsibility to address any bullying of students from other classes. How could this not concern me? Yilin, uninterested in engaging, attempted to walk past him. Qin Tianju crossed his arms defiantly, blocking the entire corridor. Today, Yilin would not be allowed to pass without a confrontation. With Yilin already under probation and numerous complaints from parents about his disruptive influence on their children's education, a fight would undoubtedly lead to his expulsion. In contrast, as a basketball team member with excellent grades, the school would not risk severe repercussions for a model student over a troublemaker, at most. He would receive a warning. Qin Tianju believed that even if he fabricated a story, people would take his side. Observing Qin Tianju's smug expression, Yilin saw right through him and chose to avoid conflict. You're delusional, Yilin muttered, turning to walk away. Huang Bai wanted to lash out at this scoundrel but held back, preparing to watch the spectacle unfold. The classmates expecting a showdown were left stunned. Yilin had actually chosen to endure. In the past, he would have fought tooth and nail. What a bully he was, and yet Qin Tianju was glowing with pride. Wang Xiaoqing, seated in front, gave Qin Tianju a thumbs up. Qin Tianju, impressive. You're probably the only one in the entire school brave enough to confront him. Flattered by the praise, Qin Tianju basked in the attention. I've long found this type insufferable, a parasite in our class. A scourge in society. Xiaoqing, you're friends with Zhao Rongrong, right? Could you ask her how this guy managed to upset Ling Feishue? Old Qin, if you like Feishue so much, why don't you confess your feelings? You're so outstanding, she would surely accept you, Wang Xiaoqing added. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianju envisioned a blissful future, wearing a satisfied smile. Confessing now would disrupt Feishue's studies. I'll wait until after graduation to tell her. You really know how to be considerate. Unlike that Yilin, who is shamelessly bothering her. Feishue is so fortunate to have your admiration. I wish I could have my own Prince Charming one day. You will find one. There are many better men in the world than me. Qin Tianju reassured Wang Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, Ling Feishue, having been upset by Yilin, returned to the classroom and promptly laid her head on her desk, quietly sobbing. Chapter 8. Snacking in class leads to reporting upon seeing Ling Feishue crying at her desk. Zhao Rongrong hurriedly inquired, Feishue, what's wrong? Ling Feishue wiped her tears away. I just want to find Yilin to ask why he didn't come to see me this morning and what surprise he had prepared, but he told me to never speak to him again. Why did you even go looking for him? Zhao Rongrong asked, astonished and somewhat exasperated. Here was her deskmate, who constantly claimed to detest Yilin's advances. Yet when he didn't come around, she went seeking him out. Wasn't that a bit self-deprecating? I am filled with curiosity regarding the grand surprise he has prepared for me, coupled with his deliberate display of exemplary behavior during the flag-raising ceremony. I was spurred to seek him out. Are you suggesting that Yilin's assertion during the flag-raising ceremony about committing to diligent study was merely a fade for your benefit? Indeed, on a previous occasion, when he confessed his feelings, I rebuffed him, citing his poor academic performance as my reason. I told him I might reconsider if he were to rank among the top 10 in the school. Ling Feishue explained. No wonder he has been acting so out of character today. I once came across an article online that mentioned some boys, after facing rejection, seek to retaliate against the girl by transforming themselves into better versions, hoping to incite regret. Zhao Rongrong remarked. Precisely, that must be his strategy. He aims to retreat only to advance. I just told him that if I continue to engage with him, I would be akin to a little dog, and I am eager to see who will ultimately have the last laugh. Ling Feishue exclaimed, her expression filled with indignation. Zhao Rongrong, however, was quite puzzled. Logically, if Ling Feishue had personally sought him out, he should have been wagging his tail like a little puppy. Yet he suddenly displayed such assertiveness. It seems rather abrupt, especially after he mentioned yesterday that he was preparing a grand surprise to win Ling Feishue's favor. He was present at the time. Indeed, if a man's words were to be trusted, even pigs could climb trees. The two returned to their seats, while Huang Bai seethed with frustration. Qin Tianzhu was so audacious, yet Yi Lin remained unperturbed. Lingo, why didn't you confront him just now? Yi Lin responded with a wry smile. I said, Fatty, do you wish for me to be expelled? I am currently under probation. Upon hearing this explanation, Huang Bai was struck with realization. When did this fellow become so insidious? Ignoring him, he is merely a self-important fool. I'm going to read now. After stating this, Yi Lin took out his math textbook to prepare for the lesson. Huang Bai initially believed Yi Lin was jesting, but to his surprise, he was genuinely studying, even taking notes. Observing this, Huang Bai decided not to disturb him further and turned to converse with his deskmate. Houching, here. Huang Bai handed the fried vegetarian chicken leg that Yi Lin had just shoved into his mouth to his deskmate. Yin Haoqing was taken aback. Today, Fatty is feeling particularly generous. Old Fat, do you need something from me? He inquired as he accepted the chicken leg. Rest assured, this is not a bribe. I am on a diet. On a diet? Yin Haoqing was rendered speechless by this revelation. You bought this while on a diet? He questioned as he took a bite. I didn't buy it. Lin Gu forced it into my mouth. I didn't eat it, so I saved it for you. How about that? Quite generous, right? What the heck? Yin Haoqing suddenly found it unappetizing halfway through. Isn't this akin to indirectly kissing Fatty? Upon hearing Yin Haoqing's exclamation, Huang Bai retorted, What are you complaining about? I don't mind you. Why should you mind me? Yin Haoqing was at a loss for words, pondering the absurdity of it all. You stuffed it into your mouth. And now you're complaining. He glanced at the remaining half of the chicken leg in his hand and, having already taken a bite, decided to finish it. Lan Youyou had just exited the office when the class bell rang. She hurriedly ascended from the first floor and rushed into the classroom. Upon reaching her seat, she gasped for breath. Although the distance from the office to the classroom was not far, her frail physique found it somewhat taxing. Where have you been? You look exhausted. Here, Yi Lin offered her a bottle of boxed drink. No, thank you. I'm not thirsty, Lan Youyou replied, still panting. Are you unwilling to be friends with me? Yi Lin questioned, feigning hurt. Oh no, Yi Lin. I would like to be your friend. She hesitated. They all refuse to be my friends, so when I offer them food, they decline. Now, you two refuse. You must not want to be my friend. Lan Youyou pondered, questioning whether accepting food from one another was a prerequisite for friendship. As she stood there, slightly dazed, Yi Lin stealthily inserted the straw into her drink, gently squeezing it. A hint of sweetness graced her senses. Snapping her back to reality, Yi Lin was feeding her the drink. The sensation felt peculiar, and her cheeks flushed crimson. I can do it myself. Lan Youyou took the drink and began to sip. The icy refreshment quickly dispelled her fatigue. Is it good? Yi Lin inquired, his expression brimming with anticipation. Delicious, Lan Youyou replied honestly. She rarely indulged in snacks or beverages, and this single box was sufficient for her breakfast. She felt reluctant to consume it. I have more snacks. Let us see which ones you liked. Yi Lin retrieved a variety of snacks from his pocket. The money he previously spent on courting Ling Feishue was now entirely dedicated to Lan Youyou. Yi Lin, I don't like snacks. My mother says they are unhealthy. Why did you buy so many? Lan Youyou expressed her concern earnestly, trusting her mother's words. What she did not realize was that their family struggled financially, and her mother had intentionally misled them about the snacks. You don't like snacks? Then what do you enjoy eating? I can bring you something next time. Yi Lin smiled, having never paid attention to what Lan Youyou liked before. No need to bring anything. I can buy what I like myself. That won't do. You help me with my studies, so I should certainly reward you. People pay for tutoring outside. After all, Yi Lin attempted to coax her into accepting his gifts. Really, it's unnecessary. Yi Lin, if you keep this up, I want to tutor you. Lan Youyou, concerned that Yi Lin would waste his money on her, threatened him lightly. Little Bean Sprout, please don't forsake tutoring me. I still need to take university entrance exams, and if these snacks are unhealthy, I will toss them in the trash. Yi Lin feigned as though he would discard them all. You can't throw them away. That's wasteful. Lan Youyou quickly intervened. If you don't like them and I don't either, it It would be taking up space. After hesitating for a moment, Lan Youyou relented. Since you've already bought them, let us just eat them. A little indulgence now, and then shouldn't harm our health, right? Next time, please refrain from doing this. Lan Youyou concluded, her expression serious as she gazed at Yilin. The delicate beauty hidden beneath her bangs captivated Yilin, making him long to brush them aside and admire her closely. I'm being serious. Don't buy me anything next time, or I want to tutor you. Seeing Yilin silent, Lan Youyou pressed on. Yilin snapped back to attention and readily agreed. All right, I want to buy anything next time. I swear. He raised his hand in a gesture of promise. With Li Jianya entering the classroom, the mathematics lesson commenced. For most of the class, Yilin and Lan Youyou resembled two little mice in the back row, munching on snacks while studying. The aroma of the snacks drew the attention of nearby classmates, who were envious of Yilin's treatment as a deskmate. If given the chance, they would gladly sit next to him as well. As Yilin tore open a package of spicy strips, the rich scent wafted throughout the classroom. Qin Tianju, already in a foul mood, caught a whiff of the spicy strips. Turning around, he spotted Yilin indulging and promptly reported him. Chapter 9. The devious scoundrel. As Li Jianya was explaining a problem, Qin Tianju shouted, Li Laosher, Yilin is eating spicy strips during class. The smell is unbearable. Li Jianya caught a whiff as well and, not wanting his train of thought interrupted, decided to address the issue after finishing his explanation. However, being abruptly interrupted by Qin Tianju ignited his irritation. The other students, unable to hold their tongues, began to voice their complaints, but out of fear of retribution, they directed their frustrations only at Yilin. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Yilin swiftly handed the spicy strips to the sleeping Huang Bai beside him, discreetly wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. Why, Yilin? Stand up. Li Jianya's tone was stern. Lan Youyou, having just taken a bite of her snack, was unable to chew as Yilin was called out. With her cheeks stuffed, she could only look on with wide eyes at Yilin, whose innocent demeanor made her want to laugh, albeit silently. Still laughing? Eating snacks during class is one thing, but spicy strips? How can others concentrate with that overpowering smell? In response to the accusation, Yilin feigned innocence. Li Laosher, this is an injustice. I wasn't eating spicy strips. It was Huang Bai. He pointed at the spicy strips in Huang Bai's hand. Huang Bai, roused from his slumber by the mention of his name, instantly perked up upon seeing the fragrant spicy strips in his grasp. Thanks, Lin Good, a true brother indeed. Even in his sleep, he reserves half the spicy strips for his friend. After expressing his gratitude, Huang Bai began to devour the strips, completely forgetting about his diet, satiated as he indulged. Yilin admired him, thinking, what a good brother, taking the fall so steadfastly. Huang Bai! Li Jianya slammed his palm on the lectern, sending a cloud of chalk dust into the air, startling all the students. Lan Youyou was terrified. She had never seen such a scene before, especially as she too had partaken in snacks during class. She hadn't anticipated that eating during class could be so serious. What would happen if the teacher found out? Huang Bai, hearing his name called, froze in disbelief, suddenly finding the spicy strips unappetizing. Spitting out the strips was not an option, and he dared not continue chewing. Are you here to sleep or eat snacks during class? Are you a pig? Get outside and stand there. I expect you to write a reflection to submit tomorrow, and bring your father along. Huang Bai felt a pang of sorrow as he glanced at Yilin. Realizing he had been set up, he walked out of the classroom, feeling wronged. Li Laosher. It was Yilin who was eating the spicy strips. Qin Tianju, seeing the tide turn against Yilin, chimed in again. Other students echoed his sentiments, insisting that Yilin must face punishment for this misdeed. Why, Yilin, unperturbed, retorted Qin Tianju, while you may eat whatever you wish, be mindful of your words. I have been diligently listening to the lesson. Which of your eyes saw me eating snacks? Laughter erupted from the classmates at Yilin's audacity. Listening to the lesson? You're making me laugh to death. What was the teacher discussing just now? Yishuaba? Go on, enlighten us. Qin Tianju guffawed, mocking Yilin's claim that he had been paying attention. The other students joined in the laughter. Li Jianya, slamming his desk in frustration, commanded, Enough. Is this class still in session or not? Yilin, if you claim you are listening, come up and solve this problem on the board. If you can answer half of it, I will believe you were actually paying attention. Very well. Yilin responded and walked up to the podium. Qin Tianju scoffed, what a show-off, as if he actually knows how to solve it. Upon reaching the board, Yilin wrote down a solution to the problem, pausing as if deep in thought. Qin Tianzhu looked down on him. Anyone can write a solution. If you can't do it, just come down, don't waste everyone's time. After about half a minute, seeing Yilin still hesitating, he began to mock him. Li Jianya, noticing the disruption, added, if you can't do it, don't put on a show. This problem is challenging even for the class. Don't interrupt my train of thought, Yilin snapped, before continuing to solve the problem. What a show-off, Qin Tianzhu sneered. Yilin filled the board with his solutions, employing 3 different methods, 2 of which were from the textbook, while the last was an advanced technique typically taught in university. Upon seeing Yilin's work, Qin Tianzhu's expression brightened, as it was apparent that Yilin's answer differed from his OWN.IT. Was clear to him that Yilin had made an error and likely copied his work. What is this nonsense? If you can't solve it, stop pretending and step down. You're wasting everyone's time. Qin Tianzhu taunted. Qin Tianzhu, watch your language, be mindful of your words. While the classmates had their grievances against Yilin, Li Jianya felt that Qin Tianzhu had crossed a line and cautioned him. Other students wished to join in the ridicule, but they were hesitant, fearing retribution from Qin Tianzhu. Hearing Li Jianya's admonition, Qin Tianzhu's face soured. Why is this Li Depao defending Yilin? He should have been the one to bear the brunt of the blame. Meanwhile, the class monitor, Chun Sini, regarded Qin Tianzhu with disdain, secretly wondering who was truly embarrassing themselves. As Li Jianya examined the solution on the board, he was surprised. Could it be that this boy actually knew how to solve it? Class, Yilin has indeed solved the problem correctly. There are 3 methods to solve this problem, but we only need to focus on the first 2 methods for now. The third is something you will learn in university. Yilin's solution was meticulous, showcasing a clear thought process. Many students had erred, misled by the 4th steps trick. Yilin, since you've done it, why not explain it to the class? Just cover the first 2 methods, to verify Yilin's competence. Li Jianya invited him to explain the problem. Yilin recounted the process that Lan Youyou had previously taught him, elucidating it for the entire class. As he spoke, the students who had made errors began to grasp the concept. Chun Sini stared at Yilin in disbelief. Initially, she thought she was the only one capable of solving the problem, but to her astonishment, Yilin, the so-called slacker, had managed it as well and articulated it clearly, proving he truly understood the material rather than merely copying it. Excellent explanation. It seems you were not lying during the flag-raising ceremony. You genuinely committed to your studies. However, how did you come to know that third method? Li Jianya inquired curiously. Why Deskmate taught me. Yilin replied candidly. Li Jianya glanced at Lan Youyou, surprised that this girl could salvage her friend's academic reputation. Very well, make sure to learn from her in the future. Next time, behave in class. You may go back to your seat. After concluding, Li Jianya resumed teaching the next problem. The moment Li Jianya acknowledged Yilin's correct answer, Qin Tianzhu felt as if the ground had fallen from beneath him, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Just moments ago, he had boasted that Yilin was wrong, only to be schooled by him on how to solve the problem. The slap in the face was too severe. All of this was due to Yilin's deskmate. Determined, Qin Tianzhu resolved to approach Lan Youyou after class, devising a strategy to separate the new student from Yilin.as. The math class concluded. Huang Bai approached Yilin, lamenting his unjust predicament. Yilin showered him with praise, making it seem as though Huang Bai's expulsion was entirely his own doing. A few words from Yilin had dissipated Huang Bai's grievances. Meanwhile, Qin Tianzhu rushed to the language group office to find Lan Youyou. Tianzhu, what is the matter? Do you need something from the teacher? Lan Youyou asked, perplexed by Qin Tianzhu's urgency. Teacher Lang, the new student should have excellent grades, right? Fairly good. Lan Youyou was puzzled by the sudden inquiry. I think the new student should not be seated next to Yilin. Why not? Lan Youyou felt that their seating arrangement was quite suitable. Lan Youyou did not seem to mind, and Yilin could benefit from it. Yilin constantly disrupts her studies. Just recently, he had her eating snacks during class. If this continues, he will lead her astray. Qin Tianzhu feigned concern for his classmate. Is that so? Call Yilin down. I'd like to have a word with him. Lan Youyou's irritation was evident. Qin Tianzhu, pleased with himself, left the office and returned to the classroom, grinning as he approached Yilin's desk. Yilin, Teacher Lang wants to see you in her office. Me? What's going on? Yilin was momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing Qin Tianzhu's lewd grin, he sensed trouble was brewing. Chapter 10. The office conversation in the office. Lan Youyou regarded Yilin, who stood before her with an unusually serious demeanor, and her curiosity piqued. Typically, this boy entered the office with a lackadaisical attitude. Today, however, he appeared entirely different. He hadn't dozed off in class, had been reprimanded during the flag-raising ceremony, and even apologized, as if he were a different person altogether. Had he been possessed? Yilin, I heard you were eating snacks during class? I wasn't. Yilin vehemently denied it. Not eating? Yet your speech is infused with the scent of spicy strips. Realizing he could not escape, Yilin awkwardly chuckled. Teacher, your sense of smell is quite remarkable. I merely had a small taste of the spicy strips. Your casual indulgence in snacks during class might be excused, but why must you drag Lan Youyou into this breach of discipline alongside you? If you have no desire to pursue higher education, do not jeopardize others' futures. She cannot be compared to you. Suddenly, Lan Youyou erupted in anger. The other teachers in the office were taken aback. What heinous act had this troublemaker from Class 1 committed to provoke such ire from Lan Youyou? Yilin was equally stunned. Was it truly worth such fury over merely snacking during class? To be honest, he had been reprimanded by Lan Youyou numerous times before, yet it was evident that her usual fade of anger was absent this time. She was genuinely furious. Thus, what exactly is the relationship between Lan Youyou and Lan Youyou? This was Yilin's immediate thought. Their connection must be significant. Perhaps they are relatives. If so, that would make her family his as well, and he ought to be more restrained in her presence. At the very least, he must eradicate her perception of him as a delinquent student to avoid future complications when meeting his future mother-in-law. I apologize, Teacher Long. I did not intend to cause trouble. I merely wanted to treat Lan Youyou to some snacks. Yilin bowed his head, feigning the demeanor of a remorseful child. Lan Youyou contemplated scolding him further, but seeing that he had admitted his mistake, she hesitated, swallowing her harsher words. After a few deep breaths to regain her composure, she calmly inquired, What prompted you to invite Lan Youyou for snacks? She has been working hard to help me with my studies, so I wanted to treat her to something, Yilin replied earnestly. Lan Youyou regarded him with skepticism. Could it truly be that simple? Did this boy really harbor no ulterior motives? What has sparked this sudden desire to study? I have awakened to the realization that I do not wish to squander my time any longer. Yilin stated with conviction, leaving no room for doubt. That is excellent to hear. You should have come to this realization sooner. I hope this newfound motivation is not merely a transient phase. If you maintain this momentum, you will undoubtedly see improvement and gain admission to university. While I cannot guarantee entry into a prestigious institution, given your prior time-wasting and missed coursework, I am confident that with your intelligence, you can secure a spot in a decent college, and with a bit more effort, even a bachelor's degree is within reach. Lan Youyou forcefully dispensed a dose of encouragement. Upon hearing her words, Yilin couldn't help but chuckle internally. A college diploma or a bachelor's degree was not his aspiration. His true aim was to gain admission to Qingbei University, especially since Lan Youyou intended to study there. Teacher Long, I will strive diligently to gain admission to university, Yilin replied, echoing Lan Youyou's sentiments. I am pleased to see your change of heart, but you must not disrupt Lan Youyou's studies during class. When the lesson is in session, you both should focus on listening to the teacher. Any additional tutoring should occur outside of class time, provided she is available. You cannot waste her time, nor can you coerce or threaten her. For Lan Youyou, her only path forward lies in attending university. Her circumstances are not as privileged as yours, Lan Youyou warned. After absorbing her words, Yilin understood that Lan Youyou likely came from a less fortunate background. He cautiously asked, Teacher Long, is Lan Youyou's family situation quite poor? Why do you inquire about that? Lan Youyou's demeanor shifted slightly, wary of divulging details about Lan Youyou's home life, as everyone possesses a sense of dignity. The students at City First High bullied Lan Youyou precisely because of her family's financial struggles. I noticed that the clothing beneath Lan Youyou's school uniform appeared faded, and her slender frame suggested malnutrition. I merely wished to extend my concern and offer her some assistance, a new student, and you observe so keenly. Are you not being a tad overzealous in your concern? What are your intentions? Lan Youyou scrutinized Yilin anew, sensing a change in him since Lan Youyou arrived. How come I never noticed your kindness before? She teased. Teacher Long, your words imply I have always been kind. It is merely that I have yet to be recognized as the exceptional talent I am, Yilin retorted playfully. Lan Youyou chuckled. Indeed, she does not come from a wealthy family, and thus education is her sole avenue for advancement. Should you lead her astray or hinder her progress, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, Teacher Long, if I were to do so, I would not forgive myself. After all, why would I harm my future wife? Yi Lin raised his hand in a solemn vow. I swear, if I speak one false word, may the heavens strike me down. I believe you. Now, go back to class and remember what the teacher has just advised. Focus on your studies during the appropriate times, and refrain from engaging in activities unrelated to the classroom. Understood, Teacher Long. Thank you for assigning me such a wonderful desk partner. You can rest assured, she will guide me well, and I shall not lead her astray. Yi Lin said before turning to leave the office. As he took a few steps, he noticed Li Jianya approaching the Chinese language office, prompting him to pause and deliberately exclaim, by the way, Teacher Long, I wanted to inform you that Qin Tianju frequently refers to you as Old Virgin behind your back. He also often insults Li Jianya by calling him Li Big Cannon. Li Jianya, who happened to overhear, immediately turned pale. He despised being addressed by that moniker, a painful reminder of an embarrassing incident from a decade ago when he had just started at Qingyuan High School. After a night out with Yi Lin's father, he had fallen ill and, during class the next day, had let out a series of loud farts, causing chaos in the classroom. The students had affectionately dubbed him Li Big Cannon, a nickname that had persisted through the years, passed down from one cohort of students to the next. Each time he heard it, a wave of humiliation washed over him. Yi Lin's comment had clearly reached Li Jianya's ears, and he knew that his words had struck home, leaving Qin Tianju in for a severe reprimand. Good day, Teacher Li, Yi Lin greeted with a smile, bowing as if nothing had transpired. It is said that one should not strike those who greet them with a smile. Li Jianya responded with a strained smile, while Lan Youyou chose not to concern herself with such nicknames, allowing the students to address her however they pleased. Seeing that Li Jianya was there to speak with her, she asked, Director Li, do you require my assistance? Teacher Long, I wish to discuss Yi Lin's situation. The boy has been rather unusual today. Lan Youyou sighed. I am aware that he is acting out of character today. If you seek to understand him, who should I turn to for insights? Ultimately, Lan Youyou relayed Yi Lin's earlier comments, where he expressed a desire to abandon his aimless existence. After a brief conversation, they prepared for the upcoming class. Before departing, Li Jianya remarked, during class earlier, while I was explaining a topic, that Qin Tianju suddenly interrupted me with a loud shout. Doesn't he understand that if he has something to say, he should raise his hand? His behavior is quite disrespectful. And then there's Huang Bai. During class, he either sleeps or munches on snacks. I've already asked him to write a reflection, and I expect you to oversee him during this afternoon's class meeting. Also, please inform his parents to come to school tomorrow for a discussion. Teacher Long, your class needs to strengthen its education on civility and respect. How can they carry on with such blatant disregard for authority? Upon hearing this, Lan Youyou could only smile wryly, realizing that Qin Tianju had just reported her to Li Jianya, while Yi Lin had intentionally sought to provoke him. These two boys had never seemed to harbor any deep-seated animosity towards one another. Why were they suddenly at odds? As the class bell rang, Yi Lin entered the classroom. Qin Tianju wore a smug expression, clearly relishing the competition. Yi Lin returned to his seat, where Huang Bai eagerly inquired about his well-being. Once he learned that Yi Lin had escaped unscathed from any reprimands, he felt relieved. Otherwise, he would have ensured Qin Tianju received a well-deserved beating. The words of Lan Youyou had instilled in Yi Lin a newfound respect for Lan Youyou's time, and he refrained from burdening her with excessive tutoring. After all, both of them understood the material. Tutoring had merely been a pretext. In his past life, he had ignored her, allowing her ample time to study. If he were to cling to her now, it could jeopardize her performance and her chances of attending Qingbei University. Thus, he refrained from requesting extra tutoring, and during the next two classes, Lan Youyou listened intently, even though she had already mastered the content being taught. When school dismissed for lunch, Yi Lin invited Lan Youyou to eat with him, but she declined, stating that Lan Youyou would come to take her out to eat. Seeing this, Yi Lin reluctantly left with Huang Bai. Though they were day students, the two typically ate in the school cafeteria, primarily to save time and seize opportunities. After finishing their meals, Yi Lin intended to return to the classroom to dispose of the trash. Having previously promised to maintain the classroom's cleanliness for a month following the flag-raising ceremony, he had made this declaration in front of the entire school, prompting Li Junwei to recruit the student on duty to handle the task. If the class received any demerits, they would pin the blame on Yi Lin, who would rather face expulsion than shirk his responsibilities. Huang Bai, Yi Lin's loyal sidekick, followed reluctantly, never expecting Yi Lin to actually take on the chore. As they exited the cafeteria, Yilin spotted Lan Youyou walking behind a group of officials. Hadn't she promised to take Lan Youyou out to lunch? Where was she? Had she forgotten? It seemed very likely. Lingo, weren't we supposed to go back to the classroom to throw out the trash? Huang Bai questioned in confusion. Just wait a moment. Wai Lin queued to grab a portion of food consisting of 2 meat dishes and a vegetable. I knew you would be concerned about me, Lin Gu. Knowing I hadn't eaten enough, Huang Bai remarked, salivating as he reached for the bowl Yi Lin was carrying. Get away from me, Yi Lin elbowed Huang Bai aside. Isn't that meant for me? Lin Gu, have you suddenly developed such a hearty appetite? Eating 2 meals at once? Get lost. What are you thinking? This is for my desk partner. Yi Lin clarified. Huang Bai was taken aback. Yi Lin was serving someone else. He had always been the one receiving such favors. Today, he was actually helping a frail girl. What was her status that warranted such treatment from the notorious Yi Lin? Lin Gu, do you have some leverage on you that Lan Youyou is using to make you do this? Just half a day after transferring, and she has already got you wrapped around her finger? If you're in trouble, I'll help you deal with her. Touch her, and I'll make you regret it. I'm only doing this because Teacher Lung instructed me to, Not Lin Gu. Is that old virgin blackmailing you into serving Lan Youyou? Stop thinking nonsensically. I've told you, I'm turning over a new leaf. From now on, my goal is to study diligently and improve myself. You're being too idealistic. Listening to the teacher is what good students do, and being a good student is exhausting. I'm not interested. After a brief exchange, the two returned to the classroom. Lan Youyou sat at her desk, mistakenly believing it was Lan Youyou who had arrived, and looked up with excitement. However, it was not her. Having arrived from the countryside the night before, she felt nauseous from the journey and had not eaten anything since. Now, she was quite hungry and lacked energy. After half an hour had passed with no sign of the teacher, she felt a twinge of disappointment, torn between wanting to leave and fearing that Lan Youyou would come looking for her. Yi Lin approached his seat and placed the bowl of food in front of Lan Youyou. Little bean sprout, this is for you. Eat up, Dada? Yi Lin, I thought I mentioned that Teacher Long would take me out to eat? Lan Youyou replied, feeling awkward. Her stomach growled, and the aroma of the food made her long to eat, yet she hesitated, lacking the money to pay Yi Lin back. Teacher Long told me to bring it to you. Yi Lin explained. She did? Is that so? Yes, she is quite busy today and went to a meeting, so she asked me to get food for you. Is that the case? Thank you so much, Yi Lin. Dig in. It'll get cold, he urged. Lan Youyou gazed at the bowl brimming with meat, feeling a pang of guilt. The cost of this meal could likely cover 3 of her usual meals. Typically, she would only order 2 vegetable dishes. With a bit more money, she might splurge on a cheap half-meat, half-vegetable dish. This plate was laden with meat, surely quite expensive. It's not pricey at all. It was only 11 yuan, Yi Lin replied, genuinely believing it was reasonable. Tio put things in perspective. Huang Bai usually ordered 4 meat dishes for around 20 yuan, while Yi Lin typically spent around 15. 11 yuan was a bargain by comparison. He had only refrained from ordering more meat out of concern that she might not finish it. Upon hearing 11 yuan, Lan Youyou felt even more reluctant to eat. Why aren't you eating? Don't you like it? Seeing her hesitance, Yi Lin wondered if she disliked the food he had chosen. I do like it. Realizing Yi Lin's good intentions, she quickly began to eat. Not wanting to dampen his spirits, Little bean sprout, take your time. Yi Lin looked on with a fond smile. Hold on. Noticing rice stuck to her cheek, Yi Lin gently reached out to wipe it away. The moment his fingers brushed against her skin, Lan Youyou recoiled in surprise, looking up at Yi Lin with a mix of fear and confusion, wondering what he was doing. Yi Lin chuckled, holding up a grain of rice. You're eating too quickly. You've got rice on your face. Realizing he was merely helping her, Lan Youyou exhaled in relief. She had been so hungry that she had gobbled down her food. Feeling quite embarrassed now, her cheeks flushed with shame. Sensing her discomfort, Yi Lin stood up. You take your time. I'll go clean up. He turned and picked up a broom to tidy the trash beside the garbage can. Huang Bai, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but think that the two looked like a young couple. Yet, Lan Youyou was so thin. She hardly seemed Yi Lin's type. He preferred girls like Ling Feishue, who had curves and dressed provocatively. Yi Lin's attentiveness towards this frail girl must surely stem from Lan Youyou's insistence. Sensing the awkwardness of being a third wheel, he remarked, Bai, hurry up and take out the trash. Huh? Me? Why should I take out the trash? Huang Bai was bewildered. Isn't that your goal? You're trying to lose weight, right? If you're just eating without exercising, How will that help? Ah, lose weight, Lin Gu. I never said I wanted to lose weight. You're the one making me do it. Enough with the nonsense. Just go. If you lose some weight, Chun Sini will definitely like you. Really? Huang Bai's spirit lifted at the prospect. Why would I lie? I heard her say she likes tall, handsome boys with good grades. I think you're at least in the school heartthrob category. It's just that the extra weight is hiding your looks. If you could slim down, she might even pursue you. Lin Gu, I've told Ing Haoqing that if I lose weight, I'll definitely be a school heartthrob. He didn't believe me. But enough talk. I'll take out the trash now. With that, Huang Bai grabbed 2 garbage cans and sprinted off towards the disposal area. Left alone, Yi Lin stood quietly, watching Lan Youyou eat. After feeling shy, she found her appetite had diminished. She chewed slowly, savoring the rare opportunity to enjoy such a hearty meal. Yi Lin became increasingly captivated by her. She was beautiful, and loving her for a lifetime would never be enough. He found himself yearning to sit beside her and steal a kiss. At that moment, Lan Youyou stormed into the classroom. Before her death, she uttered a haunting plea. In the next life, could you pursue me like you did with Ling Feishue, just once for little Duya? This poignant statement lingered in Yi Lin's mind. The affection once bestowed upon Ling Feishue now demanded to be repaid double to Lan Youyou. Lan Youyou felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Lan Youyou serving herself lunch. Rather than waiting foolishly for her to take her out to eat, she had not forgotten the obligation of treating Lan Youyou to a meal. When the county leaders unexpectedly arrived at the school for an inspection, she happened to have no classes during the 5th period and was pulled by Li Jianya to attend to the leaders. Initially, they were supposed to dine at a restaurant across from the school, but Lan Youyou feigned illness to excuse herself, claiming she had a full schedule in the afternoon. Li Jianya had intended to look after Lan Youyou, recognizing her diligence and dedication to her work, sacrificing her romantic life for her career. Among the county leaders were several young, unmarried individuals with promising prospects. Lan Youyou was regarded as a gem among the faculty at Qingyuan High School, attracting the attention of many male teachers, though none piqued her interest. The matchmaking was just one aspect. It also presented an opportunity to forge connections. With Li Jianya's consent, Lan Youyou quickly returned to the classroom. Upon her arrival, Lan Youyou stood up, greeting her, "Teacher Long." With a tinge of regret, Lan Youyou replied, "Youyou, I was just out for a moment. I was worried you might not have enough to eat." "Teacher, Yi Lin has already gotten me lunch." "Why Yi Lin prepared this?" Lan Youyou cast a curious glance at Yi-Lin. Yi Lin hastily clarified, "Yes, Teacher Long. You asked me to go to the office earlier and mentioned you'd be out for lunch, so you asked me to get a portion for my deskmate. Did you forget? When had she ever said such a thing?" However, she had no choice but to go along with it, lest Lan Youyou think she had forgotten her. Yes, it was the teacher who forgot. Lan Youyou quickly capitulated. In her heart, she pondered, what exactly is Yi Lin after, being so exceedingly kind to Lan Youyou? After Lan Youyou finished her meal, Lan Youyou led her to the dormitory, where her belongings were still in her room at the teacher's apartment. On the way, Lan Youyou inquired, "Youyou, did you know Yi Lin before?" "Not at all." Lan Youyou fell into contemplation. If they had not known each other previously, what could possibly motivate him to be so kind to Lan Youyou? Yi Lin had once been notorious for his misdeeds. His brazen pursuit of Ling Feishue was merely the tip of the iceberg, as he had committed numerous infamous acts. Several incidents remained vividly etched in Lan Youyou's memory. Once, he and Huang Bai had scaled the school wall to topple it. On another occasion, after evening study, they had snatched ducks from the school's lotus pond to roast by the river. Most infuriating was when they retaliated against a classmate by feeding them stinky tofu, soaked in smelly socks. If not for their boasting being caught, the matter might have gone unnoticed, and fortunately, no harm had come to the classmates. Due to their brazen denials, Lan Youyou found herself unable to pursue the matter further. Recently, Yi Lin had incurred Li Jianya's wrath for pursuing Ling Feishue, leading to a month of tire punctures in retaliation. Had it not been for Yi Lin's family connections and Huang Bai's financial backing, they would have faced expulsion long ago. Yet, this notorious troublemaker had suddenly transformed into a model student, showering kindness upon Lan Youyou. This perplexed Lan Youyou immensely. After retrieving the luggage, she escorted Lan Youyou to the dormitory. At the entrance of room 202 on the 2nd floor of Shangmei building, a girl hanging laundry exclaimed, "Hello, teacher." Upon seeing Lan Youyou leading Lan Youyou, she quickly called out, "Wang Xiaoqing, can't you be a bit more mature? How many times have you pulled this trick? Who do you think you're fooling?" A coarse voice echoed from inside the dormitory, laced with a playful tone. The girl at the door felt embarrassed. It was too late to remind her now that Lan Youyou had already approached the dormitory entrance. Clearing her throat, Lan Youyou coughed a couple of times, gaining the attention of Gao Mingming, who was playing with her phone on the bed. Startled, Gao Mingming froze and turned to the door. Indeed, it was Lan Youyou. She hastily shoved her phone into her pocket, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. "See cold teacher." Lan Youyou, taken aback, wondered how this classmate was already in high school at such a young age. It was no surprise Lan Youyou misjudged her. Gao Mingming had a baby face that made her appear only 7 or 8 years old. Standing at a mere 1.50 meters, if not for her loud voice, she would have easily passed for a cute little girl. "Hand over your phone." Lan Youyou spoke as if she were an emotionless machine. Gao Mingming felt a pang of despair. All of this was Wang Xiaoqing's fault for tricking their teacher. Otherwise, she would not have been so indifferent earlier. Reluctantly, she retrieved her old phone from her pocket, feigning reluctance as she handed it over to Lan Youyou. Without a word, Lan Youyou accepted it. Gao Mingming rejoiced internally, nearly bursting into laughter, believing the teacher had overlooked her new phone. Observing her students' poor acting skills almost made Lan Youyou chuckle. Just as she accepted the old phone, she added, "Gao Mingming, you weren't playing with just this phone. Take out the one you were using earlier from your pocket." "Teacher, please don't. This is an iPhone 3G. I just bought it less than a week ago, and I've already given you one. Please show some leniency. I promise I won't bring it to school again." Gao Mingming adopted a pitiful demeanor, attempting to charm her way out of the situation. However, her tone did not evoke any semblance of cuteness. With less than a year until the college entrance examination, Lan Youyou had no intention of allowing her to lose focus on her studies. "If you give it to me now, I won't report it to the school, and I'll return it to you at the end of the semester. If you refuse, not only will I report it, but I'll also notify your parents." Upon hearing the mention of informing her parents, Gao Mingming wilted. She had secretly purchased the phone, and if her mother found out, she would be in for a beating. The pain of getting caught was too real. Gao Mingming reluctantly produced her phone. "Teacher, you promise not to tell my dad and mom that. I swear, I will not say a word." Only then did Gao Mingming hand her phone to Lan Youyou. "Gao Mingming, I know you must have more phones at home. If you bring another one to school, I will revoke your dormitory privileges." Lan Youyou issued another warning. Gao Mingming, dejected, replied, "Understood. From now on, Lan Youyou will stay in your dormitory. Please look after her." After speaking, Lan Youyou ushered Lan Youyou inside and began to help her set up her bed. Each dormitory in Shangmei building had 6 beds, and room 202 currently housed 4 girls, with 1 lower bunk available for Lan Youyou. Except for Gao Mingming, who was still sulking, the other classmates assisted in arranging the bed and organizing the luggage. The girls in this dormitory were harmonious. Avoiding any factional disputes, Lan Youyou felt reassured having Lan Youyou in this dormitory. Meanwhile, Yilin and Huangbai returned from taking out the trash and left the school to head to the barber shop. Chapter 13. Not everyone is suited for a buzz cut. They rode on Huangbai's colorful scooter adorned with decorative lights that glimmered as they sped along. Attached to the back was a subwoofer blasting Feng Wu Jiutian. Huangbai, wearing sunglasses and revving the throttle, believed himself to be the most stylish person on the street. Wai Lin, seated behind him, felt embarrassed, burying his head in Huangbai's back. How utterly humiliating. Why hadn't he felt this way before? After riding for about 2 kilometers, they finally arrived at the barber shop next to the Grand Square. A stylist named Tony sat at the entrance, spotting the two from afar. The god of wealth has arrived again. As they approached, Tony greeted them with a broad smile. "Young Master Yi, young Master Huang, what hairstyle are you looking to get today?" Huangbai had no intention of getting a haircut, so he replied, "I'm not doing anything with that." He sauntered into the barber shop, plopping down on a chair at the cash register and casually playing on the large computer. "Young Master Huang, be gentle. This chair can't take much more abuse." Huangbai shrugged. "If it breaks, I'll pay you back." Wai Lin chuckled. "TZ, I'm getting a haircut today." "Sure thing. Young Master Yi, please step inside." "Chuelian, give young Master Yi a wash." Tony instructed a girl inside. He then moved behind Huangbai, observing him play a game. "Young Master, your skills need work. You got taken out before you even got a shot off." Huangbai protested. "I just need to find my rhythm. It's a sniper rifle, right? Just wait until the next round, and you'll see I in the second round." Huangbai switched to a sniper rifle, jumped to the center, and before he could step out, he was taken out by an enemy. Huangbai erupted with curses. "What the hell? Is that guy a big deal?" Tony shook his head. Your gear is just too weak. You don't think I know that? I don't need you to teach me. Frustrated, Huang Bai leaped out in the third round, dodging a shot, but upon landing, he couldn't aim at anyone. He couldn't master the quickscope technique, and was shot dead by the enemy. The opponent clearly had some skills. Tony chuckled. That kid is just trash, no way. Just look at that smiley face. He is clearly a pro from another area. Wanna bet he is just trash? How do we bet? Seeing Huang Bai take the bait, Tony proposed, if I take him out in the next shot, you owe me a pack of Fuyuan Wang. If I don't, I'll give you a 30 yuan gift card. Deal. Huang Bai immediately relinquished his spot. In the fourth round, Tony stepped out and instantly took out the enemy. Huang Bai quickly turned to look outside. Young master, hey young. Seeing Huang Bai glance outside, Tony understood he was trying to cheat. After a few seconds, Huang Bai turned back. Did it start? The enemy has already been taken out. Okay. What? Huang Bai leaned closer to the computer, just in time to see the kill notification flash. You got that kill? Why didn't you tell me it started? Don't trick me, Tony. Tony was irked. Fine. Next round you watch closely. If you try to cheat again, don't come to my shop to play games. As expected, Tony took out the enemy with a single shot in the next round. By this time, Yilin had finished washing his hair. Tony, you go ahead and give young Master Yi a haircut first. Remember to get me some cigarettes. When have I ever gone back on my word? I'll bring them next time. There are plenty in my dad's drawer. That's acceptable. Huang Bai always kept his promises, which was why Tony was willing to bet with him, and of course, Huang Bai also had his wins. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to gamble. However, neither of them wanted to bet against Yilin. He was too skilled, and betting against him would only lead to losses. Yilin settled into the chair as Tony dried his hair halfway. Young Master Yi, what hairstyle are you thinking of today? I just got a new style book with the trendiest hairstyles. With that, Tony pulled out a new style book and flipped it open for Yilin to peruse, showcasing a variety of alternative hairstyles. This style would suit you perfectly. Once it's cut, I can give it a perm and dye it a color. You'll undoubtedly be the most handsome man in Qingyuan. Once Ling Feishu sees you, she will instantly fall for you. Plus, this style won't stand out in school. The color only shows in sunlight, so the teachers won't find fault with it. Since we've been friends for years, I'll give you an 80 discount. What do you think? Tony believed that linking it to Ling Feishu would guarantee Lin's acceptance. That girl was indeed stunning. Just give me a buzz cut. Sure, a buzz cut? Young Master Yi, you want a buzz cut? Tony initially thought Yilin was agreeing to something else, but was taken aback when he realized Yilin truly wanted a buzz cut. In this day and age, hairstyle was often deemed more important than looks. Even if someone wasn't handsome, a good hairstyle could still catch the eye of girls. Yes, a buzz cut. Yilin spoke without a hint of hesitation. Young master, your hair is so nice and precious. Cutting it into a buzz cut would be a shame. You'll regret it. Tony couldn't believe it. Even the model students were getting side-swept bangs. Yet Yilin wanted a buzz cut. Just do it. I have class later. Class? This guy is actually rushing to class? That essay first. Young master, are you feeling all right? Tony suspected it was due to some emotional turmoil that Yilin wished to sacrifice his beautiful hair. These two styles were his cash cows, and he needed to protect them. What is up with you today, Tony? Are you cutting my hair or not? If not, I'll go next door. Sensing Yilin's annoyance, Tony ceased his chatter. He picked up the clippers and swiftly trimmed Yilin's long hair. It was such a pity. Tony couldn't help but feel heartbroken as he cut it. After finishing, Yilin went to rinse off. Upon seeing Yilin's face, Cui Lian was stunned, captivated. Although there were a few hair clippings on his face, they failed to conceal his handsome features in that moment. Cui Lian's heart fluttered. He resembled the prince of her dreams. Could you help me rinse? Cui Lian, lost in thought for nearly a minute, finally snapped back to reality as Yilin asked. Sure, you can lie down. Cui Lian's face flushed with embarrassment. During the rinsing process, she was so distracted that she felt shy about touching Yilin's head. Once done, Yilin dried himself off and walked out of the rinsing area. A buzz cut was indeed comfortable and refreshing. What the hell? Upon seeing Yilin's clean-cut face, Tony exclaimed in disbelief. He had known Yilin was somewhat handsome, but never expected him to be this striking. Could it be that this guy had intended to use his looks to win over Ling Feishu? Hearing Tony's exclamation, Huang Bai turned to look. What the hell? Huang Bai stood up from his seat. As it was the first time he had seen Yilin's entire face since high school. Damn, that is excessively handsome. Tony, give me a buzz cut too? Huh? Tony looked at Huang Bai, perplexed. Hurry up, the buzz cut was simply too cool. Yilin had said it himself, and Huang Bai considered his looks to be at a school heartthrob level. Are you serious? Tony asked for confirmation. What are you wasting time for? Hurry. Another cash cow was slipping away. Reluctantly, Tony prepared to give Huang Bai a buzz cut as well. After the cut, Huang Bai was on the verge of tears. His face was round, and with a small head and large body. He resembled a pumpkin. Tony shook his head in dismay. It looked utterly terrible. Not everyone could pull off a buzz cut. For some, long hair suited them better. After both had their hair cut, they prepared to head to class. Huang Bai had no intention of going to school looking like this. He would surely be laughed at by Chen Sini. Ultimately, it was Yilin who dragged him to class. After they left, Chuelian emerged, shyly asking, Boss, do you have Yilin's QQ number? Tony was taken aback. What the hell? Yilin gets a haircut and now I'm losing my students to him. Tony answered with a guilty conscience. I don't have his QQ number. Chuelian, have you developed feelings for him? Chuelian blushed and playfully hit her head. If you like him, I suggest you give up on that thought. Yilin doesn't belong to you. Remember that girl who came to our shop to wash her hair? The one who looked like a fairy. She is his girlfriend, not only the school beauty but also the top student in the entire school. What do you have to compete with her? Hearing this, Chuelian felt a twinge of regret. Having been in society for a year, she realized her limitations. Although she considered herself attractive, she was leagues away from that girl and could only dream of being with him. Chapter 14. The new school heartthrob. The first class in the afternoon was physics, and as the second bell rang, the two hurriedly approached the classroom door. Originally, he would not have been late, but Huang Bai, like a lazy donkey, wasted considerable time on the way. Reporting, Yilin, fearing that Huang Bai might escape, seized him by the arm and shouted, Report. The physics teacher gazed at the two with confusion. After teaching for 3 years, he was familiar with the faces of the senior students, even if he didn't know their names. However, these two at the door? He had never seen them before. He had heard rumors about new students in Class 1. Could these be them? At that moment, upon seeing Yilin, the classmates erupted with excitement, especially the girls. With Huang Bai beside him, Yilin appeared even more handsome, so striking, with his clean short hair and a handsome face. Complemented by a blue and white school uniform, he was undoubtedly the new school heartthrob. What was Lin Jishi from Class 10 even worth? Did he deserve to be called the school heartthrob? The boy before them was the true heartthrob. Wow, a male god, Gao Mingming, sitting in the front row, was starstruck and exclaimed, What, have we got new classmates again? He is too handsome. Mom, I think I'm in love. A whole group of girls fell under his charm. Wai Lin noticed the starry-eyed gazes from the girls in the class and thought, is it really that serious? Are they all in heat? All the boys in the class looked at Yilin, and a sense of rivalry surged within them. Who is this guy? Why does he look so much like Yilin? Teacher, can we go in? Yilin asked, seeing that the physics teacher had not spoken for a while. Come in, the teacher replied. He initially wanted to ask what they were doing, thinking they must be lower grade students, otherwise he wouldn't recognize them. However, upon hearing Yilin's words, he realized these were students from Class 1, yet he had no recollection of them. They must have just transferred. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yilin returned to his seat, causing another uproar among his classmates. This is Yilin? Yilin is this handsome? What right does he have to be so handsome? Upon realizing it was Yilin, many girls lost interest. His character is lacking, his grades poor. What does it matter if he is handsome? Can good looks fill the stomach? Of course, many girls did not care about these things. As long as he was handsome, that was enough. Several boys were quite envious, especially Qin Tianju. This guy's newfound handsomeness meant his rival had become stronger. Lan Youyou watched the handsome boy walk down the aisle and sit beside her. Although she did not understand what it meant to like someone or to feel a fluttering heart, seeing Yilin beside her brought her immense joy. Little sprout, Yilin called, noticing Lan Youyou staring blankly at him. Lan Youyou snapped back to reality. What to do? I just stared at him. How embarrassing. Although he is very handsome, I shouldn't have gazed at him like that. What to do? What to do? Why is your face so red? Yilin noticed Lan Youyou's shyness and felt a bit pleased. After all, only in front of someone they care about do people feel shy. I Lan Youyou stammered, flustered. I know. You must have secretly eaten spicy strips while I was away. Right? Huh? No, I didn't steal any. So cute. Yilin smiled like a proud aunt. I was joking. The snacks in the drawer are all for you. Little sprout, do I have something on my face since you're staring at me? No, it's just that you're very, very handsome. I couldn't help but look for a moment. Why, Lin? Why did you cut your hair? When I saw you this morning, I didn't dare look at you. I must have scared you with my long hair. Oh, you think long-haired people are all bad? Lan Youyou nodded vigorously, recalling how those who bullied her at Shi High also had long hair like Yilin. So, I cut my hair so you wouldn't be scared of me anymore. Hearing that Yilin cut his hair for her sake filled her heart with happiness. Why, Yilin is so nice. He is the second person, after her family, who treats her so well. Let us focus on the lesson, Yilin urged as the physics teacher began teaching. Lan Youyou obediently listened, like a well-behaved child. Meanwhile, Huangbai sat back in his seat, feeling a bit downcast. He had thought his classmates would mock him for his ugly haircut, but instead, everyone was captivated by Yilin, completely disregarding him. Seeing Huangbai's discontent, Yilin turned to quietly comfort his good friend. Fatty, why the long face? Lin Go, how come with the same hairstyle? You look so handsome after your cut, while I look so terrible. Yilin found it amusing. Is this really about the hairstyle? Do you want to become handsome? Of course, what guy doesn't he want to look good? Alright, then I'll help you transform. I promise you'll undergo a complete metamorphosis in a few months. Really? How will you transform me? I want to get plastic surgery. I'm scared of the knife. Nonsense. I said you have the looks of a heartthrob. You just need to lose some weight. Huangbai sighed at the thought of dieting. Lose weight? That sounds painful and torturous. I'm exhausted just from running a short distance to throw out the trash. I might as well give up on that idea. Seeing his reluctance, Yilin encouraged him. Have you forgotten what I told you this morning? You have a calamity to overcome. Lin Gu, what era are you in? Still superstitious? Yilin smiled wryly, thinking if it weren't for his reincarnation, he wouldn't be superstitious either. Moreover, this was something that truly happened in his past life, not mere fortune-telling. Some things cannot be dismissed. It's better to believe than not to believe. And think about it, if you lose weight, it's all gain and no loss. First, you'll become handsome, and Chen Sini will definitely like you then. Second, you'll become stronger and can protect Chen Sini. Girls don't like weaklings, especially not someone like Chen Sini who is both beautiful and academically gifted. Third, this calamity of yours requires you to lose weight and get into college to pass through safely. Huangbai found Yilin's reasoning compelling, but the thought of dieting was already torturous. Adding college entrance exams felt like a death sentence. Lin Gu, dieting is fine, but college is a no-go. I'm just not cut out for that. You said in your dream that the fortune teller said I'd end up in a technical school. I might as well graduate high school and not pursue further studies. Why, Lin was taken aback. When did this guy get so clever? He has learned to find loopholes? That's not acceptable. If you don't believe me, after school, I'll take you to find that fortune teller. Fine. I want to see how this charlatan deceives people. Huangbai remained skeptical. After class, during eye exercises, Yilin dashed to the restroom. Point 1, to avoid the girls, and 2, to send a message. After searching for a bit, he finally found the fortune teller in Xiangshan. How did Yilin acquire the contact information of this fortune teller? Because he had consulted this person when pursuing Ling Feishue and ended up being swindled out of quite a bit of money. After negotiating a price, Yilin divulged all of Huangbai's little secrets to the fortune teller, such as his birth date, physical characteristics, family information, etc., and communicated his requests, promising a reward once the task was accomplished. Chapter 15. Even if I become handsome, I want to forgive you. After sending the message, Yilin exited the restroom. Just as he reached the stairwell, he collided with Zhao Rongrong, who was rushing back to class. Yilin winced in pain, clutching his chest. Sorry, are you all right? Zhao Rongrong hurriedly inquired, stunned at the sight of the boy's face. Who is this? He's so handsome. Suddenly, she recalled scenes from Korean dramas where the male and female leads meet. First a collision, then a chance encounter, and finally, falling in love, a handsome boyfriend and a sweet romance. Just thinking about it made her giddy. Zhao Rongrong was instantly smitten. Wai Lin was too pained to speak, waving his hand to indicate he was fine, then walked towards the class. Zhao Rongrong continued to stare at Yilin until she saw him enter the classroom at the far end. He is a student in class 1. Why had she never seen such a handsome boy before? Could he be a recent transfer? Just now, she had fallen into his arms. It felt so nice. Zhao Rongrong sat down, grinning like a fool. Ling Feishue, seeing her deskmate return from the office, was puzzled by her silly smile. Zhao Rongrong, what are you laughing about? What has got you so happy? Feishue, I just saw a boy who was incredibly handsome, and I crashed into him, Zhao Rongrong exclaimed joyfully. You look like a lovesick fool. Is he really that handsome? Ling Feishue scoffed. Absolutely, super handsome. You think Lin Jishi is handsome? He can't even compare. This guy is a breath of fresh air. He looks so clean and pure, and just by looking at him, you know his grades must be excellent. If he's really that handsome and academically gifted, he would have been famous in school already. He must have just transferred in. He.S. in class 1. If you don't believe me, let us check after class. All right, let us go see. You're not falling for him, are you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Rongrong's face flushed, and she fidgeted, feeling a bit shy. Ling Feishue was taken aback. Zhao Rongrong, didn't you say you wouldn't date in high school? If it's him, dating is acceptable. Feishue, you don't understand this feeling of love at first sight. I think you're just infatuated. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Ling Feishue thought it impossible that there could be a boy more handsome than Lin Jishi in their school. Although she didn't like Lin Jishi, he was undeniably handsome and talented. Compared to that scoundrel Yilin, Lin Jishi was on a completely different level. The thought of Yilin made Ling Feishue furious. She had waited all afternoon for Yilin to apologize on QQ, but he hadn't. She couldn't concentrate on her studies with him occupying her mind. The two of them finally endured until the end of class. Zhao Rongrong eagerly pulled Ling Feishue out of the classroom. They had to see this handsome guy. She couldn't believe her friend. Just then, Yilin and Lan Youyou stepped into the hallway to bask in the sun. There he is, Feishue. Look, that boy with the buzz cut over there in the hallway. Zhao Rongrong pointed excitedly at Yilin. Ling Feishue followed her finger and thought he looked decent from a distance, but they were 3 classes away and couldn't see clearly. We can't see well from here. Let us go to class 2. After saying this, Zhao Rongrong dragged Ling Feishue toward class 2. Upon reaching the hallway outside class 2, they finally got a clear view of Yilin's face. Ling Feishue had to admit he was indeed handsome, perhaps even slightly more so than Lin Jishi. But what good was being good-looking? Lin Jishi was a music student. He could sing and dance, and despite being in music, he also excelled academically. Overall, Ling Feishue still felt Lin Jishi was a bit more outstanding. If Yilin were even half as excellent as Lin Jishi, she might have considered him. Unfortunately, Yilin was a scoundrel. Ling Feishue glanced at him again and suddenly felt that this handsome guy in class 1 looked somewhat familiar. Why did he resemble that scoundrel Yilin? Rongrong, don't you think he looks familiar? Familiar? Not really. Zhao Rongrong occasionally peeked at Yilin, afraid of being noticed. But Yilin was too busy admiring the sunlight shining on Lan Youyou. I feel he looks a lot like Yilin. The more Ling Feishue looked, the more she thought so. Usually, Yilin only showed half of his face, with his luxurious hair covering the other half. But Ling Feishue had seen his full face before. Impossible. How could such a handsome boy be Yilin? I'll ask Wang Xiaoqing. Before long, Zhao Rongrong had pulled Wang Xiaoqing outside. Inside class 1. Upon noticing Zhao Rongrong looking for Wang Xiaoqing, Qin Tianju peeked outside and saw Ling Feishue standing at the door. He immediately straightened up, sitting up straight and pretending to study diligently. The goddess is here. I must show off. She must be watching me. She is definitely watching me study seriously. She here specifically to see me. Qin Tianju glanced outside again, just as Ling Feishue looked toward the classroom. She is definitely looking at me, he thought, feeling happiness draw closer. In reality, Ling Feishue was not looking at Qin Tianju. She was trying to see if Yilin was in the classroom. If Yilin were there, then the boy in the hallway couldn't be him. Rongrong, what do you need from me? Wang Xiaoqing asked. Xiaoqing, what is the name of that new boy in your class? Zhao Rongrong pointed toward Yilin in the hallway. What new student? That is Yilin. You don't recognize him just because he cut his hair. Wang Xiaoqing looked at her disdainfully. Why Yilin was a scoundrel who had given her the worst experience of her life. She would remember that forever. If it hadn't been for Teacher Lung asking about their health, she wouldn't have known. What? Yilin? Yes, Yilin? In an instant, Zhao Rongrong's dream of a Prince Charming shattered. How could this be? Why does it have to be Yilin? Yes, it's Yilin. You didn't think he was a new handsome guy, did you? Zhao Rongrong shook her head in denial. Of course not. We were just curious about the new student in your class. We do have a new student. It's the girl next to Yilin, the skinny, unattractive one. Wang Xiaoqing pointed at Lan Youyou. Ling Feishue snorted. I knew it was Yilin. After saying this, she directly walked towards Yilin and, Why Yilin? Ling Feishue called out angrily. Why Yilin frowned and turned around, instantly losing his pleasant mood upon seeing her. Why won't this woman leave him alone? Didn't she say this morning that she wouldn't talk to him? Are you calling me? Yilin asked. Is there anyone else named Yilin here? There's certainly Isa. What does the beautiful Miss Ling want with me? Yilin replied with a hint of playfulness. Ling Feishue was already irritable from the morning. Now that Yilin hadn't sought her out for an apology at noon, she hadn't been able to sleep well all afternoon. Seeing Yilin in this state only fueled her anger. Why, Yilin? I'm telling you, I want to forgive you. Don't think that just because you cut your hair and pretended to be a good student, I'll forgive you. Dream on. After finishing, she stormed back into the classroom. Ling Feishue's words made everyone realize that Yilin's newfound handsomeness was an attempt to win her forgiveness. Lan Youyou, observing Ling Feishue's angry demeanor, curiously asked Yilin, "What's wrong with her? Did you bully her?" Yilin explained, "Little sprout, how could I bully anyone? She's just being unreasonable. She's sick and still comes to school? How pitiful. Don't her parents take her to see a doctor?" Yilin couldn't help but chuckle at Lan Youyou's innocent perspective. That's called being overly sentimental. A doctor can't cure that. Oh, that's a strange illness. No wonder the doctor can't cure it, Lan Youyou mused thoughtfully. Wang Xiaoqing watched Ling Feishue storm away and recalled what Qin Tianju had mentioned that morning, asking Zhao Rongrong, how did Yilin manage to upset Feishue this much? Chapter 16. With me here, what do you have to fear? Zhao Rongrong recounted how Yilin hadn't confessed to Ling Feishue. Wang Xiaoqing was baffled. What's going on? Yilin pesters her with confessions daily, and now he suddenly stops. Is it possible Ling Feishue has developed feelings for him? Wang Xiaoqing shared her thoughts with Zhao Rongrong. After pondering, Zhao Rongrong replied, that seems unlikely. I suspect Feishue has just gotten used to Yilin's daily confessions. Today, since he suddenly didn't confess, she probably feels let down. There's definitely a letdown. Yilin's tactics are becoming increasingly sophisticated, Wang Xiaoqing remarked in admiration. What do you mean? Zhao Rongrong asked, puzzled. Wang Xiaoqing elaborated, I've seen this scenario in novels. Why Yilin's technique is called the lure of the chase. After failing to confess for a long time, he changes strategies. Ling Feishue has grown accustomed to his presence in her life. Now that he suddenly stops confessing, it's normal for her to feel let down, especially with him looking so handsome now. As long as he takes a step back, she will definitely come to him. Thank goodness I've read a lot of romance novels. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand this tactic. Zhao Rongrong suddenly realized, indeed, Xiaoqing, your words hold merit. Feishue has taken the initiative to approach him twice today. This morning, I thought Yilin was retaliating against Feishue, but it turns out this strategy is known as baiting the hook and letting it go. I am grateful for your vast knowledge, Xiaoqing, and I must hurry to inform Feishue. She cannot fall for Yilin's tricks. With that, Zhao Rongrong hurriedly made her way back to the classroom. Wang Xiaoqing looked at Yilin with a smug expression, thinking to herself that such petty schemes could hardly escape her discerning eye. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Qin Tianju witnessed Ling Feishue being upset and leaving due to Yilin, and he felt a strong urge to confront Yilin and give him a piece of his mind. It was rare for Ling Feishue to visit him, and what business did Yilin have clinging to her? It was utterly unreasonable. The more Qin Tianju pondered, the angrier he became, and he decided to confront Yilin directly. Qin Tianju approached Yilin fuming. Yilin, can you not have a shred of dignity? Ling Feishue does not harbor feelings for you, so why do you persistently cling to her? Yilin. Lan Youyou? Little Bean Sprout, this person is unwell. We should head inside for class. After saying this, Yilin took Lan Youyou by the arm and walked into the classroom, completely ignoring Qin Tianju. Lan Youyou was puzzled, wondering why so many people seemed unwell. Who are you referring to? Qin Tianju wanted to pursue the matter further, but Wang Xiaoqing stopped him. What are you doing, old Qin? Today, I intend to seek justice for Ling Feishue. Let it go, let it go. You are a distinguished class officer. Why stoop to the level of a mere mouse? Upon hearing this, Qin Tianju calmed down. Did you inquire about what I mentioned this morning? Wang Xiaoqing smiled awkwardly. I did ask, but old Qin, perhaps I should refrain from sharing. Is it true that Yilin has done something outrageous to Ling Feishue? Rest assured, I will certainly help her seek justice. Actually, it's not like that. This morning was supposed to be Yilin's 999th confession to Ling Feishue. He promised her a grand surprise, but when he failed to confess, Ling Feishue became upset and sought him out. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianju felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Was Ling Feishue actually concerned about Yilin? Wang Xiaoqing then relayed her earlier analysis to Qin Tianju. After listening, he realized that Yilin was indeed quite cunning. and Ling Feishue must not fall for his tricks. He immediately went back into the classroom, determined to document Yelin's misdeeds to present to Ling Feishue after school, ensuring she would not be deceived. The final period was a class meeting. Lan Youyou, noticing Yelin and Huangbai had neatly groomed their hair, was somewhat surprised. Usually, when asked to cut their hair, it seemed as though it were a matter of life and death. Today, however, they had taken it upon themselves to tidy up, which was much more visually appealing. The class meeting consisted of the usual topics: discipline, safety, and studies. After discussing these matters, Lan Youyou announced an important event. Classmates, after the National Day holiday, we will have the sports meeting. This will be your last sports meeting in high school, and I hope our class can participate actively. I encourage every student to take part and not leave any regrets in your high school years. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianju's eyes sparkled. It was time for him to shine again. Every year, he was the star player in the basketball competition, but unfortunately, the boys in the class were not skilled enough to cooperate, which often resulted in their failure to secure a ranking. After Lan Youyou handed a sheet to the sports committee member, Qin Tianju, he went up to the blackboard to write down the events. The list began with track and field events: long jump, high jump, shot put, long distance running, and sprinting, followed by the boys' basketball and the girls' volleyball competitions. Although Qingyuan High School had a small football field, there were too few students who could play, so no football match was organized. Everyone was urged to register quickly, taking advantage of this class meeting to do so. After Qin Tianju finished writing, Lan Youyou prompted him to hurry. Standing at the podium, Qin Tianju seized the moment and was the first to write his name next to basketball. Soon, many classmates followed suit, adding their names to the list. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and while most events were filled, the 1,000-meter race had no registrants. In the past, Yelin would never have signed up for such an event, as participating in the sports meeting would have been embarrassing for him. Seeing the lack of sign-ups, Yelin stepped forward, much to the surprise of the class. "Yelin, you're actually going up there?" Under the astonished gazes of his classmates, Yelin wrote his name next to the 1,000-meter run. 1,000 meters? "Yelin, do you think you can handle it?" Qin Tianju scoffed. "If you can do it, why not sign up?" Yelin retorted before stepping down. Qin Tianju felt humiliated. If he did not register himself, it would imply to his classmates that he was incapable. Despite his reluctance to take on this arduous task, he felt compelled to register his name after Yelin. "Who said I wouldn't sign up? I was merely leaving the opportunity for my classmates. Since no one else has, as the sports committee member, I must step up." Next, under Lan Youyou's urging, as the class period drew to a close, most events were nearly filled. However, only 5 students had signed up for the basketball competition. 5 players were insufficient for a full game. The school required at least 8 participants to compete, or else they would forfeit. Although there were dozens of boys in the class, they were all too focused on their studies to dedicate time to basketball. They would rather not sign up than risk embarrassing themselves on the court, especially since they were often criticized by Qin Tianju for their poor performance. Seeing the lack of participants, Qin Tianju grew anxious. With so many boys in the class, "Can't you all be a bit more manly?" But his outburst only discouraged further sign-ups. Yelin stepped up again, scribbling 2 names, Yelin and Huangbai. Qin Tianju frowned, yet with no other options, he could not afford to protest. If they forfeited, how would he shine? Huangbai, still half asleep, was completely unaware of what was happening. Yin Haoqing nudged him awake. "What is going on? Is class over?" In a daze, Huangbai asked. Yin Haoqing grinned mischievously. "Old fatty, look at the blackboard." Huangbai glanced at the board. "Basketball competition. Yelin, Huangbai." "What the heck?" Instantly alert, he demanded. "Who wrote my name down?" "Your brother Lin did." Yin Haoqing chuckled uncontrollably. Huangbai turned to Yelin. Knowing he was good at basketball but realizing he himself was not skilled in the sport. Reluctantly, he said, "Lin, I can't play. With me around, what do you have to fear? Just block for me and pass the ball. You'll manage, right?" Huangbai considered this, finding it simple enough, and dropped his objections. However, seeing Yin Haoqing's gloating expression made him want to retaliate. He stood up and, to everyone's surprise, added another name next to his, Yin Haoqing. Yin Haoqing felt a wave of despair. When Huangbai returned to his seat, he lamented, "Old fatty, I can't play well. Do you think I can?" Huangbai shot back. "You can block for me and pass the ball. You can at least do that, right? If you dare to erase your name, don't expect to share my snacks ever again." Huangbai's ultimatum left Yin Haoqing with no choice but to comply. Lan Youyou shook her head at the basketball sign-up sheet. anticipating that this year's basketball competition would likely yield another low ranking. However, she had grown accustomed to it and did not voice her concerns. Rankings are not what matters. What is important is that everyone participates. Soon, the class meeting concluded, and Qin Tianju rushed to the school gate with a piece of paper in hand. He dared not linger on school grounds, fearing that being caught in a romantic entanglement would lead to dire consequences. Chapter 17. A visit to the fortune teller. Meanwhile, in Class 5, Ling Feishue recalled her earlier thoughts about being a little dog for seeking Yellen again. Feeling disheartened, she lamented that her earlier visit to him was indeed quite foolish. Surely, Yellen must be reveling in his triumph, perhaps even calling her little dog in the future. When Zhao Rongrong returned to her seat, she noticed Ling Feishue brooding over her desk. Rongrong, it's all your fault for insisting on looking at handsome guys. I just said this morning that if I went to Yellen again, I would be a little dog. And now he'll surely call me that every day. Zhao Rongrong felt equally disheartened. Her charming prince had vanished in an instant. With a sigh, she replied, I didn't even realize it was Yellen. Ling Feishue considered this. If Zhao Rongrong had not recognized Yellen, she might have pursued his contact information, which would have made things even more awkward. Remembering Yellen's cunning tactics, Zhao Rongrong quickly cautioned, Dear sister, you must not fall for Yellen's tricks. Fall for what? Ling Feishue asked, confused. Zhao Rongrong proceeded to recount Wang Xiaoqing's earlier analysis. As Ling Feishue listened, she felt a surge of indignation. Yellen was truly shameless for employing such tactics to pursue her. Did he truly care so little about her feelings? She had approached him twice, thus fulfilling his objective. Yet why had he not come to plead for her forgiveness? Did he think she would never ignore him again? Had he grown so audacious? Initially troubled, Ling Feishue's anger swelled after Zhao Rongrong's insights. Throughout the class meeting, she remained irate, her mind far from registering the sports meeting. Li Xingfeng, the homeroom teacher for Class 5, attempted to persuade her for half the class, emphasizing that her height advantage should not go to waste in securing honors for the class. Overwhelmed, Ling Feishue finally relented and signed up for the air volleyball event. After enduring the meeting, she left the school. Just as she reached the school gate, a boy hurried over. Feishue, do you recognize me? Qin Tianju asked, somewhat sheepishly. No. Ling Feishue recognized him as a student from Class 1 and noted his frequent glances in her direction. It was clear he had an interest in her. While she could recognize his face, she did not know his name and had no desire to learn it. He was rather ordinary-looking, with dark skin that paled in comparison to Yellen's. Qin Tianju hadn't anticipated such a dispassionate response from Ling Feishue. She must be upset due to Yellen, he thought, feeling somewhat relieved. He introduced himself. I am Qin Tianju, the sports committee member from Class 1. Feishue, I have something for you. With that, he handed her a folded piece of paper the size of an inch. Ling Feishue was startled by the unexpected gesture. This guy is actually holding my hand? And calling me Feishue? How disgusting. By the time she processed the situation, Qin Tianju had already dashed 10 meters away as he ran. He called back, Feishue, you must open it and take a look. I must look quite handsome while running, right? Having just touched her hand, he thought it felt smooth and pleasant. Suddenly, thud. Qin Tianju collided with a nearby utility pole, drawing laughter from fellow students witnessing the scene. At that moment, he wished to vanish into thin air. Feeling utterly humiliated, Lin, you absolutely cracked me up. What a foolish guy. Huang Bai laughed uncontrollably. Hastily, he left, still chuckling. Yellen, pulling Huang Bai toward his non-mainstream motorcycle, worried that Ling Feishue might pursue them again. Ling Feishue initially considered discarding the love letter, but upon hearing Yellen's voice, she decided against it. She thought to herself, Yellen must have seen Qin Tianju deliver that letter. His impatient tone while speaking to Huang Bai indicated that he was likely jealous. Thus, Ling Feishue feigned a tender affection for the letter, tucking it into her pocket, thinking, you won't come to plead for my forgiveness, will you? I'll make you suffer. Once Yellen and Huang Bai had departed, she promptly tossed the letter into the trash. With countless suitors pursuing her, receiving love letters had become commonplace, so Ling Feishue seldom glanced at them, opting to discard them without a second thought. Yellen and Huang Bai arrived at the foot of Xiangshan, parking their motorcycle. Xiangshan is one of Qingyuan County's most famous attractions, and also a renowned Buddhist sacred site in the Dragon Kingdom. The stone steps leading up the mountain are flanked by various carvings of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, with temples built along the mountainside, comprising over a dozen structures from the base to the summit. The opposite side features sheer cliffs, adorned with verses left by literati, making for a picturesque and culturally rich destination, attracting numerous visitors and worshippers. Naturally, with a crowd comes commerce, and among the myriad of small shops at the foot of Xiangshan, fortune-telling was one of the many trades. Yelin sought out the old man who had deceived him and dragged Huang Bai along. Upon reaching the stall, Huang Bai noted the old man in a yellow robe, who indeed possessed an aura of mystique. The old man recognized Yelin instantly. "Ah, young friends, have you come seeking peace?" Huang Bai turned to Yelin. "Lin, let me do the talking. Old man, can you tell us who among us has come to seek a fortune?" The old man chuckled. "What fortune can I tell? Your friend has already divulged everything to me. Your brow is dark, and I can tell you seek peace, while your friend is blessed with fortune." "Dark brow? Blessed with fortune?" Huang Bai inquired. "Is my brow dark?" Yelin responded. "Indeed, it does seem a bit dark. Do you see my brow is dark? Then how come I can't see any fortune on your face?" "Ha ha ha, if you could see that, I wouldn't be here," the old man laughed. Having memorized the details about Huang Bai, he knew that if he couldn't deceive him, he had no place in this business. He proceeded to relay the information Yelin had shared with him, pretending to be profound, leaving Huang Bai stunned. He spun a tale about how heaven favored Yelin's ancestors and had sent a dream to his friend, warning him of a calamity, which also served as proof of Yelin's genuine friendship. Huang Bai was so moved that he nearly knelt before Yelin. The old man's flair for embellishment was impressive, scaring Huang Bai half to death. Instantly resolved to lose weight, he felt as if no amount of coaxing could deter him. However, when it came to academics, he still wanted to negotiate. "Master, must I attend university to overcome this calamity?" As Yelin had predicted, the old man continued to spin his yarn. "Weight loss may avert misfortune, but if you grow fat, you will surely meet your ends for studying. It is the path to your romantic destiny. If you wish to find your other half, you must study diligently, or you will face a lifetime of solitude." Huang Bai became excited. "So, if I study well, I will find my soulmate." "Indeed. Then, master, can you tell me her name?" The old man thought to himself, "This glutton is getting increasingly absurd. If he asks again, I'll be exposed." He feigned profundity. "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. I have already shared enough today. The more you know, the worse it will be for you. Just study hard, and the one you meet will be someone extraordinary, rare in a lifetime." Huang Bai, hearing rare in a lifetime, immediately thought of Chen Sini. "Thank you, master." With that, Huang Bai grabbed Yelin and prepared to leave. The old man called after them. "Young friend, please show your sincerity before you go." "Sincerity? Oh, master, how much do you charge?" "We monks do not accept money. We only accept yuan." "Then how much yuan?" 100 yuan. Huang Bai's face twitched. Yelin was equally astonished. Was the old man robbing them? Hadn't he mentioned that they would pay him afterward? What was this all about? The old man pulled out his phone and began typing. A moment later, Yelin's phone vibrated. He checked the message. "Kid, you treat your friends well. Let that fat one pay this time. I shall await your next visit." Seeing the message, Yelin chuckled, feeling for the first time that the old man was rather decent. Chapter 18. The meal my father asked me to bring you. Huang Bai escorted Yilin home. Upon entering the house, Yilin was greeted by a delightful aroma of dishes wafting through the air. He was taken aback to see an abundance of food laid out on the table. Turning to his father, who was busily clattering around in the kitchen, he asked, "Old Yi, is there a special occasion today? Why such a grand spread?" Yiagua, hearing his son's return, smiled and replied, "Xiao Lin is back. What special occasion could it be? This morning, Uncle Li mentioned that you have decided to focus on your studies and even solved a challenging math problem in class. Naturally, I was delighted and prepared a few extra dishes to nourish your brain." Yiagua emerged from the kitchen with a beaming smile, but upon seeing Yilin, he froze momentarily. "Is this really my son? What's with the haircut? It's just a buzz cut." Seeing his father again, Yilin felt a wave of emotion and struggled to hold back tears that threatened to spill over. In his past life, due to his own failures, his parents had divorced. The night before Yishua's college entrance examination, his mother had planned to cook a grand meal for her, but a gas leak caused an explosion, resulting in their tragic demise. Yu Qing and Yishua were lost forever, their remains unrecoverable. In a moment of despair, Yi Aigua had taken his own life by drowning. Meanwhile, Yi Lin had been in Kyoto, hopelessly infatuated with Ling Feishue, neglecting his family. By the time he realized the gravity of his mistakes, his loved ones were all gone, No amount of wealth could fill the void in his heart. Thus, in this lifetime, Yi Lin vowed to mend the broken family. That buzz cut looks quite sharp. Yi Aigwa remarked, slightly disoriented. Is this really my rebellious son? I used to have to force you to cut your hair, and now you've done it yourself so neatly. Noticing the tears welling in Yi Lin's eyes, Yi Aigwa teased, did something get into your eyes, son? No. It's just that I feel I've been such a disappointment, and I regret making you suffer, Yi Lin confessed, wiping away a tear in plain sight of his father. Yi Aigwa smiled warmly. You've finally grown up. It seems oldly wasn't he joking after all. Don't worry. Oldie, I promise to study diligently and never bring shame to our family, Yi Lin asserted with conviction. Good, you must study hard. Our family has a long tradition of scholars, and none of us have ever been dull-witted. You, however, have been too playful, wasting too much time. Strive to get into a good university. If necessary, even repeating a year isn't disgraced. Yi Lin vowed earnestly, I'll be fine. Oldie. Rest assured, I will get into Qingbei and bring honor to our family. Yi Aigwa chuckled. If you truly get into Qingbei, your mother would probably want to shout it from the rooftops that you are her son. This. Yi Lin smiled, knowing how much his mother valued such achievements. As the deputy director of the Education Bureau, having a son like him would be a source of pride. If he were to be admitted to Qingbei, she would no longer have to fear questions about her son. After preparing the last dish, Yi Aigwa served 2 bowls of rice. Looking at the table brimming with food, Yi Lin said, Oldie, I want to be eating here tonight. Could you pack 2 meals for me to take to school? Please remember to use insulated boxes. Isn't there still an hour until class? Yi Aigwa asked, confused by his urgency. I need to study. Eating at home is just a waste of time, Yi Lin replied. Upon hearing it was for studying, Yi Aigwa didn't press further. However, after packing 2 meals, he found something amiss. 2 meals. Wait, Xiao Lin, why are you packing 2 meals for yourself? Yi Lin explained, there's also Huang Bai, the chubby guy who often hangs out with me. He eats a lot, so please pack extra for him. I see. Yi Aigwa had no reason to doubt and promptly packed 2 meals in insulated boxes. After Yi Lin left home, Yi Aigwa pondered over the bountiful feast. With no wife to manage him, he thought, why not indulge in a couple of drinks to celebrate? He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Oldly, are you off work yet? Get ready. Oh, I see. Come over to my place. Let us have a few drinks together. As for Su Qing, don't worry. She rarely comes over, and if she does, it's during lunch. She won't come when Yi Lin is home. On the other end of the line, Li Jianya was elated and then called home. Hello, dear. I want to be home for dinner tonight. I have no time to fool around. A few leaders from the school are visiting, and I need to entertain them. What do you mean leaders frequently visit our school? After all, it is the best high school in the county. So it's only natural for them to take an interest. I don't want to go, but both principals insisted, claiming they were unwell. I have no choice but to attend. Rest assured, I want to drink excessively. The car is here. I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Li Jianya hurried to Yi Aigwa's home, eager to join the festivities before the drinks ran out. About an hour later, both men were thoroughly inebriated. Yi Aigwa burped and said, Oldly, I owe you for helping my rebellious son find his way back. Li Jianya responded, Oldie, there is no student at Qingyuan Middle School I cannot teach well. This boy has indeed changed. He has matured. But today, solving that difficult problem, was he copying someone else's work? You'd better not lie to me. The truth comes out when drunk. You doubt me? I even had him explain it to me, and he did so better than I could. If he were just copying, would he truly understand it? I now suspect he has been pretending to be foolish all along. By the way, Yi Lin mentioned that his deskmate is helping him with his studies. This girl just transferred and became his deskmate, and he has completely transformed. She must be a lucky charm for your family. Upon hearing this, Yi Aigwa felt something was off. A man's sudden transformation is often due to a woman. Could this be his future daughter-in-law? He quickly asked, Oldly, how does this girl look? She is from the countryside. Slender, and I couldn't see her face clearly. However, this boy has been pursuing Ling Feishue from class 5. He would definitely look down on his deskmate. Don't overthink it. Ling Feishue, the daughter of Mu Chengyan, the woman you pursued for so long but never won over. Her daughter is just as beautiful as she is, a flower at Qingyuan Middle School. Yi Aigwa chuckled. What a twist of fate. I hope this boy doesn't end up like me, chasing after someone for half a lifetime only to end up empty-handed. I see that girl is similar to her mother. She seems to be leading Yi Lin on. This behavior among the younger generation is often referred to as being a means, sycophant, or a submissive follower. Indeed, it's quite fitting. I fear he might follow in your footsteps. During class, I scolded him a few times, hoping to awaken him, but he retaliated by slashing my tires for half a month, making me want to beat him up. Haha, he would only dare to do that to your tires. He just packed 2 meals for school. I reckon he is taking them for that ling feishue. Indeed, he is off to be a for ling feishue. Li Jianya laughed heartily. Igwa did not wish to continue on this topic, fearing Li Jianya might reminisce about the past, which would be too embarrassing. He, too, had once been and would likely be mocked. Let us change the subject. Let us drink. After the second period of evening self-study, Yi Lin did not return home but asked Huang Bai to go ahead. Huang Bai, however, did not leave. Instead, he picked up a book and began to review. Here, a late-night snack for you, Yi Lin said, pulling out 2 meal boxes. He remembered that Lan Youyou had already eaten after school, so he saved the meals for now. The insulated boxes were still warm, with the food retaining its heat. Huh, but I've already eaten, Lan Youyou exclaimed, surprised. She had just given Song Yinqiu 11 yuan for her lunch and was still feeling the pinch, determined not to spend unnecessarily. This is from my father, who said since you were helping me with tutoring, he wanted to ensure you had a proper meal, it's free of charge. Yi Lin hurried to clarify, fearing she might overthink it. But I'm really not hungry, Lan Youyou said, feeling conflicted. Her small stomach could hardly hold all that food. That's all right. Eat as much as you can, if you can't finish it. Just throw it away if I take it back. My father will definitely scold me, Yi Lin insisted, opening the meal box. The rich aroma of the food quickly filled the classroom. Huang Bai leaned over eagerly. Wow, Lingu, you actually brought a late-night snack. What late-night snack? I'm just accompanying you to Xiangshan. I haven't had dinner yet, Yi Lin replied. Huang Bai stared at the meal box, salivating. Is there any for me? Get lost. You're on a diet. Remember what the master said today. At this, Huang Bai had to abandon his cravings and resumed his painful studying. The other classmates, unable to resist, went to the vending machine for snacks. They dared not ask Yi Lin for a taste, fearing it might be some bizarre concoction. The enticing aroma of the food in the meal box was almost unbearable. Lan Youyou swallowed hard. It smelled far better than the cabbage she had eaten earlier. Hurry and eat. Otherwise, it'll get cold if you don't eat. I'll have to throw it away, and my father will definitely scold me. Huh. You'll get scolded if I don't eat? Yes, he'll be furious. Then I'll eat it, Lan Youyou said, picking up the meal box and starting to eat eagerly. This is for you. I don't like this dish, and this too, she added, passing her favorite food to Yi Lin. I can't eat anymore. Stop handing me food, she said, feeling full. Worried she might overeat, Yi Lin quickly replied. Just give me a little rice. My father only packed a small portion for me, and I can't get enough. Yi Lin poured a generous amount of rice into his bowl after finishing. Lan Youyou felt stuffed. Initially, she had no intention of eating more, but thinking about the waste if Yi Lin discarded it made her unable to stop. Stuffed, she continued eating until everything was gone. This meal was the most delicious she had ever had. She thought to herself how wonderful it would be if her parents and younger brother could also enjoy it. Chapter 19. Accounting for Yi Lin's misdeeds after the last evening's self-study session. Yi Lin found an excuse to escort Lan Youyou back to her dorm before returning to the classroom to help Huang Bai with the cleaning. As soon as Lan Youyou arrived at her dormitory, she was surrounded by the 4 notorious troublemakers of room 202. The girls put on fierce expressions, making Lan Youyou feel like a lamb awaiting slaughter, paralyzing her with fear. Originally, Gao Mingming had planned to stay overnight at the dormitory, as she was afraid to return home. If she went back and Cold Yinqiu had already informed her parents about her phone being confiscated, she would not only face a beating but also have her stash of savings taken away. Thus, she had told her family she would be staying at school. Seeing the 4 girls' unfriendly expressions, Lan Youyou timidly asked, "What do you want from me?" She wondered if they were planning to bully her. Noticing Lan Youyou's alarmed demeanor, the 4 girls exchanged glances, surprised by her reaction. Are we really that scary? They thought. Gao Mingming, sensing the tension, quickly reassured her, Lan Youyou, we were just joking. Don't be afraid. We only want to ask you a few questions. Then, please ask, Lan Youyou replied in a small voice, still on guard. The first to speak was Gao Mingming. Lan Youyou, did you know Yi Lin before? Lan Youyou was taken aback. How could she possibly know Yi Lin? She had never seen him before coming to this school. Didn't he know Yi Lin at all before? Really? Gao Mingming scrutinized her with keen eyes, trying to detect any hint of deception. But the more she looked, the more frightened Lan Youyou appeared. Gao Mingming was speechless, thinking to herself, is she really that scared of us? Wang Xiaoqing, still skeptical, chimed in. You two seem quite close. Yilin buys you snacks, brings you meals, and even walks you back to the dormitory. Isn't that something a boyfriend would do? Ah? Only boyfriends do that. Lan Youyou was puzzled. But Yilin isn't my boyfriend. She was adamant that Yilin was not her boyfriend, but she found it strange that only boyfriends would do such things. Why was he so considerate? Unless he was a dot. Wang Xiaoqing could not accept the notion of Yilin being a for Lan Youyou. It seemed impossible. Feeling they had misunderstood Yilin, Lan Youyou hurried to clarify, oh, you must be mistaken. It's like this. I'm tutoring Yilin, so he bought me snacks, and the meal was something his father asked him to bring because he knew I was tutoring him. I didn't want to waste it, but Yilin insisted I eat it. I'm afraid of the dark, and the dormitory is quite dim, so he just walked me over, she added. The dormitory head? He Xiaowei gasped. This sounds just like a romantic relationship. Lan Youyou, you're not secretly dating, are you? Did you transfer here for Yilin? No, we're not dating. I didn't transfer here because of Yilin. It's because Danam. Lan Youyou quickly waved her hands in denial, struggling to articulate the painful memory of being bullied at her previous school, thus choosing to come to Qingyuan Middle School. What's the reason? He Xiaowei asked, eagerly anticipating gossip. It's nothing. Remembering how she had been bullied, Lan Youyou felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Seeing her distress, Gao Mingming quickly interjected, He Xiaowei, let us not pry into her personal matters. Everyone has their own privacy. Let us not ask anymore. Lan Youyou, please don't be sad, I'll treat you to snacks, He Xiaowei said, pulling out a stash of snacks to cheer her up. Wang Xiaoqing remarked, Xiaowei, can't you see? Yilin and Youyou couldn't possibly be dating. Why Yilin is infatuated with Ling Feishue. He wouldn't switch his affections so easily. He has high standards. Wang Xiaoqing then realized her words might have been inappropriate and quickly added, of course, Youyou, you're quite pretty too. Despite her words, Wang Xiaoqing's inner thoughts were quite different. Lan Youyou, with her bangs covering half her face, always looking down, could not possibly be attractive. Compared to the elegant Ling Feishue, Lan Youyou was like a duckling beside a swan. There was no way Yilin could like her if she were a boy. She would certainly prefer someone like Ling Feishue, who was academically gifted and beautiful. Even if Lan Youyou were decent-looking, she had only just arrived at school. How could she be close to Yilin? After all, Yilin had been pursuing Ling Feishue for so many years. He wouldn't easily shift his affections without a significant amount of time to get to know someone. As for why Yilin was treating Lan Youyou so well, Wang Xiaoqing believed there was only one explanation. It was deliberate. She had seen this tactic in novels before, being nice to another girl to make Ling Feishue jealous, hoping to change her attitude towards him. After all, Ling Feishue had grown accustomed to his presence, similar to someone who had worn a watch for many years. If one day they stopped wearing it, it would feel strange. Why Yilin's intention with Lan Youyou was clear. I'm no longer pursuing you. I have a new admirer. If you don't accept me, you will truly lose me. Wang Xiaoqing was convinced that Yilin was undoubtedly following some strategy to pursue Ling Feishue, or perhaps he had an emotional master guiding him, much like herself. Poor Lan Youyou was destined to become a mere pawn in Yilin's pursuit of Ling Feishue. After all, Yilin had transformed into such a handsome figure and treated Lan Youyou with remarkable kindness. It would be strange if she did not fall for him. No, it was imperative to prevent Yilin from bringing misfortune upon Lan Youyou. Wang Xiaoqing resolved to illuminate the path of righteousness and rescue Lan Youyou from the clutches of peril. After He Xiaowei produced some snacks, the group held an extravagant welcoming ceremony for Lan Youyou in the dormitory, with others also presenting their secret stash of various treats. Gao Mingming's bed resembled a small shop. Lan Youyou felt the warmth of her classmates. They were truly different from those at Shiazhong, not only refraining from bullying her, but also showing extraordinary kindness. Once the atmosphere had lightened a bit, guided by Wang Xiaoqing, the four began to discuss Yilin, taking turns recounting the transgressions he had committed over the years. Each voice brimmed with indignation, except for Gao Mingming, who had never personally suffered at Yilin's hands and had seldom interacted with him, only knowing him as a detestable figure in their class. Lan Youyou's eyelids fluttered in disbelief as she listened. She had not realized Yilin was so wicked, yet he had indeed treated her exceptionally well. After the evening study session, Ling Feishue returned home and immediately opened her phone. her heart filled with anticipation as she logged into her QQ account. The incessant beeping sounded like music to her ears. Surely, Yi-Lin had sent her over 99 messages by now. Glancing at her notifications, she noted there were indeed many, at least a dozen boys greeting her, but not a single message from Yi-Lin. Ling Feishue felt a wave of injustice rising, nearly bringing her to tears. She had expected Yi-Lin to rush to apologize upon seeing others send her love letters in the afternoon. Instead, he had not sought her forgiveness at all. Not only had he failed to apologize, but he had also not sent her a single message. Typically, he would find excuses to chat with her every evening. He must still be out or perhaps had turned off his phone, she reassured herself. Thus, she fixated on her phone, hoping for a message from Yi-Lin. As she continued to stare, she gradually fell asleep without realizing it. Chapter 20. Almost scared away that night, Yi-Lin returned home, sitting in his room pondering how to make money. With the advantage of information disparity, he decided to embark on a significant venture. At present, two major fields remained untapped in this era, one being the delivery services such as takeout and ride-hailing, for which he planned to establish a tri-platform. The second domain was short videos. However, both areas would have to wait until smartphones became ubiquitous. Although this would take a few years, it was crucial to prepare in advance by developing software that could at least be used on computers for now. Otherwise, by the time those industries emerged with the proliferation of smartphones, he would be left behind, unable to even enjoy a bowl of soup. Developing software would undoubtedly require substantial funding, and Yi-Lin did not believe his few thousand yuan in his piggy bank would suffice. His immediate goal was to earn his first pot of gold, and he recalled that bubble tea was currently the easiest venture. This era was dominated by instant powdered milk tea and mediocre Hong Kong or Cantonese milk tea. If he could create a revolutionary bubble tea, it would surely sell well. With this in mind, Yi-Lin decided to rent a bubble tea shop across from the school the next day. He also intended to establish a company for easier future expansion and management, as well as to build brand superiority to stand out in the competitive market. For instance, if there were 10 cups of milk tea, 9 of which were unbranded, and 1 was from a reputable brand, it was clear that customers would gravitate toward the branded option. This was the essence of competitive advantage, even if others imitated him later. He would not need to worry, as they would merely be counterfeit versions. With the plan to open a bubble tea shop set, Yi-Lin began to jot down the ingredients from memory. Burning the midnight oil, his efforts bore fruit, yielding several recipes: lemon water, lemon green tea, jasmine green tea, as well as tangy lemon fruit and baked milk. Of course, he had only outlined the formulas. The actual taste of the products would need to be tested. With most of the work done and only a few hours left before school, Yi-Lin hurried to bed. The following day, Yi-Lin attended classes, but for the entire 2 periods, Lan Youyou ignored him and seemed to deliberately maintain her distance. What was going on? Yi-Lin was perplexed. He could not recall having upset her. Was it possible that a relative had come to visit? Little Bean Sprout? He wanted to clarify the situation. What's wrong? Yi-Lin suddenly asked, startling Lan Youyou. The previous night, her dorm mates had painted Yi-Lin as a devilish figure, recounting numerous wicked deeds, and now she viewed him with a hint of trepidation. Why do I feel like you're deliberately keeping your distance from me? Yi-Lin inquired directly. No, that's not the case at all, Lan Youyou hurriedly denied, fearing his wrath. She did not want him to potentially serve her food soaked in stinky socks in the future. Has someone been speaking ill of me to you? Observing her panicked and frightened demeanor, Yi-Lin speculated that someone must have told Lan Youyou about his past misdeeds. Anyone who could instill fear in a timid girl must be aware of his villainous reputation. Initially, Lan Youyou nodded, but then realizing something was amiss, she quickly shook her head, saying, No, Yi-Lin. No one has said anything bad about you. Yi-Lin, seeing her nod, felt exasperated. Who could be so indiscreet? The goodwill he had painstakingly built with Lan Youyou had seemingly evaporated overnight. In the gentlest tone, he asked, Little Bean Sprout, they must have said I was very bad in the past, right? Lan Youyou remained silent. Her silence was tantamount to an admission, prompting Yi-Lin to continue. I know I wasn't kind to my classmates before, but they weren't kind to me either. They wouldn't even teach me, causing me to rank at the bottom of every exam. None of them wanted to befriend me, and without Fatty, I'd have had no friends at school. Hearing Yi-Lin's words resonated with Lan Youyou, as she too had experienced a lack of companionship at Shiazhong, often being bullied for others' amusement. In that instant, she felt a surge of sympathy for Yi-Lin. Why, Yi-Lin, you're not a bad person. I can feel that you treat me well. If you were truly a bad person, you wouldn't be this good to me. Lan Youyou quickly reassured him, fearing he might break down in tears. Really? Yi Lin feigned a look of being touched to the brink of tears. Indeed, the books say everyone makes mistakes. As long as one acknowledges their faults and seeks to amend them, they are good children. Lan Youyou earnestly enlightened Yi Lin. Observing her adorably earnest expression, Yi Lin struggled to suppress a smile. Little bean sprout, I've already recognized my mistakes. Yesterday, I publicly apologized to my classmates and punished myself by committing to a month of class cleaning duties. I have truly turned over a new leaf. You must believe me. Yi Lin resembled a wrong little darling. I believe you. Lan Youyou said earnestly. Thank you, little bean sprout. From now on, you shall be my best friend. Yi Lin nearly faltered, almost uttering the word girlfriend. Yi Lin, you didn't tea-soak the food I ate yesterday in stinky socks, did you? Last night? Her dorm mates had continuously drilled into Lan Youyou the notion that Yi Lin liked to use food soaked in stinky socks to serve others, which had terrified her. Yi Lin was taken aback. What kind of grudge did someone hold against him? How could they tell Lan Youyou he was so vile? If he ever found out who it was, he would genuinely want to stuff a stinky sock in their mouth. Little bean sprout, don't listen to their nonsense. We shared the meal last night. I wouldn't eat food soaked in stinky socks myself. Upon hearing this, Lan Youyou realized Yi Lin could not possibly serve her food soaked in stinky socks, and she sighed with relief. Little bean sprout, actually, I did not soak the stinky tofu in stinky socks for them. The stinky tofu they ate was genuinely stinky. It was just that they treated me poorly and fatty, and I intentionally said those stinky tofu were soaked in stinky socks in front of Lan Youyou, simply to gross them out. If it had really been soaked in stinky socks, they would have been hospitalized by now. Indeed, Yi Lin was not foolish. He would never serve food soaked in stinky socks to such people, as that would be a matter of life and death for which he could not take responsibility. He merely found them displeasing, bought some stinky tofu for them to eat, and deliberately mentioned it to Lan Youyou. Otherwise, how could she have conveniently overheard that? It was all part of Yi Lin's plan. Why, Yi Lin? Why didn't you explain it to them? That way, they could have forgiven you. Lan Youyou suggested. Little bean sprout, when others have preconceived notions about you, all explanations are futile. Next time I'm in the dorm, I'll help you explain. I can't let them misunderstand you. Fearing that Lan Youyou might face bullying for defending him, Yi Lin quickly dissuaded her. Little bean sprout, there's no need for you to explain. As long as you believe me, it doesn't matter whether they do. I don't care about them. That all it takes for me to believe? Lan Youyou pondered deeply. Seeing her lost in thought, Yi Lin further explained, Little bean sprout, because we are friends, and they are not my friends. Their belief is irrelevant to me. If you tell them, they will think you are my friend, and a friend of an enemy is still an enemy. They might bully you. I understand now. Yi Lin, I want to say anything to them. Lan Youyou replied, her words betraying her thoughts. After a few classes of gentle persuasion, the tension between them finally dissipated, and Lan Youyou's fear of Yi Lin vanished. 18 noon, after school, Yi Lin skipped lunch and hurried out with Huang Bai. Initially, Yi Lin had intended to invite Lan Youyou to eat with him, but Lan Youyou had already taken her away, so he thought it best to skip the meal altogether, viewing it as an opportunity for Fatty to lose weight. Chapter 21. Lin Gu, are you serious? You're going to open a shop? After Yi Lin shared his plans with Huang Bai was incredulous. Was this something a high school student should be doing? It's just a shop. Why are you making such a fuss? Aren't we brothers? Huang Bai felt quite disheartened, wishing he had not come out with Yi Lin. Lin Gu, I only have 2,000 left, and this is all the savings I've managed to accumulate over several years. Don't worry, I'm not going to run off without returning it. Are you sure you don't want to invest in my bubble tea shop? Yi Lin asked again. Huang Bai shook his head, rejecting the idea outright. Investing 2,000 in a venture that might fail? Absolutely not. He was certain he could recover any money he lent, but investing in Yi Lin was another matter. If it failed, he would lose everything. Moreover, if his parents found out, he could kiss goodbye to his red envelope during the New Year celebrations. His main concern was his disbelief that a high school student could pull this off, especially since there was already a bubble tea shop at the school gate that had been put up for transfer. With Huang Bai unwilling to invest, Yi Lin had no choice but to relent. He could hardly tell him that his bubble tea shop was bound to be a hit. Life is unpredictable, and even Yi Lin himself was uncertain about his prospects. Soon, the two arrived at a shop across from the school. This establishment specialized in instant milk tea and was struggling, with few customers. A large sign outside read shop for transfer. Yi Lin and Huang Bai approached the counter. where a woman in her 30s greeted them warmly. "Hello, handsome boys. What can I get you?" "Boss, we didn't come here for milk tea," Yilin replied. The owner, Qin Hui, looked puzzled. Who visits a milk tea shop and doesn't want to drink milk tea? "Is there something you need then, boss? I heard you're transferring this shop?" Qin Hui paused, surprised that students were inquiring about her shop. "Yes, are you interested in renting it?" "Yes, but you're just students. What would you rent it for?" she asked, bewildered. "To run a business, of course. Otherwise, what else would I do?" Huang Bai interjected, unsure why the owner was asking such questions. Qin Hui smiled. "I just wanted to know what kind of business you plan to start. Let us see if there is anything in my shop that might be useful for you. If so, I can sell it to you at a lower price." Wai Lin glanced around. Indeed, there were items he could use, such as an ice machine, tea barrels, a refrigerator, and cups. However, he did not have enough money at the moment. Just renting the shop and renovating it would be a victory. Feeling awkward, Yilin replied, "I want to open a bubble tea shop. These items would be useful, but I currently don't have enough funds." "You want to open a bubble tea shop?" Qin Hui was taken aback. She was struggling to keep her own shop running. And here was a student wanting to start one. "Yes, if possible, could I buy these items on credit? I'll pay you back once I start making money." Qin Hui thought to herself that students were indeed naive. How could he be sure he would earn money before even opening? However, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, she just needed someone to take over her burdens. But she wondered if a student could be taken seriously in this regard. She asked, "Do your parents know about this?" Understanding her concerns, Yilin replied, "I'm using my savings to start this business. You don't have to worry about anyone bothering you. Besides, I'm already an adult and can take responsibility for my actions." Qin Hui found his reasoning sound. Once the contract was signed, it would be difficult for him to back out. "My shop is 30 square meters, and I originally required a 1-year lease paid quarterly, but since you're a student, I'll let you rent it for a month first. The monthly rent is 1,000 yuan, with a deposit and first month's rent due up front. This way, if your business doesn't do well, you can cut your losses quickly." While her words seemed considerate of Yilin, she was merely safeguarding her interests. If he failed, she could quickly transfer the shop again. If he succeeded, she could manipulate the rent increase. "Thank you very much." Yilin was grateful, believing she was a kind person. If it were a seasonal payment, he would not have had enough funds. Qin Hui continued, "If you can't afford the equipment, you can give me a deposit of 2,000 yuan and settle the rest later when you have the money." "That works," Yilin replied, elated. "So, this month, you owe me a total of 4,000 yuan, payable in one lump sum. Is that all right?" "No problem." Wai Lin had already inquired about the average rent for shops on this street, and this amount was reasonable. In truth, he could have negotiated the rent further, but considering the kindness she had shown him, he opted to forego that. 4,000 yuan not only secured the shop, but also included a host of equipment, which saved him a considerable amount of money. After signing the contract, Yilin counted out the 4,000 yuan and handed it to Qin Hui. This was all the pocket money he had saved over the years. If Huang Bai had not lent him 2,000, he would have struggled to even renovate the shop. In reality, he had no grand plans for renovations. Just changing the name on the sign and perhaps adding some wallpaper would suffice. Once the contract was finalized, Qin Hui noted that since Yilin was a student, he could not manage the shop himself and still attend school. Now that she was transferring her shop, she had no job. Plus, she was curious to see how this young man planned to run a bubble tea shop. After all, she had given up her own venture due to difficulties. Now someone else was keen to take over the bubble tea business. Wasn't that a challenge to her? Thus, she inquired, "Little boss, are you hiring?" Yilin had considered this. His original intention was to hire attractive young women as staff. Often, the beauty of the waitstaff contributes significantly to the allure of the establishment. Noticing that Yilin remained silent, Qin Hui continued, "I have experience in the milk tea business, and if you're hiring, I would be happy to work for you." After some contemplation, Yilin conceded that it was indeed a feasible idea. "All right then, the base salary will be 1,500, with commissions based on performance. The first month will be a probation period, during which you'll receive only 80% of your salary. If you can accept that, we can proceed." Qin Hui did not decline. Wai Lin, eager to know more, inquired, "Sister, what is your name?" "I am Qin Hui," she replied. "From now on, I shall call you Sister Qin. Please refrain from referring to me as little boss. Simply call me Yilin." Afterward, Yilin instructed Qin Hui to remove all unnecessary items from the store, including the myriad colorful milk tea powders. The following day, Yilin completed the registration of his company. Named UT Beverage Company Limited. The primary purpose of establishing the company was to safeguard against theft. Having a registered product name would enable him to pursue legal action against any infringement, and the compensation from such lawsuits would far exceed the profits from running a shop. By the afternoon of the next day, the signboard of the rented shop was adorned with the characters for UT. On the third day, UT's inaugural product, the lemon fruit drink, was launched. However, Yi Lin did not rush to sell it. Instead, he meticulously taught Qin Hui how to prepare it, confirmed suppliers, and ordered customized cups. After tasting the freshly made lemon fruit drink, Qin Hui was taken aback by its delightful blend of sour and sweet flavors, chilled to perfection, with chunks of fruit adding to its appeal. It was indeed impressive. As the weekend approached, UT was finally prepared for its grand opening. The banner and flowers at the entrance had been in place for several days, creating an air of anticipation. On Saturday, the opening day, with only 2 hours remaining before the launch, Yi Lin and Qin Hui arrived at the shop at 6 in the morning to cut fruits. They filled 6 tea barrels with the prepared tea mixture, needing only to add purified water for sale. Everything was set. Yi Lin made 2 cups himself before heading to school. Why go to school on a weekend, you ask? Simply because he had arranged for Lan Youyou to help him catch up on his studies, deeming this more important than the shop's opening. Despite being busy with work that week, he had not neglected to charm Lan Youyou during their school hours. After Yi Lin departed, Qin Hui gazed at the numerous trays of diced fruits inside, wondering if they could sell all of it. Before she could dwell on her doubts, it was already 8 o'clock, the opening hour. Promptly, she opened the door, only to be astonished to see a long line of customers waiting outside. This was largely thanks to Yi Lin's promotional efforts over the past few days, distributing 100 half-price vouchers daily. The original price of 8 yuan for the lemon fruit drink was reduced to just 4 yuan with a voucher, while lemon water was offered at 1 yuan per cup, and jasmine green tea at 2 yuan with a buy one get one free deal. As Qin Hui juggled taking payments and preparing drinks, her hands became frantically busy. Initially, she had thought that the shop's location might have poor feng shui, but now she realized it was her management skills that needed improvement. Yi Lin carried 2 buckets of lemon fruit drink to the foot of Shangmei building. Estimating that Lan Youyou was still asleep in this era, very few students owned mobile phones, so he had no way to contact her and could only wait. Standing at the girls' dormitory, Yi Lin was undeniably conspicuous. After all, in such an environment, any male presence would draw attention, especially someone like Yi Lin, who was clearly handsome. Gradually, more and more girls noticed him. Word spread, and some even woke their sleeping friends to come and see the handsome boy. Soon, the corridor outside Shangmei building was filled with girls. That guy is so handsome. Isn't that the lemon fruit drink being promoted at the school gate? It's finally open. Quick, quick. I have a voucher for half price. Let's go buy some. Look at him. He's both handsome and considerate. Which girl is so lucky? She doesn't even have to buy it herself. He brings it right to her. I want a boyfriend like that. Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? Hey, can we add each other on QQ? Brother, I want to have your babies. The girls upstairs were filled with admiration, envy, and some even flirted openly. Those who considered themselves somewhat attractive rushed downstairs to ask for his QQ number. Yi Lin politely declined each request. Meanwhile, a group of girls from class 1 heard the commotion and came out to investigate, only to find Yi Lin, prompting them to curse as they returned to their dorms. Wang Xiaoqing disdainfully remarked to He Xiaowei, if only they knew this was Yi Lin, they wouldn't be so wild, don't you agree, Xiaowei? He Xiaowei replied absent-mindedly, yes, Xiaoqing, you're right. Noticing He Xiaowei's distracted demeanor, Wang Xiaoqing chose not to pry further and returned to her bed to read a romance novel. Meanwhile, He Xiaowei sat on her bed, lost in thought. Although he was Yi Lin, he was so handsome. Who was he bringing that fruit tea for? She felt a pang of envy in the dormitory. Lan Youyou was stirred awake by the noise outside. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she suddenly recalled that she was supposed to give Yi Lin a tutoring session that day. I'm late, she exclaimed, rushing to wash up and hurriedly dressing. He Xiaowei, noticing her flustered appearance, asked, Youyou, where are you off to in such a hurry? I'm late for my tutoring session with Yi Lin. He must have been waiting for a long time with that. Lan Youyou dashed out the door and hurried down the stairs. He Xiaowei was left in shock, wondering if Yi Lin was indeed waiting for Lan Youyou. Was that fruit tea meant for her? Quickly, she leaned over the balcony to get a better view. Spotting Lan Youyou, Yi Lin waved enthusiastically, Little Bean Sprout, over here. Okay, Yi Lin, I'm coming. Lan Youyou panted as she reached him, noticing that she still had toothpaste foam at the corner of her mouth, and her clothes were on inside out. Yi Lin couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to wipe the foam away. The moment his fingers brushed her face, she felt a jolt of electricity and froze in place. Why are you in such a rush? Your clothes are inside out. Yi Lin teased gently. They're inside out? Lan Youyou looked down to find that she had indeed put on her school uniform backward. How embarrassing! Her face turned as red as a tomato as she lowered her head. Meanwhile, the girls who felt overlooked by Yi Lin were filled with jealousy and resentment. What a pity! Such a handsome guy already has a girlfriend. They looked so sweet just now, and I wish I had a handsome guy to do that for me. Why does that girl get to have such a handsome boyfriend when she's so plain? Little Bean Sprout, let us fix your uniform, Yi Lin said, avoiding direct assistance in such a public place. What? Change here? Lan Youyou stammered, incredulous at the idea of undressing in front of everyone. Hearing Yi Lin's suggestion, she shyly took off her jacket. Yi Lin set the lemon fruit drink down and expertly flipped her jacket right side out. Here, put it on, Yi Lin. I can do it myself. Lan Youyou quickly insisted, feeling shy with so many eyes on her. With a swift motion, Yi Lin had her jacket fixed, holding it out for her to wear. Little Bean Sprout, go ahead. Okay, I can do it myself, she replied, taking the jacket from him. Seeing this unfold, He Xiaowei sarcastically muttered as she retreated to her dorm. The remaining girls, feeling full from witnessing such a sweet scene, left in a huff, feeling as if they were witnessing a sugary spectacle that might give them diabetes. Before long, Yi Lin and Lan Youyou arrived in the classroom, where no one was present that early in the morning. After grabbing their textbooks, Yi Lin led Lan Youyou out of the classroom. Just because it was empty now didn't mean it would remain so, and he wanted to protect their little world from any intrusions. He decided to take her to the library, where the study room was not locked and offered a quieter atmosphere than the classroom. Upon entering the study room, Lan Youyou was surprised to find a boy and girl with their faces close together. She blinked in confusion and innocently exclaimed, "Classmates, you can't kiss. You might end up with a baby." Yi Lin, stepping in and hearing her words, was momentarily stunned. In such situations, one would typically slip away unnoticed, yet she had boldly declared it aloud. This was not entirely her fault. Whenever she watched television with her brother at home, their parents would warn them that kissing could lead to babies, and they had believed it. The two students caught in the act were startled by Lan Youyou's comment and fled in haste. Yi Lin, what just happened? Why were they in such a hurry? Did something happen? She asked, her innocent curiosity directed at him. Yi Lin, feeling awkward, struggled to find the right words and replied, they really needed to use the restroom. Oh, I see. But if they were kissing, shouldn't they be worried about having a baby? They're still students, Lan Youyou pondered, recalling how her brother had once kissed their family dog and ended up with a litter of puppies a month later. Big Bean Sprout, kissing doesn't lead to babies, Yi Lin clarified. Really? Then how do babies come about? Yi Lin was at a loss for words and decided to say, I'll tell you later, okay? All right, Yi Lin. You must promise to tell me later, Lan Youyou insisted, extending her pinky. After sealing the promise, Yi Lin pointed towards a corner of the library. Let us sit over there. Sure. As they settled down, Ling Feishue, Zhao Rongrong, and a few classmates from Class 5 entered the study room. Upon seeing Yi Lin, Ling Feishue was seething with anger. Just a few nights prior, she had waited in vain for a message from him and had woken up the next morning in a fit of rage. Even smashing her beloved cup.it was all Yi Lin's fault. Ling Feishue approached Yi Lin, imagining he would say, Feishue, I brought you this fruit tea to make amends that I've realized my mistakes. Life without you has been so lonely. However, the reality was quite different. Yi Lin seemed oblivious to her presence, handing the lemon fruit drink to Lan Youyou. Little Bean Sprout, this is for you. Drink up. It's really delicious. Is it really for me? Lan Youyou's eyes sparkled with disbelief. I made it myself, just for you. Yi Lin reassured her. Hearing this, Ling Feishue felt a surge of anger. Why was Yi Lin intentionally provoking her? Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, Yi Lin, why are you giving the drink meant for me to this plain girl? Only then did Yi Lin notice Ling Feishue, standing beside him. What a coincidence, running into her yet again. It felt like a jinx. His moment with Lan Youyou was spoiled, and he found himself in a foul mood. Lan Youyou heard Ling Feishue's words and saw her exquisite features. A wave of insecurity washed over her. So, the fruit tea was intended for this beautiful sister. She felt a twinge of sadness. Why did Yi Lin say it was for her? Just as she was about to hand the lemon fruit drink to Ling Feishue, her delicate hand was suddenly grasped by Yi Lin. Startled, She turned to see him. Though Ling Feishue is beautiful, she pales in comparison to you, little bean sprout, he retorted, not in the least bit pleased. And who said this drink was meant for you? If you want one, go buy it yourself at the shop across the street. Come on, little bean sprout, let us go. With that, Yulin pulled Lan Youyou along, leaving Ling Feishue fuming. You jerk, I know you're doing this on purpose. I don't want your fruit tea anyway. I'm not interested in your little games, I'll buy my own. Zhao Rongrong, already aware of the situation, noted, Yilin is just trying to provoke you by being close to that plain girl, I know. He is full of tricks, I want to forgive him. He thinks I'll be jealous. How ridiculous. Ling Feishue spat angrily. One of the boys accompanying them, Ren Xinghong from class 5, interjected, Feishue, I know that drink Yilin has. It's called lemon fruit drink. The new milk tea shop across the street sells it, and it's supposed to be really good. There was a long line when we entered. Did people really line up just for that lemon fruit drink? Zhao Rongrong asked, surprised. Is it really that good? Should we go grab a cup? Ren Xinghong suggested. Let us go buy one, Ling Feishue declared. All right, I'll treat you, Ren Xinghong said, pleased to have the opportunity to impress at that moment. Ling Feishue thought to herself, that scoundrel Yilin, if he is not buying it for me, there are plenty of others who will. After making their decision, the trio exited the school to purchase fruit tea. Naturally, the task of buying the lemon fruit drink fell to Ren Xinghong, while Ling Feishue and Zhao Rongrong engaged in conversation. After nearly half an hour of waiting, it was finally Ren Xinghong's turn. He ordered 3 lemon fruit drinks. That will be 24 yuan, Qin Hui informed him. 24 yuan? That can't be right, Ren Xinghong protested. That's 8 yuan per cup. I only ordered 3, not 6. Qin Hui, having been busy all morning, was already feeling irritable. Who could have known the business would be this bustling? Leaving her with no moment to rest? It was one thing for her little boss not to assist, but he had also gone off to flirt with girls while she was left to manage. Hearing Ren Xinghong's complaint felt like finding a scapegoat for her frustrations. Who told you it was 4 yuan per cup? Don't you know how to check the price? It's clearly stated right here. 8 yuan each? Ren Xinghong glanced at the price list, confirming it did indeed say 8 yuan per cup. He was puzzled, but how come everyone else is paying 4 yuan? They have half-price vouchers, 100 vouchers were given out over the past few days. If you have a voucher, it's half price. If not, you pay full price. Qin Hui snapped back. Seeing Ren Xinghong hesitating, the customers behind him grew impatient. Are you buying or not? If not, let us go ahead. They urged. Yeah, if you're not buying, move aside. Just leave already. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ren Xinghong called out to Ling Feishue, who was a short distance away. Feishue, could you come over here for a moment? Ling Feishue approached, her legs sore from standing, and impatiently asked, why is it taking so long to get the drinks? Ren Xinghong, with a hint of hesitation, responded, I will buy it soon, Feishue, I didn't bring enough money today. Could you lend me some? Before he could finish, Ling Feishue swiftly produced 100 yuan and handed it to the cashier, Qin Hui, saying, Sister, 2 cups of lemon juice, and he will pay for himself. Qin Hui stifled a laugh as she returned the change to Ling Feishue. Ren Xinghong felt embarrassed as he paid for his own drink. Ling Feishue's actions irked him. Being short on cash was humiliating enough, and this woman was only adding insult to injury. However, despite his anger, he dared not show it in front of Ling Feishue. It was disgraceful to be out with girls while lacking money. A temper like that without any funds was quite unbecoming. Little sister, how about playing with me? I'll treat you to a drink. Indeed, us brothers have plenty of money. A group of non-mainstream boys mocked Ren Xinghong while attempting to flirt with Ling Feishue, who was undeniably attractive. Mind your words, Zhao Rongrong interjected, annoyed at their teasing of Ling Feishue. One boy with a wild hairstyle stepped forward with a smirk. What's wrong with our words? We haven't used any foul language or insulted anyone. We're sincerely inviting her to join us. What's the matter? As he spoke, the boy approached Zhao Rongrong menacingly. Startled, Zhao Rongrong took a step back. Ling Feishue glared at Ren Xinghong, exclaiming, Ren Xinghong, Rongrong is being bullied. And you don't dare to say a word? At that moment, 3 cups of lemon juice were ready and placed on the counter. Ren Xinghong quickly grabbed the drinks and ushered the 2 girls into the school. Once inside, he sighed in relief, thinking to himself how foolish Zhao Rongrong was to engage with thugs. Fortunately, he was clever enough to get them away quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Ling Feishue looked down on Ren Xinghong's behavior. In that situation, Yilin would have gone to teach that boy a lesson. Moreover, even if Yilin were short on cash, He would rather forego a drink than fail to buy one for himself. Ren Xinghong not only lacked the funds but was also timid and cowardly. He was hardly and as they walked towards the library, they spotted Yilin and Lan Youyou sitting by the roadside. Chapter 24. The last time, I'll help you eat. Yilin held a book in one hand while feeding Lan Youyou lemon juice with the other. Lan Youyou's cheeks were puffed up with the fruit, one hand pointing out key points in Yilin's book while the other held a pen to underline important information. They were so close on the bench that it almost seemed they were glued together, creating an intimate scene. Of course, Lan Youyou didn't perceive it that way. She was entirely focused on explaining the material to Yilin. Ling Feishue, already simmering with frustration from being teased earlier, felt her anger spike upon witnessing this scene. Zhao Rongrong noticed Ling Feishue's change in demeanor and quickly pulled her away, saying, "Feishue, let's go quickly. He.S. just putting on a show for you. If you get angry and confront him, you'll be falling into his trap." Ling Feishue considered this and, filled with indignation, followed Zhao Rongrong away. Ren Xinghong glared at Yilin under the tree, filled with resentment. How could Ling Feishue be angry for this guy? What right did he have? A hopeless student. What good was reading to him? No matter how much he studied, he would never surpass Ren Xinghong. A hopeless student, a worthless person, and still wants to pursue Ling Feishue. After confessing countless times only to be rejected, does he think he can aspire to something beyond his reach? I excel in my studies. What could he possibly contend with me? Ren Xinghong silently vowed vengeance, then like a lapdog, chased after the two girls. Yilin, however, had no inclination to pay attention to them, engrossed in listening to Lan Youyou's explanations. Although he understood all the points she discussed, listening to her was a pleasure in itself. Every brief touch with Lan Youyou sent waves of hormones surging through him. Lan Youyou realized just how exceptionally intelligent Yilin was. No matter how difficult a concept, he grasped it instantly. She found it perplexing why Yilin, despite his brilliance, consistently scored at the bottom in exams. After an hour of studying, during a break, Yilin sent a text to Yiagua. The message informed him that he would be staying at school for supplementary lessons and requested him to bring some food, specifying 2 portions. Upon receiving the message, Yiagua promptly set off to buy groceries. He had spoken with Li Jianya, who mentioned that Mu Qingyun's daughter often ranked first in the school. It was likely she was helping Yilin with his studies. Otherwise, how could this foolish boy ask for 2 portions? Clearly, he was smitten with that girl. Regardless of whether his pursuit would end up in vain, at least she was genuinely assisting him with his studies. Thus, he resolved to prepare some delicious dishes, considering this a way to support his son. After all, sometimes winning a woman's heart begins with winning her stomach. With a culinary father like him, perhaps Ling Feishue would be inclined to marry into the Yi family. Since I couldn't marry you, let my son marry your daughter and see how that infuriates you, he mused with a smile. After toiling all morning, Yiagua successfully prepared 2 delightful lunchboxes. Once finished, he hurried to the school to deliver the food. Their home was not far from the school, and within 10 minutes of walking, he arrived at the school gate and called Yilin. When Yilin answered and learned that his father had brought lunch, he told Lan Youyou, "Little bean sprout, wait for me here. I'll step outside for a moment." "All right, you go ahead. I'll wait here." Lan Youyou replied obediently. Yilin dashed to the school entrance, where he found Yiagua eagerly looking for him, straining his neck and glancing behind him, slightly disappointed when he saw no one else. He had hoped to catch a glimpse of Ling Feishue and see if she was as beautiful as her mother, Mu Qingyun. "What are you looking at?" Yilin asked, noticing his father's distraction. "You asked me to bring 2 portions. I had to see who the other one is for." Yiagua replied directly, "It's for Huang Bai." "Who else could it be?" Yiagua thought to himself. "This brat is hiding something. He thinks I don't know he's a lovesick fool." Yiagua feigned ignorance, saying, "Oh, is that so?" Yilin, unaware of his father's inner thoughts, said, "Dad, you should head home now. I need to go back and continue studying." After that, he ran back into the school under Yiagua's watchful gaze. Once out of sight, Yilin opened the lunchboxes, curious about what his father had prepared, ensuring the best portion would go to Lan Youyou. To his surprise, both boxes contained the same dishes: braised pork ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, half a boiled egg, and some vegetables. Returning to the tree, he found Lan Youyou still seated on the bench, deeply engrossed in her book. "Little bean sprout, I'm back," Yilin announced as he sat down with the 2 lunchboxes. "Yilin, you're back. Let us continue," Lan Youyou said, showing determination to impart more knowledge despite feeling slightly hungry and fatigued. I'm tired from studying. I can't focus anymore. Let us call it a day and continue tomorrow, all right? Yilin noticed her fatigue. She was truly a treasure of a girl, and he felt a pang of sympathy. Not studying anymore? What shall we do next? Lan Youyou had no other plans, having dedicated the entire day to helping Yilin when he offered to assist her over the weekend. Little Bean Sprout, I'm done for today. I want to go home and rest. You should head back to your dorm as well. All right, I understand, Lan Youyou replied, gathering her things. Here, this is for you, lunch from earlier. Once she finished packing, Yilin handed her one of the lunch boxes. Knowing that Yilin's lunch boxes always contained delicious food, Lan Youyou hesitated, aware they were quite costly. Having already eaten 4 or 5 times this week, she was reluctant to accept why Yilin. I can manage my lunch myself. This was the standard refrain she had repeated all week whenever he offered her food. Yet, Yilin knew how to persuade her. This girl detested waste, so he said, if you don't want it, then I'll have to throw it away, and my dad will scold me for wasting food. You can't throw it away. Yilin, we mustn't waste food. Those who farm work so hard. Thinking of her mother toiling in the sun, Lan Youyou couldn't bear to see any food go to waste. Watching others toss leftover meals in the cafeteria made her feel a deep sense of loss. In her home, any leftover food could be fed to pigs, dogs, or chickens. If we can't throw it away, then, Little Bean Sprout, could you please help me eat it? Yilin pleaded. All right, then I'll buy it from you. Lan Youyou didn't want to feel indebted to anyone, no need to buy. You've helped me study all morning, it's only right for me to treat you to a meal. If you continue like this, I won't ask you to help me study anymore. Originally, it was Yilin who sought her assistance, yet somehow, it turned into a means to bind Lan Youyou to him. What? You can't neglect your studies. Fine, I'll eat just this once, but next time, just have your dad bring you a meal. Lan Youyou instructed earnestly. Sure, Little Bean Sprout, I'll definitely let him know. Yilin replied with equal seriousness. After Lan Youyou accepted the food, Yilin escorted her back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, in dormitory 202 of Shangmei Building, 4 girls were awaiting Lan Youyou's return, including Gao Mingming, who had hurried back to eavesdrop on their gossip, bringing along 5 cups of lemon juice. Chapter 25. Don't let him deceive you. Returning to the morning after Lan Youyou and Yilin left, He Xiaowei, with a sarcastic tone, returned to the dorm, looking shocked as she shared with Wang Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing, I've discovered a sensational piece of gossip, and it's about someone from our dorm. Wang Xiaoqing, intrigued by the novel she was reading, turned to her and asked, what gossip? Guess which one of us it is? He Xiaowei teased. Gao Mingming? No, she is too straightforward to have any gossip. Wu Jia, a girl still half asleep, chimed in. Is it morning already? Were you calling me? He Xiaowei ignored Wu Jia. Not her either. Wang Xiaoqing thought to herself that the gossip couldn't possibly be about He Xiaowei herself, nor could it be about her. Otherwise, He Xiaowei wouldn't be seeking her out. That left only one person, Lan Youyou. He Xiaowei nodded excitedly. Wang Xiaoqing, now intrigued, asked, what is the gossip? He Xiaowei, as if unveiling a new discovery, exclaimed, let me tell you. Lan Youyou is dating Yilin. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqing immediately dismissed the idea. Impossible. That is simply not feasible. Why not? Do you know who Yilin was waiting for downstairs just now? Are you saying he was waiting for Lan Youyou? Yes, he was actually waiting for Lan Youyou downstairs at the dormitory with 2 cups of fruit tea. If that is not dating, then what is he doing buying food early in the morning to pick someone up? You don't understand, Wang Xiaoqing replied, knowing Yilin was merely using Lan Youyou. What do you mean? He Xiaowei was curious about Wang Xiaoqing's perspective. Wang Xiaoqing explained, you mustn't spread this around. He Xiaowei raised her hand, swearing solemnly. You know who Yilin has always liked, right? Ling Feishue, of course. Ever since he entered high school, he has been confessing to her daily. But oddly, he hasn't visited class 5 in a while. He has been hanging out with Lan Youyou instead. You've noticed the issue, haven't you? Can someone who has liked someone for so long just give up in a day? It seems unlikely. He Xiaowei mused. Why Yilin completely changed his demeanor the day Lan Youyou arrived, turning into a model student. If you didn't know better, you'd think he changed because of Lan Youyou. In reality, he had a plan to pursue Ling Feishue. Had a plan? He Xiaowei was surprised, thinking pursuing someone required a plan. Yes, he first improved himself to present a better image to Ling Feishue, then created the illusion of dating Lan Youyou to attract Ling Feishue's attention, hoping she would take the initiative to find him. But Ling Feishue doesn't like Yilin, right? If he is dating Lan Youyou, wouldn't that be a good thing for Ling Feishue? She might even approach him, He Xiaowei pondered, but refrained from voicing that this was akin to self-deprecation. Wang Xiaoqing closed her book and sat up, saying, "That's why I say you don't understand. Yi Lin has pursued Ling Feishue for so long that Ling Feishue has become accustomed to his attention. If he suddenly stops, she will surely feel unsettled. Yi Lin's strategy is called the carrot and the stick. Surprisingly, it's working. Ling Feishue has approached him twice today. So that's why Ling Feishue came to our class that day," He Xiaowei realized. Yes, now that Yi Lin's first step has been completed, the next step is to pretend to date, making Ling Feishue jealous and prompting her to accept him. It's a tactic of distraction. Wang Xiaoqing sighed. It's a pity that Lan Youyou is being used as a pawn. He Xiaowei was indignant upon hearing this. Yi Lin is so shameless. Lan Youyou is such a kind girl. How could he exploit her? When has Yi Lin ever had any shame? True, he has the thickest skin in school. Lan Youyou is one of us in room 202. We cannot allow Yi Lin to bully her. Seeing injustice, He Xiaowei decided to take action. Once Wu Jiao woke up, they called Gao Mingming back to the dormitory. While Lan Youyou was out studying with Yi Lin, the four girls spent the entire morning discussing him. With Wang Xiaoqing's insights as a relationship expert, they felt they had seen through Yi Lin's true nature. 3 women could easily outshine a man, and with 4 women together, they dissected Yi Lin mercilessly. Had verbal attacks been lethal, Yi Lin would have perished countless times over. The more they criticized him, the more they felt sorry for Lan Youyou, the naive girl who had been so thoroughly deceived. 18 noon. Lan Youyou returned to the dorm with her lunchbox and was met with 4 sympathetic gazes. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" she asked, feeling a bit anxious, wondering if she had inadvertently upset them. Sensing her unease, He Xiaowei was the first to inquire, "Youyou, are you dating Yi Lin?" Lan Youyou was taken aback. Dating? With Yi Lin? In her understanding, dating involved affection and intimacy, which she had not shared with him. They were merely studying together. Quickly, she clarified, "No, we're not dating. Why Yi Lin and I are not in a romantic relationship." "Really?" He Xiaowei was skeptical. "Really?" Lan Youyou insisted firmly. Gao Mingming jumped in, "Then why does Yi Lin keep buying you food?" "This lunchbox is from him, right?" Lan Youyou explained. "It's because I tutor Yi Lin, so he often buys me food. I don't want it. But if I refuse, he'll just throw it away, which seems such a waste, so I take it. And this lunchbox? He said he couldn't finish it, and if he went home, his dad would scold him for wasting it. So he asked me to help eat it. If I don't, he'll just throw it away, so I agreed. Maybe you all could help him eat next time." Wang Xiaoqing shivered at this, saying, "We wouldn't dare eat Yi Lin's food. Who knows if he cooked it with his stinky socks?" Lan Youyou noticed Wang Xiaoqing's lingering suspicion and felt compelled to clarify. "Xiaoqing, Yi Lin told me that the stinky tofu he gave you all weren't made with his socks. He just said that to tease Teacher Long." Wang Xiaoqing's anger only intensified upon hearing this. Yi Lin, that scoundrel, actually had the audacity to ask Lan Youyou to help him clear his name. How shameless! Yet, Lan Youyou continued to speak well of Yi Lin, asserting, in truth, Yi Lin is a really nice person. It's just that in the past, you all neglected him and refused to teach him, which led him to commit those wrongdoings. He has since turned over a new leaf and will not engage in such misdeeds again. Upon hearing this, the 4 were taken aback. What nonsense! Yi Lin, that dog, truly lacks any sense of shame. Only Lan Youyou, in her naivety, would believe his empty words. What does she mean by neglecting him, not teaching him? With that scoundrel, who would dare to acknowledge him? As long as he doesn't come looking for trouble, everything is perfectly fine. Teaching him? Even the gods couldn't manage that. Seeing Lan Youyou defending Yi Lin, Wu Jia interjected, "By the way, Youyou, do you perhaps have feelings for Yi Lin?" Lan Youyou pondered for a moment, unable to grasp the meaning of the question. "What does it mean to like Yi Lin?" Wu Jia explained. "To like someone means to be very dependent on that person, to want to see them at all times." After some reflection, Lan Youyou replied, "Dependent on Yi Lin? I don't feel that way. Wanting to see Yi Lin at all times? I don't feel that either. If I feel neither, then it must mean I don't like him." Regardless of whether Lan Youyou admitted it. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqing advised, "Youyou, it's best if you don't like him. Yi Lin is fond of Ling Feishue. He wants tea like anyone else. You must not allow yourself to be used by Yi Lin, or you might end up hurt." "Exactly, Youyou, don't let Yi Lin deceive you." He Xiaowei chimed in. Wu Jia added, "There are plenty of handsome guys in the world. Youyou, don't be misled by Yi Lin's foul exterior. He is quite the rogue." Observing Lan Youyou lost in thought, Gao Mingming brought over a cup of lemon juice, smiling. "Let us not discuss this anymore. Youyou, This is lemon juice I brought for you. Later, do help me catch up on my studies at tea that moment. Lan Youyou was preoccupied with the thought that Yi Lin liked Ling Feishue. She silently committed that name to memory, resolving to speak well of Yi Lin whenever she encountered him, so as not to let anyone misjudge him as a villain. Chapter 26. The Malice of Humanity. As soon as Yi Lin exited the school gates, he made his way to the shop, wearing a mask to prevent anyone from recognizing him, as it could adversely affect business. Although it was only noon, Qin Hui was already exhausted, having been busy all morning due to a surge in customers. Upon seeing Yi Lin, she lamented, "My little ancestor, you've finally returned. I'm about to drop dead from exhaustion here." Yi Lin had anticipated good business, but he hadn't expected it to be this thriving, largely thanks to the delightful taste of the lemon juice. Although it was autumn, the southern autumn was as hot as summer, and the sour-sweet beverage was incredibly refreshing. Those who had tasted it eagerly spread the word to their friends and family, resulting in a viral buzz that required no advertising from Yi Lin. Curious newcomers flocked in, and as the crowd grew, Qin Hui found herself overwhelmed, taking payments and preparing drinks without a moment's respite. Selling over 200 cups that morning alone. With half-price and full-price sales, Yi Lin's shop had grossed nearly 1,000 yuan by midday. With Yi Lin's help in the afternoon, Qin Hui finally caught a break and could breathe easy. After a long day, as Yi Lin settled the accounts, the total revenue, minus costs, amounted to over 1,800 yuan. Even if the popularity waned later, he estimated a steady profit of 600 to 700 yuan daily. This bolstered Yi Lin's confidence, prompting him to consider hiring a few more people. With this income, sustaining 4 to 5 employees seemed feasible. He envisioned future expansion with several branches, necessitating a solid workforce, so he aimed to cultivate talent early on. 9:30 that evening. After tidying up the shop's equipment, Qin Hui prepared to leave when Yi Lin called out to her. "Sister Qin, wait a moment. Little boss, is there something else?" Qin Hui replied, a hint of fatigue in her voice. Yi Lin chuckled. "Sister Qin, please don't keep calling me little boss. I aspire to be a big boss in the future." Upon hearing this, Qin Hui smiled, finding his humor endearing. She continued, "Oh dear, it's just a habit. I can't break it so easily. Is there anything else, big boss? If not, I'm heading home. I'm utterly worn out today." "Of course, there is something, Sister Qin. Today marks a successful opening, so here's a red envelope for you." Yi Lin handed her a hastily prepared red envelope, made from a scrap of red paper containing 200 yuan. This money was simply change from the day's earnings. "Oh, how generous of you, boss. I'll be off now. See you tomorrow." Qin Hui accepted the money and headed home. On her way, she calculated that Yi Lin's shop was earning several thousand a day, likely making 20,000 a month without much trouble. After deducting rent, labor, and material costs, he could still guarantee an income of at least 10,000 yuan. Feeling a twinge of envy, she wondered how two people running tea shops could have such a disparity in success. She silently vowed that one day this shop would be hers. She just had to endure a little longer. After walking a few hundred meters, Qin Hui paused to check the contents of the envelope. She had been dying to see how much was inside, but it felt inappropriate to open it in front of Yi Lin. If it were thick, it would be fine, but if it contained only a few coins, it would be quite awkward. The envelope felt light, and she estimated there might be only 20 or 30 yuan inside. After all, Yi Lin was just a high school student. What kind of generous red envelope could he possibly offer? With a mix of apprehension, she finally tore open the envelope, revealing 2 100 yuan bills. This discovery left her both astonished and delighted. She hadn't expected him to be so generous. Instantly, joy replaced her fatigue, and she felt that her hard work that day had indeed been worth it. Upon returning home, Qin Hui excitedly recounted her day's events to her husband. Her husband was taken aback, having never imagined that Yi Lin could manage such success. For the past week, he had been concerned about whether the boy would falter and how they would collect any debts owed. Would his parents be willing to help him? It seemed that this worry could be set aside for now. What troubled him now was why a high school student should be allowed to run such a profitable shop. This was his shop, and every day Yi Lin worked felt like a loss of several thousand yuan. He hoped the month-long lease would pass quickly. He turned to Qin Hui, saying, "What if they raise the rent and he refuses to leave?" "What then?" Qin Hui chuckled. "Then we'll just raise the rent substantially. If we take all his profits, he'll have no choice but to leave." The couple exchanged knowing smiles, as though they could already envision their shop bursting with customers in the future. The next day, Yi Lin placed a small blackboard at the shop entrance, advertising job openings. The notice specified that only female applicants would be considered. Generally, women tend to purchase beverages like milk tea more frequently, and hiring handsome men might attract more young female customers. The reason Yi Lin opted not to hire males was straightforward. If a female employee could endure the work, she would likely remain stable, while male employees often had higher turnover rates. Additionally, mixing genders could lead to romantic entanglements, resulting in couples leaving together. With Yi Lin still in school, he lacked the time and energy to continually recruit and train new staff. Furthermore, workplace romances during working hours could tarnish the shop's image. Thus, in this initial phase, he decided to hire only women, with the possibility of considering male employees once the shop became more established. Yi Lin instructed Qin Hui that if anyone came inquiring about work, she should have them wait at the shop during lunchtime. He then headed back to school to study with Lan Youyou. Lan Youyou had not distanced herself from Yi Lin despite the disparaging remarks from the four girls the day before. She believed in seeing things with her own eyes. To her, Yi Lin was a wonderful person. As noon approached, Yi Lin brought 2 boxes of lunch. Lan Youyou, I really don't need it. Yesterday, I told you to ask your uncle to only bring one. Why? Yi Lin feigned innocence. Little do ya? You're wronging me. I told him, but he wouldn't listen. He insisted that if you didn't want lunch, he'd pay you instead. In any case, he couldn't let you tutor me for free. Why? Yi Lin genuinely wished for Lan Youyou to accept the payment, but he knew that would be impossible. Lan Youyou wasn't that type of person. Then I'll just help you eat, she said, looking somewhat aggrieved. Although the meal was delicious, she couldn't shake off her discomfort. Yi Lin noticed that she was a girl with a strong sense of pride. If this continued, it would undoubtedly put a great deal of pressure on her. In her mind, helping Yi Lin with his studies was voluntary and selfless, while accepting his meal felt like an unwarranted burden. Lan Youyou thought to herself that since Yi Lin was so kind to her, she ought to do something in return. But what did Yi Lin even need? He seemed to lack for nothing. Oh, wait. He liked Ling Feishue. Yes, she could help him pursue Ling Feishue. But how could she make Ling Feishue accept him? Lan Youyou found herself feeling quite perplexed. After Yi Lin escorted her back to the dormitory, she spent the entire afternoon contemplating how to assist him in winning Ling Feishue's heart, eventually dozing off in the midst of her thoughts. Upon returning to the shop, Yi Lin found about 10 girls waiting for interviews. Each appeared quite young, likely around 18 or 19, probably those who had completed high school but chose not to continue their studies. Among them were both attractive and less appealing candidates. Naturally, Yi Lin preferred those with good looks, but he couldn't just dismiss those who weren't as fortunate in appearance outright. He still needed to go through the proper interview process. Given the constraints, Yi Lin entered the storeroom to create an interview space, then invited the girls to line up for their interviews. He marked the resumes of those who were presentable and inquired about their dreams, future plans, and how long they intended to work at his shop. Those who spoke excessively of lofty ambitions were swiftly eliminated. Yi Lin sought out those willing to bow to the demands of life, those who wouldn't overthink things and would work diligently. As for those who didn't meet the aesthetic criteria, he didn't waste time on lengthy conversations. He simply told them to go home and await further notice. After interviewing over 10 candidates, Yi Lin sent text messages to the 5 who passed, instructing them to report to the shop the following day. As for those who didn't make the cut, he also sent them a message wishing them success in the future. Chapter 27. Monthly examination. On Monday, Yi Lin arrived at school bright and early, as it was the day of the monthly examination. Originally, September 29th was slated for the National Day holiday, but the school had adjusted the schedule for the exam. On the 27th and 28th, the first and second year students would have their monthly exams, and then they would be off from the 29th to October 5th. The third year students would have their break on the 27th and 28th, with the exam scheduled for the 29th and 30th, followed by 3 days off for National Day from October 1st to 3rd, returning to classes on the 4th. The reason for this adjustment by Qingyuan Middle School was to accommodate the third-year students, simulating the atmosphere of the college entrance examination and ensuring a quiet environment for testing, especially since lower-grade students would also be on break during the actual exam period. Lan Youyou had arrived early, waiting at her desk for Yi Lin. The two had agreed to study together from 6 to 9 before the 9 o'clock exam. Yi Lin had initially intended to let Lan Youyou sleep in, but she insisted on giving him a pre-exam review. When Yi Lin arrived, they settled down to study diligently. The classroom was bustling with students, most of whom were also using the time to cram for the exam. After all, this was an elite class, and many students were quite serious about their studies, with the exception of Huang Bai. Ever since Huang Bai had consulted a fortune teller, he had been determined to study hard, but he simply couldn't concentrate. If it weren't for Yilin's daily insistence that he memorize his lessons, he might have reverted to his old ways by now. However, it must be said that under Yilin's supervision, he had lost 10 pounds in the past week due to running and dietary changes. Today, Huang Bai had the rare luxury of waking up naturally, and as the exam time approached, he sauntered into the classroom. Upon reaching his seat, he playfully remarked to Yilin, "Lin Gu, you've been working hard this week. Do you think you'll do well on the exam?" Yilin smiled. "I should be able to make it into the top 30 of the class without any issues." "Top 30? Huang Bai exclaimed in shock. "That's impossible." Yilin's goal seemed utterly ludicrous. Just then, Qin Tianju, who was tossing out garbage at the back of the classroom, overheard Yilin's remark and burst into laughter. "Classmates, did you hear that? Yilin claims he's going to place in the top 30. The other students turned their gazes toward Yilin, bemused. They couldn't believe that someone who often ranked at the bottom could suddenly assert he would be in the top 30. Among the 68 students in the class, aside from Yilin and Huang Bai, the worst-ranking student, Yan Haoqing, was still among the top 300 in science, placing within the top 500 overall. Did Yilin honestly believe that a week of studying could propel him 800 places forward? Did he think he was a superhero? Moreover, who could ascertain how adept Lan Youyou was at teaching him? "Oh, Yilin, you're quite confident. How about a little wager? If you make it into the top 30, I'll take care of your chores for the rest of the month. If not, you'll have to clean an extra month." Li Junwei suggested with ill intentions. He harbored a strong dislike for Yilin, who had often neglected his chores and littered carelessly. Even though Yilin had volunteered to help out for a month, Li Junwei was still holding a grudge over their earlier confrontation. Qin Tianju, catching on to Li Junwei's bait, chimed in, "Yilin, I'll bet you too. If you make it into the top 30, I'll call you Grandpa. If you don't, you'll have to bow 3 times to me." Why, Yilin replied, "I'm not interested in having you as my grandson." Qin Tianju, feeling challenged, prodded, "What's the matter? Afraid to bet? Too cowardly?" Feigning helplessness, Yilin responded, "Are you that eager to be my grandson? I truly have no desire to take you in." Huang Bai couldn't help but chuckle at this exchange. Qin Tianju's expression darkened. He had intended to provoke Yilin, yet it had turned into a comical pursuit of being accepted as a grandson. Continuing to press the issue would only serve to embarrass him further. So he grabbed his stationery and headed to the examination hall. Seeing Yilin's reluctance to bet, Li Junwei prepared to leave as well. However, just then, Yilin called out, "Li Junwei, I'll take your bet." Given that he despised cleaning the classroom, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity to offload the task onto someone else. Li Junwei felt as if Yilin had seen right through him, suddenly feeling a twinge of anxiety. Why was Yilin betting against him instead of Qin Tianju? Did he think he was an easy target? He was, after all, a student with low grades. Why should he be afraid? Li Junwei adopted a posture of confidence, declaring, "Classmates, bear witness. If Yilin fails to place in the top 30, he'll have to clean the classroom for an additional month. If Yilin truly failed to make it into the top 30, it wouldn't even be necessary for Li Junwei to stipulate. His classmates would willingly come forward to testify." Amidst the commotion, the time for the exam approached, and all the students made their way to the examination hall. Before leaving, Lan Youyou encouraged Yilin, "Yilin, good luck. I believe you can do it." Why, Yilin affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Little do ya, you must also perform well on the exam. If you don't do well, I might not want your help with my studies anymore. Plus, if you don't do well, Teacher Long will be quite disappointed." Why, Yilin recalled that in his previous life, Lan Youyou had always placed hundreds of ranks lower in exams, but had ultimately gained admission to prestigious universities. He knew from their recent study sessions that she was capable, but he was uncertain what fears held her back from showcasing her true potential. Hence, he had said what he did, hoping it would encourage her to reveal her true abilities. Lan Youyou eagerly nodded, "Yilin, I will definitely do my best." "All right, let us go," Yilin replied, leading her out of the classroom. Normally, Huang Bai would accompany Yilin to the examination hall, but today he found himself left behind. Realizing he had been abandoned, Huang Bai hurriedly called out, "Lin Gu, wait for me." Lan Youyou was assigned to Class 4 for the exam, while Yilin and Huang Bai were in Class 5. Yilin's appearance had become quite striking, especially to the girls. Ever since he had transformed his image, many no longer recognized him. After ensuring Lan Youyou was settled at her desk, Yilin felt at ease in departing. The close interaction between the two sparked a wave of jealousy among the boys in Class 4, who were seething with resentment at how openly affectionate they were being. The female classmates were consumed by envy and resentment, questioning why this seemingly ordinary girl was fortunate enough to have such a handsome boy escort her to her seat. They felt the heavens had been unjust, bestowing upon them a beautiful visage, yet withholding a charming companion. After escorting Lan Youyou, Yilin and Huangbai arrived at Class 5. Upon taking his seat, Yilin was dismayed to find that to his left sat Ling Feishue, instantly sensing that this placement was somewhat inauspicious. To his right was the well-recognized school heartthrob, Lin Jishi. Lin Jishi had arrived at the examination hall early and, upon noticing that his seatmate was the recently rumored new school heartthrob, Yilin, he had been attentively watching the classroom door, eager to observe how this former school bully had transformed into a heartthrob. The moment he saw Yilin enter, Lin Jishi couldn't help but concede that this fellow was indeed exceptionally handsome. It was evident that he posed a significant challenge to Lin Jishi's status. Regrettably, Yilin possessed nothing beyond his looks. Lin Jishi excelled academically, and though his grades were not extraordinary, they were sufficient for admission to a bachelor's program without difficulty. Furthermore, as a music student, he excelled in singing, dancing, and basketball, consistently taking center stage during school basketball games and performances. Lin Jishi believed he was inherently destined for stardom and considered Yilin to be not even remotely comparable. After a thorough internal analysis, Lin Jishi concluded that Yilin was merely adequate, with a discernible gap between them. Meanwhile, Ling Feishue, upon spotting Yilin, wore an expression of smug satisfaction, thinking to herself how splendid this arrangement was. As long as Yilin did not seek her forgiveness, she would not allow him to copy her answers. Unfortunately, Yilin did not utter a single word of apology until the examination commenced, leaving Ling Feishue somewhat disheartened. Thus, during the exam, she deliberately kept her answers tightly guarded, fearful that Yilin might attempt to copy. How dare he refuse to apologize? She resolutely decided that he would not be allowed to glean even a hint of her answers. Chapter 28. A glimpse of true beauty. With 2.5 hours allotted for the exam, Yilin completed all the challenging questions within an hour. He chose to forego answering the simpler questions, feeling disinclined to accumulate excessive points, as achieving an unreasonably high score would raise suspicions. He penned a mere 4 or 5 lines for the essay before reclining to take a nap. Ling Feishue, who had been guarding her exam paper closely, turned her head to see what Yilin was up to, only to discover that he was asleep. He chose to sleep instead of attempting to copy. Ling Feishue felt a pang of regret for having kept her answers so tightly secured. She should have allowed him to copy a bit. Seeing Yilin asleep, Lin Jishi felt nothing but disdain. This fellow was indeed lacking in every aspect apart from his looks. Huangbai, seated in the back, craned his neck, glancing around in hopes of catching a glimpse of others' answers. Unfortunately, after a prolonged search, he found nothing and attracted the attention of the proctor, who came over to remind him. After the proctor's warning, he decided to stand right behind Huangbai, effectively quashing any thoughts of copying answers. Resigned to the reality, Huangbai propped his chin on his hand, staring blankly ahead. Upon noticing Yilin sleeping, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Oh no, in this state, how could he possibly compete with Li Junwei? He hoped Yilin wouldn't lose the bet. Although it would be Yilin facing the consequences, he would be the one to bear the brunt of it. Huangbai turned and quietly informed the proctor, "Teacher, that student is sleeping during the exam." The school mandated that the third-year monthly exams simulate the National College Entrance Examination environment strictly. Student sleeping was not deemed a disciplinary infraction, leaving the proctor without the authority to reprimand or punish. As long as they did not snore and disturb others, it was permissible. The proctor coldly replied to Huangbai, "Mind your own business and refrain from speaking." Huangbai sighed deeply. The proctor had no intention of intervening. And now it was truly over, he lamented inwardly. If fate has decreed that I must sweep, then I must comply. Unable to copy and indifferent to the situation, Huangbai decided to lay his head down and sleep. Meanwhile, in Class 4's examination room, Lan Youyou wore a troubled expression. It wasn't that the questions were challenging. Rather, she was uncertain about how many points she should aim for. She did not wish to disappoint Yilin or Lan Youyou, yet she feared that if she diligently wrote everything, she might end up scoring too high. Ultimately, she believed she should avoid taking first place, as it would surely offend many. Aiming for the top 20 would suffice. But she was uncertain of the score required for first place at Qingyuan High School, leaving her quite perplexed. After contemplating for nearly half an hour, Her little head was nearly smoking, and she remained at a loss. Finally, she decided to focus on completing the Chinese exam, then ask Yi Lin for guidance afterward. With half an hour remaining in the exam, the proctor announced that those finished could leave the examination room early. Upon hearing this, Lan Youyou hurriedly exited the classroom. Simultaneously, Yi Lin emerged. Since Lan Youyou took the central staircase while Yi Lin used the right side staircase, he was slightly slower than her. As they both reached the first floor, Yi Lin noticed Lan Youyou hastily making her way past the security line and quickly pursued her. Upon reaching the line, Lan Youyou turned around and was startled to see Yi Lin behind her. "Ah, Yi Lin, you came out too? I guessed you would be out soon. Worried you might wait too long. So I decided to come out," Yi Lin replied. Upon hearing his words, Lan Youyou felt a wave of happiness wash over her, only to be immediately anxious as she asked, "Did you finish writing the exam?" Yi Lin smiled gently, ruffling her hair. "Don't worry. I completed everything I could. That's good. That's good." Lan Youyou reassured herself and felt relieved. Ling Feishue, noticing Yi Lin leaving the examination room, quickly checked her answer sheet before following suit. Upon reaching the ground floor, she witnessed Yi Lin and Lan Youyou sharing a tender moment, with Yi Lin affectionately ruffling the duckling's hair. How could he be so brazen as to display such familiarity with this ugly duckling in front of her? This was truly excessive. Originally, she had intended to catch up with Yi Lin downstairs, demand an apology, and offer him a chance to see her answers for the next exam. But now, all thoughts of that had vanished, replaced by a simmering frustration. She vowed that for the upcoming tests, Yi Lin would not be allowed to copy a single answer from her. It was clear to Yi Lin that someone was casting a frosty gaze upon him, and when he turned to look, he found Ling Feishue glaring at him with evident anger. Yi Lin was puzzled as to why this woman was so furious at him. He hadn't borrowed any money from her. Fearing her ire, he quickly took Lan Youyou's hand and made a hasty exit. Ling Feishue watched as Yi Lin glanced back at her before hastily pulling the ugly duckling away, which only intensified her irritation. "Humph, Yi Lin, you scoundrel, you utter jerk!" Ling Feishue fumed, stamping her feet in frustration, her indignation nearly bringing her to tears. Yi Lin led Lan Youyou to the school pond, where they settled on a stone bench to study. "Yi Lin, who is the best student in our school?" Lan Youyou inquired. "Ling Feishue, a girl from class 5, he replied. Upon hearing this, Lan Youyou thought to herself that it made sense for Ling Feishue to excel academically. No wonder Yi Lin liked her so much. What score does she usually get? Yi Lin pondered for a moment, wondering why Lan Youyou was so curious. Did she intend to surpass Ling Feishue? After recalling her performance, he replied, "She typically scores above 670, occasionally breaking 700. Lan Youyou, upon hearing this, acknowledged Ling Feishue's prowess. Only about 20 students from the city's top school achieved scores over 600. Yi Lin's words reassured her, as she felt she could comfortably score below 650 this way. Her ranking would not be too high. Noticing Lan Youyou lost in thought, Yi Lin remained silent, quietly admiring her. Sunlight filtered through the branches, illuminating her face, compelling him to gently sweep aside her thick bangs. She was beautiful, truly stunning. Lan Youyou was startled by Yi Lin's sudden movement and stood up. "Why, Yi Lin? What are you doing?" Yi Lin feigned embarrassment, scratching his head and smiling. "Little bean sprout, you've been at school for so long, yet I haven't seen your full face. I couldn't help but be curious." Lan Youyou's face flushed crimson, her ears burning as she timidly replied, "Yi Lin, I'm not pretty." After all, she had always been labeled as the ugly duckling. How could an ugly duckling be beautiful? Yi Lin must surely think the same of her face. This thought made Lan Youyou restless. "Who says you're not pretty? Little bean sprout, you are truly beautiful. You're the most gorgeous girl I've ever seen." Lan Youyou found it hard to believe. She had always been called an ugly duckling. It was her first time hearing someone say she was beautiful. "Really? Absolutely. I just hadn't looked closely enough before. Let me have another look with that." Yi Lin once again pushed aside her bangs. Lan Youyou was entranced, her heart racing faster. Her rosy cheeks became increasingly appealing, and Yi Lin found himself unable to resist the urge to kiss her. Just then, an untimely cough interrupted the moment. Yi Lin, sensing something amiss, quickly withdrew his hand and looked up to find Li Jianya watching him from a distance. This old fellow really had a knack for choosing the perfect moment to cough. Yi Lin couldn't help but grumble inwardly before putting on a playful grin. "Teacher Li, are you unwell?" Lan Youyou, upon hearing this, also expressed concern. "Ah, Teacher Li, are you sick?" I'm not sick. During the exam time, you two aren't in the examination room. What are you doing here? Li Jianya asked. Somewhat irritated, he was annoyed that Yi Lin was neglecting his exam and feared he might lead Lan Youyou astray. Thank goodness you're not sick. Teacher Li, if you were, you must get treatment. Otherwise, your health will deteriorate. Yi Lin and I have already finished writing and are just studying for the next subject, Lan Youyou quickly explained. I'm not sick, Li Jianya replied, his expression darkening. Seeing the teacher's rising anger, Lan Youyou fell silent, afraid to speak. Li Jianya turned to Yi Lin. Yi Lin, if you're going to supplement your studies, then do so. What were you doing touching her face? Teacher, you misunderstand. A bug flew into Lan Youyou's eye, and I was just helping her blow it away, Yi Lin fabricated. Huh? Lan Youyou nearly retorted that no bug had entered her eye but was interrupted by Yi Lin, who pressed on. Isn't that right? Little Bean Sprout. Now realizing Yi Lin intended for her to go along with his lie, she quickly nodded. Yes, Teacher Li, a bug flew into my eye, and Yi Lin was helping me blow it away. This was her first time lying in front of a teacher, and her heart raced wildly. Li Jianya regarded them with skepticism. Be more careful next time. This is school. Maintain a respectful distance between boys and girls. It wouldn't be good if others misinterpret your relationship. With that, he walked away to continue patrolling the campus. Yi Lin hastily bid him farewell. Understood. Teacher Li, take care. Chapter 29. The Art of Deception. As the exam period concluded, Huang Bai was awakened by the proctor's gentle nudging. Upon waking, he immediately rushed out in search of Yi Lin, who had been studying with Lan Youyou by the pond. Once the announcement of the exam's end rang out, the cafeteria opened its doors. Yi Lin led Lan Youyou to the cafeteria for lunch. Relieved that Yi Lin's father hadn't brought food that day, Lan Youyou felt at ease. As they queued, when it was Lan Youyou's turn to serve herself, Yi Lin said, Little Bean Sprout, let me treat you to. No, Yi Lin. I can pay for myself, she protested, fearing he might insist on covering her meal. She quickly grabbed 2 vegetarian dishes and swiped her card, stepping aside to wait for Yi Lin. Watching her meal cost only 4 yuan, Yi Lin couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He chose 2 meat dishes for himself before they found a table to sit. Just as Lan Youyou had taken a couple of bites, Yi Lin began to serve himself from her plate. Yi Lin, what are you doing? She questioned, bewildered. Yi Lin savored the vegetable she had chosen. I love eating greens. Then why did you take 2 meat dishes? Lan Youyou was puzzled but decided to let him enjoy them. She was fine with just eating rice. Yi Lin took a bite of rice and then scooped a portion of vegetables from Lan Youyou's plate. Observing him gobbling down his meal, she thought he must be quite hungry, so she paused her own eating, ready to share her rice if he needed more. After rapidly finishing his own rice, Yi Lin polished off all the vegetables from Lan Youyou's plate, leaving the meat dishes untouched. He feigned a loud burp, then said, Little Bean Sprout, I'm so full. Your vegetables were too delicious. I couldn't resist finishing them all. I'm sorry. It's fine, Yi Lin, she replied, taking mental note of his preference for greens. Little Bean Sprout, I'm already full and can't eat anymore. You should finish this dish, he insisted, transferring all the meat from his plate to hers. Lan Youyou wanted to refuse but was cut off by Yi Lin, who added, You must eat it all. Otherwise, it would be a shame to waste it. Realizing that if she didn't eat, he would surely throw it away, she relented, understanding the value of every grain of rice, and began to eat what he had selected for her. Meanwhile, Huang Bai searched the campus for Yi Lin but found no sign of him until he arrived at the cafeteria, where he finally spotted Yi Lin sharing a meal with his deskmate. Huang Bai noticed Yan Haoqing waiting in line at the serving counter, still a few people away from his turn, and promptly approached him. Haoqing, my good brother, Huang Bai greeted, casually slipping in front of him in line. Yan Haoqing, thinking Huang Bai had something to discuss, asked, Old fatty, what is up? Nothing much, just wanted to ask if I could cut in line. Huang Bai replied. Yan Haoqing was left speechless a few minutes later, when it was Huang Bai's turn. The serving lady, recognizing him as a regular, offered to give him extra rice. Huang Bai quickly protested, Auntie, I won't need extra rice today. The serving lady, puzzled, inquired, Aren't you always asking for 3 servings of rice? Why the sudden change? She spoke a bit loudly, leaving Huang Bai feeling embarrassed as he explained, Auntie, I'm on a diet. That's great. Dieting is good. The serving lady responded, and promptly reduced his rice serving by a few scoops. With his rice portion set, Huang Bai selected 1.5 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 3 fried chicken legs, leaving the serving lady utterly astonished. This is dieting? Once Yin Haoqing finished serving himself, Huang Bai tossed one of the chicken legs into his plate. Yin Haoqing beamed, "Thanks, old fatty. If you ever want to cut in line again, just come find me to as your deskmate. It's my duty." Ignoring Yin Haoqing, Huang Bai made his way over to Yilin, who was gazing intently at Lan Youyou as she ate. Huang Bai plopped down beside Yilin with a loud thud, startling him. "Could you sit down a bit more quietly? Do you not know your own weight?" Yilin snapped, irritated that their peaceful moment had been interrupted. Huang Bai complained, "Brother Lin, why didn't you wake me up to come out with you?" Yilin, realizing that Huang Bai must have been in a deep sleep, replied, "I left early. Everyone else was still taking the exam. How could I possibly wake you?" Huang Bai understood that Yilin had indeed left early and thus had no grounds for complaint. Remembering Yilin's performance during the exam, he anxiously asked, "Brother Lin, how did you do on the Chinese exam?" "Decent enough. I should easily score 100, Yilin answered. Huang Bai, skeptical, thought to himself that he had never seen Yilin diligently complete an exam. How could he possibly score so high? However, with the exam already concluded, there was no point in dwelling on it. Concerned that Yilin might not take the next exam seriously, Huang Bai earnestly advised, "Brother Lin, you're betting against Li Junwei. You must write seriously. Don't fall asleep during the upcoming exams." Yilin found it strange that Huang Bai suddenly seemed more concerned about his well-being than his own father. "Don't worry, I'll definitely score within the top 30 of the class." Upon hearing this, Lan Youyou looked up, "Yilin, I believe you can make it into the top 30. Huang Bai inwardly muttered, "What good is belief? Only actual scores matter." However, he dared not voice these thoughts, knowing that Yilin and Lan Youyou were getting along well, and speaking ill of her would surely lead to trouble. With affectionate eyes, Yilin looked at Lan Youyou and took a fried chicken leg from Huang Bai's plate, placing it on Lan Youyou's. "Little Duya, thank you for believing in me. Here's a big chicken leg for you." After saying this, he reached out and took the last chicken leg from Huang Bai's plate and directly devoured it. Huang Bai had originally planned to have 3 fried chicken legs, a well-thought-out plan. He joined Yin Haoqing's group to give him one as a gesture of social courtesy. Yilin, who relished chicken legs, intended to bring one for his good brother, leaving the last one for himself. In the blink of an eye, his chicken leg was gone, and Huang Bai hurriedly exclaimed, "Lin Gu, that was my chicken leg." "What do you mean your chicken leg? Eating so much while on a diet? Have you forgotten the master's words?" Yilin reprimanded him. Huang Bai dared not retort and silently continued his meal. After finishing their meal, the two accompanied Lan Youyou to the dormitory building before leaving the school. Upon arriving at the shop, Huang Bai was captivated by the array of beautiful girls inside, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Oh, the little boss is back from school," teased Qin Hui upon seeing Yilin. "Sister Qin, please make us 2 cups of lemonade." "Sure thing, Xiao Chun, prepare 2 cups of lemonade for the boss." Qin Hui had spent the morning teaching the new girls how to make fruit drinks. With a limited selection and ingredients proportioned precisely, they quickly got the hang of it, though their speed was not quite up to par. Meanwhile, Qin Hui took charge of the cash register. Soon, the 2 cups of lemonade were ready. Huang Bai inserted a straw and took a sip, grimacing at the sourness. "Lin Gu, I can't get used to this. Could you please swap my cup for a lemonade fruit drink?" Yilin flatly refused. "If you really want to lose weight, stop thinking about sweet drinks." After saying this, Yilin tossed a neatly organized math notebook at Huang Bai, instructing him to go to the corner and memorize it. Although Huang Bai disliked studying, he thought of how getting into college would mean winning over Chen Sini, and he had no choice but to grit his teeth and read Yilin then asked Qin Hui to manage the shop for a while as he gathered the 5 new employees outside for a meeting. This meeting was naturally about motivating them and painting a bright future. Yilin delivered an impassioned speech, promising that as long as they worked diligently with him, they would eventually become store managers of their own branches, with monthly salaries exceeding 10,000 not being a problem. Being a group of young girls, upon hearing Yilin's grand promises, they felt their futures were limitless. Moreover, they had just seen their boss remove his mask while drinking water. Revealing an exceptionally handsome face, it was one thing to be good-looking. It was another to be so capable, running a thriving business without even completing high school. At that moment, Yilin was their idol, their male god. Whether for career aspirations or to win over their boss, they were unwilling to leave. After painting their future, Yilin let them disperse. This was the initial phase of the business, and the promises he made were indeed lofty aspirations. However, Yilin believed that if these girls persevered, he would definitely fulfill his promises and make them store managers one day. Crafting aspirations also required skill. They needed to be tangible for people to be willing to work for you. Otherwise, if you merely spouted empty words, employees would not only lack motivation but would also feel annoyed. For instance, if someone couldn't even get into university, telling them they could attend Tsinghua or Peking University would be futile. If they themselves do not believe it, what good are your sweet words? Yilin understood this principle well, which is why the aspirations he painted for his employees in the past were always tangible and achievable. Consequently, his previous employees worked diligently for him. With the experience of painting aspirations from his past life, Yilin now managed his employees with ease, igniting their motivation with just a few words. Chapter 30. Would he mind this attire? In the afternoon, during the math exam, Ling Feishue pressed her test paper tightly, occasionally glancing at Yilin. She wanted to see him flustered by not being able to copy the answers. Bored, Yilin turned his head to survey the surroundings, and their eyes met. Ling Feishue scoffed coldly before turning back to her paper. Thinking, let you provoke me. I want to let you copy, I'll drive you mad. You'll continue to be at the bottom of the class. The more she berated him in her mind, the angrier she became, nearly standing up to slap Yilin twice. The next day, during the science and foreign language exams, Ling Feishue continued to guard her answers fiercely, and of course, this was merely her self-importance. Yilin paid no mind to her thoughts. His mind was filled with plans for the upcoming National Day holiday, contemplating where to take Lan Youyou for fun. With only half an hour left in the exam, Yilin left the examination hall and waited downstairs for Lan Youyou to come out. When she finally appeared, she spotted Yilin waiting for her and hurried over, as had become customary over the past few days. After finishing the exam, Lan Youyou would study with Yilin and Why Yilin? What subject do you want to review later? Always thinking about studying at every opportunity, Yilin, feeling a pang of sympathy, replied, Little do ya, we just finished the exam. Let us take a break from studying for the next few days. Huh? No studying? Lan Youyou looked a bit lost, as she had prepared to help Yilin improve his grades during this time. Remembering Li Junwei's bet, she feared Yilin would lose. Those people were quite malicious, knowing Yilin's poor grades and challenging him to a bet, clearly bullying him. Hence, Lan Youyou was determined to help Yilin catch up on his studies so that those people would no longer dare to hassle him about his grades. Noticing Lan Youyou's slight disappointment, Yilin asked curiously, Little do ya, what's wrong? Why are you unhappy? No, I'm not unhappy. Yilin, if we don't study, what about your grades? Lan Youyou spoke with a smile on the surface, but inside, she was worried about Yilin's performance. Hearing her words touched Yilin deeply. It felt wonderful to be cared for. The reason this little girl seemed down was that she was concerned about his studies. The more he looked at her, the more he cherished her, wishing he could pick her up and spin her around in front of all their classmates. Little do ya, we just finished the exam, and I feel too tired to study. Let us wait until the holiday ends to review, all right? Realizing that Yilin was simply fatigued, Lan Youyou expressed her concern. Then Yilin, you must take good care of yourself in the next few days. Sure, Yilin promised her, while internally pondering how to get her out during these days. Meanwhile, Lan Youyou was contemplating what to do. Her only desire was to help Yilin study. However, since Yilin said he was tired, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Before meeting Yilin, her vacations were spent cleaning the dormitory and studying. Reading was merely a way to pass the time. Given her family's financial situation, she wouldn't waste money going out. She was naturally good at studying, grasping the knowledge in books almost instantly. Cleaning was a necessity. During her time at City No. 1 Middle School, she had to keep the dormitory spotless, or else she would be bullied. However, her current roommates were all very nice and did not bully her. Yet, she realized that now, reading to kill time was simply impossible. Whenever she had free time, she only wanted to help Yilin study. Or rather, whenever she had a moment, she wished to see Yilin, to stay by his side. Only during study sessions could she see Yilin and be close to him. Lan Youyou recalled Wu Jia's words. Liking someone means relying on them, wanting to see them at all times. A thought, impossible yet undeniable, crept into her mind. Could it be that I like Yilin? No. We're just good friends, merely desk mates. I only want to help Yilin study, not that I want to see him all the time. How could I like Yilin? That is out of the question. He is so handsome, while I'm just an ugly duckling. He is so smart and kind, and he already has someone he likes. Suddenly, Lan Youyou felt a pang of envy for the girl named Ling Feishue, who was fortunate enough to be liked by such a wonderful boy as Yilin. She must be so happy. Throughout the journey, Yilin noticed that Lan Youyou appeared gloomy, unsure of what was troubling her. Initially, Yilin intended to ask her out for a fun outing the next day, but seeing her discontent made him hesitate. Upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory, Yilin said, "Little Duya, we've arrived." Lan Youyou snapped back to reality, noticing the dormitory door, wishing the path had been a bit longer. She smiled brightly. "Yilin, I'm here. You should head back now." Yilin, with determination, stated, "Little Duya, are you free tomorrow?" Lan Youyou replied, "I am." "Then let us go out to have some fun tomorrow." Yilin felt excited, thinking she would probably not refuse. "Huh? Go out?" Lan Youyou hesitated. Going out would cost a lot of money? She had heard others mention how much tickets and entrance fees could cost. Yet, she didn't want to miss out on going with Yilin. Seeing her silence, Yilin thought she must have other commitments. So he quickly smiled, "Little Duya, I was just saying that casually. If you're busy, we don't have to go." Hearing Yilin's words, Lan Youyou hurriedly replied, "Yilin, I have time." Spending money to accompany Yilin was acceptable. She decided she could skip one dish in the future. "All right, Little Duya, I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning." After saying this, Yilin ran home with a face full of excitement, feeling like a youthful 18-year-old. Yilin suddenly felt that being young was wonderful, that youth was fantastic, and not being a sycophant was great. After leaving school, Yilin asked Huangbai to borrow his father's camera for a couple of days. Huangbai handed over the camera, reminding Yilin repeatedly not to break it. Back at home, Yilin began contemplating where to take her. This was essentially his first real date, wasn't it? Meanwhile, Lan Youyou returned to her dormitory and rummaged through her belongings, thinking she should dress nicely for her outing with Yilin the next day. Wang Xiaoqing, Wu Jia, He Xiaowei, and Gao Mingming only left the exam hall after the exams ended, and they went to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon returning to the dormitory, they found Lan Youyou with a pile of clothes on her bed, frowning as she picked each piece up, holding it against her chest for comparison before putting it down. "Lan Youyou, what are you doing?" "Huh?" Lan Youyou jumped in surprise, completely unaware of the time, thinking she would have everything sorted before they returned. Caught in the act, she blushed deeply, hurriedly stuffing the clothes away. I'm just looking for clothes. Just looking for clothes? You look so frightened. You're not a thief. Why be so scared?" Wang Xiaoqing found it uninteresting and climbed onto her bed to pack her things. Eager to leave the dormitory as soon as possible, Wu Jia and He Xiaowei felt the same, and the three of them finished packing and left together. Gao Mingming sensed something was off. When things seem out of the ordinary, something must be amiss. When had Lan Youyou ever cared about her clothing? Didn't she always wear her school uniform? Thus, she deliberately took her time packing, waiting for the others to leave first. Gao Mingming approached Lan Youyou. "Youyou, is Yilin taking you out? Wanting to dress up nicely?" No, Mingming. You can't say that." Lan Youyou's face turned crimson. All right, Youyou. Why is your face so red?" Gao Mingming grinned mischievously. Regarding Yilin, Gao Mingming didn't feel any aversion. After observing for a few days, she realized Yilin's kindness towards Lan Youyou seemed genuine. Moreover, she noticed Yilin had stopped pursuing Ling Feishue and even deliberately distanced himself from her. A man's change certainly has much to do with women. Lan Youyou felt exposed by Gao Mingming's words, her face turning even redder, as if it were on fire. Gao Mingming placed a set of JK uniform beside Lan Youyou's bed. "Youyou, this outfit is too small for me. I was going to throw it away, but it fits you perfectly. Here, it's a gift for you. Dress beautifully for your date tomorrow." After saying this, she grabbed her luggage and left the dormitory. Lan Youyou wanted to explain, but it was too late. Staring at the clothes and shoes on her bed, she hesitated for a long time. This outfit was truly beautiful. She would pay Mingming back after the holiday ended. For now, she would consider it a purchase made with her. Lan Youyou tried on the clothes, then tied her hair into a high ponytail, using a clip for her bangs. Although she didn't know how to apply makeup, her bare face could easily outshine any beauty. Looking into the mirror, she realized she wasn't unattractive. Dressed this way, Yilin shouldn't mind, right? Chapter 31. The bird takes flight that night, with only Lan Youyou left in the dormitory. She hesitated to fall asleep. Ultimately, unable to keep her eyes open any longer, she drifted off. The next day, she woke up early to wash up and dress, then waited downstairs for Yilin, her exhaustion evident as she yawned repeatedly. As 8 o'clock approached, Yilin arrived at the bottom of the building. Although there was a girl standing at the entrance, he didn't recognize her as Lan Youyou. He walked over to the girl, waiting for Lan Youyou. The girl seemed vaguely familiar to him, but he couldn't place her at that moment. "Lan Youyou, having not slept well the previous night, felt a bit drowsy and didn't he notice Yilin beside her. After standing for a few minutes, she finally noticed someone next to her, and upon realizing it was Yilin, her face lit up. Why, Yilin? You're here. Yilin was momentarily taken aback, then realized that voice belonged to Lan Youyou. She looked exceptionally beautiful today. Hadn't he recognized her at first? Was this little girl dressing up just for him? Yilin felt a small thrill inside. It indicated that Lan Youyou was beginning to care about him. Little Douya, you look stunning today. I almost didn't recognize you. Is it pretty? Lan Youyou examined herself from head to toe. Very beautiful. Let us hurry and go. Seeing Yilin's expression, she felt relieved. Thinking he wouldn't mind her appearance, she noted that Yilin liked her to dress this way. Why, Yilin led her away from the school and towards the bus station. There were few enjoyable places in Qingyuan County, so Yilin planned to take a trip to the city today. Qingyuan County was 100 kilometers from Jiangxing, and in this era, counties didn't have expressways, so taking a direct bus would take about 2 hours. During the journey, Lan Youyou struggled against sleepiness, her head resting against the window as she dozed off. Concerned for her comfort, Yilin gently shifted her closer to his shoulder, if not for worrying that she might wake up startled. He would have loved to hold her close to ensure she could sleep soundly. Thus, Yilin quietly watched her sleep against him throughout the ride. He gently caressed Lan Youyou's face. Feeling a whirlwind of emotions, on the night he was buried in his past life, she had cried heart-wrenchingly. He wished he could have protected her then. The more he thought about it, the more he felt guilty towards this girl. Fortunately, fate had given him a chance for redemption. Soon, the bus arrived at the Jiangxing bus station. It felt too quick. Yilin regretted not choosing a farther destination, as he could have enjoyed more moments like this with her. Little Douya, we arrived. Although he was reluctant to wake her, they had to disembark. Throughout the journey, Lan Youyou had slept peacefully. Upon waking, she realized she was leaning against Yilin, and her face instantly flushed. Oh, we're here. Let us hurry and go, Lan Youyou stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed. After disembarking, Yilin curiously asked, Little Douya, why are you so tired? Didn't you sleep well last night? Lan Youyou nodded, then shyly replied, I was the only one left in the dormitory, and I'm afraid of the dark, so I didn't sleep well. She truthfully confided in Yilin. If it were anyone else, she would never have shared. But with Yilin, she felt comfortable enough to open up. Though they had only interacted for about 10 days, Yilin had become the person she trusted the most. Hearing her confession, Yilin's heart ached. He remembered how Lan Youyou had been terrified during previous power outages at school. Yet this girl, who feared the dark, had ventured alone to the cemetery that night. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid. It was simply that the grave held the person she loved most. After they left the station, Yilin took her for breakfast, and then they headed to the zoo. Jiangxing Zoo was quite renowned. As a subprovincial city in Jiangnan Province, Jiangxing was far more famous than the provincial capital, Nanqing. Not only did it possess stronger name recognition, but the city itself also boasted substantial strength in both economy and tourism. Though it was an industrial city, Jiangxing was blessed with picturesque landscapes, and its water quality ranked among the best in the country, earning it the saying that Jiangxing's scenery is unparalleled. Consequently, many people from other provinces mistakenly believed Jiangxing was the provincial capital of Jiangnan Province. In the Jiangxing Zoo, there are amusement attractions. One ticket allows visitors to both observe the animals and enjoy the rides, making it an exceptionally popular destination. With the National Day holiday in full swing, the place is teeming with people. Yilin, upon witnessing the overwhelming crowd, can only shake his head, realizing that any thought of enjoying the amusement projects today is futile. However, since they are already here, they might as well venture inside. After a prolonged wait, they manage to purchase 2 tickets. Yilin approaches and hands the tickets to Lan Youyou, and together they join the queue for ticket inspection. Lan Youyou glances at the ticket price, 50 yuan, and silently notes it in her mind. Once inside the zoo, Lan Youyou is filled with curiosity. Many animals she has seen in books, yet she has never encountered them in person. As they stroll along, Lan Youyou no longer exhibits her previous timid demeanor. Instead, she joyfully hops around Yilin, who watches her with a paternal sense of pride. It dawns on him that she can indeed be this cheerful, her laughter radiant. Previously, he rarely witnessed her in such high spirits. One might have assumed she was a shy girl, inherently averse to smiling. Entering the Beast Valley, a magnificent tiger lets out a thunderous roar. Startling Lan Youyou, who instinctively clutches Yi Lin's arm in fright. Yi Lin's heart swells with delight as he silently wishes for the tiger to roar again. Each new exhibit, Yi Lin captures multiple photographs of Lan Youyou, occasionally enlisting the help of passers-by for a group shot. When they arrive at the ostrich enclosure, where activities are offered, Yi Lin encourages Lan Youyou to ride an ostrich for a lap. However, she hesitates. The attendant kindly assures her, "Little girl, there's no need to be afraid. Our ostriches are very gentle. If it helps, your boyfriend can hold you while you take a turn. After all, how can one visit the zoo without riding an ostrich for a picture?" At the mention of boyfriend, Lan Youyou's cheeks flush, and she quickly clarifies, Yi Lin is not my boyfriend. We are merely classmates, it's perfectly fine. Classmates can also enjoy a ride together, the attendant responds, leading Lan Youyou to the ostrich. She glances back nervously, relieved to see Yi Lin trailing behind her. Yi Lin hands the camera to the attendant, asking, "Could you take a few pictures of us, please?" The attendant, surprised by Yi Lin's own camera, replies, "Young man, we have designated cameras for that." Yi Lin understands the rules. While free participation is allowed, photographs require a fee. With a clever gesture, he slips a 20 yuan bill into the attendant's hand, saying, "Please, help us out." The attendant beams and takes the camera, replying, "No problem, you should join her as well." Having received a favor, the attendant quickly retrieves a smaller seat cushion for the duo. Once they are suited up with protective gear, she helps them mount the ostrich. The bird dashes off, and Yi Lin presses closely against Lan Youyou's back. The ostrich's swift movements cause constant contact between them, igniting a rush of excitement for Yi Lin, who finds it increasingly hard to contain himself. Fortunately, the ride ends swiftly, sparing him further embarrassment. With an incentive to perform well, the attendant diligently snaps dozens of pictures of them. After departing the ostrich enclosure, Lan Youyou turns to Yi Lin and remarks, "Yi Lin, did you notice? That cushion was quite hard and rather uncomfortable." Yi Lin, feeling slightly embarrassed, responds, "Yes, indeed, it was quite uncomfortable." As they continue walking, they pass by a restroom, prompting Yi Lin to say, "Little bean sprout, I need to wash my face." "All right," Lan Youyou replies, patiently waiting by the roadside. Yi Lin splashes cold water on his face, finally managing to lower his blood pressure. The two then head towards the performance area. Chapter 32. The Lucky Star. The zoo's performance area boasts several segments. The first show is by a circus, featuring monkeys, lions, tigers, and various birds, leaving Lan Youyou in awe. Following that is the marine exhibit, showcasing penguins and dolphins, culminating in an orca performance. After the orca's display, it playfully tosses a beach ball into the crowd as a delightful surprise prepared by the aquarium. Whoever catches the ball becomes the lucky star. This title not only waives their admission fee for the day, but also rewards them with a commemorative card from the Jiangqing Zoo. The ball sails directly toward Lan Youyou, but the girl in front of her attempts to catch it, only to fumble it due to its slippery surface, in a reflexive move to shield herself from the ball. Lan Youyou catches it instead. The girl, witnessing this, glares at her with resentment, indignantly declaring, "That lucky star was mine. I was the first to catch it. Give it back." Her friend echoes the sentiment, "That was clearly my friend's catch. Hand it over." Lan Youyou had never intended to catch the ball. It was merely a stroke of luck. Now, confronted by their hostility, she feels overwhelmed, unable to meet their gaze. Raising the ball, she stammers, "I'm sorry. I caught it by accident. Here, you can have it." Just as the girl reaches for the ball, Yi Lin pulls Lan Youyou's hand back, asserting, "One must maintain their dignity. How shameless are you to snatch someone else's luck?" The girl, Shun Bingrong, is taken aback by Yi Lin's sudden retort. Upon seeing his clear, sincere gaze, she finds herself momentarily speechless. It is the first time she has encountered a boy with such untainted eyes. Almost as if he emerged untainted from murky waters, he's handsome, incredibly so. The host approaches Lan Youyou with a broad smile, asking, "Young lady, what is your name?" Shin Bingrong interrupts, asserting, "That ball was mine. I caught it first." The host, having witnessed the incident, chuckles, "You may have touched it first, but you didn't catch it. We go by who has the ball in their hands, and it is her now." He points to Lan Youyou. Only then does Lan Youyou notice Shan Bingrong's face, which startles her, prompting her to quickly say, "She caught it first. Let her have it." Yi Lin understands Lan Youyou's timid nature and her fear of confrontation. Seeing Shan Bingrong's fierce demeanor, he knows she wishes to avoid trouble. However, Yi Lin refuses to let anyone bully Lan Youyou. He tells her firmly, "Little bean sprout, what is yours. No one can take it from you." But Lan Youyou attempts to protest, but Yilin interrupts, "No buts. Host, her name is Lan Youyou." Hearing her name, the host seizes Lan Youyou's hand and raises it high, announcing, "The lucky star of this event is Miss Lan Youyou, who will enjoy free admission today and receive a commemorative card from Jiangqing Zhou." Yilin dismisses Shen Bingrong and her friends, focusing instead on capturing photographs of Lan Youyou. After the announcement, the host invites Lan Youyou, "Miss Lan, would you like to come up for a photo and to collect your commemorative card?" Lan Youyou glances at Yilin, then turns to the host, asking, "Can we take the photo together?" The host beams, "Of course, your boyfriend is quite handsome. You two make a lovely couple. We'll exhibit your photo in the gallery. And of course, you won't have to pay. You're already a lucky star. And we'll refund your ticket price." How does that sound? Clearly pleased by the prospect of a free experience, Lan Youyou looks to Yilin for his approval, explaining, "We are just classmates, not a couple." Noting their close rapport, the host senses that a romantic connection is brewing. After all, what girl would agree to spend time with a boy without some level of affection? Turning to Yilin, the host asks, "Young man, is that all right?" Yilin replies, "That's fine, but the photos are only for exhibition purposes, not for any other use." The host reassures him, "Rest assured, they will only be used for that." After which, the host leads them on stage. Witnessing Shen Bingrong's stunned expression, her friend Wang Qingya nudges her, saying, "Bingrong, don't be upset." Shen Bingrong snaps back to reality, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? That boy just said her name is Lan Youyou." Lan Youyou? Wang Qingya is taken aback. That name sounds so familiar, but she doesn't look like Lan Youyou at all. Comparing the two is like comparing a swan to a toad. Shen Bingrong, known as a flower at their school, is outshone in beauty by Lan Youyou, albeit slightly thinner. It must be a case of mistaken identity. There's no way this stunning girl could be the same ugly duckling. Bingrong, could it be a case of sharing the same name? Shen Bingrong shakes her head. "No, I recognize her voice, her mannerisms, and her silhouette. She is indeed Lan Youyou, the ugly duckling from our class. But how could she be so beautiful? Isn't it obvious? She was probably bullied for being the ugly duckling at school, so she took the opportunity during the summer to get cosmetic surgery. That's why she dropped out. She spent all her money on surgery instead of tuition." The memory of Lan Youyou's face stirs feelings of jealousy within Shen Bingrong, especially since such a handsome boy is now beside her, defending her. The key is that this boy doesn't even spare a glance in Shen Bingrong's direction. Although she has a devoted admirer, he pales in comparison to Yilin. While her admirer has some wealth, she merely treats him as a wallet, ignoring him otherwise. Wang Qingya adds, "She must have undergone surgery. I heard her family is too well off. It's shameless of her to get surgery without money for education. What a pity for that boy, deceived by her false facade." Shen Bingrong muses, gazing regretfully at Yilin, who stands beside Lan Youyou. Wang Qingya comments, "What's the use of being handsome if he lacks discernment?" The thought of Yilin's earlier rebuke ignites Shen Bingrong's anger. If another boy had seen her, he would have been enamored. Yet this one dares to scold her for being beautiful. It's ludicrous that he could prefer Lan Youyou. Bingrong, it's a pity the lucky star was snatched by Lan Youyou, that ugly duckling. Wang Qingya expresses indignantly. "What's mine is mine." Determined, Shen Bingrong resolves to confront Lan Youyou. She turns to her companion, Chan Jia, who has been fixated on Lan Youyou, finding her even more attractive than Shen Bingrong. "Have you had enough of staring?" Seeing Chan Jia's infatuation only fuels Shen Bingrong's anger, prompting her to stride forward. Chan Jia snaps out of his stupor and rushes after her. "Bingrong, wait up." Chapter 33. Insulting her is unacceptable. Bullying her is unforgivable. Outside the marine exhibit, Chan Jia expends considerable effort to placate Shen Bingrong. Upon learning that the lucky star is Lan Youyou, he is taken aback. However, doubt lingers in his mind. Could such beauty truly belong to Lan Youyou? Did she get surgery? He wonders aloud. That's impossible. She is indeed the ugly duckling who once stole my spotlight. Now she has taken my lucky star. Shen Bingrong fumed. Wang Qingya, equally incensed on Shen Bingrong's behalf, retorts, "Chan Jia, how can you question her recognition? Aren't you a man? Didn't you claim to like Bingrong?" In defense of his crush, Chan Jia confidently declares, "Don't worry, the lucky star belongs to Bingrong, and no one can take it from her. We'll wait here for them. I'll help you reclaim what's yours." Upon discovering that the girl is Lan Youyou, Chan Jia's admiration dissipates, He recalls how he had stared at her earlier, angering Shen Bingrong, and regrets it. He must quickly appease her. He can't afford to lose this opportunity to spend time with her. Fearing that Chen Jie might act violently, Shen Bingrong advises, let us expose Lan Youyou's true face to that boy first. Chen Jie, puzzled, asks, what boy? Wang Qingya clarifies, the boy who went on stage with Lan Youyou. Can't you see? Oh, I see him, Chen Jie responds, but he has been so transfixed by Lan Youyou that he hasn't truly noticed Yilin. He wonders why they need to take such measures. Could Shen Bingrong be interested in him? That's unacceptable. Why do we need to unveil Lan Youyou's true nature? Chen Jie inquires. Shen Bingrong retorts, are you foolish? Don't you understand? Lan Youyou has gone to great lengths to capture the attention of that handsome boy. If we reveal her true self, do you think she won't be devastated? Got it, Chen Jie replies, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the most venomous is often a woman's heart. Before long, Yilin and Lan Youyou emerge, both basking in their shared joy, oblivious to the trio glaring at them from the entrance. Lan Youyou, stop right there. Ignored, Shen Bingrong calls out, her voice laced with frustration. Lan Youyou halts and turns, only to find the hostile expressions of Shen Bingrong and her friends, particularly Chen Jie, who looks ready to unleash his fury. She feels a wave of fear wash over her. Seeing Lan Youyou's fearful reaction ignites Yilin's anger. He cannot believe such shamelessness exists in the world. It's one thing to be unable to catch the lucky star. It's another to continue harassing her. Yilin impatiently addresses Shen Bingrong. Enough already at that moment. Wang Qingya adopts a false air of righteousness, claiming, handsome boy, don't be upset. Let me enlighten you. This ugly duckling is deceiving you. Yilin is at a loss, but he quickly realizes that this woman is disparaging Lan Youyou as an ugly duckling. On what grounds does she have to insult Lan Youyou? By her own unattractive face? Lan Youyou is leagues more beautiful than her. How dare she call anyone an ugly duckling? Before Yilin can respond, Wang Qingya continues, Lan Youyou used to attend Shi Yizhong. We were classmates. She was truly ugly, poor and unattractive, a quintessential ugly duckling. She must have spent her savings on cosmetic surgery, which is why she dropped out. I suspect she even stole money from her family to afford it. So, handsome boy, don't be fooled by this artificial face. Upon hearing these accusations, Lan Youyou shakes her head, tears welling in her eyes as she softly protests. That is not true. Not true. Not true. Feeling wronged? She fears that Yilin might believe them and distance himself from her. She is too frightened to raise her voice, knowing that Chen Jie might resort to violence. Yilin is seething with rage. What was meant to be a joyful outing with Lan Youyou has turned sour because of these wretched individuals. While he may not know the details of Lan Youyou's past, he is certain she has not undergone surgery. In their previous life, until graduation, Lan Youyou's stunning beauty had been concealed beneath her thick bangs. If it weren't for him, she would never have revealed her captivating side. Noticing Yilin's fury, Shen Bingrong feels triumphant. Surely, this handsome boy must be outraged that Lan Youyou has deceived him, she thinks. Wang Qingya adds, he is definitely furious. How could he not be? Shen Bingrong relishes the thought that Yilin will no longer concern himself with Lan Youyou. She presses, Lan Youyou, hand over the commemorative card. It rightfully belongs to me. You ugly duckling, return the commemorative card to Bingrong, or you know what will happen. Chen Jie threatens, cracking his knuckles. Lan Youyou recalls the past, preparing to relinquish her possession. However, Yilin envelopes her in an unexpected embrace, declaring, Little Bean Sprout, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Lan Youyou is taken aback by Yilin's sudden display of affection, rendered motionless in his embrace. Protect her? Have you lost your mind? Chen Jie scoffs, I suggest you hand over the card to avoid a beating. Chen Jie feels unthreatened by Yilin, knowing that he can easily overpower him. The way Yilin presents himself makes it clear he is a model student. Such boys don't engage in fight. He is confident he could defeat Yilin with ease. While they may be shameless, insulting her is intolerable, and bullying her is absolutely unacceptable. Yilin released Lan Youyou and stepped forward to seize Chen Jie by the collar, subsequently delivering a barrage of blows. Grasping Chen Jie's collar was primarily due to Yilin's fear that this fellow might flee. With Uncle watching over at Qing'an High School, it wouldn't do to be too arrogant. Outside the school gates, who among those ruffians would dare to lay a hand on him? This scoundrel even dared to bully Xiaoduya. He was truly asking for a beating. Chen Jie was utterly caught off guard, and by the time he comprehended the situation, he was already receiving a thrashing, completely powerless to retaliate. Lin, once the tyrant of Qingwen High, known as the Little Overlord, found fighting to be an everyday affair. Although Chen Jie was a basketball player, he typically only picked on soft targets like Lan Youyou. He had little experience in genuine brawls. Xiao Duya, those who bullied you in the past, I shall make them pay today, Lin declared as he vented his pent-up fury. The memory of Lan Youyou clutching his gravestone in his previous life filled Lin with a fierce determination to ensure that no one would ever bully her again. The more he recalled the tragic fate of Lan Youyou in his past life, the more ferocious his strikes became. Lan Youyou, taken aback by Lin's willingness to fight on her behalf, hurriedly urged him, "Stop hitting him, Lin, please don't continue." Shen Bingrong and Wang Qingya were equally astonished, never having anticipated the ferocity of this boy. Concerned for Lan Youyou's well-being, Lin halted, delivering a swift kick that sent Chen Jie flying. Before turning to the two girls and commanding, "Apologize to her immediately, or I shall tear your mouths apart." Lin regarded Shen Bingrong and Wang Qingya with a menacing glare. "No need," Lan Youyou interjected, grasping Lin's hand in fear that he might continue his assault. Wang Qingya, utterly flabbergasted, recalled her earlier words and quickly apologized to Lan Youyou. "I'm sorry, Youyou. I'm truly sorry. I was just being thoughtless." "No, that's really not necessary," Lan Youyou responded, somewhat flattered. "I'm sorry, Youyou." Shen Bingrong also stammered, realizing that with Lin's intensity, she might truly face his wrath if she failed to apologize. Despite being a flower of the first municipal high school, she found her charms ineffective against Lin. "Get lost, and never let me catch you bullying her again." It's his words. Shen Bingrong and Wang Qingya fled as if in a panic, casting not a single glance back at the beaten Chen Jie. Though Chen Jie simmered with indignation, he dared not retaliate against Lin. This fellow, who appeared to be a good student on the surface, was indeed ruthless in a fight. Chen Jie mused that Shen Bingrong would likely be infuriated with him, and hurried to pursue her. Lin observed Chen Jie, lamenting the sheer abundance of sycophants in this world. Such people were foolish, relentlessly pursuing what they could never attain, only to end up with nothing but empty hopes. After dealing with those insufferable individuals, Lin turned his attention to comforting Lan Youyou. "Xiao Duya, were you classmates with them before?" Lin initiated a conversation. Lan Youyou nodded. "How did they bully you?" Reluctant to divulge at first, she eventually opened up under Lin's gentle coaxing, revealing her trust in him. To his surprise, Lin learned that Lan Youyou had been bullied due to her superior academic performance, which threatened the positions of those at the First Municipal High School, a prestigious institution with monetary rewards for top scorers. Naturally, they chose to bully her, for she was an easy target. Upon hearing her account, Lin regretted not having slapped those two girls earlier. "Xiao Duya," he promised, "as long as I am here, no one shall bully you. Teaching you in high, you are free to achieve whatever scores you desire. If you surpass those from the First Municipal High, it will bring glory to our school and in turn, to Teacher Long, which will surely delight her." "Really? As long as I surpass the First Municipal High, Teacher Long will be happy?" Lan Youyou asked, her eyes wide with innocence. "Indeed, so make sure to give your all in the next Unified City examination." "All right, I will study hard for the exam," she affirmed, newfound confidence blossoming within her. Previously, she hesitated to excel due to fear, but now, with the thought of making Teacher Long happy, she felt liberated. Moreover, she did not wish to disappoint Lin. The memory of being embraced and protected by him filled Lan Youyou with a sense of safety. It felt wonderful to be shielded by someone. It meant she would no longer be bullied. If only Lin could always protect her like this. However, she was aware that such a notion was unrealistic. Lin harbored feelings for Ling Feishue and would eventually seek to protect her. Yet, even this single instance of protection from Lin left Lan Youyou deeply content. Moved by Lin's kindness, she resolved to assist him at school, ensuring to speak well of him to Ling Feishue. Chapter 34. Bought for you. After exiting the aquarium, Lin and Lan Youyou meandered through other areas of the zoo. Initially, Lin had intended to visit the amusement park, but the throngs of people made queuing a futile endeavor, so they abandoned that plan. Upon finishing their visit to the zoo, they strolled through the bustling center of Jiangsheng, during which Lin concocted an excuse to treat Lan Youyou to a meal. He had initially wished to buy her some small gifts, but Lan Youyou insisted she wanted nothing. Even when he discreetly purchased something for her, she returned it. With no other options left, Yilin resolved to seek another opportunity. As evening approached, the pair arrived at the bus station, preparing to return home. Upon entering, Yilin noticed a shop outside displaying several attractive fabric hair ties. Xiaoduya, wait for me here for a moment, he instructed, striding towards the store. After selecting a blue and white hair tie, Yilin inquired of the shopkeeper, "How much for this hair tie?" The shopkeeper, beaming with delight, replied, "Young man, you have an eye for fashion. This is the latest style, perfect for gifting to a girlfriend. I usually sell it for 50, but seeing how handsome you are, I'll let you have it for 30. Yilin was taken aback, thinking, what a ripoff. In this day and age, such an item would only cost a few yuan elsewhere. This vendor was clearly marking up the price tenfold. 0.5 yuan, and I'll buy it. Yilin countered. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned, having never encountered such a lowball offer. Come on, young man, don't joke around. I'd be losing money selling it to you for 5.20 is the lowest I can go. Take it or leave it. Yilin unhesitatingly returned the hair tie to its place. The shopkeeper's lengthy explanations only reinforced Yilin's resolve. If he were truly at a loss, he wouldn't bother to negotiate. Simply refusing to sell as he turned to leave, the shopkeeper rushed after him, exclaiming, all right, 5 it is today. I'll take a loss just for you." Observing the shopkeeper's exaggerated reluctance, Yilin couldn't help but chuckle internally. This vendor should consider a career in acting. Fishing out 5 yuan from his pocket, Yilin handed it over, gratefully accepting the hair tie. "Thank you, boss. Wishing you prosperity." Watching Yilin depart with a carefree stride, the shopkeeper felt as if he had just been swindled. When Lan Youyou saw Yilin returning with a hair tie, she anxiously asked, "Yilin, why did you buy a hair tie?" "Oh, I bought it as a gift for someone," he replied, deliberately withholding the recipient's identity, knowing that if he revealed it was for someone else, she would surely return it. Upon hearing it was a gift, Lan Youyou sighed in relief, having noticed Yilin's earlier eagerness to buy her something. However, she was left with an inexplicable sense of disappointment, pondering that the gift was likely meant for Ling Feishue. The hair tie truly was beautiful. The more she thought about it, the more an indescribable discomfort settled in her heart. Leaving her puzzled, after purchasing tickets and boarding the bus, they began their journey back. Once they reached Qingyuan County, Yilin escorted Lan Youyou back to school, arriving at the base of Shangmei Building. "Yilin, wait for me a moment," she requested. Yilin's heart raced with anticipation. Could it be that she had a gift for him? Moments later, Lan Youyou dashed down, handing Yilin a stack of money. After a quick calculation, she realized that the zoo visit had been free, allowing her to pocket an extra 50 yuan. Thus, the fare and meal expenses would amount to around 150 yuan. She had quickly returned to the dormitory to count out 100 yuan, adding it to the 50 she had earned today, and now offered it to Yilin. Lan Youyou felt fortunate to have been the lucky star today. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had enough to treat him. With over 20 yuan left in her bag, she figured it would last her several days. Observing the stack of money in Lan Youyou's hands, Yilin inquired, "Xiaoduya, what is this?" Yilin, I'm not sure how much I spent today, but it should be about this much, so I'm giving it to you." Yilin firmly refused the money, feeling a twinge of disappointment. When a girl is overly generous, it often indicates that the relationship has not yet deepened. Naturally, Yilin couldn't directly tell her to keep it. He needed to find a way to decline without discouraging her from wanting to hang out in the future. "Xiaoduya, are we good friends?" Yilin suddenly asked. "Of course," Lan Youyou replied without hesitation. At tea present, aside from her family and teachers, Yilin was indeed her closest companion. "If we're good friends, then you don't need to give me money. Today, it's my treat. Next time, it'll be your turn to treat me." But Lan Youyou began, but Yilin interrupted her. "Xiaoduya, if you give me money, it means you don't want to be my friend? And that would make me sad." "Sad? No. Yilin is so wonderful. I can't let him be sad." With that thought, Lan Youyou retracted the money. "Then I want to give you money, Yilin. Please don't be upset. If you don't give me money, I want TBSAD.AS." She tucked the money into her skirt pocket. Yilin pulled out the hair tie he had purchased in Jiangxing. "Xiaoduya, this is for you." "Huh?" Lan Youyou exclaimed in shock. Yilin, didn't you say this was a gift for someone? "Indeed, I bought it specifically for you. When you wear it while sleeping, it's as if I'm by your side. So you want to be afraid of the dark at night." "Really?" Lan Youyou asked, half believing. "Absolutely, I'm not joking. Thank you." Yilin. A wave of happiness washed over Lan Youyou, who had initially thought the gift was intended for Ling Feishue. The momentary discomfort she felt earlier vanished without a trace. Lin knew that inviting her out again the next day would be a challenge. Yet, he also understood that he could not refrain from seeking her company, for he yearned to be by her side for every moment of the day. Thus, he proposed, "Xiaoduya, would you tutor me tomorrow afternoon?" Lan Youyou eagerly nodded in agreement. "Sure, then I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. You should head up now." "All right, I'll go up now, Lin. You should head home." With that, Lan Youyou hurriedly dashed back to her dormitory. Upon reaching her room, she stared at the photos taken at the zoo. Lost in thought, in one picture, they stood on either side of a dolphin, the orca leaping into the frame for a perfect shot. After an hour of gazing at the images, she reluctantly tucked the photo into her book. Looking at the hair tie in her hand, she rushed to the mirror to tie her hair up. Dressed in her JK uniform, Lan Youyou barely recognized herself. That moment, she felt a hint of beauty within her. However, she quickly shook her head. No. It's not me who looks good. It's the hair tie. That night, as she fell asleep with the hair tie on her wrist, her mind was flooded with memories of the day spent with Lin. Thoughts of his protection, their joyful outing, and his thoughtful gift brought a sweet smile to her face as she drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, after returning home, Lin promptly called Huangbai over, eager to develop the photos they had taken throughout the day. Chapter 35. Brothers teach each other. Developing film rolls proved to be quite a cumbersome task. Huangbai, who was not particularly adept at the process, had only learned from watching his father do it frequently. Just rolling the film took half an hour, and after another hour, Huangbai finally managed to develop the film. He had initially intended to help Lin with the photo development, but Lin declined. First, Huangbai's skills were lacking, and he would surely ruin his father's equipment and face repercussions. Second, Lin did not wish for Huangbai to see the photos. Thus, he took the film and prepared to leave. With his parents out traveling, Huangbai felt incredibly bored at home and longed to join Lin for some fun. However, Lin instructed him to focus on his studies. Huangbai regretted not accompanying his parents on their trip, thinking that he could enjoy unrestrained gaming at home during the holidays. Yet, after just one day of gaming alone, he found it rather dull, lacking the excitement he once felt. Ever since Lan Youyou transferred schools, Lin had not spent much time with him, making Huangbai feel as if he had experienced a breakup. He worried that with Lin constantly studying, they would have little to talk about in the future. Moreover, the fortune teller had mentioned that to win over Chen Sini, he needed to excel in his studies. With that thought in mind, Huangbai decided to forego gaming and return to his room to study. Lin arrived at the printing shop to order 2 6-inch photo albums. After negotiating the price, he handed the film over to the owner. The next morning, Lin first visited his own store to handle some accounting. As his business was just beginning, he had no financial staff, so he had to come in daily to collect payments. The reasons for his daily visits were twofold. He was not entirely at ease, especially given the daily revenue exceeding 1,000 yuan, and he needed to pay suppliers immediately since he was not yet familiar with them. Yucha had been operational for 5 days, averaging daily earnings of 1,500 yuan. After deducting the cost of materials, Lin had already earned over 6,000 yuan. With 6 employees, he paid their September salaries. Although it was only for a few days, he ensured they were compensated. The base salary was 50 yuan a day, and commissions were calculated at 10% of the store's net income, resulting in a commission of 100 yuan for September. The 5 new girls, having worked 4 days, each received 300 yuan. Qin Hui, who started on the 23 RD, had worked for 8 days and received 500 yuan. The girls found the pay satisfactory, considering it was quite decent for the county. 300 for just 4 days meant that earning over 2,000 a month was entirely feasible. Meanwhile, Qin Hui felt envious, realizing that this kid had already made 4,000 to 5,000 in just 5 days of business. Once Lin finished his tasks at the store, he rushed to the printing shop to pick up the photo albums and then went grocery shopping. He planned to cook a delicious meal himself that day. After a busy morning, Lin prepared his heartfelt bento and then headed out to the store with 2 cups of lemonade in hand. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin arrived at Shangmei Building. Lan Youyou had been waiting for him below, clutching a few books. Today, she had reverted to her previous ugly duckling appearance. Upon seeing Lin, she joyfully ran over. "Lin, you're here." Noticing her slight fatigue, Lin inquired with concern, "Xiaoduya, have you been waiting for long?" "Not really, I just came down," Lan Youyou replied. Although she uttered those words, her fatigue betrayed her. The mere thought of seeing Lin today had caused her to wake up early. She had first waited in the classroom, then moved to the dormitory entrance, eager to meet him. But the minutes dragged on painfully slowly. You're lying. Your eyes look like they're about to close. If you keep lying, your future children won't have a backside. Yi Lin teased and immediately regretted the last part, feeling as if he had cursed himself. Lan Youyou, who associated even a kiss with the idea of having children, took his words seriously. She quickly clarified, Yi Lin, I actually came down early this morning. I had nothing to do, so I thought I'd wait for you. That way, you'd see me as soon as you arrived. Yi Lin found her explanation amusing yet bewildering. But I said this afternoon. Why did you come down so early? Remembering his comment about children, Lan Youyou confessed, I just wanted to see you sooner and then get to studying. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin felt a pang of sweetness mixed with sorrow. He was saddened for Lan Youyou but elated to realize how significant he was in her life. To be someone she was so eager to see was surely indicative of deeper feelings. However, Yi Lin understood that Lan Youyou was still quite innocent when it came to matters of love. She herself is unaware that this is what it means to be fond of someone. If she were to hastily confess her feelings, it would only lead to a misstep. Yi Lin is not in a rush. He refrains from making any declarations of love. The memory of Lan Youyou's words from his previous life echoes in his mind. In the next life, could you pursue me like you did with Ling Feishui? Yi Lin vividly recalls the time and effort he expended in chasing after Ling Feishui. To confess to Lan Youyou now would be a disservice to her. Thus, Yi Lin's only desire is to cherish her sincerely. He envisions a future where Lan Youyou comes to understand her feelings and willingly chooses to be with him. With tender concern, Yi Lin inquires, Little Duya, have you had your meal yet? Fearing that Yi Lin might buy her something again, Lan Youyou quickly responds, Yi Lin, I've already eaten. However, just after she finishes speaking, the enticing aroma of food wafts through the air, and her stomach betrays her, grumbling audibly. Observing this, Yi Lin remarks, Little Duya, you are lying again. Lan Youyou is flustered, her face flushing crimson as she struggles to find an explanation. All right, I haven't eaten yet either. Today, I personally cooked a meal for you. Let's go eat, Yi Lin states, leading Lan Youyou to a stone table by the pond. The thought that Yi Lin cooked the meal himself brings a smile to Lan Youyou's face. Given that Yi Lin is bringing her food, she feels no inclination to refuse, having grown accustomed to it. She knows that even if she declines, Yi Lin will find a way to make her eat. Yi Lin thoughtfully opens the lunchbox for her and prepares her drink. After taking a few bites, Lan Youyou praises, Yi Lin, this is delicious. Her compliment is sincere. Yi Lin's cooking far surpasses that of Yi Aigua. After all, his culinary skills were honed through years of devotion. If Ling Feishui were to discover that Yi Lin learned to cook in order to impress her by preparing meals for Lan Youyou, she would likely be infuriated. Yet, it seems she may never have the opportunity to know that Yi Lin's cooking was a pursuit of her affection. Hearing Lan Youyou's praise fills Yi Lin with joy, making the meal taste even better. After dining, he produces a photo album. Little Duya, these are the photos we took during our outing yesterday. I want to give this to you. Although Lan Youyou desires it, she hesitates to take it, saying, Yi Lin, you keep it. If you give it to me, then you won't have it anymore. I made 2 copies. One is for me, and this one is specially for you. Is it really just for me? Lan Youyou asks, accepting it with a look of fondness as she places it in her bag. Aren't you going to take a look? Seeing her not open it, Yi Lin worries she might not like it. I'll look at it later. Let's study first, Lan Youyou replies cheerfully, pulling out her textbooks to teach Lin at that moment. Huang Bai arrives at school, rushing over with several books in hand. Lin Ge, I guessed you would be here. Yi Lin, unsure of Huang Bai's purpose, asks, what's the rush? Huang Bai, ignoring Yi Lin, grins at Lan Youyou, classmate Lan, could you teach me too? I want to improve. Yi Lin's expression darkens, this guy. But I'm currently helping Yi Lin. Lan Youyou feels a bit conflicted. No worries. Once you finish teaching Lin Ge, you can teach me. I studied math all night last night, and there's so much I don't understand. If I can't get into university, my happiness will be ruined for life. Yi Lin almost bursts out laughing. This guy genuinely believes that getting into university will guarantee a relationship with Chan Sini. Little does he know, that fortune teller only vaguely suggested that he would find his true love. Chan Sini could be that love, but true love isn't always Chan Sini. Little Duya, you just help me. I'll teach Huang Bai. Yi Lin is reluctant to let Lan Youyou bear this burden. Teaching him is merely a formality, but instructing Huang Bai is serious business. A wise person learns quickly, but a foolish person can drive one to despair with their inability to grasp concepts. Huang Bai is somewhat reluctant. Can Yi Lin really teach him? After all, this good brother usually ranks lower than him academically. Yet, he dares not voice his doubts, saying, Lin Gu, my happiness is in your hands. Can you really teach me? You don't trust me? How could I? I believe in you, Lin Gu. How do I solve this problem? Yi Lin, taken aback, realizes that while Huang Bai claims to have faith, he immediately presents a question to test him. Yi Lin decides to demonstrate, meticulously explaining the problem Huang Bai pointed out. Huang Bai is astonished. This guy has genuinely learned. His explanation is even clearer than that of Li Depeo, and even a struggling student like Huang Bai can grasp it immediately. Thus, he harbors no further grievances. After studying into the afternoon, Yi Lin treats Huang Bai to a meal, and they continue their studies in the evening. Initially, when Yi Lin was tutoring Lan Youyou, it was merely an excuse to spend time with her. Now, however, they are genuinely helping Huang Bai with his studies. Of course, Yi Lin has no complaints. Even with this third wheel, it's not a bad situation. He can finally drop the pretense of studying and focus on teaching Huang Bai earnestly, especially since he is helping a good friend. Lan Youyou feels no resentment either. She is simply assisting Yi Lin, and having an extra person only enhances the tutoring experience. The next day, the three of them continue studying at the stone table, not concluding until evening when they prepare for self-study. As students return to school, Lan Youyou heads to class 5. She has been contemplating how to assist Yi Lin in winning over his crush for several days. Chapter 36. Treatment for illness. Lan Youyou arrives at class 5, feeling somewhat anxious, as she is not adept at socializing. After standing for a while and rehearsing her words multiple times, she finally gathers the courage to ask a student sitting by the door, Hello, could you please call for Ling Feishue? After speaking, Lan Youyou breathes a sigh of relief, as if she has accomplished a monumental task. The student calls out, Ling Feishue, someone is looking for you. Ling Feishue turns around, puzzled. Who is looking for me? Is it Yi Lin coming to deliver a love letter? Impossible. That rascal has always approached me directly. Ling Feishue, filled with curiosity, walks to the back door and is taken aback to see Lan Youyou. It's her. Yi Lin's hideous little plaything. How dare she try to deceive me with her appearance? She thinks, irritated. What does she want? Are you looking for me? Ling Feishue asks, not bothering to hide her disdain. Yes, 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 Lan Youyou replies, finally realizing who Ling Feishue is. She had seen her before, when walking in the corridor in the library, and a few days ago during the monthly exams. Each time, this girl was scolding Yi Lin. Yi Lin must have done something to offend her, which explains her anger. Yet, she is incredibly beautiful, and she ranks first in the entire school. It's no wonder Yi Lin likes her so much. Suddenly, Lan Youyou feels a twinge of envy towards Ling Feishue. Being liked by Yi Lin must be a wonderful thing. He Xiaowei once said that liking someone means thinking of them constantly. Therefore, Yi Lin must be perpetually thinking of Ling Feishue, which is enough to make Lan Youyou envious. Sister Feishue, my name is Lan Youyou, from class 1. She introduces herself. Ling Feishue, growing increasingly impatient, retorts, I know, you're Yi Lin's deskmate. But please, don't call me sister. I have no ugly little sister like you. Lan Youyou is unfazed by Ling Feishue's insult. She is used to it. In fact, she feels a flicker of happiness at the realization that Ling Feishue knows she is Yi Lin's deskmate. If Yi Lin likes her and she shares a desk with him, perhaps this means they can forge a closer connection? Yes, I'm Yi Lin's deskmate, Feishue. I have something to discuss with you. Lan Youyou almost calls her sister again but quickly stops herself. Don't call me by my name. It makes me feel sick. Ling Feishue's irritation grows, as her mind is plagued by images of Yi Lin and her together, which she cannot bear. Then how should I address you? Lan Youyou asks, puzzled. Don't address me at all. Just tell me what you want. Oh, I want to tell you that Yi Lin really likes you. That's ridiculous. Do I not know that he likes me? He used to come to confess daily. Do I need you to tell me that? Ling Feishue replies, her pride evident. Sensing her agitation, Lan Youyou suspects that she is still angry with Yi Lin. She wonders how Yi Lin managed to upset her so much. I want to say that you shouldn't be angry with Yi Lin anymore. He is truly a good person. He isn't a bad student. Recently, he has been studying diligently, working very hard. Moreover, he is kind-hearted. I was often bullied, but ever since I transferred here, Yi Lin has taken great care of me, bringing me lunch and lemon candies almost every day. I didn't even want them, but if I refused, he would toss them in the trash, so I had no choice but to eat them. Just yesterday, we went to Jiangxing, and when some former classmates bullied me, He protected me. Yi Lin is genuinely a good person. Ling Feishue, please don't be angry with him anymore. He really likes you, we are just friends, but he treats me very well. Therefore, he must treat you even better. If you continue to be angry with Yi Lin and ignore him, he will be sad. Shut up. Ling Feishue can no longer endure the conversation. How could she be the one being ignored? That rascal Yi Lin, who always treats her with disdain, even went as far as to block her on his QQ. Yet now he is treating this ugly girl with such kindness, as if he is punishing himself to get back at her. Enraged, Ling Feishue shouts, startling all the students around them. They are curious about what could have made Ling Feishue so furious, their ears perked up to eavesdrop on the gossip. Are you trying to show off? Just because Yi Lin is nice to you doesn't mean he likes you. Let me tell you, he is merely putting on an act for my benefit. With your looks, do you think Yi Lin would genuinely like you? Stop dreaming. What do you have to compete with me? You lack beauty and are scrawny. As for grades, do you think you can outshine me? I am the top student in the school. Go back and tell Yi Lin that if he continues this charade, I will never forgive him. Ling Feishue is livid. How could Yi Lin stoop so low as to pretend to care for this ugly duckling? He continues to bring her lunch and lemon candies, even taking her out for fun, as if he were trying to drive her mad. Lan Youyou, intimidated by Ling Feishue's fury, feels compelled to leave. Ling Feishue, please don't be angry. I'll go back and tell Yi Lin to stop pretending. She turns to leave but realizes she hasn't conveyed something important and turns back. Ling Feishue, if you have an illness, you must seek treatment promptly. You cannot delay. Recalling how her mother suffered due to financial constraints that delayed her treatment and worsened her condition, Lan Youyou feels a pang of sadness. She feels compelled to offer this kind reminder, even if Ling Feishue is angry and dislikes her. After all, she plans to be with Yi Lin in the future, and she cannot afford for Ling Feishue to be ill. She does not want Yi Lin to wear a worried expression like her father did every day due to her mother's sickness. Ling Feishue is infuriated by these words, shouting, "You are the one who is sick, you lunatic." Lan Youyou ponders for a moment before responding, but Yi Lin never said I was sick. Just a few days ago, he mentioned that you have a condition called self-delusion. He said this illness is incurable, but you shouldn't lose hope. You can certainly recover. And by the way, you mentioned that hearing me call your name makes you feel sick. That's also an illness. If you have a problem, you must seek treatment. Lan Youyou earnestly advises Ling Feishue before running back to her classroom. Ling Feishue is left dumbfounded by Lan Youyou's words. She wonders if this woman is genuinely insane. Other students, overhearing Lan Youyou's remarks, struggle to suppress their laughter. Despite her unremarkable appearance, Lan Youyou's words manage to infuriate Ling Feishue. It is ironic that Ling Feishue, who scolded others for finding her name distasteful, is now at the receiving end of her own complaints. Truly, one should not judge a person by their looks. Upon returning to the classroom, Lan Youyou informs Yi Lin that Ling Feishue told him to stop pretending. Chapter 37, Monthly Exam. First in school. Upon hearing Lan Youyou's account, Yi Lin is taken aback. Little do ya. I am not pretending for Ling Feishue. My feelings for you are genuine, and I no longer have feelings for Ling Feishue. Yi Lin attempts to clarify this for the bewildered girl. You don't like Ling Feishue anymore? But Wang Xiaochen said you liked her. She is truly beautiful. Lan Youyou expresses her disbelief, as she has heard many tales of Yi Lin's past admiration. Moreover, with Ling Feishue being so stunning and accomplished, it is only natural that many would be drawn to her, including Yi Lin. Little do ya, why do you trust Wang Xiaochen over me? Who knows better about my feelings than I do? Lan Youyou reflects on this and agrees. If Yi Lin insists he does not like her, then it must be true. A sense of joy fills her as she realizes she too does not harbor feelings for Ling Feishue. From their first encounter, where Ling Feishue scolded Yi Lin, to subsequent meetings where she continued to berate him, Lan Youyou has never warmed to her. And if Yi Lin does not like Ling Feishue, then she would not have to worry about them being together. Then who do you like? Lan Youyou inquires, eager to relay the information to Yi Lin's intended crush, showcasing just how wonderful Yi Lin is. After all, he has treated her so kindly, and she wishes to assist him in any way possible. Little do ya, the person I like, you will know in due time. Lan Youyou wonders who Yi Lin's affections might be directed toward. She glances at Huang Bai. Yi Lin, noticing her contemplative expression and her astonishment at Huang Bai, feels an ominous sense of foreboding and quickly interjects, Little do ya, please don't jump to conclusions. I am not interested in men. Oh, I see. You scared me. Lan Youyou breathes a sigh of relief. Since Yi Lin spends so much time with Huang Bai, if he doesn't like Ling Feishue, It could very well be Huang Bai. During the AIDS awareness campaign at City Number 1 High School, the teacher mentioned that same-sex relationships are the most susceptible to such diseases. Thus, she worries about Yilin and Huang Bai. As the school bell rings, all the students return to their classrooms. Lan Youyou, following closely behind, enters the classroom. She glances at the filled seats and decides against calling the roll. Students, the break is over. It's time to refocus on our studies. We have less than a year left. With that, she produces the prepared report cards. The results of the monthly exam have been released, and while some students have made significant progress, others still need to exert more effort. Lan Youyou's expression is one of delight. Observing her demeanor, the students surmise that their class has likely performed exceptionally well. Qin Tianju, brimming with excitement, asks, "Teacher, did our class rank first?" At this, Lan Youyou's smile broadens as she replies, "Not only is our class first in the school, but we also have the top individual score." What? The students are taken aback. The top score is not Ling Feishu this time. All eyes turned toward Chen Sini. Chen Sini lowered her head in slight embarrassment, a flicker of pride swelling within her. Qin Tianju, with palpable excitement, gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sini, you're amazing. You've brought honor to our class leader." Chen Sini shyly responded, "What are you saying? The teacher didn't even call my name. How did you know it was me?" Despite her words, she felt a sense of ownership over the achievement. Although the top score in the entire school was not hers, she still excelled, securing the 5th position overall. Lan Youyou's words fell upon Chen Sini like a bucket of cold water, washing away her joy and replacing it with disappointment. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disillusionment. She felt a lump in her throat, on the verge of tears. The classmates were equally stunned. Class 1 had claimed the top spot in the school, yet it was not Chen Sini who had achieved it. Who, then, was it? Everyone pondered silently. Without keeping them in suspense, Lan Youyou revealed, the top student this time is Lan Youyou, who scored 645 points. This exam was particularly challenging, and achieving such a score is quite impressive. Even the top students from the city would be hard-pressed to reach this mark. The second-place student, Ling Feishu, only managed 624 points. Upon hearing that she was the top scorer, Lan Youyou felt no joy. She had not aimed for first place, hence her score of 645 was a deliberate decision. Though she had calculated her expectations, the difficulty of the exam had thwarted her plans. Huang Bai stared at Lan Youyou, dumbfounded, his mind racing with frustrations. How could the teacher seat a genius next to Yilin? Was this intentional? Yilin had previously mentioned that the principal was his uncle. All eyes turned to Lan Youyou, and under such scrutiny, she felt uncomfortable, reminiscent of the time when she had topped the school and subsequently faced bullying. Yilin shifted slightly closer to her, blocking some of the gazes directed at her, and said, "Congratulations to Lan Youyou for securing the top spot for our class. Let's give her a round of applause." However, the moment was somewhat awkward, as only Yilin and Huang Bai clapped initially. Thankfully, after a couple of seconds, Lan Youyou joined in, and soon the classroom erupted into applause. After the applause subsided, Li Junwei, irked, remarked, "Yilin, it's not like you came in first. Why are you so excited?" "It's not me, but my deskmate who did. I'm happy for her. Do you have an issue with that?" Yilin retorted sharply. Qin Tianju was left speechless. Just then, Li Junwei stood up. "Teacher, before the exam, I made a bet with Yilin." Fearing Yilin might weasel out later, he prepared to inform Lan Youyou about their pre-exam wager. Intrigued, Lan Youyou asked, "Oh, what was the bet?" "Do share it," Li Junwei explained. "Yilin claimed he could place in the top 30 of our class this time. So we bet that he wouldn't. He said he'd do a month's worth of cleaning for the class if he lost, while if he won, I would cover his remaining cleanup days." Lan Youyou turned to Yilin and inquired, "Yilin, is this true?" "Yes, teacher." Originally, Qin Tianju wanted to bet with me too, but he wanted to wager that he be my subordinate, which I declined, as it could lead to bad influence. "I don't need a subordinate." Yilin not only acknowledged the bet, but also threw in a sarcastic jab at Qin Tianju. The latter, upon hearing this, became furious and stood up, declaring, "You're afraid to bet. Yet you claim it's for the greater good. Let's change it then. If I lose, I'll clean for a month. If you lose, you'll also clean for a month, and it has to be twice a day. Do we have a deal?" Feeling provoked by Yilin's challenge, Qin Tianju was determined to reclaim his dignity. He was certain he would win. "Let us bet." Yilin shrugged, confident in his abilities. Lan Youyou interjected, Now, While I understand your youthful exuberance, this bet will count for this time only. Next time, such behavior will not be permitted. But you must accept the outcome gracefully. Rest assured, I will accept the outcome. Yilin replied, "Me too." Qin and Li chimed in. They believed Lan Youyou's statement was directed at Yilin, considering his history of attempting to avoid consequences. Even if Yilin tried to evade responsibility, they were eager to bet, relishing the opportunity to see him humiliated. Chapter 38. Yilin's cheating the wager among the three piqued the curiosity of the entire class. However, Lan Youyou did not immediately disclose Yilin's score, aware that doing so would ignite a noisy discussion. Instead, she continued, "As I mentioned earlier, some students in our class have made significant progress, particularly Yilin, whose improvement has been remarkable. His efforts over the past few days have been evident to everyone." Qin Tianju, uninterested in praise, interrupted, "Teacher, how many points did Yilin score?" Yilin scored 520 points, placing 267th in the school, Lan Youyou said, her expression one of rare satisfaction as she regarded him. A collective gasp filled the room. "Teacher, you must be mistaken," Qin Tianju exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Lan Youyou handed the class score report to the class representative, Sini. "Sini, please read out the scores." Chun Sini took the report and began announcing the scores according to both school and class rankings. When she reached Yilin's score, it matched Lan Youyou's exactly, 24th in class. "How is this possible?" Qin Tianju muttered, incredulous. He suddenly recalled checking the seating arrangement before the exam, feeling envy as he noted that Yilin was seated next to Ling Feishui. It was clear to him that Yilin had cheated off her paper, perhaps even coerced her into providing answers. How despicable! Qin Tianju seated Li Junwei, equally shocked by Yilin's high score, did not dwell on it as much as Qin Tianju. "If I lose, I lose. I've been doing the cleaning duties since becoming the labor representative. This month will just mean a bit more work." After Chun Sini finished announcing the scores, Lan Youyou added, "Qin Tianju, Li Junwei, and Yilin all placed in the top 30, which means you three will be responsible for the class cleaning duties this October. If any day results in point deductions for cleanliness, I'll be having a talk with you." Qin Tianju protested, "Teacher, Yilin must have cheated. There's no way he could have scored so high." The class murmured in agreement, voicing their doubts. Even Lan Youyou harbored skepticism about Yilin's score. But as a teacher, she couldn't openly express disbelief without evidence. However, Lan Youyou stood up in response to Qin Tianju's accusation, her small stature betraying her immense fury. "Qin Tianju, do you have any evidence to say Yilin cheated?" The class was taken aback by the usually quiet new student defending Yilin with such vigor. Qin Tianju retorted, "What evidence do I need? Yilin sat next to Ling Feishui during the exam, so it's clear he copied her answers. Everyone knows he often bothers her. Who knows what he forced her to do?" Lan Youyou immediately countered, "You're talking nonsense. Yilin earned his score through his own efforts. You're not a mind reader. How would you know it was all his hard work?" Yilin had been smiling brightly, appreciating Lan Youyou's defense, but upon hearing Qin Tianju's retort, he shot back, "You're not inside my head either. How do you know I didn't earn it?" Qin Tianju recoiled, intimidated by Yilin's glare. He realized Yilin was not someone to provoke lightly. He might retaliate even in front of the teacher. Lan Youyou echoed Yilin's sentiments. "Exactly. You're not in Yilin's mind. You know nothing." Huang Bai joined in. "Qin Tianju, are you afraid of losing?" Fuming, Qin Tianju snapped, "Who is afraid? I never said I wouldn't tea clean. I just think it's shameless to cheat for a bet and force others to provide answers." Without needing Yilin to defend himself, Huang Bai fired back, "What evidence do you have? Do you know how hard Yilin has been working? He even spends weekends studying with Lan Youyou. And let's not forget, Yilin is exceptionally bright. You only remember him as the student who ranked last, forgetting he was once at the top. If he had cared about his studies, that top spot would have been his." Finally, feeling insulted, Qin Tianju pointed at Huang Bai. "Say that again." The air crackled with tension as Lan Youyou slammed her hand on the desk, silencing the class. "What is all the shouting about? Qin Tianju, you lost, so stop complaining. If you claim Yilin cheated, where is your proof? Does it need to be spelled out? Anyone with common sense knows Yilin must have cheated." Qin Tianju argued. "Without proof, keep your mouth shut. I believe Yilin. I've seen his efforts these past days." Initially skeptical of Yilin, Lan Youyou's doubt began to wane after Huang Bai's remarks. After all, Yilin had gained admission to Qingyuan High School based on merit, and he had once been the top student himself. She recalled that during his rebellious phase, His mother had kept him at Qingyuan High to prevent him from straying too far from the right path. However, he had ultimately gone astray, resulting in his parents' divorce. Yi Shui, Yi Lin's younger sister, was equally brilliant and had also gained admission to the city high school, but their mother had kept her close for care. Such a bright student could never have fallen to the bottom ranks without a reason. Yi Lin must have been concealing his true abilities. Lan Youyou's arrival had seemingly brought out his potential. What could his intentions be? Did he perhaps harbor feelings for Lan Youyou? While they were both now of age, high school romance was still forbidden. Determined to inquire further, Lan Youyou decided to question Yi Lin about his motives later. As she regained her composure, she asked Yi Lin, "I trust you didn't cheat, but with such rapid progress, would you mind sharing your study methods with the class?" Yi Lin chuckled inwardly, bemused by the irony. All his knowledge had come from his previous life spent as Ling Feishue's admirer. How could he possibly explain that? He seized the opportunity to praise his deskmate, saying, "Actually, my progress is thanks to my deskmate, who patiently tutors me every day. I owe my improvement to her, and I appreciate you pairing us together, teacher." Lan Youyou, hearing this, felt a twinge of discomfort. It was primarily Yi Lin's hard work that had led to his success, and she had merely assisted him. "Teacher, I only helped a little. Yi Lin is exceptionally bright and picks up everything quickly. He works hard, always seeking me out for extra help." Finding amusement in their mutual modesty, Lan Youyou thought they were quite suited for each other, but of course, romance was off the table, at least until after graduation. "You two, I see that Yi Lin's improvement is due to both his own efforts and your assistance. Lan Youyou. I hope all of you can learn from Yi Lin's dedication. Only through hard work can you aspire to attend the university of your dreams. This is not the age for play. University life is splendid. Once you've been admitted, you can enjoy yourselves as you please." Huang Bai chimed in eagerly, "Teacher, can we date in university?" "Not just that. In university, not only can you date, but you can also marry and have children. In fact, marriage can even earn you extra credits. However, I wouldn't recommend focusing solely on relationships or play. You must prioritize your studies to avoid becoming aimless once you enter society." Yan Haoqing, with a cheeky grin, asked, "Teacher, did you ever date in college?" At this, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Lan Youyou's face, quickly masked. Yi Lin, however, caught the glimpse of regret. Perhaps she had a story behind her years of singlehood. "How could a teacher have time for dating? I was too busy studying as a student, and now as a teacher, I'm preoccupied with your education," she replied with a smile. The conversation shifted to the students' curiosity about university life, with everyone, including Yi Lin, eagerly asking questions. He had never experienced university life in his previous existence. While others were enjoying their college years, he had been outside, selling sweet potatoes. After an engaging discussion, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Yi Lin, please accompany me to the office, Lan Youyou instructed. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianzhu felt a glimmer of satisfaction. Lan Youyou was likely going to interrogate Yi Lin about the revelations he had just made. Chapter 39. A warning on romance. As Yi Lin and Lan Youyou descended the stairs, they encountered Li Xingfeng, the homeroom teacher of Class 5. Li Xingfeng held a particular disdain for Lan Youyou. With so many male teachers vying for her attention, she remained aloof, seemingly oblivious to their admiration. Her refusal to settle down at her age only added to the disdain, and with Class 1 claiming the top spot in the recent monthly exam, her irritation towards Lan Youyou intensified. If not for the new student transferring into Class 1, and if not for Yi Lin's alleged cheating, the first place would surely have belonged to her class. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. With a sarcastic tone, Li Xingfeng greeted, "Oh, what a coincidence, Teacher Long. Congratulations on Class 1 taking first place in the monthly exam. Thank you for the kind words. But it's just one exam. No need for congratulations," Lan Youyou replied with a forced smile. Li Xingfeng scrutinized Yi Lin, who stood dutifully behind Lan Youyou. He appeared the model student, though she dismissed him as merely a facade. The monthly exam is a significant test. It's commendable that Class 1 took first place. I presume this is the Yi Lin student who made the most considerable progress. While her words feigned praise, they dripped with sarcasm and contempt. "Yes, I am Yi Lin," he said politely, bowing slightly and greeting. Yi Lin, do make sure you continue to work hard at IT. Would be ashamed to leap forward 1,000 places only to fall back 1,000 in the next exam," she remarked condescendingly before strutting away. Yi Lin understood the underlying meaning of her words. "Don't worry, Li teacher. Now that the top student is tutoring me, Falling back 1,000 places is impossible. Seeing Li Xingfeng's attitude only fueled Lan Youyou's frustration. She couldn't fathom what was wrong with that woman. Every encounter with her seemed to ignite tension. Unable to vent her anger on Li Xingfeng, Lan Youyou turned to Yilin, saying curtly, "Why are you so chatty?" Realizing her mood, Yilin wisely refrained from responding, opting to follow her into the office. Once inside, Lan Youyou took a seat while Yilin stood to the side like a student caught in wrongdoing. Given that it was a school day following a break, only the homeroom teachers were present, while the senior Chinese teachers, four in total, typically remained in the classroom during breaks due to the higher floors. Thus, in the office, apart from Lan Youyou, no other teachers were present. Seizing this moment of solitude, Lan Youyou wished to keep her forthcoming conversation with the student discreet from her colleagues. She inquired of Yilin, "Do you know why I called you to the office?" Yilin speculated that Lan Youyou suspected him of copying Ling Feishua's answers during the examination, which prompted her to summon him for questioning. It was indeed unusual for a student who frequently ranked at the bottom to suddenly make such significant progress, making it easy for others to doubt his integrity. Why, Yilin replied, "I understand. The teacher thinks I copied someone else's answers during the exam." Lan Youyou reassured him, "I trust you regarding the exam. I have other matters to discuss with you." She had no doubts about Yilin. Recently, she had observed his earnest dedication to studying and, given his intelligence, achieving such results was certainly plausible. It's not about the exam. Yilin was now uncertain about Lan Youyou's intentions. However, being called to the office was unlikely to bode well. "Thank you, teacher, for believing in me. May I inquire as to the reason for your summons?" Upon hearing Yilin's words, Lan Youyou replied, "It's nothing serious. I am simply curious as to why, since Lan Youyou transferred here, you seem to have changed. Is there some secret between you and Lan Youyou?" Yilin answered, "Teacher, you are overthinking it. My transformation is not merely due to Lan Youyou's arrival. I have genuinely awakened. It just so happened that when I began to realize this, Lan Youyou transferred here, and upon discovering her strong academic abilities, I sought her guidance in my studies. Over time, our relationship naturally improved. I assure you, there are no secrets between Lan Youyou and me. Even if there were, they would pertain solely to our studies. Do you truly believe the teacher is oblivious? Just look at the way you gaze at Lan Youyou. It's evident you have a fondness for her," Lan Youyou remarked, continuing, "but I am perplexed. What exactly attracts you to her? She is rather unremarkable in appearance and comes from a modest background, merely capable of assisting you academically. Is that truly what you seek?" Of course, Lan Youyou could tell that Yilin was not genuinely exploiting Lan Youyou for tutoring. Their interactions clearly indicated a deeper connection. If Yilin were merely deceiving her for academic help, he would not display such affection in his gaze towards Lan Youyou. Upon hearing Lan Youyou's accusation of exploiting Lan Youyou, Yilin quickly clarified, "Teacher, I have not taken advantage of Lan Youyou." Yilin was conscious that Lan Youyou had ties to Lan Youyou. If her impression of him were poor, she might impede his future intentions. "Then what is the nature of your relationship?" Lan Youyou pressed. Why, Yilin replied, "There is nothing unusual. We are merely classmates, and as deskmates, it is quite normal for us to assist each other in our studies." Why, Yilin understood the implication of Lan Youyou's inquiry, but chose to remain adamant in his denial. "You need not be anxious. I did not summon you to reprimand you, but rather to engage in a conversation." "Please, take a seat," Lan Youyou said, pulling a chair for Yilin. As he sat down, Yilin felt as though he were being pricked by 1,000 needles. Despite his accumulated years of experience in 2 lifetimes, making him older than Lan Youyou, he still felt timid in the presence of his teacher. Especially his homeroom teacher. "I do not know how you came to like Youyou, but it appears that your association has had a positive effect. I have noticed that since she met you, her smiles have increased, and she is no longer as timid as before. Just moments ago, she even had the courage to confront others for your sake. As for you, your academic performance has also improved since meeting Youyou. However, the school prohibits romantic relationships, as they can have detrimental effects on both personal conduct and academic performance. Though both of you have made progress, that does not grant you the liberty to flaunt your relationship. Rules are rules. I hope that before graduation, your relationship remains as it is, and you keep your feelings concealed. Do not cause harm to Lan Youyou, or I shall not spare you." "Teacher, what are you talking about? What love and romance?" Yilin feigned ignorance, genuinely perplexed. They were not in a romantic relationship, and Yilin had no need to acknowledge anything. Him. Unless Lan Youyou were to clarify their relationship, he would continue to protect her as he always had. Observing Yilin's act of confusion, Lan Youyou issued further warnings. Just as the class bell rang, Yilin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lan Youyou was satisfied with their conversation. Although Yilin had been playing dumb, she recognized that her intended warning had been effectively conveyed. This warning was meant to safeguard Lan Youyou's well-being while preventing emotional distress that could jeopardize her college entrance examination. As long as their relationship remained ambiguous, the risk of heartache would not arise. Lan Youyou instructed Yilin to retrieve 5 sets of basketball uniforms from under her desk, and then they proceeded to the classroom. Chapter 40. Condemned by the whole school during Yilin's absence, the entire floor was abuzz with gossip. Students from various classes were fervently discussing a few matters. The first was the rivalry between Ling Feishue and Lan Youyou over a boy, namely, Yilin. The second topic revolved around accusations of Yilin's cheating. To everyone, it appeared that he had copied Ling Feishue's answers during the examination. Ling Feishue was astonished upon hearing these rumors. She distinctly remembered covering her exam paper and answer sheet thoroughly. How could Yilin have possibly copied her answers? Puzzled, she struggled to understand. When she overheard that people claimed she had allowed Yilin to copy her answers to curry favor with him, Ling Feishue was infuriated. Competing for Yilin? How absurd. Why would she need to compete for someone like him, a mere sycophant? Or compete with that plain transfer student? How could someone with such an unremarkable appearance possibly be a rival? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, wishing she could tear the mouths off those spreading such nonsense, directing all her ire towards Yilin. It was all his fault. If he hadn't cheated, none of this would have happened. Li Xingfeng entered the classroom, noticing Ling Feishue's distressed expression, and asked with concern, "Feishue, what's wrong? You don't seem well." Upon hearing her teacher's words, tears of grievance welled up in Ling Feishue's eyes. "Teacher, they all say I let Yilin copy my answers, but I truly did not. I was afraid he would cheat, so I covered my work meticulously. I have no idea how he managed to copy from me." Hearing this, Li Xingfeng grew angry, addressing the class. "What nonsense are you all spouting? No more baseless accusations in this class. If I hear anyone maligning a fellow student again, I will not let it slide." After scolding, she consoled Ling Feishue, knowing she was a valuable student who needed to be pacified. Once Ling Feishue's emotions stabilized, Li Xingfeng announced to the class, "This time, Class 1 scored a few points higher than us. All because Yilin allegedly copied Feishue's answers, allowing them to snatch first place. We must reclaim our title next time. So starting today, our class must intensify our studies. Even during meals or bathroom breaks, we must utilize our time wisely. If you take half an hour to eat, you could memorize 10 vocabulary words, giving you a slight edge in accumulating knowledge." With Li Xingfeng's motivational speech, the class was filled with enthusiasm. It remained unclear whether it was due to the rivalry between Li Xingfeng and Lan Youyou or another reason, but Class 1 and Class 5 were like sworn enemies. The first place in the recent monthly exam had been seized by Class 1, and the entire faculty and student body of Class 5 were seething with indignation. Meanwhile, Lan Youyou and Yilin arrived at the classroom, where the students were in an uproar. As soon as Lan Youyou entered, she exclaimed, "What is all this noise? Is there so much to discuss? Do you not realize the class bell has rung?" Her presence silenced the class immediately. At that moment, Qin Tianju stood up and said, "Teacher, Yilin has brought shame upon our class." With Qin Tianju speaking up, other students joined in with their grievances, and chaos ensued. Despite Lan Youyou's attempts to restore order, her voice was drowned out, indicating the deep resentment among the students. "Silence!" Lan Youyou slammed her fist on the podium, truly on the verge of losing her temper after 5 or 6 minutes of trying to calm them. Finally, as she fumed, the class fell silent. Qin Tianju added, "Teacher, we would rather not have the first place if it is achieved through Yilin's cheating. The entire school is talking about this. It is truly humiliating." "Be quiet!" Lan Youyou glared at Qin Tianju, wishing she could slap him. Taking a few deep breaths, she attempted to calm herself, saying, "Yilin, tell everyone. Did you copy someone else's answers?" Yilin, standing beside Lan Youyou with a pile of basketball uniforms, responded, "I swear, I wrote everything in this exam myself. If I am lying, may I be struck by lightning." Upon hearing Yilin's declaration, apart from a few who believed him, the majority of the class remained skeptical. Given Yilin's past behavior, even his swearing seemed insincere. They anticipated that in the next exam, he would once again rank at the bottom, and the class would endure another round of humiliation. However, Lan Youyou firmly believed in her student and addressed the class, regardless of what others say. "As classmates, We are a collective, sharing both honor and shame. We must trust Yilin. If he swears he did not cheat, then he did not cheat. This first place is a genuine result of our collective efforts, and this matter ends here. On the 6th of the month, the first and second-year students returned to school for the athletic meet. This was the last such event during their high school years, and those who had signed up were encouraged to give their all, while those who had not were instructed to refrain from wandering about and instead cheer for the athletes. With Lan Youyou's announcement, the students' attention shifted, leading to hushed discussions about the upcoming athletic meet. Traditionally, the prize money from collective events was used to purchase snacks for the class. However, Class 1 was not particularly strong in athletics, and after each meet, the prize money was barely enough for each student to have a single lollipop, provided some individuals had contributed their winnings from personal events. Lan Youyou called 4 students to the front and asked Yilin to take them to the restroom to change into their uniforms, which included Qin Tianju and Li Junwei. Upon entering the restroom, Qin Tianju, visibly displeased, confronted Yilin. Yilin, now that you've copied Feishua's answers, I'm curious to see whose answers you'll copy next time. Next month, you will undoubtedly bring shame upon our entire class. Having already changed into his uniform, Yilin retorted, Did you just eat something in there? Why are you spouting such nonsense? After that, he left the restroom and returned to the classroom. Qin Tianju, confused by Yilin's words, asked Li Junwei, What did he mean by that? Li Junwei, exasperated, explained, He said you were eating shit in there, hence your foul mouth. Fuming, Qin Tianju stormed out, while Li Junwei shook his head, reflecting on how much Qin Tianju's temper had escalated since Yilin had turned over a new leaf. Had he forgotten that Yilin was once the school bully? The old adage of not provoking a sleeping tiger rang true. If they were to clash, it was uncertain who would end up worse for wear. As the 5 boys donned their uniforms and stood at the podium, Lan Youyou announced, The girls' uniforms have already been ordered for the weekend. These 5 sets of basketball uniforms were brought by them for you boys to try on. Assess which set fits you best, and we will finalize the uniforms for this class. After Lan Youyou's statement, the class erupted into chatter, each sharing their aesthetic preferences. The red, pink, purple, black, and yellow uniforms each had their own charms, but all were quite appealing. Lan Youyou instructed Qin Sini to cut several pieces of white paper and distribute them for voting. Both male and female students were entitled to vote, as the uniforms were purchased with class funds, granting everyone a say. The reason the girls did not vote on their own uniforms was that they deemed the boys' taste too poor and somewhat inappropriate. Last year, the boys had selected uniforms with excessively loose sleeves, leaving the girls feeling exposed and cautious during their games, which contributed to their lower rankings. Thus, the volleyball girls had ordered their own uniforms during the National Day holiday, thoughtfully bringing back 5 sets for the boys to try on. As Qin Sini distributed the cut papers, she accidentally brushed her hand against Huang Bai's arm. This fleeting contact set Huang Bai's mind racing with possibilities. Did she just touch me? Could it be that she likes me? The wisdom of the master echoed in his mind. Studying hard could lead to happiness. Huang Bai found himself increasingly convinced by the master's words. As the voting concluded, the class committee began tallying the results. Perhaps it was due to Yilin's looks or some other factor, but the pink uniform he wore garnered an unusually high number of votes. Once the style was chosen, Lan Youyou asked Qin Tianju to gather the heights and weights of the students who had signed up for basketball, while also instructing them to practice after class over the next few days. Qin Tianju readily agreed but had no intention of including Yilin, Huang Bai, and Yan Haoqing in his practice plans. To him, the 5 of them would suffice for the competition, and Yilin and his friends were merely there to fill spots and seize opportunities for the match. Chapter 41. Clearing the misunderstanding after class, Lan Youyou sought out Li Junwei. The answer sheets were currently in the grading room and would only be distributed to each subject teacher the following day. She knocked on the door of the academic affairs office. Come in, Li Junwei called from inside. Upon seeing Lan Youyou enter, he inquired, Teacher Lan, what brings you here? Director, I wish to examine the answer sheets in the grading room. Li Junwei, puzzled, asked, Why is that? Lan Youyou explained, regarding Yilin's exam situation, the entire school is abuzz with accusations of him copying answers as his homeroom teacher. I feel it is my responsibility to clarify for my student and restore our class's reputation. Upon hearing this, Li Junwei recalled hearing a great deal of discussion surrounding the matter. He was more anxious than Lan Youyou. If Yilin truly achieved such high scores, he would need to have a serious talk with Yagua. Conversely, if Yilin had indeed cheated, it would be necessary to educate him, as there would be no opportunity for copying during the college entrance examination. Given the rampant speculation among students, if Yilin was innocent, it was his duty as a senior to help him clear his name. Li Jianya smiled. Teacher Long, perhaps you should wait until tomorrow. The grading room is sealed, and I cannot open the door for you. Very well, I shall not intrude on your time any longer, Lan Youyou replied before leaving. In truth, she understood that Li Jianya was unable to grant access. The grading room was secured with 3 locks, one belonging to Li Jianya, and one each for the principal and vice principal. The purpose of her visit was merely to inform Li Jianya of this pressing matter that required clarification. In the classroom, during the 3rd evening study session, attendance was voluntary, resulting in no teachers present. Classroom discipline relied on the class leaders to maintain order. However, the students who remained were primarily engrossed in their studies, while those who did not wish to study had long gone out to play. And the day students had returned home. Yilin sat with Lan Youyou, preparing to escort her back to the dormitory after class. Halfway through the session, Yilin noticed that Huang Bai seemed to be acting strangely. One moment he was grinning like a fool, and the next he was seriously focused on his studies. Yilin was genuinely concerned for his well-being and stood up to give him a light tap with his book. Huang Bai, lost in daydreams about a family outing with Chan Sini, glared at Yilin with annoyance. Upon realizing it was Yilin, his irritation shifted to grievance. Brother Lin, why did you hit me? I thought you were possessed, Yilin replied as he sat back down. Huang Bai, visibly excited, exclaimed, Brother Lin, do you know what just happened? Curious, Yilin asked, what happened? Just now, while distributing the voting papers, Chen Sini brushed against my arm. Huang Bai said dreamily. Yilin was speechless. It was possible that the brush was merely accidental. He could not see any indication that Chen Sini had feelings for Huang Bai. Instead, he sensed her distaste. Yet, such is often the case. When someone harbors feelings for another, even the slightest gesture can be interpreted as affection. It was no wonder Huang Bai had been lost in thought. He was likely envisioning a future with Chen Sini. Yilin refrained from reprimanding Huang Bai and instead encouraged, my friend, this only indicates that your current dedication to studying and losing weight is indeed commendable. You must continue to exert yourself and never forget the words of the master. Rest assured, Brother Lin, I have been studying diligently, Huang Bai replied earnestly, picking up a book and immersing himself in it, marking any points of confusion to inquire about during their tutoring sessions. Currently, he was proactively studying and losing weight without needing Yilin's prompting. The recent image of their happy family filled Huang Bai with an inexhaustible source of motivation. After the 3rd evening study session concluded, Yilin accompanied Lan Youyou back to the dormitory, then returned home with Huang Bai. Upon exiting the school gates, Huang Bai requested Yilin to drive him home, stating he wanted to focus on his studies. Deeming driving a waste of time, Yilin couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that if this guy had been this diligent all along, gaining admission to Tsinghua or Beida would be a breeze. After dropping Huang Bai off at his house, who, sensing it was late, asked Yilin to take the motorcycle back, expressing his intent to jog to school the next morning. Appreciating his brother's newfound drive, Yilin complied, hoping this enthusiasm would not be short-lived. The following day during the early reading period, teachers from various subjects arrived at the grading room to collect answer sheets. Li Jianya instructed the teachers to extract the answer sheets of Ling Feishue and Yilin. Since he was not acting as the homeroom teacher and had not been present the night before, the subject teachers were unaware of the situation and left after retrieving the sheets. Li Xingfeng, realizing that Li Jianya intended to scrutinize Yilin, felt a sense of triumph as the allegations of cheating seemed to solidify. Although Lan Youyou had faith in Yilin, her heart raced. His progress was undeniably astonishing. Noticing Lan Youyou's anxiety, Li Xingfeng maliciously remarked, Teacher Lang, it's always best to write exams honestly. Ignoring Li Xingfeng's taunts, the other homeroom teachers remained silent, observing the unfolding drama. Feeling slighted, Li Xingfeng queried Li Jianya, Director Li, you also suspect Yilin of cheating, don't you? This query struck Li Jianya as somewhat jarring, prompting an irritated response, Li teacher, I do not suspect Yilin of cheating. I have seen him working hard lately, but the rampant rumors necessitate clarification. Upon hearing this, Li Xingfeng retorted sarcastically, indeed. It's rare for our school to have a student progress so rapidly. I also find it hard to believe that he would cheat. Once we compare the answer sheets, we'll ascertain the truth. Well then, I kindly ask the teachers to arrange the answer sheets of the 2 students, Li Jianya instructed. Once the answer sheets were aligned, he continued, I believe many teachers harbor doubts about Yilin's integrity. Now that the answer sheets are before you, you can discern whether there was any wrongdoing by simply cross-referencing the answers. Li Jianya spoke with utmost confidence, having reviewed the answer sheets with two principals the previous night. Although the principals were not particularly fond of Yi Lin, they were nonetheless concerned upon hearing of his remarkable improvement. At that moment, the principal felt a sense of hope for his nephew. After reviewing the answer sheets for two subjects, Lan Youyou's expression brightened. She was now certain Yi Lin could not have copied Ling Feishue's work. However, upon examining the Chinese exam sheet, she felt frustrated, as he had correctly answered the more challenging questions but made errors on the simpler ones. He had neglected the dictation and, despite starting with a captivating introduction for the essay, failed to continue after just a few lines. It felt akin to watching an enthralling movie only to be interrupted by an advertisement. The same pattern emerged in other subjects. He excelled in complex problems but faltered on the basics. Many teachers ground their teeth in frustration, suspecting this was deliberate. Feeling they needed to reinforce foundational knowledge during class, Li Xingfeng, who had been reveling in her earlier triumph, now wore a glum expression, realizing that Yi Lin performed better on many questions than Ling Feishue. If he could solve problems that Ling Feishue could not, claiming he cheated would be a self-inflicted humiliation. Observing Li Xingfeng's discomfort, Lan Youyou felt a surge of satisfaction and remarked, "Li teacher, my students always write their exams honestly. I heard your class had misunderstood Yi Lin's capabilities and accused him of stealing your top spot. You should clarify this to prevent further misconceptions among the students." Li Jianye concurred, stating, "Teacher Long has informed me that Yi Lin has been diligently studying with Lan Youyou over the past month. I have witnessed this myself. During the exam period, he was even studying with her by the pond. His achievements are the result of his hard work, so I urge all teachers to explain this to the students and refrain from unjustly accusing him. Let us not forget, Yi Lin was once the top student at our school. He is not far from that level now. After a rebellious phase, he has returned to the right path, and we should support his efforts to improve." On Saturday, the fourth day, they reviewed the previous Monday's English exam papers. Pan Haohua paid special attention to Yi Lin, frequently checking if he understood the questions he should have answered correctly. Not only Pan Haohua, but subsequently, other teachers also extended their kindness to Yi Lin while questioning how he had erred on simpler questions. Yi Lin provided his rationale, explaining that he had been focusing on the more challenging problems and had not reviewed the easier ones prior to the tutoring sessions. Lan Youyou corroborated this, noting that he had indeed been concentrating on the more complex questions. Reflecting on the significant progress he had made in just half a month, Yi Lin felt like a prodigy. As the teachers listened to his explanation, they did not press further but instead patiently offered him guidance. The sudden attention from the teachers left Yi Lin both surprised and pleased, as it aligned with his expectations. With Lan Youyou's assistance and the earnest teaching from various educators, he was confident that he could achieve even higher scores in the next exam, effectively silencing any critics. After all, who would dare to accuse him of cheating when the teachers would be the first to defend him? The next day continued with the review of exam papers. After school, as the first and second-year students returned, the third-year boarding students had a brief opportunity to leave the school before evening study sessions began. Several students from dormitory 202 went out, but Lan Youyou, having nothing to purchase, remained in the dormitory. Bored, she lay on her bed, flipping through an album. Gao Mingming entered the dormitory, noticing Lan Youyou engrossed in something. Stealthily, she approached to catch a glimpse. Chapter 42. Oh no, caught. Gao Mingming tiptoed to the bed and yanked Lan Youyou's album away, exclaiming, "Lan Youyou, what are you so absorbed in?" Startled, Lan Youyou quickly replied, "Ah, I wasn't looking at anything. Mingming, please give me back my album." An album? Gao Mingming glanced through it quickly. "Mingming, don't look." Lan Youyou scrambled off the bed in a panic. "Wow, the girl in the photo is stunning. Wait, how does Yi Lin know her?" Gao Mingming stared at the girl in the photograph, racking her brain to identify her, but found it impossible. The girl was undeniably beautiful, seemingly even more so than Ling Feishue. "Give it back, Mingming." Lan Youyou attempted to reclaim the album. Gao Mingming swiftly turned to evade her grasp, insisting, "Let me see. Don't look, don't look." Lan Youyou's face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, Youyou, why are you so anxious? It's not your photo anyway." As she spoke, Gao Mingming noticed something unusual. How peculiar. That JK outfit looks familiar." Then she spotted Lan Youyou's clothing hanging beneath the bed and had an epiphany. The outfit was identical to the one she had gifted to Lan Youyou. This album belongs to Youyou. Could it be? A daring thought crossed Gao Mingming's mind. Could the girl in the photo actually be Lan Youyou herself? If not, how could she possess this album and be so apprehensive about others seeing it? "Youyou, Is the girl in the photo you? Upon hearing this, Lan Youyou panicked, stammering, "It is No, no, no. Is it not?" Gao Mingming wore a contemplative expression. "Come on, Mingming, please just return the album to me." Lan Youyou nodded vigorously. "If it's not you, why do you cherish this album so much? Let me have a look." As Gao Mingming flipped through the pages, Lan Youyou protested, "Mingming, don't look, Youyou. Who is the girl in this photo? Why is she wearing the outfit I gave you?" "Ah, she is." Lan Youyou struggled to find an excuse, unsure how to respond. "She is Yi Lin's girlfriend, right?" No, she is not his girlfriend," Lan Youyou hastily denied. Upon reaching the final pages, Gao Mingming discovered something unusual. Tucked between the last two photos was an envelope. Extracting it revealed photos and a commemorative card from the Jiangxing Zoo Ocean Pavilion. The envelope bore the inscription, "Presented to the lucky star, Ms. Lan Youyou, from Jiangxing Zoo." Gao Mingming gazed at Lan Youyou in astonishment. "Youyou, the girl in these photos truly is you? My goodness." Just moments ago, Lan Youyou had denied it, but now Gao Mingming was entirely convinced that the girl was indeed Lan Youyou. She hadn't anticipated that Cinderella was right beside her. "Mingming, please don't tell anyone," Lan Youyou pleaded, realizing there was no escaping the truth and asking Gao Mingming not to spread the news. Gao Mingming was lost in her astonishment, barely registering Lan Youyou's request. I get it. So that's why." In that moment, Gao Mingming understood why Yi Lin had suddenly lost interest in Ling Feishuo. She now comprehended the reason for Yi Lin's transformation and why he had been so kind to Lan Youyou. It finally made sense why Yi Lin was tutoring with Lan Youyou every day. What boy wouldn't he be captivated by such a stunning beauty? Unfortunately, even if someone else discovered Lan Youyou's beauty now, it was too late. She was utterly devoted to Yi Lin. Snapping back to reality, Gao Mingming was filled with excitement as she exclaimed to Lan Youyou, "Youyou, you've been hiding this so well. Quickly change into that outfit. I want to see the true beauty of our dormitory 202. As she spoke, she urged Lan Youyou to change out of her JK uniform. Unable to resist Gao Mingming's enthusiasm, Lan Youyou complied. She then tied her hair into a high ponytail with a hair tie gifted by Yi Lin and used a black hairpin to secure any loose strands. Despite being barefaced, she radiated an ethereal beauty. Gao Mingming was left speechless, her youthful face filled with awe. "Youyou, wait a moment." With that, she rushed to her own bed and retrieved her makeup kit. Pulling Lan Youyou to sit down, she began applying makeup. After lightly filling in her eyebrows and adding a touch of blush, Lan Youyou appeared even more stunning. Realizing that further makeup would be superfluous, Gao Mingming marveled at Lan Youyou's beauty. "Youyou, you're absolutely gorgeous." Gao Mingming gazed at her with wide eyes, wishing she could transform into a handsome prince. "Is it beautiful?" Lan Youyou asked, her innocent gaze fixed on Gao Mingming, unaware of her own allure. "Beautiful. You're even prettier than Ling Feishuo." Lan Youyou felt a slight joy at this comment, though she couldn't quite understand why. "Youyou, you should always look like this. Stop pretending to be an ugly duckling." No. Lan Youyou immediately rejected Gao Mingming's suggestion and hurriedly changed back into her previous attire. Gao Mingming was puzzled. Didn't all girls love to look beautiful? Why would anyone prefer to downplay their looks? Yi Lin once said, "My previous appearance is only for his eyes." After saying this, Lan Youyou reverted to her original look. Upon hearing this, Gao Mingming thought to herself how clever Yi Lin was. Still, considering Lan Youyou's beauty, she could understand. After all, the fear of theft is less daunting than the fear of someone coveting. Once she changed back, Lan Youyou implored, "Mingming, you absolutely must not tell anyone about this. Rest assured, I won't say a word at this moment." Gao Mingming felt an urge to slap Wang Xiaoqing's face. Wang had always insisted that Yi Lin could never like Lan Youyou, claiming he was merely using her and that Yi Lin fancied Ling Feishuo. Little did she know, he genuinely adored Lan Youyou. Despite having promised Lan Youyou to keep her secret, Gao Mingming was resolute in her silence. "Youyou, I truly believe Yi Lin is exceptional." Gao Mingming sincerely praised him. Indeed, Yi Lin is remarkable, yet the other students failed to see his worth. As for Ling Feishuo, despite Yi Lin's evident affection, she continues to ignore him. It's truly unfair. Lan Youyou defended Yi Lin, feeling indignant on his behalf. Gao Mingming chuckled, bemused by Lan Youyou's innocent belief that Yi Lin still liked Ling Feishuo. "Youyou, you didn't go to class 5 to confront Ling Feishuo, did you?" Rumors had circulated that the ugly duckling from class 1 had attempted to woo the school flower, Ling Feishuo, away from Yi Lin. "I did go. I wanted to tell her how wonderful Yilin is, Lan Youyou replied earnestly. Gao Mingming burst into laughter, finding the situation amusing. So you're deeply in love with him, yet you're helping him chase other girls? Hearing that Yilin was ignoring Ling Feishue must have infuriated you. You've been spending so much time with Yilin. I can only imagine how Ling Feishue felt when you went to tell her about his merits. As thoughts of Yilin crossed her mind, Gao Mingming recalled her reason for visiting Lan Youyou, seeking tutoring from the academic star. Youyou, could you take me along to study with Yilin? I'd like to improve my grades too. Lan Youyou agreed without hesitation. Of course. After agreeing, she inquired, Mingming, how much did the outfit you gave me cost? Why do you ask? Do you want to buy another one? No, I just want to return the money to you. Not at all. My family has plenty of clothes. If I were to discard them, it would be such a waste that I gifted it to you because I know it suits you. You don't need to pay me anything. Seeing Lan Youyou wear the outfit so well, Gao Mingming felt like she was crafting a goddess. No. My mother always said not to take things for free. Youyou, I'm not just anyone. I'm your good friend. Besides, you've agreed to tutor me, so consider it a form of compensation. After some coaxing, Lan Youyou finally abandoned her notion of repayment. After the second evening study session concluded, Gao Mingming chose not to return home at this time. Huang Bai was seated in front of Yilin. Gao Mingming approached, saying, Fatty, move aside. I want to sit in there. Huang Bai, noticing Gao Mingming carrying several books, asked, What's up? Are you looking to study with my roommate? Do you have a problem with that? Huang Bai remained unmoved, replying, No problem. Seeing this, Gao Mingming directly pulled the desk aside and took a seat. Lan Youyou turned to Yilin and asked, Yilin, is it okay if Mingming studies with me? Yilin had no objections, stating, Little Sprout, it's entirely up to you. No need to ask me. He held no animosity towards Gao Mingming and felt she treated Lan Youyou well. The four of them diligently studied in the back, not returning until the security guard came to usher them back to their dorms for the night. The trio first escorted Lan Youyou back to her dormitory before Yilin suggested Huang Bai drive Gao Mingming home, as he could simply walk back. Chapter 43. The 1,000-meter race the following day. After the flag-raising ceremony, the entire school participated in the opening ceremony of the sports meet. In the afternoon, the events officially commenced, and Yilin prepared to compete in the 1,000-meter race, donning his sports uniform as he stretched on the track. On the football field, a handsome boy was warming up, drawing the attention of many girls in this non-mainstream era, where most boys sported side-swept bangs or long hair. Yilin's short buzz cut was indeed a breath of fresh air. A hairstyle that required a certain level of attractiveness to pull off. Yilin had become quite the sensation. Freshmen had just returned to school and were already buzzing with gossip about two major events: Yilin's alleged cheating and the so-called ugly duckling competing for the affections of the school beauty. The thought that someone as unremarkable as Lan Youyou dared to vie for the attention of the school flower made many of them feel superior, believing that they were far more attractive than her. As a result, numerous girls cast admiring glances in Yilin's direction. Why Yilin has become so handsome, exclaimed a girl from the first year, visibly enamored. Siki, don't be deceived by his looks. He has done many bad things, cautioned another student. Shui expressed her disdain for Yilin, yet she couldn't deny his newfound handsomeness. He had made an impressive leap of over 1,000 places in the recent monthly exam, earning him the title of male god. Shui, can you give me your QQ number for him? Siki asked, her interest growing as she gazed at Yilin, finding him increasingly appealing. Enough already. I've long deleted his penguin account. Shui, unable to tolerate her best friend's infatuated demeanor, replied curtly. Shui, please help me get his contact. Siki whined, adopting a playful tone. If you want to pursue him, then do it yourself. If you really end up with him, our sisterly bond will be irrevocably severed. With that, Shui strode towards the basketball court where the boys from their class were competing today. Qin Tianju stood beside Yilin, basking in the attention of numerous girls gazing at him, feeling rather pleased with himself. During warm-ups, he showcased what he believed to be his most charming appearance. Passing by the track, Siki waved at Yilin, who did not respond, though Qin Tianju noticed. Those two junior girls were quite beautiful, and the one beside them seemed to be the school beauty. Shui. Qin Tianju waved back excitedly. Indeed, the sports meet is my domain. The girls must be utterly captivated by me, approaching me to greet me, he thought to himself, envisioning how stunning he would appear to Ling Feishue when she arrived. Before the race had even begun, Qin Tianju was already imagining the scene of countless girls flocking towards him after completing the race. Spotting Qin Tianju waving, Shinseki grimaced, complaining, "Who is that big fool? He didn't even greet me, and yet he expects a response. This is just ridiculous, let's hurry. The competition is about to start," Yi Shui urged Yi Lin. "Don't create too much distance. Our class can't afford to lose face." Qin Tianju remarked proudly to Yi Lin, who ignored him. "It's just 1,000 meters to this age, where everyone is as fierce as wolves. Finishing it should be a breeze." At that moment, Lan Youyou, Gao Mingming, and Huang Bai approached. Lan Youyou's school uniform appeared somewhat bulging, leaving one to wonder what she might be concealing. As they reached the side, Lan Youyou exclaimed, "Yi Lin, go for it. Yi Lin, you can do it. Lin Gu, give it your all," Gao Mingming and Huang Bai encouraged from behind. Qin Tianju felt a twinge of annoyance. "Why aren't you cheering for me? Where is everyone else to support me?" Gao Mingming explained. "The girls from our class are playing volleyball, and Teacher Long is over there cheering them on." Huang Bai retorted, "What's wrong? Can't you run without someone cheering for you? How pathetic." Qin Tianju snapped back. "Who can't run? Do you think everyone is as out of shape as you? Running is all that matters. Needing cheers is just weak," Huang Bai huffed. Just then, Ling Feishue and Zhao Rongrong arrived. Ling Feishue had been genuinely worried since Yi Lin had been ignoring her for days. Moreover, after the results were announced, she realized that Yi Lin was indeed striving to improve himself. He looked so handsome, so radiant, so ambitious that Ling Feishue felt he was worth considering. Seeing Ling Feishue approaching, Qin Tianju boasted, "You all may not cheer for me, but naturally, someone will. Look, my goddess is coming." The others turned to look. Ling Feishue was particularly stunning today, dressed in an outfit that accentuated her figure. She approached Yi Lin and Qin Tianju. "Feishue." Qin Tianju greeted enthusiastically. Ling Feishue ignored him completely and said to Yi Lin, "Yi Lin, go for it." Yi Lin, uninterested, turned away from her and moved aside. Zhao Rongrong, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed angrily, "Yi Lin, what do you mean? Feishue came over to cheer for you, and you just ignore her?" Yi Lin glanced over and smiled. "It's not like I asked you all to come here. You might as well cheer for the boys in your class." He gestured towards Ren Xinghong, who was fuming not far away. Ling Feishue was infuriated by Yi Lin's words and stormed off towards the group from Class 5. "Feishue had just decided to give you a chance, and you don't even appreciate it." With that, Zhao Rongrong followed her. As they left, Huang Bai chuckled heartily. "Qin Tianju, isn't your goddess here to cheer for you? Why is she ignoring you? Ha ha ha." The situation was already awkward, and Huang Bai's words were like daggers to Qin Tianju's pride. With a huff, Qin Tianju prepared to head to the track. "I'm going too," Yi Lin said as he followed, on the 8-lane track. Each class had 2 representatives, and those competing were from classes 1 through 4. The sound of the starting gun. The 8 students burst forth from the track, filling the air with shouts of encouragement. Yi Lin, our handsome star, go for it. You're the best, moi." Suddenly, a synchronized, resounding cheer erupted. Everyone turned to see a group of girls, holding pom-poms, shouting under one person's direction. These girls were all enamored with Yi Lin, coming from various grades and classes, organizing themselves to cheer for him. The boys running alongside could only curse in frustration. "This guy Yi Lin is so unfair. He's completely disrupting our morale from the start." Yi Lin surged ahead, sprinting fiercely. "What an idiot, running like that for 1,000 meters. At this speed, he'll be exhausted after 1 lap. Hasn't he ever run before?" Qin Tianju cursed inwardly. The boys from other classes were equally astounded. Running like that for 1,000 meters? Would he not exhaust himself and be unable to sprint at the end? Worried that Yi Lin might embarrass their class, Qin Tianju dashed after him. Yet, Yi Lin was running too fast, and it took all of Qin Tianju's effort just to catch up after half a lap. At this moment, everyone else could only think that these 2 from Class 1 had lost their minds. "Yi Lin, do you even know how to run? If you keep this up, you'll have no energy left for a sprint. Slow down and conserve your energy," Qin Tianju advised earnestly. Yet, knowing that speaking during a race was the worst thing one could do, he reluctantly reminded Yi Lin, fearing he might take 6 minutes to finish. "Just focus on yourself and stop talking." With that, Yi Lin bolted forward once more, leaving Qin Tianju to curse him again. Yet upon reflection, perhaps it was for the best if Yi Lin lost. It would mean embarrassment for him, while all Qin Tianju needed was to secure a good position to earn Ling Feishue's admiration. Chapter 44. Long-distance record breaker on the soccer field. Lan Youyou and Gao Mingming were fervently cheering for Yi Lin. As Yi Lin passed by them, He waved in acknowledgement, sparking jealousy among many girls. In the final half-lap, Yilin found himself laboring slightly, yet his speed remained relatively unchanged. He distanced himself from the others by half a lap and surged across the finish line. No one expected this headstrong youth to finish in first place. They all wanted to catch up, yet their efforts were in vain. Despite Yilin slowing down, the gap was simply too great. Qin Tianju, on the other hand, had disrupted his own pace while chasing after Yilin, ultimately finishing in 7th place. As Yilin entered the soccer field, a throng of girls surrounded him, each offering him various drinks they'd purchased just for him. Lan Youyou rushed over, clutching a bottle of water, but found herself unable to get through the crowd. The drinks being offered were far superior to her plain water, leaving her feeling a tad disheartened as she tightly grasped her bottle. "Excuse me, thank you. Please make way." Yilin navigated through the throng. Ling Feishue stood on the outskirts, holding a bottle of soda. Seeing Yilin reject the drinks from the other girls as he approached her, she felt a swell of satisfaction. It seemed he only desired the drink she had brought to Yilin. "Here you go." Ling Feishue gently offered him the soda. "No, thank you." Yilin declined, turning to approach Lan Youyou, who stood a few meters back, head down, holding her water bottle. This sight infuriated Ling Feishue, and in a fit of anger, she tossed the soda at Qin Tianju, exclaiming, "Here, you can have it with that." She stormed off, not even bothering to watch the second game for the boys in their class. Qin Tianju, elated, thought, "Did my goddess just give me a drink?" Initially upset about his poor performance, he now wore a broad smile. Yilin snatched the water bottle from Lan Youyou's hands. "Did you buy this for me, Little Bean Sprout?" Upon hearing Yilin's voice, Lan Youyou looked up. "Yilin, how come? What's the matter?" Yilin took a few sips from the bottle. "Why don't you want their drinks? Is mine not good?" Lan Youyou asked, feeling a bit wronged. "As long as it's from you, it's wonderful." "Really?" Lan Youyou's face lit up with sincerity. Yilin patted her head. "Indeed." Turning to the group of girls behind him, he expressed, "Thank you for cheering for me earlier and for your drinks. I appreciate your intentions, but I only wish to drink the one she offered me. My apologies." With that, Yilin took Lan Youyou's hand and left. The girls, while disappointed that Yilin wouldn't drink their offerings, still hoped he would choose theirs. Many had even taken a sip first, hoping that if he drank from their bottles, it would be like a kiss. Unfortunately, Yilin accepted none of them. Seeing Ling Feishue also rejected only deepened their sense of consolation. After all, if even the school beauty's affections were turned away, it made their own rejection seem less embarrassing. They had initially thought Yilin to be an aloof idol, but were surprised to find him apologetic. Instantly, their admiration for Yilin evolved. It was no longer merely about wanting to be with him but rather supporting him, idolizing him. The idol is so handsome. He's so devoted. That girl is so lucky. I'm prettier. Why doesn't he choose me? Is the idol really such a shallow person? He didn't even look at the school beauty. He only believes in fate. You all probably don't know, but that girl is Lan Youyou. She ranks first in the entire school. She's a top student. Then she and the idol are quite the match. I approve of this union. A group of girls watched Yilin's departing figure, each envious and chatting away. As the results for the first round of the boys' 1,000-meter race were announced, the host declared, "In the high school senior boys 1,000-meter race, the first place goes to Yilin from Class 1, with a time of 3 minutes and 1 second. Yilin has broken the school's long-distance record. Let us congratulate him with applause." The second place goes to 7th place, Qin Tianju from Class 1, with a time of 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Meanwhile, in the volleyball court, the students from Class 1 were frozen in disbelief upon hearing the announcement. Chun Sini exclaimed, "Did I just hear that Yilin broke the record? Did I mishear?" "It was indeed a record-breaking performance," replied the class leader, Xiao Yuqi. "Yilin is amazing." Instantly, the girls from Class 1 erupted in ecstatic cheers. Those unaware of the situation might have thought they had just won the volleyball match. Lan Youyou, too, was taken aback. She hadn't realized Yilin was such a powerhouse. The students in the volleyball court, upon hearing the news about Yilin's record-breaking feat, became so distracted that they missed the ball, allowing their opponents to score a free point. Noticing this, Lan Youyou admonished, "What are you all doing? It's not like you broke the record. Why are you so excited? The ball isn't going to catch itself. Focus on the game." With Yilin's triumphant start, the girls playing volleyball seemed to be energized. Playing better and better. Yilin and his 3 friends made their way to the volleyball court. Upon seeing Yilin, Lan Youyou exclaimed, "You did quite well, good job." go grab a drink and take a break. Thank you, teacher. Lan Youyou just gave me some water, he replied. Seeing their class's score widen by 10 points, Gao Mingming beamed, Teacher, why is our class so impressive this year? Our class has always been impressive. You know? Huang Bai replied nonchalantly. You're shameless. I still have some pride, Gao Mingming retorted. Huang Bai dismissed her words. What year was it that Class 1 wasn't beaten up during the sports meet? That's true. Our class is inherently strong. It just hasn't been showcased yet. Huang Bai, the teacher is looking forward to your performance in basketball, Lan Youyou said, seemingly intentionally. Upon hearing this, Gao Mingming flashed a mischievous grin. Huang Bai, you better perform well. Our class is doing so well this year. Don't be the only one letting us down. Huang Bai felt awkward and didn't dare to speak. After all, he couldn't even dribble a ball. How could he possibly excel? Yet, he thought, they had 8 people signed up. Surely they wouldn't put someone like him, who couldn't play on the court. Otherwise, the embarrassment wouldn't just be his. It would reflect on the entire class. At that moment, Qin Tianju returned, clutching a bottle of soda as if it were a treasure. A lewd grin plastered across his face, leaving others to wonder what he was thinking. Li Junwei, feeling a bit thirsty, asked, Old Qin, mind if I have a couple of sips of your soda? Upon hearing this, Qin Tianju quickly tightened his grip on the soda. Get lost. If you want a drink, go buy your own. This one was specially given to me by Ling Feishue. Specially given to you by Ling Feishue? Li Junwei looked skeptical indeed. She saw me struggling during the race and waited at the finish line to give it to me. Qin Tianju said, beaming with happiness. Wow, things are moving quickly. Good for you, old Qin. You might just win over the school beauty. Their boastful chatter reached Gao Mingming's ears, who scoffed. Qin Tianju, keep dreaming. I saw it. That soda was given to Yilin first. He rejected it, and only then did she toss it to you. How could you be so shameless to claim it was meant for you? Li Junwei looked at Qin Tianju with a newfound understanding. Oh, so that's how it is. Yet Qin Tianju refused to accept this. He was adamant that it was meant for him. He had come out late and had missed the moment when Ling Feishue offered the drink to Yilin. He only knew that as soon as he appeared, she had tossed the soda to him. Gao Mingming, are you jealous of me? Seeing how well Ling Feishue treats me, you're just mad. Gao Mingming's eyes widened in disbelief at Qin Tianju's words. Jealous of you? Puffed. You wish. Take a good look in the mirror. Do you think anyone would be jealous of you? With that, she hurried away, not wanting to give him more chances to misinterpret her words. In the volleyball match, Class 1's girls secured a safe victory. With the long-distance race concluded, Yilin claimed first place in the high school boys' 1,000-meter race, breaking the school record. Winning 2 events in a single day had Cold Yinsu in high spirits. Walking with her head held high. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Tianju scoffed disdainfully. Huang Bai, is this the so-called prince of basketball you spoke of? Huang Bai was rendered speechless, bewildered as to why Yilin faltered at such a crucial moment. Although his teammates were not particularly fond of Qin Tianju's playing style, which reeked of personal heroism, they were nonetheless more inclined to team up with him than with the likes of Yilin, Huang Bai, and Yin Haoqing, who they deemed less competent. You lot should refrain from causing any disturbances. Just watch closely, he asserted. We cannot afford for others to say that our class lacks even a single competent player. Each of them chimed in with their remarks before heading off to practice. Yilin shook his head. It had been far too long since he last trained, and even handling the basketball felt somewhat unfamiliar. As he dribbled the ball, his movements appeared awkward, but in truth, Yilin was merely acclimatizing himself to the ball's weight and feel, not actually playing with any seriousness. You can't even dribble properly. What a joke, Qin Tianju remarked with evident disdain, before executing a flawless 3-step layup right in front of Yilin. After 10 minutes, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the players to take the court. The players from Class 12, each standing around 1.8 meters tall, made it abundantly clear that Class 1 was destined for defeat. Consequently, very few were inclined to watch the match between Class 1 and Class 12, as it promised to be a one-sided affair devoid of excitement. With 8 basketball courts at Qingyuan High School, 2 games were held simultaneously for each grade, causing spectators to flock to the most intense matches. After verifying the players' names, the referee tossed the ball into the air. The Class 12 players seized it, passing it seamlessly for a swift layup. The entire sequence unfolded in under 10 seconds. Class 1 then inbound the ball, but as soon as it crossed the line, it was intercepted by a Class 12 player, who scored with a reverse shot for another 2 points. After 2 quarters, The halftime score was 29 for Class 12 and merely 5 for Class 1. This disparity effectively marked the end of the contest. At that moment, a group of girls rushed over to seek out Lan Youyou. Having watched 2 matches, they were perplexed as to why Yilin, despite being registered, had not taken to the court. They had come to cheer for their idol. "Teacher, why isn't Yilin playing?" one asked. "Yes, teacher, we're here to support your class." Another chimed in. "Exactly, teacher. Please let Yilin play." Lan Youyou was taken aback by the unexpected situation and turned to Yilin, who simply waved his hand, feigning innocence. Observing this scene, Qin Tianzhu maliciously suggested, "Teacher, we're tired. Let Yilin and the others take over." Huang Bai discerned that Qin Tianzhu was aware of their impending loss and sought to avoid embarrassment. Enraged, he retorted, "Are you implying we should go out there and humiliate ourselves because of your performance? What nonsense is this? If you weren't going to participate, why did you even register? Do you expect us to play 4 consecutive matches?" Seeing the other boys' discontent and the girls clamoring for Yilin to play, Lan Youyou finally declared, "All right, Huang Bai, enough. You 3 can take the court next. Just play casually." "Understood, teacher," Yilin responded, standing up. "Fatty, Haoqing, Zihui, Xiaohai, let South head to the court for the next match." With that, Yilin made his way onto the court. "Yilin, give it your all." Lan Youyou waved at him. "Don't worry, I'll do my best." "Our Class 1 T lose," Yilin replied with a smile over his shoulder, a gesture that caused a wave of envy among the girls cheering for him. In that moment, Gao Mingming felt that Yilin was incredibly handsome, while Huang Bai, despite being his brother, appeared quite lackluster in comparison. As the match progressed, the teams switched sides, and the players took the court again. "Yilin, our idol, go for it. You're the best. Yilin, Yilin, moi." The girls who had just approached Lan Youyou lined up, clutching pom-poms to cheer for Yilin. Their synchronized cheers resonated louder than any cheerleading squad, leaving both Class 1 and Class 12 students dumbfounded, as well as Lan Youyou and the homeroom teacher of Class 12, who were equally bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Upon seeing reinforcements for Class 1, the students of Class 12, not wanting to lose momentum, joined in the cheering for their own class. "Class 12, go! Class 12, go!" The students of Class 1, now invigorated, shouted, "Class 1, never ordinary. Class 1, let us go. Go, go, go." In that moment, while losing a game was acceptable, they were determined not to lose their spirit. The 3 factions of cheers echoed harmoniously, creating a thrilling atmosphere. Qin Tianzhu was left speechless, pondering why such fervent cheers had not accompanied his own entrance onto the court. The excitement in the air was palpable. Had he received such support, perhaps the losses would not have been so severe. With 8 basketball courts in action, the commotion from the senior class drew countless curious onlookers, who had initially dismissed the match as uninteresting. Now, with the cheers reaching a fever pitch, it seemed the competition was anything but dull. The stands quickly filled to capacity. However, upon glancing at the score, some spectators chose to depart, realizing that despite the enthusiasm, it was likely all in vain. Yilin had not played in any school sports events since starting high school, leaving many unaware of his true skills on the court. Even if he were a prodigy, the point gap seemed insurmountable. Consequently, the students of Class 12 felt reassured. Chapter 46. The score is tied. A long whistle blew, signaling the continuation of the match. Huang Bai inbound the ball. As Yilin received it, he sprinted forward, effortlessly evading his opponent with a swift turn, and scored with a layup, bringing in 2 points. The entire audience erupted in cheers. "Our idol is so cool. Idol, idol, Yilin, go!" The overwhelming support from countless girls filled the air. When it was Class 12's turn to inbound, they threw the ball to a teammate under the basket as they crossed half-court. Yilin leapt to intercept the ball, employing his practiced skills and a deceptive move to evade 2 defenders. He quickly executed a layup, and though one player tried to jump ahead of him, Yilin skillfully adjusted his shot, scoring another 2 points. Within a minute, he had netted 2 consecutive baskets, prompting even louder cheers. The once lethargic atmosphere of Class 1 transformed into one of hope, fueled by Yilin's magnificent plays. The back and forth continued, with Yilin frequently scoring. After 5 or 6 minutes, the players from Class 12 realized that they could not contend with Yilin's individual brilliance. One defender was insufficient, so they sent 2, then 3 to guard him. The sight was spectacular. As soon as Yilin obtained the ball, 3 players from Class 12 converged on him. At last, he was unable to breach the 3-point line for a layup. A boy directly opposing Yilin remarked in admiration, "Bro, you're incredible." If you had played earlier, the outcome would have been unpredictable. Seizing the opportunity during the conversation, Yilin stood tall and launched a three-point shot. Whoosh! The basketball swished through the net, a stunning three-pointer. Tio's score, despite being triple-teamed, showcased his remarkable prowess, inciting a chorus of screams from the audience. "Thanks for the compliment. Let us stay focused. We're not out of the woods yet." After sinking the shot, Yilin dashed back to the midcourt to defend. His presence, coupled with his exceptional skills, attracted a throng of spectators to the match between Class 1 and Class 12, primarily composed of girls. Lan Youyou found herself squeezed in the crowd, overwhelmed by the deafening cheers, her eardrums threatened by the raucous atmosphere. If not for her class's participation, she would have gladly escaped the chaos. This was no mere game. It had transformed into a grand idol worship event. Witnessing Yilin's prowess, the other 4 players from Class 1 fully committed to supporting him. Whenever they gained possession, they sought out Yilin, passing the ball to him. Faced with relentless pressure, they maneuvered to assist Yilin in breaking free. At the end of the third quarter, thanks to Yilin's efforts, Class 1 had scored 25 points. Class 12 stood at 39 points, a 14-point deficit. Yilin had single-handedly contributed 20 points in that quarter alone, prompting a sense of urgency among the players of Class 12, initially confident of victory. They had allowed their 3 main players to rest during halftime, giving the substitutes a chance to play. However, they had not anticipated Yilin's emergence. The players from Class 12, wary of the situation, assembled their strongest lineup for the fourth quarter. Their strategy was straightforward: focus on defense and waste time whenever possible. After all, Yilin was formidable, both in ball handling and defense, showcasing skills that could rival professional players. The physical education teacher, Zhou Zhengqi, gazed at Yilin as if he were a prized gem. He had never expected to find such a talented basketball player among the students, apart from the usual basketball team members. If Yilin joined the team, Qingyuan High School would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in the city's high school basketball tournament this year. Zhou felt fortunate to be present for the excitement. Spotting a student from Class 1, Zhou approached Lan Youyou, "Teacher Lang." While encouraging Yilin and the team, Lang turned to see Zhou Zhengqi and asked, "Mr. Zhou, what brings you here?" "I just wanted to ask, what is the name of that boy?" Zhou pointed at Yilin. "His name is Yilin. Why do you ask? Is there something wrong?" Lan Youyou wondered why a physical education teacher would be interested in Yilin, especially during a match. Surely he wasn't planning to pull Yilin away. Having sensed hope for victory, she feared that if Yilin were called away now, they would undoubtedly lose. Upon learning that the boy was Yilin, Zhou felt relieved. He had heard of Yilin, the notorious troublemaker of the senior class. Although academically challenged and with slim chances of attending university, if he pursued basketball, he might secure a spot at a good sports academy. Zhou was determined to invite Yilin to join the basketball team. It was a decision he would not hesitate to make. After all, what high school student wouldn't he want to attend university? Zhou Zhengqi was excited to approach Yilin. However, Lan Youyou quickly intercepted him. "Mr. Zhou, what are you planning to do?" "Oh, I just want to have a word with Yilin. Our class is in the middle of a match. What do you intend to achieve by pulling away our star player at this crucial time?" Lan Youyou was becoming increasingly displeased, questioning the urgency of the situation. "Oh, right. Still in the middle of a match. I'll wait until later to speak with him," Zhou exclaimed, suddenly realizing the timing. After a 2-minute break, Yilin gathered the team to strategize. He understood that he would likely face 2 to 3 defenders from Class 12. So for the final quarter, Zhang Zihui and Hu Xiaohai would focus on offense, while Huang Bai and Yin Haoqing would handle the inbounding. As the whistle blew, the final quarter commenced. Yilin dribbled the ball, drawing 3 defenders toward him, allowing Zhang Zihui and Hu Xiaohai to position themselves under the basket. Yilin executed a clever move, bouncing the ball through his opponent's legs. The defender, thinking he had it covered, tensed in anticipation of retaliation, but remained unharmed. The ball bounced off the floor, right into Hu Xiaohai's hands, who swiftly passed it to Zhang Zihui. Without hesitation, Zhang Zihui took the shot, scoring another 2 points. Now it was Class 12's turn to inbound, and Class 1 rushed back to prepare their defense. Class 12, however, moved slowly, and when Class 1 attempted to intercept, they simply passed the ball, opting to waste time rather than shoot. Given Yilin's exceptional rebounding skills, they were aware that missed shots would be swiftly seized by him. After dragging out the play for a while and finding a guaranteed opportunity, Class 12 finally took their shot. When Class 1 regained possession, Yi Lin quickly recognized the opposing team's intentions, feeling a surge of irritation. He pivoted with the ball, weaving through 5 defenders, culminating in a flawless 3-step layup. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any hesitation. What a stunning play! Zhou Jingqi cheered enthusiastically. The crowd erupted in applause, especially the girls who adored Yi Lin, while even those who were indifferent found themselves captivated by his charm. As the excitement subsided, Zhou kicked at the ground near the sitting Qin Tianju, lamenting, "Qin Tianju, why didn't you tell me that Yi Lin from your class was such an impressive player?" Qin Tianju felt wronged. After all, Yi Lin never played basketball at school, so how could he have known about his talent? However, considering Zhou's temperament, he opted for silence, knowing any attempt to explain would only lead to trouble. Noticing Qin's silence, Zhou kicked him again. "I'm asking you a question." Qin Tianju, on the verge of tears, replied, "Mr. Zhou, this is unfair. I genuinely had no idea he could play. He never mentioned it and has never played at school. If I had known, we wouldn't have suffered such a humiliating loss in the first 2 quarters. Is that so? Then I owe you an apology," Zhou acknowledged, before scolding. "Just look at him. Learn from him. And you call yourself a basketball player? Can you even match half of his skill?" Qin Tianju remained silent, shifting a few steps away to maintain a safe distance from Zhou. Observing Class 12's lethargic ball handling, Yi Lin sensed an opportunity. He dashed forward, snatching the ball and sinking another shot. The players from Class 12 were caught off guard, and Class 1 scored another 2 points. The back and forth continued for another 5 or 6 minutes, clearly indicating that Class 1's strategy was more effective. Class 12 was being led around like a puppet. Yi Lin's ability to draw defenders meant that 3 players were required to contain him, but this left openings elsewhere. Under Yi Lin's leadership, Class 1 had astonishingly managed to tie the score. However, as the final quarter came to a close, the score stood at 46 points for both classes, resulting in an overtime period. Chapter 47. The game-winning shot. At that moment, the other 7 courts had concluded their matches. Suddenly, the court hosting the match between Class 1 and Class 12 was packed beyond capacity. With overtime on the horizon, Qin Tianju felt compelled to take the court. He had spotted Ling Feishue watching from the sidelines. How could a victor be absent when the goddess was present? As Yi Lin and the others took a breather, Qin Tianju stood up and declared, "You've all worked hard. Huangbai, Haoqing, Xiaohai, take a break for the last 5 minutes. Let us 3 take your place. This will give us a better chance at victory." Having just exited the game, Huangbai, Yin Haoqing, and Hu Xiaohai exchanged glances, then turned to Lin.it. Was evident that none of them wanted to leave the court. Yi Lin firmly replied, "There's no need. We've been working well together." "Why, Yi Lin? What are you talking about? This match is about our class's honor. It's not the time to be stubborn. Having us 3 join you would surely improve our chances," Qin Tianju pressed, leveraging the class's honor to sway him. Hearing this, Huangbai snapped back, "Have some dignity, will you? You played 2 quarters and scored only 5 points. While we managed to tie the score at 46, if we had played earlier, we wouldn't even need overtime. I said from the start that Lin Gu is the prince of basketball, and you were against him playing. Now that we have a chance to win, you suddenly want to join? Have some self-respect." Ignoring Huangbai, Qin Tianju continued to plead with Yi Lin. "Yi Lin, you wouldn't want our class to lose, would you? We need to field our strongest lineup." Yi Lin pondered for a moment before responding. "We built a good rapport. We played 2 matches together, and there's no need to switch." Yi Lin acknowledged that Qin Tianju was correct. A stronger lineup would indeed increase their chances. However, he was more concerned about teamwork than sheer skill. From the previous 2 quarters, it was clear to Yi Lin that Qin Tianju's playing style was overly individualistic. Once the ball was in his hands, he was unwilling to pass it. If it weren't for Qin, Class 1 would not have been limited to just 5 points in the first 2 quarters. With only 1 leader allowed on the court, Yi Lin was reluctant to have Qin Tianju take the floor. He required teammates who could work in unison, rather than simply skilled players. Hearing Yi Lin's reasoning, Qin Tianju grew anxious. "Yi Lin, this is not the time for stubbornness. Let us put aside our past disagreements until after the match. We must present our strongest lineup for this overtime. I am the captain. You should listen to me, Dado. Fine then. You can take my place. I'll sit out. I'm feeling tired anyway." With that, Yi Lin plopped down on the ground and took a sip of water. "If that's how it is, I'm not worried. I still believe we can win without you." Qin Tianju was unapologetic. He firmly believed he was just as capable as Yi Lin. Just then, Wang Xiaoqing approached and grabbed Qin Tianzhu by the arm. What do you mean take his place? Where do you find the time to compete for others? How is it that I have no time? Qin Tianzhu pulled Wang Xiaoqing aside. All right, Qin Tianzhu, as you said, originally Ling Feishue asked me to find you and inquire if you were available, as she has something important to discuss with you. Since you are unavailable, I shall go inform her. With that, Wang Xiaoqing turned to leave. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianzhu hurriedly ran to stop Wang Xiaoqing. He then turned back with a smug expression and told Yi Lin and the others, "You all carry on. Ling Feishue has something significant to discuss with me, so I cannot participate." Reflecting on the bottle of cola Ling Feishue had gifted him the previous day, Qin Tianzhu was lost in thought. The urgency with which she sought him out surely indicated a matter of great importance. Perhaps she intended to confess her feelings. The more he pondered, the happier he became. After a brief 2-minute respite, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of overtime. Yi Lin and his team remained unchanged, while Class 12 fielded their strongest lineup. Qin Tianzhu pulled Wang Xiaoqing out of the crowd, brimming with anticipation as he inquired, "Where is Feishue? Where is she?" Qin Tianzhu scanned the area for Ling Feishue's figure, yet he found no trace of her. Could it be that she was trapped inside and unable to exit? "Stop looking. Ling Feishue isn't looking for you," Dai was lying, Wang Xiaoqing remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianzhu became infuriated. "Wang Xiaoqing, what do you mean? Are you toying with me? Is this amusing to you? Do you have any idea what you've made me miss?" Wang Xiaoqing explained, "Qin Tianzhu, don't be ungrateful and fail to recognize the kindness of others. I was trying to save you." "Save me? What do you mean?" Qin Tianzhu was puzzled about what Wang Xiaoqing was attempting to rescue him from. "I ask you, were you trying to court disaster just now? You thought to take Yi Lin's place? What were you thinking? Why can't I?" Qin Tianzhu retorted, "My skills are no worse than his. Come now. The score we have is thanks to Yi Lin and the team's hard work. All those girls outside are cheering for Yi Lin. If you step in and lose, won't they devour you alive? Even if you win, what good would it do? They are enamored with Yi Lin. When they say you are shamelessly stealing his spotlight, won't that hurt your feelings? Don't forget, 3 women make a street. This is a whole crowd of women who can tarnish your reputation." Hearing this, Qin Tianzhu found some logic in her argument, but wouldn't that mean Yi Lin would hog all the glory? This basketball match was supposed to be his home turf, and besides, Ling Feishue was watching the game. He couldn't possibly show off in front of his goddess. That would be too painful. However, as much as Qin Tianzhu wanted to play, he had no opportunity left. Overtime had already begun, and several minutes had passed. The final 5 minutes of overtime were exceptionally intense. Class 12 resorted to fouling to obstruct Yi Lin, determined to deny Class 1 any chance to score. Seeing this, Huang Bai was unrelenting, charging through like a human tank. After 4 minutes, neither team had managed to score a single point. With only 1 minute left, Class 12 made a basket, taking a 2-point lead. Class 1 took the ball to the basket, who Xiaohai prepared to shoot, only to be met with an incredible block from Class 12, resulting in a turnover. Class 12 seized the ball, intending to run down the clock. But unexpectedly, Yi Lin intercepted the pass and soared for a dunk. The roar of the crowd was deafening as the two teams were once again tied. With half a minute remaining, Class 12 quickly inbound the ball and dashed away. Exhausted from prolonged play, Yi Lin was once again stopped, and Class 1 could not catch up. With 10 seconds remaining, Class 12 scored again, sealing their victory. Class 1 had no chance to score in such a brief time. Outside the court, Class 12 had begun their celebrations. Meanwhile, Qin Tianzhu cursed under his breath, "Damn it, see? If only you had listened to me, we would have won already." In the final 10 seconds, all hope rested on Yi Lin. Yan Haoqing passed the ball to Yi Lin, who charged straight toward the opposing side. However, the 5 members of Class 12 blocked Yi Lin's path. Even he could not break through such a defense. With no other option, Yi Lin passed the ball to Huang Bai, who had just crossed the half-court line. Huang Bai, somewhat bewildered, looked around as everyone else was behind him. Who should he pass to? At that moment, Yi Lin shouted, "Fatty, shoot! Shoot the ball!" Huang Bai, having never practiced shooting, hurled the ball one-handed from half-court just as the final whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. In that instant, Class 12 erupted into ecstatic cheers. Whoosh! Huang Bai's errant shot went in, the last-second buzzer beater. Class 1 was still in shock. At that moment, Li Junwei jumped up, exclaiming, "It went in! The shot is good, a 3-pointer. We lead by 1 point. We won! We won! We won!" At that moment, Class 1 went wild. rushing onto the court to lift their 4 players into the air. While the entire Class 1 faculty and students reveled in joy, a group of Yilin's female admirers outside were equally ecstatic, chanting, "Yilin! Yilin! Yilin!" Had it not been for Class 1 encircling Yilin, those female fans would surely have taken the chance to get close in this scene. If they had attempted to take advantage of Yilin, it would have gone unnoticed. Yilin spotted Lan Youyou, standing dazed outside the court, and longed to approach her, yet he was hoisted by a group of classmates and had no opportunity to escape. Huang Bai, being too heavy, could not be lifted and thus missed out on the treatment given to Yilin. However, Gao Mingming was the first to rush over, giving him a hearty slap on the back. "You fatso? You were amazing. I adore you, Gao Mingming. Why do you hit so hard?" Huang Bai retorted. "What do you know? A hit is affection. A scolding is love. Do you understand? Is that so?" Huang Bai, ready to return the slap, suddenly realized she was a girl and quickly withdrew his hand. "Forget it. A good man does not quarrel with a woman. If you had dared to hit me, I would have taken you down. Fatso, that last shot was too cool. Speak up, what do you want to eat?" "It's on me, but after evening study, you must escort me home. I won't eat. I'm on a diet." "You can eat or not. It's up to you." As the match concluded, people began to disperse. Zhou Jingqi wanted to find Yilin but felt it was not the right time, considering the match was still ongoing. As a basketball coach approaching Yilin, it might appear biased. He decided to wait until after the sports day to discuss things. Chapter 48. Joyful rivals. After the match, Yilin went to dinner with Lan Youyou. On the way, Lan Youyou seemed somewhat downcast. Upon noticing this, Yilin asked, "Little Bean Sprout, what's wrong? Why do you seem a bit unhappy?" Lan Youyou herself could not pinpoint the reason for her discontent, so she remained silent. "Are you feeling unwell?" Yilin swiftly checked her forehead, relieved to find her temperature normaled. "Why, Yilin? I'm not sick, you know? So many girls were cheering for you just now," Lan Youyou said with a hint of jealousy. Hearing this, Yilin began to piece things together. It seemed she was feeling jealous. Lan Youyou's jealousy indicated she cared for him and had already claimed him as hers, unwilling to let anyone else take him away. Yilin felt a twinge of happiness. "Is that why you're feeling down?" he asked with a grin. "No. No," Lan Youyou quickly denied, although it seemed that way. But what was wrong with others cheering for Yilin? Why should she feel unhappy about that? "Little Bean Sprout, no matter how many people cheer for me, only you can truly propel me forward, and I only want to drink the water you give me," Yilin said as he waved a bottle of mineral water in front of her. Hearing this, Lan Youyou felt warmth in her heart and ceased her unnecessary worries. "Why, Yilin? Let us hurry to the cafeteria. Otherwise, if too many people arrive, there won't be any food left." "All right." The two of them jogged to the cafeteria, which was already bustling with students. Fortunately, during the sports day, a special athletes lane had been set up, allowing athletes to queue without much delay. Yilin led Lan Youyou to this line. "Yilin, I'm not an athlete. Isn't this inappropriate?" "Little Bean Sprout, it's fine. We'll only order 1 serving. But if we only order 1 serving, how will we eat?" Lan Youyou felt she had encountered a dilemma. "Let us order a bit more, and we can share." Lan Youyou agreed without objection. At that moment, several players from Class 12, who were following behind Yilin, deliberately raised their voices. "Could you show a little decency up there? This lane is for athletes only." Upon hearing this, Lan Youyou felt a twinge of anxiety. It was obvious she was not an athlete. Yilin, however, ignored the provocateur. Yet he persisted, clearly irritated from their recent loss. "I'm asking if you Class 1 can have some dignity." When Yilin heard Class 1 being directly mentioned, he turned around and replied, "Are you insulting us? Whoever is cutting the line deserves to be criticized. Am I not an athlete? If your eyes are useless, you might as well donate them." After saying this, Yilin refused to engage further. "You're an athlete. What about her?" This person pointed directly at Lan Youyou. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes in the cafeteria were watching the commotion. Lan Youyou, fearing the situation would escalate, nervously suggested, "Yilin, shall we find another place to queue? Little Bean Sprout, don't mind him. He's just a fool." With that, Yilin turned Lan Youyou away from the troublemaker. Seeing this, the players from Class 12 decided to retaliate against Yilin's magic with their own. "Class 12, come here and queue up." With that, 7 or 8 students from Class 12 rushed in to cut the line. The people behind expressed their discontent, but Class 12 had an excuse. They could blame Yilin for leading the way, and thus, if they were to complain, they would direct their ire at him. Complain about Yilin. only if they were asking for trouble. Despite Yi Lin's seemingly obedient demeanor, his past actions were notorious. Who would dare to provoke him? Not wanting to get entangled in the feud between these two classes, the people behind had no choice but to endure. When it was Yi Lin's turn to get food, he selected 4 dishes and then pulled out 2 meal vouchers for 2 large chicken legs before moving away from the counter. Yi Lin paused next to the group from Class 12 and loudly declared, "We're only ordering 1 serving for 2 people. Are you lot from Class 12 really only ordering 1 serving among all of you? Class 12, with your high standards, you shouldn't engage in line cutting." Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, the members of Class 12 turned pale. After Yi Lin finished speaking, he and Lan Youyou walked away to find a place to eat. The athletes from Class 12, filled with anger, overheard and immediately began to mock. "You all don't seem like athletes. I suppose you're just here to dine with him? Remember to only order 1 serving. I trust Class 12 has a sense of decency." In response to this, the students from Class 12, infuriated, turned and left without eating. After all, they had lost face in such a public way. Returning to the back of the line was simply too humiliating. Besides, if the entire cafeteria's conversation revolved around their embarrassing moment, it would be unbearable. They preferred to leave early rather than endure the awkwardness of hearing those remarks later. Yi Lin went to the soup station, got 2 small bowls, and then the two shared a meal. Suddenly remembering something, Lan Youyou asked, "Yi Lin, where are Ming Ming and Huang Bai? We all ate together yesterday, but I haven't seen them today." "I'm worried they haven't eaten, don't worry. They're both day students and probably went out to eat," Yi Lin reassured her. Earlier, on the court, Huang Bai mentioned that Gao Mingming was treating him to a meal and had given him meal vouchers. In just a few days, those two had become quite close, constantly bickering like joyful rivals. That moment, outside the school, Huang Bai and Gao Mingming had also finished their meal and were on their way back. Huang Bai insisted on dieting, while Gao Mingming took him to eat steak. Sitting behind the motorcycle, Gao Mingming complained, "You fatso, sit forward a bit. You're going to push me off. I'm only taking up this little space. Why are you leaving such a big gap between us?" Huang Bai grumbled, with enough room between them to fit another person. "It's inappropriate for males and females to sit so close." Gao Mingming insisted, refusing to budge. If they sat too close, a sudden stop would press her against him. "But if you keep sitting like that, the bike will be hard to control. What if we crash?" "That's your lack of skill." "Nonsense, I'm the best motorcycle rider in Qingyuan." Huang Bai swerved left and right, finally arriving at the school entrance. After parking the bike, Gao Mingming quickly exclaimed, "Fatso, let us go. I'll treat you to the best drink in our county, but I'm on a diet." Huang Bai protested, "If you don't lose weight, Chun Sini 1T look at you. I've already lost some weight. Besides, you just said you were dieting, yet you ate 2 portions of steak. A man's words are deceitful. Now hurry up." Saying this, Gao Mingming dragged Huang Bai to the tea shop across from the school. At that moment, the tea shop was packed with people. Students entering school always carried a cup, while outsiders wanted to buy drinks to quench their thirst or bring home to their children. There were so many people. Gao Mingming wore a frown, clearly reluctant to queue. "Fatso, didn't you say you were on a diet? Go queue and buy us some." "Why should I queue? You're a big man. Why should I queue for you? Care for the ladies. Be a gentleman. I don't need to queue to buy things here, all right?" Gao Mingming looked skeptical. "Don't cut in line. If you get beaten up, I want to help you." Huang Bai walked straight to the front. "Sister, give me 4 cups of lemon drink. Oh, little Fatso is here. Wait a moment. Where's your boss? Isn't he with you?" Qin Hui inquired. "The boss is inside the school on a date." After a moment, the waiter brought 4 cups of lemon drink to Huang Bai and did not charge him. Gao Mingming was stunned. Not only did he cut in line, but he also didn't pay. "I say, Fatso, is this shop yours?" Huang Bai chuckled. "It's not mine. It's my brother's. Your brother? It's Yi Lin. This shop belongs to Lin Gu. This is a secret. He doesn't let me tell anyone, but I consider you a brother, so I'm telling you, don't spread it around. Get lost? Who's your brother? What? Do you have to be sworn brothers with me to be friends? I never swore brotherhood with Lin Gu. You don't have that privilege. Get lost? I'm a girl. I don't need your brotherhood." "Are you sure this is Yi Lin's shop?" Gao Mingming asked incredulously. "What would I gain from lying to you? Lin Gu said I could drink whatever I want here. Otherwise, why do you think they're so nice to me?" Huang Bai said proudly. "With this shop's booming business, Yi Lin must be making a fortune, right? That's for sure. Lin Gu once wanted me to invest in opening the shop together, but I refused." "Why? It's so profitable, and you didn't want in?" Are you stupid? Gao Mingming was puzzled. How was I supposed to know it would be this popular? Huang Bai now thought back and felt somewhat regretful. However, it was only a hint of regret. He wasn't envious. Even if Yilin owned it, not having to pay was one thing, but was it necessary to take 4 cups? What kind of greed is that? Gao Mingming scolded Huang Bai, looking at the lemon drinks in his hands. What are you thinking? You get one, I get one. What about Yilin and Lan Youyou? Don't they want some? Right, I forgot. My bad. Gao Mingming felt a bit embarrassed, only thinking about herself and Huang Bai while forgetting about the other two. However, knowing that this shop was owned by Yilin, Gao Mingming grew increasingly impressed with him. He was intelligent, handsome, and had a good business sense. Truly the Prince Charming in every girl's heart. Yet she wondered why she had no feelings for Yilin. Perhaps it was because Lan Youyou had gotten there first. She didn't want to ruin someone else's relationship. She thought to herself that if only Huang Bai was half as capable as Yilin, that would be great. Suddenly, Gao Mingming felt disdain for her own thoughts, realizing that she had been comparing Huang Bai, this fool, to Yilin for days now. Chapter 49. The drunken man's intent is not in the wine. That night, after evening study, Huang Bai took Gao Mingming home. Gao Mingming lived not in an apartment complex but in a self-built villa, with a yard that featured both mountains and water, resembling a small park. Mingming. As soon as Huang Bai stopped the motorcycle, a voice laced with mild reproach called out, "Mom, what are you doing here?" Gao Mingming hastily exited the vehicle and handed the safety helmet to Huang Bai. "Aren't you waiting for me to return home?" she inquired. "Who is this?" Gao Mingming's mother asked, pointing at Huang Bai, who was perched on the motorcycle. Observing the gaudy motorcycle, she immediately surmised that this chubby boy was a delinquent. "Mom, he's my classmate." "Huang Bai," Gao Mingming replied. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Mingming's classmate." "Gao Mingming, I'm heading home now," Huang Bai said as he twisted the throttle and hurriedly fled. "Mingming, are you in a relationship?" Gao Mingming's mother asked, gazing at Huang Bai's receding figure. "What are you talking about, Mom? You can't possibly think I'm dating him, right? There's a strong possibility. Just be honest with me. Are you deceiving your father and me by saying you're studying at school while secretly gallivanting around with that boy?" Gao Mingming, filled with indignation, retorted, "Mom, what on earth are you thinking? Me, in a relationship with him? Impossible. With his unattractive looks, who could possibly be interested in him? I am genuinely studying with my classmates at school." Gao's mother led Gao Mingming inside and locked the door. "Really? Absolutely, I'm not lying. Didn't I mention that a remarkable girl transferred to our class? She ranked first in the recent monthly exam. Moreover, she tutors one of our male classmates. Yilin. You know him, right?" "Oh, yes. Your father and I once collaborated with other parents to demand his expulsion from school. That rascal actually has someone tutor him," Gao Mingming replied, full of admiration. "Yes, Yilin has been tutoring with her for about 10 days, and this time he scored 520 in the monthly exam, rising from the bottom to the top few hundred in the school. He even outperformed me." Gao's mother's expression shifted to shock. "He wouldn't have cheated, would he?" Gao Mingming entered the house. Impossible. Many people at school suspected he copied others, but later the teachers checked the answer sheets, and it was all his own work. How can that be? A person who usually performs so poorly could achieve such high scores in just 10 days? There must be something amiss. Upon entering, Gao Mingming caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. "Mom, did you and Dad indulge in some fine dining while I was away?" At that moment, Gao Mingming's father approached with a pot of hot pot. "What are you talking about? If you don't come home, how can your mother and I eat without you?" "Why is dinner so lavish tonight?" Gao Mingming asked, puzzled. Setting the hot pot down, her father replied, "We opened another branch in the city today, so we're celebrating." "What were you just discussing?" Gao's mother chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing much. Mingming mentioned that Yilin, the one we previously demanded be expelled from school, has been performing remarkably well lately. He used to be among the worst, but after tutoring with that Lan something, he scored higher than Mingming and is now among the top few hundred. Wait, is that true? He wouldn't be cheating, would he?" Gao's father was intrigued by the topic. Recalling their previous efforts to have him expelled, Gao Mingming picked up a meatball and said, "There's no way. He has always pretended to be foolish. He even ranked first in the school at one point. How could such a person be truly incompetent? Now he is incredibly impressive." Seeing the admiration in their daughter's eyes, both parents felt a sense of foreboding. Her father inquired, "In what way is he impressive?" "Let me tell you, not only is he academically talented, but he also excels at basketball and business. In today's basketball match, we were on the verge of losing, with a score of 5-29 at halftime. We only scored 5 points, and then Yi Lin took the court. Gao Mingming animatedly described the scene, as if a divine being had descended. The more she idolized Yi Lin, the more serious their expressions became. If the reality turned out to be as they feared, that scoundrel must never set foot in the Gao household, and they would not allow their daughter to associate with such a person. The negative impression of Yi Lin had firmly embedded itself in Gao Mingming's parents' minds. He was simply a little delinquent, utterly reprehensible. After recounting Yi Lin's basketball feats, Gao Mingming feigned mystery and said, "And do you know what? I discovered a huge secret today." Seeing their expectant faces, she elaborated, "The tea shop outside the school is actually owned by Yi Lin. My goodness, I can hardly believe it. A high school student owning such a popular store? How impressive is that?" Both parents were taken aback. As people in the food industry, Gao Mingming's parents had noticed the bustling tea shop outside the school. Her father incredulously asked, "Mingming, are you sure that shop belongs to him?" "Absolutely. The chubby guy who just dropped me off is a close friend of Yi Lin. He said he once offered him a stake in the business, but he turned it down because he thought it was too risky." What a foolish decision. Hearing this, Gao's father discarded his previous negative impression of Yi Lin and asked, "Mingming, since you're studying with the transfer student and Yi Lin is tutoring her as well, do you all study together regularly?" Gao Mingming quickly took a few bites of meat. "Of course. Now it's me, the chubby guy, and Yi Lin with Lan Youyou studying together. Usually it's Lan Youyou and Yi Lin teaching me, and I've learned a lot in the past few days. They explain things much better than those tutoring teachers you found for me. I grasped the material right away. Why Yi Lin is teaching you?" Gao's mother could hardly believe it. "Yes, didn't I mention? He pretends to be foolish, but he is actually quite intelligent. If it weren't for Lan Youyou transferring and becoming his deskmate, he'd probably reveal himself to be a hidden academic genius during the college entrance exams." Noticing her parents' confusion, Gao Mingming explained, "Let me share a secret with you. Yi Lin likes Lan Youyou, but she is a good student while he is a troublemaker. To win her over, he has to become a good student. So he has improved and stopped pretending to be foolish, a high school student consumed by romance every day. Hurry and eat your food." Gao's mother worried that her daughter's early romance might affect her college entrance exams and wanted to steer her away from such topics. Gao's father pondered, it is indeed possible for a boy to change for the one he likes. But why did he pretend to be foolish before? Gao's mother interjected, "A decent person pretending to be a slacker? That's absurd. You don't understand. At this age, boys are in a rebellious phase. If they hang out with a few bad friends, they may feel the need to act like slackers just to fit in." Gao Mingming nodded. "I completely agree with Deity. Why Yi Lin's previous friends were all slackers, including Huang Bai, that chubby guy. Oh, for love's sake, are you reminiscing about your youth?" Gao's mother shot a disapproving look at Gao's father. "What are you talking about? What youth am I reminiscing about?" Though Gao's father had indeed reflected on the past, he couldn't admit it, fearing the repercussions. "Haha, Mingming, your father used to be quite the lovesick fool," Gao's mother remarked, recounting her husband's youthful escapades. Seizing the moment when their conversation was winding down, Gao's father quickly changed the subject. "Mingming, next time, invite Lan Youyou over for dinner." "Why?" Gao's mother inquired, puzzled by her husband's intentions. "Since she is helping your daughter with her studies, shouldn't we invite her over for a meal? Could you not be so vague? Just say you want to invite someone for dinner. How was I supposed to know what you were thinking?" All right, next time I'll be clearer. But, Mom, Lan Youyou is quite shy. If I invite her directly, she probably won't come. However, if Yi Lin asks her, she would definitely be willing." Gao Mingming understood Lan Youyou's personality. She only dared to venture out when Yi Lin was around. This coincided with Gao's father's intentions. He wanted to invite Yi Lin, but his previous awareness of Yi Lin's interest in Lan Youyou prompted him to phrase it this way. "Then just ask Yi Lin to bring her along. Aren't you all studying together often? But you too dislike Yi Lin, don't you?" Gao Mingming questioned, concerned that her parents would scold Yi Lin if he came over. "We didn't like him before. But you said he has become quite impressive now, right? It would be nice to meet him. We would feel more at ease. Then I'll arrange for them to come over this Saturday, after dinner." The family retreated to their respective rooms to rest. In her room, Gao's mother asked her husband what he meant by inviting Yi Lin over. She knew her husband wouldn't simply invite Lan Youyou over for dinner. As expected, when he revealed his intentions, Gao's mother realized that his motives extended beyond mere dining. Luckily, she hadn't outright rejected the idea earlier. Chapter 50. The conclusion of the competition the next day. Classes were held in the morning, followed by athletic competitions in the afternoon. Both boys and girls from Class 1 were competing. After one match, the girls' volleyball team suffered a defeat. The boys' team, featuring Yi Lin and Qin Tianju, easily won their match and advanced to the top 5. The final 5 teams consisted of Class 1, Class 9, Class 14, Class 15, and Class 19. The final competition was structured on a point system, with each class taking turns. 3 to 4 matches could be held each afternoon. Thus, following the top 10 matches, the remaining classes would continue to compete, testing the players' endurance. After 2 more matches, Class 1 faced Class 9 and emerged victorious. In their next match against Class 15, however, exhaustion led to a narrow defeat. The competition ended late, and worried that Yi Lin and the others might go without dinner, Gao Mingming invited Lan Youyou to join her, and they arrived at the cafeteria early to secure their meals. After gathering their food, they sat at a table to guard their meals. Gao Mingming hadn't had a chance to discuss the dinner invitation throughout the day. Just as they were waiting for Yi Lin and the others to arrive, she eagerly said, "Youyou, let us go to my house for dinner this Saturday." Lan Youyou paused, surprised. "Huh? Dinner at your house?" "Yes. My parents want to express their gratitude for your help with my studies, so they wish to invite you for a meal. But I want to be free this weekend." Lan Youyou quickly made an excuse. "But Yi Lin will be there too. Are you sure you don't want to come?" Upon hearing that Yi Lin would also attend, Lan Youyou hesitated before responding. "If Yi Lin is going, then I suppose I will go as well." Just moments ago, she claimed she had no time. Yet now she seemed available. Gao Mingming teased her, "But Youyou, didn't you say you had no time this weekend?" Lan Youyou hurriedly explained, "Mingming, I was worried that Yi Lin would need to tutor me this weekend, so I said I was busy." At that moment, Yi Lin and Huangbai approached them. "What are you talking about?" Yi Lin asked as they sat down, appearing lethargic. "Nothing much. Just hurry and eat before it gets cold," Gao Mingming replied. After a while, she turned to Yi Lin and said, "Yi Lin, come over to my house for dinner this Saturday." Yi Lin looked bewildered. "Why?" "My parents want to thank you for helping me study, so they wish to invite you over for a meal." Meanwhile, Lan Youyou stared at Gao Mingming, puzzled. She had just been asked the same thing. Wasn't she told that Yi Lin would also be there? Why was it repeated? Moreover, Yi Lin seemed unaware of this arrangement. "But I want to be free this weekend," he declined outright, mentioning he would be busy reconciling accounts at the store, and that studying with Lan Youyou was far more important than having dinner. Furthermore, considering Gao Mingming's parents had previously harbored animosity toward him, he suspected it might be a trap and deemed it wiser to abstain. "No time? Well then, it seems Saturday will only have Youyou accompanying me." Gao Mingming feigned disappointment. "Little Bean Sprout, are you going?" Yi Lin was puzzled, as that didn't seem likely. Before Lan Youyou could explain, Gao Mingming chimed in, "Youyou just agreed to come, and she said she would invite you along. Are you really busy?" With that, Gao Mingming quickly transferred a chicken leg from her bowl to Lan Youyou's, diverting her attention. "Youyou, you should eat this chicken leg." "I can't finish it." "Mingming, I won't eat. I'm already full." Lan Youyou protested, attempting to return it. Huangbai, feeling ravenous after the high-intensity matches, stretched his bowl toward them. "Are you both full? Give it to me." Yi Lin glanced at Lan Youyou, and seeing she had no objections, decided to go along. "If Little Bean Sprout is going, then I will too." "Great. It's settled then. I'll tell my mom to buy the ingredients for Saturday and celebrate your outstanding performance in the sports meet." Gao Mingming thought to herself that she wouldn't ask Yi Lin why he previously claimed he was busy that weekend. After all, Lan Youyou was easy to persuade, and Yi Lin would likely not decline if she was involved. Initially, Gao Mingming intended to ask Yi Lin alone, but he was constantly by Lan Youyou's side, leaving her no opportunity. Thankfully, Lan Youyou didn't seem to mind, suggesting that her acceptance of Yi Lin's attendance had put her at ease. Huangbai felt a twinge of sadness, realizing that he had been excluded from their plans. Gao Mingming mentioned that her parents were inviting Lan Youyou and Yi Lin over for dinner to thank them for their tutoring, which left him feeling uninvited. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, prompting him to eat rapidly. Observing this, Gao Mingming couldn't help but chuckle. She had intentionally left Huangbai out. "Chubby, you should come too. We are now a group of 4. We can't leave anyone behind." Concerned he might feel abandoned, she hastened to reassure him. She understood that feeling of exclusion all too well. It was akin to walking with 2 people who were laughing and conversing while the third felt left out, a pang of abandonment washing over them. Thus, she made it a point not to leave Huangbai alone for too long. Hearing this, Huangbai was touched, almost brought to tears. "Is there really a spot for me?" "Of course. You drive me home every night. You deserve some credit for that, good brother. It's rare for you to remember my kindness." Upon hearing this, Gao Mingming playfully smacked his round head. "Get lost? Who's your brother?" She then playfully tugged at Huangbai's ear. I am a girl. Huang Bai cried out in pain. Not a brother, not a brother. You're a gorgeous beauty, a super beauty, Ming Ming. Please let me go. It hurts. Himph. At least you recognize your place. Gao Mingming released him. Yi Lin watched them with amusement, finding their antics quite entertaining. The next day, the basketball competition continued, with all the top 5 classes completing their matches. Class 1 and Class 19 ended in a tie, and they proceeded to the championship match. Class 9 secured 3rd place with a score of 2 points, while Classes 14 and 15 battled for 4th place. The championship and 4th place matches were scheduled during evening study hours. After dinner, the matches officially commenced at 7 o'clock. The atmosphere at the competition was electric, with roars of encouragement echoing across the playground. The girls cheering for Yilin formed circles upon circles of support. Outside the school, a girl named Xiling, who worked at UT, asked her colleague Qin Jie, "Are they calling out the boss's name? I suppose so. What I heard tonight is the basketball match. It seems the boss is playing," Qin Jie replied. Xiling was momentarily stunned, filled with longing for the vibrant school life. She regretted not having studied diligently, pondering if she might have encountered an exceptional boy like the boss had she continued her education. After the match concluded, Class 1 faced defeat. Despite Yilin's impressive skills, the disparity in strength between the teams was too great for him to overcome. Additionally, Qin Tianju's eagerness to shine in the final match led to frequent mistakes. Otherwise, they could have scored a few more points. While this wouldn't have altered the outcome, it would have prevented a humiliating loss. On the other hand, Class 15 triumphed in the match for 4th place. Thus, all events of the Qingyuan High School sports meet came to a close. Class 1 felt satisfied with their achievements, having reached heights they had never dreamed of before. It was important to note that before Yilin joined, they had not even dared to hope for a top 10 finish, let alone the top 5 or a chance at the championship. Chapter 51. Her confession. After the matches, Ling Feishue stood outside the playground, clutching a bouquet of vibrant red roses. Dressed in a sleek black dress that accentuated her long, fair legs, she felt captivated by Yilin's presence. Over the past few days, he had constantly invaded her thoughts. His sunny demeanor and charm had finally earned him the right to be her boyfriend. Thus, Ling Feishue resolved to accept Yilin tonight. With so many girls vying for his affection, she intended to secure him in her grasp, allowing the others to envy her. A continuous stream of students emerged from the sports field, while Ling Feishue anxiously concealed a bouquet behind her back, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Yilin. In that moment, her desire to see him was almost unbearable. Observing Ling Feishue, who had meticulously dressed for the occasion at the entrance of the field, numerous boys were captivated by her presence, some even turning back for a second glance as they passed by. A boy, convinced of his own charm, attempted to strike up a conversation with her. But Ling Feishue seemed oblivious, dismissing him entirely. Yilin, accompanied by Lan Youyou and Gao Mingming, as well as Huang Bai, finally emerged. Upon catching sight of Yilin, Ling Feishue beamed and called out sweetly, "Yilin." The 4 turned to look at her. Yilin, puzzled, wondered what she wanted. Could it be that she was about to declare that her impressive basketball skills were a deliberate display for his benefit, only to follow it up with, "Even if you are good at basketball, I will not forgive you." Noticing Lan Youyou's calm demeanor, Yilin inquired, "Is there something you need?" Ling Feishue presented the rose she had been hiding, offering it with a radiant smile. "This flower is for you. I have decided to forgive you and believe you are now worthy of being with me. However, I would prefer to announce our relationship after graduation. Is that all right?" The sight of the school belle personally confessing her feelings at the entrance of the sports field quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. A chorus of wow erupted, along with expressions of envy, who said that the devoted admirer could not have his moment. Look at Yilin. After years of unrequited love, he had finally won the heart of the school beauty. Lan Youyou felt she should be thrilled, considering Ling Feishue was the girl Yilin had always liked, and now she was willing to be with him. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of sadness washed over her, akin to the feeling of having lost 100 yuan. Huang Bai attempted to chastise Ling Feishue but was silenced by Gao Mingming. "You foolish boy, this is not the time for your nonsense. Keep your mouth shut, or I will rip you apart." Gao Mingming believed in Yilin. Despite his long pursuit of Ling Feishue, she felt he would not abandon Lan Youyou in the past. Hearing Ling Feishue's words would have sent Yilin into a euphoric sprint around the campus. But now, he felt nothing but a slight disgust. What did she mean by being worthy to be with her? He would rather give the flower and her so-called worthiness to someone else.
He had no desire for it. With that thought, Yilin grasped Lan Youyou's hand. Xiao Duya, let's go. Ling Feishue felt a sharp pang in her heart and shouted, Why? I have clearly lowered myself. What more do you want from me? Why do you insist on putting on a show for me? Yilin, you clearly like me. So why do you allow me to feel this way? Hearing her heart-wrenching cry, Yilin turned back. Ling Feishue, I did like you in the past, but that is no longer the case. Please do not harbor any illusions. You are lying. Ling Feishue refused to believe him. Believe it or not. With that, Yilin pulled Lan Youyou away in a fit of rage. Ling Feishue flung the roses onto the sports field's barrier, the petals scattering like her shattered hopes. Wiping away her tears, she fled back to her classroom. She deserved this. Having toyed with Lin Gu in the past, Huang Bai muttered. Have you heard the song later? Gao Mingming asked. No, what does it mean? Huang Bai replied that it is a song with a lyric that says, some people, once missed, will never return. Gao Mingming gazed at Huang Bai with deep sentiment. Oh, I see. This song is indeed fitting for Ling Feishue. She has missed out on Lin Gu, and she deserves it. The two hurried back to their classroom. Although the competition had ended, it was still only a little past 8, leaving time to study a bit longer. Soon, news of Ling Feishue's predicament spread throughout the school, with numerous versions circulating. The devoted admirer transforms into a male god. School bell's confession rejected. School bell's failed confession. Male god immediately holds hands with the ugly duckling. The latest results of the school bell's man-snatching. The ugly duckling wins. Back in the classroom, Ling Feishue collapsed onto her desk, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Rongrong was taken aback, wondering what had happened. She cried as if her world had collapsed. Once Ling Feishue had regained some composure, Zhao Rongrong inquired and learned that the school belle had experienced heartbreak. No, it wasn't quite heartbreak, for they had never officially been in a relationship. It was more of a confession rejected. Ling Feishue had always believed Yilin liked her, and thus, she had always held herself above him. She never anticipated that when she finally accepted him, he would no longer harbor affection for her. It seemed evident that Yilin had moved on from that phase of his life. While Ling Feishue had only just fallen into it in an instant, she had transitioned from the pursued to the pursuer. Zhao Rongrong remarked, Feishue, I genuinely believe Yilin no longer likes you. Impossible. He used to like me so much, confessing daily and granting my every wish. How could he not like me? He is merely pretending to upset me, intentionally getting close to that ugly duckling. Feishue, that may not be an act. But you said he was putting on a show for me. How is it not? What could that ugly duckling possibly offer to compete with me? However, she is the top student in the school, and sometimes, a person's affection is not solely based on looks. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that. All the boys are captivated by me. I cannot fathom that Yilin does not like me. How can he be with such an unattractive girl? Isn't he afraid of nightmares? Zhao Rongrong was at a loss for words, wondering if her friend had lost her sanity. Did she not see that Yilin had changed? He was no longer her devoted admirer. Perhaps it was because Yilin had become too exceptional, and Ling Feishue wished to conquer him. Indeed, that was her nature. The more kindness one showed her, the less she appreciated it. Meanwhile, Yilin noticed that Lan Youyou seemed a bit down, likely feeling jealous again. After some coaxing, he finally managed to elicit a smile from her. Upon witnessing Yilin's actions, Qin Tianju thought he found Yilin more likable. He approached Yilin's desk. Incredulous, old Yi, you really don't like Ling Feishue anymore? She just offered to be with you, and she is the school belle. You actually turned her down. I don't like her. Well, as long as you don't like Ling Feishue, we shall be brothers from now on. With that, Qin Tianju energetically began tidying up. Suddenly struck by a thought, he grinned mischievously. Old Yi, remember to call me when you decide to bully Ling Feishue. If I help you scold her a few times, she will undoubtedly fall for me. Wai Yilin, Huang Bai, and Gao Mingming exchanged incredulous glances. Lan Youyou, however, was irked. Qin Tianju, if you dare to insult Yilin, I will tell Teacher Long. Upon hearing this, Yilin found Lan Youyou utterly adorable, wishing he could embrace her. Lan Youyou, I am not truly scolding old Yi. It is merely a playful act. You know, we are just putting on a show for Ling Feishue. Once I win her heart, I will treat you all to a grand feast. Even pretending is unacceptable. Yilin, we will not engage in this charade. Lan Youyou pouted. All right, Xiao Duya, I will heed your wishes. Qin Tianju exclaimed, goodness, this Lan Youyou may be petite, but she is quite fierce. Recalling an important matter, Qin Tianju said, old Yi, The class president informed me that you are to receive the greatest recognition for this basketball match, and you will be awarded at the ceremony tomorrow. Why don't you do me a favor and let me go instead? After all, I am the captain. Yi Lin understood Qin Tianju's intentions. He likely wanted to show off in front of Ling Feishue. Nevertheless, Yi Lin was indifferent to the idea of taking the stage, so he agreed. If you wish to go, then go ahead. I have no interest in it. All right, I will inform the class president right away. Without another word, Qin Tianju dashed to the front to speak with the class president. Chapter 52. The award ceremony the following day, Friday, after the morning classes, the entire school gathered for the sports awards ceremony. Principal Su Qifeng took to the stage to address the audience. Yi Lin observed his uncle, noting that his spirit seemed to have diminished over the years, likely due to concerns for his precious son. After all, it was his cousin who had led Yi Lin astray, and Yi Lin wondered how that troublemaker was faring now. Principal Su Qifeng delivered a lengthy speech filled with pleasantries before finally transitioning to the awards segment. Each event was jointly awarded by grade. The first awards presented were for field events, where Xiao Yuqi, the class president, secured second place in the high jump for the senior year. After the field events concluded, it was time for the track events. All the awarded athletes and class representatives had taken the stage, except for Yi Lin, who was to be the grand finale due to having broken the school record in long-distance running. Principal Su Qifeng was taken aback to learn that Yi Lin had shattered the school record. The host announced, "In this track and field competition, one student has broken the school's long-distance running record. His name will be etched into our school's history. Now, let us warmly welcome this student to the stage to receive his award, Yi Lin." As Yi Lin stepped out of the class lineup and made his way to the flag-raising platform, applause erupted, accompanied by countless cheers. Li Jianya leaned over to Principal Su Qifeng and said quietly, "Su, your nephew is quite popular with the girls. He won't be lacking for a partner in the future." Principal Su Qifeng couldn't help but smile with pride as Yi Lin reached the stage. Principal Su Qifeng personally awarded him the medal, placing the gold medal around his neck. "It's rare for you to put in such effort. So I hope you continue to study hard and not follow in your cousin's footsteps." Yi Lin remained silent, recognizing that his cousin was likely still causing trouble as before. The awards for the track events concluded. And next were the awards for team sports. The first to be awarded were for table tennis, badminton, and volleyball, followed by the men's basketball competition. The first awards were given to participating classes for encouragement, followed by the top 10 finishers. Finally, it was time for the top 5. Qin Tianju stood on the stage, clutching a large banner and gazing in the direction of Class 5. In such a glorious moment. He wanted to ensure Ling Feishue noticed him. However, when he spotted her, he realized she had not glanced in his direction at all, prompting him to wish he could rush down and flaunt his achievement before her. "Now, may I invite the MVP of this basketball competition to the stage, Yi Lin." With the host's announcement, the audience erupted into ecstatic screams. Yi Lin suddenly felt as though he were a celebrity. As he walked onto the stage, Ling Feishue's eyes were fixed upon him. This scene sparked a sense of envy in Qin Tianju. Ling Feishue gazed at Yi Lin as he approached the podium, while Qin Tianju waved at her enthusiastically. Unfortunately, Ling Feishue paid him no mind, her focus solely on Yi Lin, her eyes filled with an ambiguous mix of love and resentment. After the awards ceremony concluded, the principal delivered a speech, followed by Li Jianya, who wrapped things up. Clearing his throat, Li Jianya said, "Congratulations to all students and classes who won awards in this sports event. For those who did not win, do not be disheartened. In life, there will always be victories and losses. Keep working hard, and next time, you will be the winners." I hereby declare the 2008 sports meeting of Qingyuan Middle School a resounding success. Students, please remain seated. We are not dismissed yet. There is one more announcement to make. With 2 months left until New Year's Day, rehearsals for New Year's Eve performances will begin next week. The principle is that it should not interfere with class time. In November, the school will conduct the first round of program selections. All right, you are dismissed. The awards ceremony took up the entire morning, and only the last class remained. The homeroom teacher had arranged the afternoon as a class activity. Every year, the afternoon following the sports award ceremony was typically a time for classes to spend their prize money on snacks and festivities in the classroom. Classes with little prize money would use their class funds instead. Class 1 had earned quite a reputation this time. As Lan Youyou entered the office with her head held high, Yi Lin hung 2 gold medals around Lan Youyou's neck and handed her the envelope containing the prize money for breaking the record. However, Lan Youyou declined, prompting Yi Lin to suggest she turn it in for the class activity fund later. Gao Mingming looked at Lan Youyou with envy. Not only her, but on their way back to class, every girl who saw the ugly duckling, adorned with 2 gold medals next to Yilin, wore an expression of jealousy. Despite her less than stellar appearance, she had captured Yilin's affection. It hardly seemed fair. 10 minutes after the dismissal, nearly all members of Class 1 had returned to the classroom. After a while, Lan Youyou entered with a beaming smile. Chun Sini remarked, seeing the teacher so cheerful, "Teacher Lan, this is the first time I've seen you so happy. I have every reason to be happy. My student achieved the highest score in the entire school, and another broke the school record at the sports event. Plus, you all brought home so many awards. How could I not be delighted?" Lan Youyou smiled broadly. "Teacher, when you smile, you look even younger and more beautiful," Xiao Yuqi remarked, suddenly realizing how lovely Lan Youyou appeared when she smiled. "Really? I'm so glad to hear that," Lan Youyou replied, her joy palpable. "Indeed, teacher, you are the belle of our school," Xiao Yuqi added. Hearing this, Lan Youyou couldn't contain her laughter. "This is the first time I've heard someone say the school's belle is a teacher. All right, enough banter, let's get down to business. Qin Tianju, please hang our class awards and banners on the blackboard behind." "Sure, teacher." "Class president, how much prize money did we win this time?" "400 yuan for basketball, 100 for volleyball, 100 for the 400-meter relay, plus 50 for my high jump and 50 for He Xiaowei's badminton, totaling 700 yuan, Xiao Yuqi recited from her notebook. Upon hearing this, the entire class gasped in amazement. In previous years, they typically earned only 200 to 300 yuan. This was a significant amount for their class activities. At that moment, Lan Youyou raised her hand. "What is it, Youyou?" Lan Youyou walked to the front and produced an envelope. "Teacher, this is Yilin's prize money. He said to use it for class activities." Lan Youyou looked at Yilin. "Yilin, this contains 500 yuan. Are you certain?" "Teacher, I couldn't have achieved first place without the encouragement and support of my classmates. As the ancients said, it is better to enjoy together than alone. Spending this money together is far more meaningful." "All right, class president, make a note of it." The class murmured in admiration, many feeling a newfound respect for Yilin's generosity. Other athletes also contributed their prize money, though none matched Yilin's amount, as most had not placed high enough to earn significant funds. The most anyone else received was 30 yuan, and most of the consolation prizes given by the school for those who did not win were merely 5 yuan. Xiao Yuqi finished tallying the total, which amounted to 1395 yuan. When school let out at noon, Xiao Yuqi led the class representatives out to buy snacks. The entire afternoon was spent in jubilant celebration. In addition to the snacks, Xiao Yuqi and her friends brought back a large cake, leading to a chaotic food fight throughout the classroom. Lan Youyou ended up covered in cream. Li Jianya, inspecting the class activities, was hit with a splatter of cream as he approached Class 1's door. Just as he was about to scold them, the students pulled him inside, and soon he was bombarded with cream from all directions. Seeing someone drawing the fire away from her, Lan Youyou quickly retreated to the side. Li Jianya, now covered in cream, was flustered, shouting, "Stop! What are you doing? Stop it now!" The students were too caught up in the fun to hear him. After wiping the cream from his eyes, he finally managed to see Lan Youyou and angrily asked, "Teacher Lan, aren't you going to do something about this?" Lan Youyou chuckled, "Director, I can't intervene. This is simply the essence of youth. You should enjoy it." All right. Hearing this, Li Jianya rolled up his sleeves. Realizing that he was genuinely angry, the students hesitated to continue their antics. However, in a surprising turn of events, Li Jianya, who was usually stern, joined in the fun, creating a delightful scene of chaos. Meanwhile, Yilin shielded Lan Youyou from the onslaught, protecting her until the cake was entirely devoured. Lan Youyou emerged as the sole survivor of the cream battle. Yet, unable to resist the festivities, Yilin playfully smeared some cream on her face, leaving 2 streaks across her cheeks. Chapter 53. More beautiful than a fairy on Saturday, due to Gao Mengming's insistence that they arrive early at her house. Huang Bai woke up at dawn to prepare himself before heading to pick up Yilin. He skillfully navigated his way to Gao Mengming's doorstep. "Fatty, hand over the car keys. You going first?" "Aren't you coming in with me?" "I'm going in alone. I feel a bit shy," Huang Bai admitted. "I still need to pick up Xiaoduya." After finishing his words, Yilin pushed Huang Bai out of the car and executed a Thomas spin with the motorcycle, turning around effortlessly. Huang Bai watched in envy, admiring the coolness of the maneuver, yet he knew he could never replicate it. Every time he attempted something similar, he ended up sprawled on the ground. They arrived at the school to pick up Lan Youyou, and Yilin approached at a leisurely pace. Little bean sprout, hold on tight, or you might fall off, he warned. Oh. Lan Youyou immediately grasped Yilin's waist tightly. At a junction, Yilin suddenly slammed on the brakes, leaving Lan Youyou no time to react as she tumbled onto his back. Little bean sprout, that's too dangerous. You should hold on to me, or else you'll fall off, he cautioned. Huh? No way, Yilin. I'm holding on tight. I won't fall, she reassured him. Seeing his ploy fail, Yilin had no choice but to continue driving slowly. However, passing directly by felt too swift. Having finally secured a moment of intimacy with Lan Youyou, Yilin decided to take the longest route possible to Mengming's place. Really that far, Yilin? It must be exhausting for her to come to class every day, Lan Youyou commented, feeling a pang of sympathy for Gao Mingming. It's not that far, little bean sprout. I think I took a wrong turn, Yilin replied. Huh? Then what should we do? Should we call the police? She suggested, and no need to worry, we'll backtrack. I should remember the way by then. As they neared Gao Mingming's house, Yilin retraced his route and finally arrived at her doorstep. That moment, Huang Bai was still sitting by the roadside, looking utterly defeated. Upon spotting Yilin, he immediately got up and rushed over. Lin Gu, where have you been? Why did it take so long? Yilin got lost just now, but thankfully remembered. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it here, Lan Youyou quickly explained. Lost? Huang Bai exclaimed in disbelief. It was hard to imagine Yilin getting lost in Qingwen County unless the sun rose from the west. Yeah, I just couldn't recall the way for a moment. I said, Fatty, why haven't you gone inside yet? Yilin, wary of Huang Bai's potential loose tongue, quickly shifted the topic. I was just too embarrassed to go in alone. I wanted to wait for you guys to arrive together. But you took an hour to show up. I should have just gone in earlier, Huang Bai complained. Sorry, Fatty, we didn't mean to take so long. Lan Youyou apologized hastily. Little bean sprout, he chose to wait. There's no need to apologize. Lan classmate, don't apologize. I wanted to wait, or I would have gone in sooner, Huang Bai cautiously replied, aware of the repercussions of upsetting Lan Youyou after the last incident, when he commented on her looks and got pummeled by Yilin. They should hurry inside, Yilin urged, and the three proceeded toward Gao Mingming's home. Knowing they were coming, the Gao household had left the door unlocked. Upon entering, they were greeted by a picturesque scene akin to a living landscape painting. A 1-meter-deep pond, crystal clear, teeming with hundreds of koi fish, some as thick as a thigh. Behind the small garden stood a grand 3-story villa. Yilin felt no particular excitement. He had seen far more impressive villas than this. Huang Bai was astounded, realizing Gao Mingming's family was quite affluent. The wall outside concealed the grandeur. He had thought his own family was somewhat well off, but in comparison to Gao Mingming, it felt lacking. At least he didn't live in such a house. Huang Bai mused, noting that Gao Mingming didn't seem like a rich second-generation individual at all. Lan Youyou, however, was left speechless, taken aback by the beauty of the place. Having never seen such a stunning house, compared to her perpetually rainy home, this was 100 times better. Is this Mingming's home? Lan Youyou asked incredulously. Yes, little bean sprout. Isn't it beautiful? It's so lovely. You'll live in a house like this one day. Really, Yilin? Of course, it's true. Just focus on your studies, get into a good university, and land a great job. Then you'll surely live in a house like this. Yilin refrained from mentioning that he would earn money for her. He wanted her to strive for herself, affirming her potential. In the future, he would bring her into his company, and he could give her as much as he wanted. Lan Youyou nodded vigorously. If studying hard meant living in a house like this, she would definitely work hard in her exams. Thus, her parents would no longer have to live in that shabby house. Hearing some commotion, Gao Mingming emerged. You guys are here. Seeing them, Gao Mingming rushed over, brimming with joy. Parents went to Jiangqing for some errands. They probably won't be back until noon to cook. Let us go have some fun at home first. Saying this, Gao Mingming grabbed Lan Youyou and headed inside, with Yilin and Huang Bai trailing behind. Upon reaching the living room, Gao Mingming said, Yilin, Fatty, you can play on your own. There's a game console in the drawer under the TV. She then dragged Lan Youyou upstairs to her room. Yilin and Huang Bai retrieved the game console from the drawer and connected it to the TV. It must be said, despite being a girl, Gao Mingming had an impressive collection of game cartridges for the console. After playing a couple of rounds of Contra, Huang Bai, feeling inadequate, suggested they switch to Super Mario. However, he kept failing to grab mushrooms and eventually lost interest. They ended up competing in King of Fighters instead. Meanwhile, Gao Mingming pulled Lan Youyou into her room. gazing at a room larger than her own living room. Lan Youyou felt somewhat overwhelmed. Gao Mingming ushered her to sit at the vanity. What are you doing, Mingming? Hee, Youyou, I'm going to give you a makeover. Lan Youyou wanted to refuse, but she couldn't resist Gao Mingming's enthusiasm and had to submit. Gao Mingming styled her hair into a half-up princess look and applied light makeup. Once the makeup was done, she opened the wardrobe, selecting a light yellow long dress that perfectly suited Lan Youyou's figure, and urged her to change. After changing, Gao Mingming looked very pleased. She covered Lan Youyou's eyes and led her to the mirror. Open your eyes, Youyou. When Lan Youyou opened her eyes and saw her reflection, she was taken aback. She seemed a bit more beautiful. Wai Lin will surely like how you look now, Gao Mingming remarked. Really? Of course. Let us head downstairs. Mingming, maybe we shouldn't go down like this? Lan Youyou felt shy. Gao Mingming, however, promptly dragged her out. At this point, Huang Bai had been defeated by Yi Lin numerous times and was starting to find the game tedious. Hearing some noise from upstairs, he turned to look. What he saw left him astounded. Gao Mingming was leading a stunningly beautiful girl downstairs. Huang Bai's eyes widened in admiration. Gao Mingming, is this your classmate? Can I get her WeChat? Gao Mingming, hearing this, descended and playfully punched him. Yi Lin. Lan Youyou lowered her head, too shy to look at Yi Lin. Little bean sprout, you look truly beautiful. Hearing this, Lan Youyou felt elated, thinking to herself that Mingming hadn't lied. Yi Lin liked this version of her. Why Yi Lin looked at Gao Mingming, puzzled. Anticipating his question, Gao Mingming explained, we're dorm mates, so I know Youyou is pretty. What's strange about that? Yi Lin pondered this and realized it made sense. Meanwhile, Huang Bai was the only one still in shock. He couldn't believe it as he approached. You're Lan Youyou? Lan Youyou nodded at that moment. Huang Bai understood why Yi Lin was so kind to Lan Youyou. It turned out she was a Cinderella, and no wonder Yi Lin had beaten him up when he had called her ugly. At that instant, Huang Bai wished he could slap himself for ever saying that. How could she be ugly? She is even more beautiful than a fairy. Fatty, keep quiet about Little Bean Sprout's identity at school. Otherwise, I'll beat you up, Yi Lin warned, fearing Huang Bai would blurt it out. Huang Bai chuckled, Lin Gu, you're so exceptional that no one could steal Lan classmate away from you. Don't let her pretend to be plain. Let everyone enjoy the view. They say looking at beautiful women prolongs life. Gao Mingming slapped him, followed by a flurry of playful punches. I told you to keep it secret. Enjoying the view to prolong life? Huh? Huang Bai felt aggrieved. Despite Gao Mingming being a rich girl, she was also a fierce tiger. Who would dare marry such a woman in the future? Chapter 54. A culinary showcase. The four of them sat on the sofa watching a drama. Half an hour passed, and only Huang Bai remained in a state of shock. With over 2 hours until lunchtime, it seemed Gao Mingming's parents wouldn't return until the afternoon to prepare a meal. Since they had nothing to do, Yi Lin decided to take this opportunity to cook a grand feast for Lan Youyou. Mingming, your parents won't be back until noon, so why don't we cook for ourselves? By the time your parents get home, the food will be ready. Given it was someone else's home, Yi Lin asked for Gao Mingming's opinion. We're cooking ourselves, but I don't know how to cook. Gao Mingming replied, unsure. She rarely entered the kitchen, only ever boiling instant noodles, and had no actual cooking skills. Huang Bai shook his head. I can't cook either. I can cook a little, Lan Youyou said. Really? I've cooked at home before. That's great. Since we don't know when my parents will be back for lunch, let us whip up something. With that, Gao Mingming led Lan Youyou to the kitchen. Yi Lin was surprised. He hadn't expected Lan Youyou to know how to cook. He was eager to taste her culinary skills. The four entered the dining area, and Gao Mingming pulled open the kitchen door, revealing a well-equipped kitchen with 6 gas stoves. Lan Youyou gazed in awe. This kitchen was nothing like her own, which lacked even a proper stove. After taking a tour, she noticed there wasn't even a firewood stove. Gao Mingming was excited to see what dishes Lan Youyou would create. Youyou, the meat is in this fridge, the vegetables are in that one, and the spices are in this little fridge, Gao Mingming explained while pointing at several refrigerators. Lan Youyou looked troubled. Mingming, I don't know how to use your kitchen. Typically, she cooked with firewood at home, while Gao Mingming's kitchen was filled with unfamiliar appliances. Not only did she not know how to stir-fry, but she didn't even know how to cook rice at this moment. Seeing Lan Youyou's distressed expression, Yi Lin comforted her. Little Bean Sprout, don't worry. I'm here to help. You two wait outside. I'll handle the cooking. Why Yi Lin, you can cook? Gao Mingming asked, surprised. I often cook when no one is home. Yi Lin explained, I'll help you. Lan Youyou insisted, wanting to lend a hand. No need, little bean sprout. You look so lovely. You shouldn't be doing this. It'll ruin your outfit, Yilin replied. But I'm worried you'll get tired. I'm fine. With that, Yilin opened the refrigerator and began selecting ingredients. He was also astonished by the variety of meats available. They were all frozen, requiring some time to thaw. Filling the sink with water, he took out a bag of frogs, a pack of chicken wings, and a pack of chicken feet to thaw. While waiting for them to defrost, he opened the fresh food refrigerator and discovered several bags of fresh meat that seemed to have been bought that morning. A large bag of pork ribs, a bag of pig trotters, a bag of beef, a fish, and a large bag of shrimp and crabs. Seeing the ingredients, Yilin quickly planned his dishes. He retrieved the pork ribs, boiled them in a pot, adding ginger slices, scallions, and cooking wine to remove the odor. The three of them remained in the kitchen, watching Yilin skillfully at work. Gao Mingming felt a sense of admiration. This guy really could cook. Fatty, learn from your brother. Look at you, knowing nothing. Who would want to marry you in the future? Huang Bai shot back. You can't cook either. You should learn from Lin Gu. Otherwise, how will you become a good wife and mother? During their banter, Yilin had already blanched the pork ribs, rinsed them clean, and divided them into 2 portions. He poured oil into a small pot, added rock sugar, and caramelized it before tossing in the larger portion of pork ribs. He turned up the heat and began to stir-fry vigorously. Wow, that's so cool. Huang Bai marveled at Yilin's technique, feeling that his skills surpassed those of the chefs at his family's restaurant. Gao Mingming was equally impressed, while Lan Youyou gazed in awe, thinking about how her usual cooking involved merely frying fatty meat for oil and then adding vegetables and seasoning. Thank goodness she hadn't attempted to cook. Otherwise, the dish would have been terrible, and Yilin would surely have disapproved. Yilin stir-fried the pork ribs until they turned golden brown, then added a ladle of water, followed by star anise, dried tangerine peel, soy sauce, and dark soy sauce, simmering it on low heat. He then lit another stove and placed a pot on it, adding the smaller portion of blanched ribs along with chopped carrots and corn, letting it simmer gently. At this point, the chicken wings and feet had thawed, and Yilin took a bit of each, frying them until golden brown and then transferring them to a clay pot. He also prepared some shrimp and crabs, frying them until fragrant and adding them to the clay pot as well, seasoning them with spices and water to simmer. Next, he took a frying pan and seared the remaining chicken wings until both sides were golden. Ming, do you have any cola at home? Yilin inquired, contemplating sending Huang Bai out to buy some if they didn't eat out we do. I'll get it for you, Gao Mingming said, heading to the dining room to fetch a bottle of cola. Yilin then poured the cola into the pot with the fried chicken wings and let it simmer. Having already made braised pork ribs, Yilin decided to simply cook the pig trotters. He grabbed the pressure cooker, cleaned the trotters, and added a sliced white radish and water to cook them directly. He then pan-fried the fish and prepared the side dishes to pour over the top. The 6 stoves in Gao's kitchen were all in use. Indeed, having good tools made a significant difference in efficiency. Without such a well-equipped kitchen, Yilin wouldn't have dared to prepare so many dishes. After all, simmering one dish could take 1 to 2 hours. If it were a typical kitchen with only 2 stoves, making all these dishes would take at least a day. After 2 hours of busying about, Yilin finally finished most of the dishes, ready to serve tea. This moment, he felt utterly exhausted. If it weren't for wanting to cook for Lan Youyou, he wouldn't have put himself through such trouble. Gao Mingming, Lan Youyou, and Huang Bai set the table in the dining room. Huang Bai then entered the kitchen, bringing out dish after dish: braised pork rib soup, crab pot, cola chicken wings, stir-fried fish, stewed pig trotters, spicy frogs, and boiled beef. Looking at the table brimming with delicious dishes, Gao Mingming was left speechless. If her mother had cooked, it would never have been this lavish. This was even more sumptuous than their family's New Year's Eve dinner. Yilin emerged from the kitchen, looking fatigued. Lan Youyou rushed over to greet him. Yilin, these dishes look amazing. You're incredible. Hearing Lan Youyou's praise, Yilin's fatigue vanished. Little bean sprout, I made these especially for you. Especially for me? Lan Youyou beamed, feeling that Yilin was truly wonderful. Lin Gu, you're amazing. Huang Bai gave a thumbs up. Gao Mingming also complimented, Yilin, this smells fantastic. You're truly impressive. At that moment, Gao Xingqiang returned home and parked the car in the garage. The 3 of them got out with Lu Meijin carrying a large bag of groceries. What is that delicious smell? Did we come home too late? And Mingming and her friends went out to get takeout? Lu Meijin inquired. Gao Xingqiang replied, if they have, then so be it. The kids must be hungry by now, and if Chef Zhu is cooking, it'll take until the afternoon. With that, The three of them entered the house. Chapter 55. Caught the eye of a big boss, Gao Mingming explained. We didn't go out to buy anything. Yilin has already prepared the meal and is awaiting your return to dine together. Why Yilin has cooked? Gao Shengqiang was somewhat astonished. He can cook? Lu Meizhen echoed his surprise. Indeed, hurry over, or it will get cold. Gao Mingming urged her parents, as they entered the dining room. The sight of a bountiful spread left the three of them in awe. The dishes were skillfully made and appeared quite delectable. Gao Shengqiang observed the three young individuals standing beside the table. He recognized the chubby one, who frequently drove his daughter to school. Yi Lin must be the handsome young man before him. Previously, this fellow sported long hair and a carefree demeanor. Now, he looked remarkably earnest, as if he were an entirely different person. Yi Lin, Gao Shengqiang inquired, did you prepare all these dishes? Yi Lin politely replied, Uncle Gao, yes, I made them using your kitchen and ingredients. I hope you won't take offense. What a thing to say. How could an uncle possibly take offense? Gao Shengqiang chuckled. My wife and I were held up today, and I feel quite embarrassed. This is splendid. I can finally sample the culinary skills of the younger generation. You are far superior to my daughter. Gao Shengqiang's smile grew wider as he increasingly admired Yilin. Gao Mingming did not contest this. She respected Yilin, for he truly was exceptional, a dreamboat for all the girls at Qingyuan High School. However, she felt no romantic inclination towards him, largely due to the presence of Lan Youyou. Gao Mingming had a personality that, regardless of how admirable a boy might be, she would refrain from pursuing if he had someone he favored. Master Zhu, observing the array of dishes, smiled and remarked, Boss, it seems I won't need to cook today. Old Zhu, what are you saying? There is still dinner to be had. Don't think you can slack off. Sit down and enjoy your meal, Gao Shengqiang retorted. Once seated, Master Zhu tasted each dish and praised, quite good. Although slightly undercooked, it's better than what most chefs produce. You have a remarkable talent for cooking. Fearing Yilin might misinterpret the comment about undercooking, Gao Shengqiang explained, Yilin, old Zhu rarely compliments anyone. His praise means you could easily open your own restaurant. Yilin, aware of his own culinary limitations, knew that while he could manage home-cooked meals, comparing himself to professional chefs would be folly, and thus he took no offense. Thank you for the compliment, Master Zhu. Had I known Uncle brought a chef today, I would have refrained from showing off. Master Zhu laughed heartily. This young man is modest. Little Lin, would you be interested in becoming my apprentice? Yilin politely declined. Thank you, Master Zhu, for your kind offer, but my aspirations do not lie in becoming a chef. No worries. Do you drink, Little Lin? Master Zhu inquired, hoping for a toast. Yilin could drink, but was concerned about the impression it would leave on Lan Youyou. So he declined, Master Zhu, I'm still a student and cannot drink. I will toast you with soup instead. Very well. The two rose and clinked their cups, downing their drinks in unison. Gao Shengqiang stood up, Yilin. I previously went to the school to have you expelled. I apologize. I hope you won't hold a grudge. Now, you teach my daughter, and I shall drink to that. He downed a cup in one go. Uncle Gao, why apologize? I know my own past conduct. Expelling me was a service to the school. I owe you all an apology. Yilin replied as he raised a bowl of rib soup. Lu Meizhen turned to Lan Youyou beside Yilin. Are you Lan Youyou? Lan Youyou nodded. Auntie, yes, I am. You are quite lovely, Youyou. Thank you for helping Mingming with her studies. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Consider this your home, Lu Meizhen, having heard that Lan Youyou's family circumstances were not particularly favorable, showed her extra care. She purchased numerous clothes for Lan Youyou, a significant portion of the items she had just brought being gifts for her. After all, Gao Mingming held Lan Youyou in high regard, and since she tutored her daughter for free, it was only right for Gao Mingming's mother to gift her some clothing. Amidst laughter and conversation, no one paid attention to Huang Bai, who felt utterly forsaken. Xiaopeng, is your father Huang Jinlong? Gao Shengqiang asked Huang Bai. Huang Bai perked up, finally remembered. Yes, Uncle Gao. My name is Huang Bai. If I recall correctly, your father is in construction. Yes, I'm planning to start a factory in the city. Ask your father if he has time for this job. Although Gao Shengqiang had consumed several drinks, he spoke with earnestness. Huang Bai was surprised. Had a project emerged from this meal? Thank you, Uncle Gao. I will ask my father as soon as I get home. No need to thank me. Just be careful when driving my daughter to and from school. She is my only daughter, and if anything were to happen, I would be forced to deal with you. Also, remove all those gaudy decorations from your motorcycle. You don't want to look like a little thug. Gao Shengqiang cautioned. Understood, Uncle Gao. I will take care of it as soon as I get home. Huang Bai dared not oppose. Liu Meijian was particularly fond of the meat crab pot and inquired, Yilin, how did you prepare this dish? Auntie, this dish is called meat crab pot. I devised it myself and plan to open a restaurant with this dish once I earn some money. The preparation isn't difficult. Just salt the ingredients, then stew them and reduce the sauce. Yilin explained. In truth, this dish was intentionally created by Yilin, hoping to catch the attention of the Gao family, who owned a hot pot restaurant. If they were willing to assist him, he would not need to scrimp and save to open a restaurant. After all, no one had yet opened a meat crab pot restaurant, and it could potentially be as successful as Yucha. Gao Shengqiang found the dish impressive and regarded Yilin with renewed respect upon hearing his words. First Yucha, then the meat crab pot. Yucha had already proven successful, and Gao Shengqiang, with years of experience in the restaurant industry, was confident that the meat crab pot would also thrive. Yet, Yilin was merely a high school student, a true commercial prodigy. Such a clever individual must have grand ambitions. No wonder he declined to be old Zhu's apprentice. Anyone else would have eagerly accepted. Gao Shengqiang had initially intended to acquire Yilin's Yucha, but his perspective shifted. He was now more interested in Yilin as an individual. The wealth Yilin would create in the future would far surpass that of a few milk tea shops. After a satisfying meal, Gao Shengqiang summoned Yilin to his study. Chapter 56. Business contract. Once in the study, Gao Shengqiang offered Yilin a seat. What is it, Uncle Gao? Yilin inquired, unsure of what to expect from this private conversation. Little Lin, do you have a girlfriend? Gao Shengqiang, having taken a liking to the young man, was contemplating a proposal for his daughter. Uncle, I am still a student. I don't need to be so formal. I'm just asking casually. You're not too young anymore. In a year, you could be in college and even thinking about marriage. Uncle, you jest. I still feel quite young, and marriage is still a distant thought. Haha, you young man. I must ask you this honestly. What do you think of my Mingming? Uncle, Mingming is wonderful. She's not only talented but also beautiful, truly a reflection of you. Do you like her? Yilin found the question increasingly absurd. Was this old fellow truly trying to play matchmaker for his daughter? Uncle, I already have someone I like. Yilin knew that failing to be honest would lead to endless complications later. Gao Shengqiang noticed that Yilin had been serving food to Lan Youyou just moments ago. However, he felt it was worth asking. Who knows what the future holds? You young man, just a moment ago you claimed not to be interested in marriage. Gao Shengqiang chuckled, shaking his head at Yilin. Uncle, is this the purpose of your invitation? Yilin was skeptical. Of course not. I merely find you suitable as a potential son-in-law, hence my curiosity. Now, on to business. Little Lin, I hear that the Yucha at the school gate is yours. Yes, it is. How did he know? This was Yilin's immediate thought. However, he soon realized that a wealthy boss like Gao Shengqiang could easily find out such information. Yet, what was his motive? Gao Shengqiang continued, how much do you earn in a month? Without counting costs, it should be around 50 to 60,000. That's not bad. I'm considering acquiring your shop for 200,000, and after you graduate from university, you can come work at my company, starting as a senior executive. What do you think? Gao Shengqiang stated directly. This was indeed an attractive offer. Working for Shengqiang Group would mean a strong future in the restaurant industry, with a salary of over $1 million and no worries about food or drink. Accepting Gao Shengqiang's offer would essentially ensure a comfortable life. However, Yilin's aspirations were far greater than a mere $1 million annual salary. He aimed to build something substantial. Uncle, I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own dreams, and I won't be selling Yucha. Yilin resolutely declined. Gao Shengqiang was not disheartened by the refusal. He had not truly expected Yilin to agree. If he had, it would have meant he had misjudged the young man. His intentions today were twofold: to consider Yilin as a potential son-in-law and to invest in him. You want to earn money and open more shops, right? Yes. But have you considered that without funds, by the time you save enough to open more branches, others may have already copied your concept? Yucha and meat crab pot are not particularly complex. Someone else may even do it better. Gao Shengqiang sought to gauge Yilin's mindset. Uncle, while these concepts can be easily replicated, the intellect of the operator and brand value cannot be duplicated. Oh? Explain that to me, Gao Shengqiang said, intrigued. Yilin, recognizing that Gao Shengqiang would not ask these questions without reason. Perhaps considering an investment, explained patiently, what I create is indeed easy to imitate, but as you mentioned, they are merely copying me. If I can produce these two items, I can certainly create more. However, they cannot. They can only replicate what I have done, and there will always be a difference in taste. Additionally, I promote my products as made from only the freshest ingredients, with a completely transparent production process. This reassures customers and establishes a strong brand image. Even if a competitor emerges with identical flavors, my brand will already be established, and they will forever remain an imitation. When faced with a genuine product and a counterfeit, consumers will naturally choose the original. The counterfeit must lower prices to compete, but doing so often results in reduced quality. Once quality diminishes, their products will inevitably falter. Gao Xingqiang found Yilin's reasoning compelling, though he understood that while articulating these principles was easy, executing them was far more challenging. That sounds promising. Little Lin, if I were to invest in your milk tea shop, how would you allocate the funds? Gao Xingqiang asked, seemingly joking. It depends on how much you plan to invest. 1 million. With that, I could procure equipment, hire staff, and rent premises to open branches across all 5 districts of Jiangcheng. How do you plan to distribute profits? This was of utmost concern to Gao Xingqiang. Any investment required a potential return, otherwise he wouldn't consider it. I would transfer 30 of the shares of Yucha Beverage Co., Ltd. And the profits from your investment would be gradually returned as the company becomes profitable, Yilin stated. Given the popularity of Yucha, a 30 stake would still yield significant returns for Gao Xingqiang. Moreover, Yilin had no necessity to part with shares for mere financial gain, but with the business just starting, partnering with a strong ally would be advantageous. Upon hearing this, Gao Xingqiang was somewhat taken aback, but he was also impressed. You've even established a company? I had to protect my products from being pilfered. Yilin replied sincerely. Gao Xingqiang felt a surge of respect. Had he opened a Yucha in the city, he might have faced legal repercussions. 30 seems a bit low. How about a 50-50 split? Yilin firmly rejected. 30 is my utmost sincerity. For others, I would only offer 10. Uncle, my company would thrive even without your investment, albeit at a slower pace. You know that having influence in one's own company is crucial, so I must retain at least 51 of the shares. The remaining 19 is reserved for emergencies. Thus, 30 is already quite generous. I can assure you that even with a 30 stake, you will earn a substantial profit. If you're unwilling, let us forget about the investment. This young man was no ordinary high school student. Gao Xingqiang perceived that Yilin was not merely bargaining but was genuinely steadfast in his stance. He had initially seen potential in Yilin as an individual. Very well, Uncle will invest 1 million. You can allocate it as you see fit. We will sign the contract this afternoon, and the funds will be transferred to your company account tomorrow. Gao Xingqiang personally invested in Yilin. Yilin felt a bit awkward. Uncle Gao, while my company has been established, it's merely a shell at the moment. Gao Xingqiang chuckled. That's easily remedied. You give me 40, and the finance department of Shangqiang Group will manage your company temporarily. How does that sound? After some thought, Yilin recalled that smartphones had only recently become popular. Tio quickly earned his first pot of gold for developing software. He did not hesitate. After all, Yucha Beverage Company Limited would eventually only be a subsidiary of Yilin Group. All right, Yilin agreed. Seeing Yilin acquiesce so readily, Gao Xingqiang began to feel he had perhaps underestimated the deal. Had he known, he would have aimed for a 49 stake. In the afternoon, Gao Xingqiang directed the legal department of Shangqiang Group to draft the contract. After Yilin reviewed it and found no issues, he signed it with Gao Xingqiang. Yilin left the meal feeling quite satisfied. He had not anticipated closing a significant business deal and realized he would need to assist Gao Mingming with her studies diligently. She was indeed a little fortune bringer. After lunch, Yilin and the others returned home. Yumasian gifted Lan Youyou several bags of clothes, while Gao Mingming similarly offered her several skirts she no longer wore. Lan Youyou even kept on the little dress she wore today. Despite her numerous refusals, it was only through Yilin's coaxing that she finally accepted. Yilin, Huang Bai, and Lu Meijian each gifted a thermos cup. After the 3 young people departed, Master Zhu returned to Jiangchen. After seeing everyone off, Lu Meijian pulled Gao Shangqiang into a room. Chapter 57. The wrath of the chubby boy. Lu Meijian eagerly picked up the contract to examine it. Yucha Beverage Company. Ltd., she pondered. That young man has already established a company, so this Yucha can't be incorporated into Shangqiang Group. Gao Xingqiang explained. Investing 1 million? Why are we only getting 40? Lu Meijian questioned, perplexed. Gao Shangqiang recounted his conversation with Yilin that afternoon. After hearing his account, Lu Meijian couldn't help but feel admiration. Is this truly a high school student? After lunch, Gao Shengqiang also discovered that Yilin was no ordinary person. He even provided some suggestions for our Gao Laozhuang hot pot. Would you like to hear them? Lu Meijian inquired curiously. Please, do tell. He suggested that our hot pot business could improve significantly. First, We should enhance service quality, treating customers like royalty. In short, aside from ensuring they have their fill, we should provide as much service as possible. Secondly, we should initiate activities, such as a membership point system, where reaching a certain number of points grants a free meal. Thirdly, we could offer birthday specials, providing free cakes and singing birthday songs for customers. Lastly, we could implement a referral program where existing members bringing in new members receive discounts. Fifthly, let us establish a monthly members day where members enjoy discounts on that day. An annual membership would receive a 10 discount, a 2-year membership and 20 discount, a 3-year membership a 30 discount, and so forth, with the maximum discount capped at 50 da. What are your thoughts on this? Gao Xingqiang beamed at his wife. This, my heavens, this lad is truly a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang, Shengqiang. I must tell you, we should implement his suggestions. I am certain they will elevate our hot pot restaurant's business to new heights. Look at your excitement. Having already been thrilled, Gao Shengqiang now feigned calmness. How could I not be excited? This young man is a veritable business prodigy. I now feel that our planning department is utterly inept. Why couldn't they come up with such ideas? Thus, it is evident that this young man has boundless potential ahead of him. Gao Shengqiang admired him immensely. Then why didn't you recruit him into our company? Lu Meizhen complained slightly. I did approach him initially, but he declined. Gao Xingqiang felt helpless. Who wouldn't want such a genius? He simply looked down on our company. Did you not introduce Mingming to him? These children are no longer young. Lu Meizhen was nearly desperate to have Yilin as her son-in-law. I already mentioned it. He doesn't fancy our daughter. He doesn't fancy Mingming. While he may have a promising future, is he not still a penniless lad? How could he possibly look down on my daughter? That seems rather arrogant. Lu Meizhen was infuriated. He never said he looked down on her. In fact, he praised Mingming quite a bit. Yet, did you not notice how he was quite close with that Lan Youyou during dinner? He already has someone in his heart. No matter how wonderful your daughter is, she cannot enter it. Now that you mention it, he was indeed exceptionally kind to Youyou. What a pity. The younger generation has their own fates. Do not let Yilin raise the bar for our future son-in-law. As long as Mingming likes him, that is sufficient as long as he is honest, devoted, handsome, intelligent, filial, and wealthy, avoiding vices like drinking and gambling. That will do. Lu Meizhen was momentarily speechless. The first statement seemed considerate of Mingming, while the latter suggested Mingming might as well be a nun for life. Meanwhile, Huang Bai returned home. Upon reaching the doorstep, he overheard his parents arguing. I say, Huang Jinlong, why are you blaming me for this? If not you, then who else? It was just a glass of wine. If he asked you to drink, why not comply? Why insult him? I am your wife. Do you expect me to accompany others for drinks? We are there to bid, not to offend anyone. He got drunk. Couldn't you just endure it? This project is nearing completion. Where will we go for the next one? We can't let all those people starve. Can we? But you know he was deliberately provoking me, remembering how I refused him before. Isn't he just after money? At worst, I can give him $1 million tomorrow, and your project won't be lost. Just then, Huang Bai pushed the door open. Hearing the commotion, both adjusted their demeanor quickly. Huang Jinlong smiled broadly. Our son is back. Wu Yanli chimed in. Sweet son, have you eaten yet? Huang Bai, with tear-filled eyes and reddened pupils, exclaimed, Dad, Mom, has someone bullied you? I will go beat him up right now. Silly son, who would dare bully your father? Huang Jinlong patted his chest, proudly displaying his large belly. You both are deceiving me. I just heard everything. Son, this is adult business. You needn't concern yourself. Wu Yanli reassured her son. Huang Bai pulled his parents onto the sofa, momentarily suppressing his anger, and excitedly said, Dad, Mom, you are worried because you can't find a project, right? Let me tell you something significant. The couple exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had so elated Huang Bai. Wiping away a tear, he grinned. I went to my classmate's house for dinner today. Just this? This trivial matter has made you so joyous? Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Do you know whose house it was? Son? Whose? Gao Mingming. Gao Mingming? The couple had no idea who she was, but the name sounded feminine. Could it be that their son was already in a romantic relationship? Is he so elated merely because he dined at a girl's house? Yes, her family lives on Shouxing Road, just a little past Xiangshan, in a villa with mountains and waters. It's splendid, Huang Bai explained. The family of Director Gao. Huang Jinlong was somewhat astonished. Wu Yanli, however, was oblivious to who Director Gao was, having passed by there often. Finding it unimpressive due to the high walls, the expressions of the father and son were exaggerated. What Director Gao? Wu Yanli inquired in Qingyuan. There are several directors with the surname Gao. It's Gao Shengqiang, the chairman of Shengqiang Group. Huang Jilong clarified. Wait, you mean to say you had dinner with Director Gao's daughter today? Wu Yanli was taken aback. Observing his parents' astonished expressions, Huang Bai thought, is it really that surprising? Yes, we are classmates and friends. I've been giving her rides to and from school lately. You two aren't dating, are you? Huang Jilong expressed concern. He knew well his son's character. Gao Shengqiang would certainly not look favorably upon him. If he found out his daughter was romantically involved with his son, it would not end well. With that formidable Gao Mingming, who would dare to pursue her? We are merely ordinary friends. Hearing this, Huang Jilong felt relieved. Wu Yanli suggested, Jilong, since our son has visited Director Gao's house, why not have him mention this to Director Gao? Mom, what should I say? Huang Bai was curious. Shengqiang Group is planning to set up a factory in Jiangcheng, and your father and I went to bid for it but were obstructed. They said if we paid him $1 million, the job would be ours. Why are you discussing this with the child? Huang Jilong was somewhat irritated. He did not want his son involved in such matters. Dad, I haven't finished. What I was going to say is that I had dinner at Gao Mengming's house today, and her father mentioned that they are planning to start a factory and asked if you were available for the job. What? Huang Jilong leaped to his feet. Son, is that for real? You aren't lying? Are you? Wu Yanli's face was equally incredulous. Huang Bai pulled out the business card Gao Shengqiang had given him on the way home. I swear I am telling the truth. This is the card Uncle Gao gave me. He said to contact him if you can take the work. Huang Jilong took the card, overjoyed at my precious son. You are truly a treasure to your parents. Wu Yanli was so excited she hugged her son tightly. Seeing his parents so pleased, Huang Bai finally broke into a smile. He was determined to uncover the reason behind their argument and find out who had wronged them. That person would surely face his wrath. Chapter 58. An unexpected contribution. A few days later, Huang Bai discovered the identity of the person who had extorted his parents. He confided in Yi Lin about his parents being bullied and sought his assistance. Brother Lin, this scoundrel has been holding a grudge since he pursued my mom and was rejected. Now he is trying to sabotage my parents and extort them for $1 million. I must teach him a lesson. Huang Bai was furious. Yi Lin admired this fiery spirit. Reflecting on their weekend trip to Jiangcheng, deciding to accompany Huang Bai in his quest for vengeance. When the weekend arrived, Yi Lin informed Lan Youyou that he would be going to Jiangcheng and advised her to rest well. Fortunately, Lan Youyou had developed a good rapport with Gao Mingming. She had no plans and stayed in the dormitory to tutor Gao Mingming in the evening. Yi Lin and Huang Bai took a bus to Jiangcheng, then hailed a taxi to Chaoyang Avenue in Jiangzhou District. They arrived outside a bar. Brother Lin, that guy comes here every night. Yi Lin was surprised and asked, how did you find out? I bribed a few young workers who used to work with my dad's construction team in Jiangcheng to gather intel for me. Huang Bai explained. The two sat on the curb, watching the crowd pass by. As night fell around 8 o'clock, a small, somewhat sleazy-looking man entered their line of sight. Huang Bai pulled out a photo for comparison. Brother Lin, that's the guy. When he comes out, is the bag ready? Yi Lin inquired. Huang Bai made an okay gesture. They waited outside for a full 3 hours until nearly midnight, when the man finally emerged, looking quite satisfied and staggering as if he had drunk quite a bit. Just a few steps down the street, Huang Bai swiftly wrapped a large bag around him, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Yi Lin found it odd that the man showed no signs of intoxication despite his apparent drunkenness. The beating continued. The man suddenly began to convulse on the ground. Bai, stop! Fearing for the man's life, Yi Lin quickly intervened. Seeing this, Huang Bai was alarmed. How could this guy be so fragile? It was just a couple of kicks. They pulled the bag open to find the man's eyes rolled back, foam coming from his mouth. Bai, call 120 quickly. Yi Lin was also frightened. Huang Bai hastily dialed for help. Soon, an ambulance arrived to take the man for emergency treatment. Since Huang Bai was the one who made the emergency call, they were obliged to accompany the ambulance to the hospital. Waiting outside the hospital room, Huang Bai was filled with regret. Brother Lin, do you think we might end up in jail? Yi Lin was also anxious. This guy really was fragile. They hadn't even hit him that hard. Just then, numerous police cars arrived outside the hospital, their flashing lights alarming Huang Bai. It's over. It's over. We're doomed. Yi Lin was puzzled. It was just a case of hitting someone, not like they were dealing with a notorious criminal. Why were there so many officers? And why were there SWAT vehicles? Brother Lin. Let us just take the blame and let them direct everything at me. Huang Bai resolved to shoulder all the responsibility. Bai, I don't think they're coming for us, as Yi Lin spoke. A group of police officers approached them. Brother Lin, they are definitely coming for us. Huang Bai was on the verge of tears. The closer the police got, the more frantic Huang Bai's heart raced. However, the officers completely ignored them and headed into the emergency room. Huang Bai let out a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, an officer emerged. It's over. It's over. That guy must be dead. Chun Sini, I'll marry you in my next life. Huang Bai lamented, consumed by despair. The officer approached them and asked, Young gentleman, where did you rescue that man? Yi Lin remained relatively calm and replied, Outside a bar on Chaoyang Avenue in Jiangzhou District. But I can't recall the name of the bar. Did he come from inside the bar? Yes. Do you remember the place? Yes. Then you need to take us there right away. With that, the officers ushered Yi Lin and Huang Bai into a SWAT vehicle. The moment they were taken away by the police was captured by Chen Jia, who happened to be at the hospital buying health products. He quickly snapped a few photos as he followed them from a distance. Following Yi Lin's directions, the police soon arrived at the bar. The neon sign of Tianren glowed brightly. The police quickly surrounded the bar. First team in position, complete. Second team in position, complete. Third team in position, complete. Inside the vehicle, the officer accompanying Yi Lin and Huang Bai received a message over the radio. Upon hearing it, he commanded, Move in. Not a single one can escape. During the police operation, Huang Bai confessed his involvement in the incident to the officer. Seeing Huang Bai take the blame, Yi Lin quickly added, I was involved too. If it ends up being serious, I'll share the responsibility. The officer chuckled and said, He took substances he shouldn't have. Overdosed and fell. No one hit him. You two are just good Samaritans who called 120 to help him. Huh? Huang Bai was shocked. That wasn't how it happened. Yi Lin slapped Huang Bai on the forehead. What are you talking about? The situation is exactly as the officer described. Huang Bai finally realized. Right. We saw him fall and went to help. You two have done a service to the country tonight. You look like students. Which school do you attend? Not wishing to hide anything, Yi Lin replied. We are students of Qingyuan County Qingyuan High School, officer. What exactly is going on? The officer took note. The hospital's doctors reported that the man had taken substances he shouldn't have. The police had recently caught many such individuals but had struggled to find out where they acquired them. If this bar is an illegal establishment, then you two have made a significant contribution. This isn't a secret, the officer informed them. Report to Blue Team. A large quantity of capsules and white powder has been found. All suspects are in custody. Over. Proceed with caution. Watch for any hidden rooms. Roger that. After half an hour of operations, people began to be led out of the bar, all wearing silver bracelets. An hour later, the operation concluded, and everyone was taken to the police station for questioning. To ensure the safety of Yi Lin and Huang Bai, Officer Lan did not allow them to be seen throughout the process, and after everything ended, he had them sent back to Qingyuan County. Before they left, Officer Lan even gave them a business card, saying to contact him if they encountered any difficulties. Back in Qingyuan County, stepping out of the police car, Huang Bai felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Brother Lin, I almost thought my life was over. Same here. Yi Lin echoed his sentiments, but upon reflection, it had been quite exhilarating. The next day, Yi Lin made another trip to Jiangcheng, visiting the 5 districts, Jiangzhou, Jiangnan, Jiangbei, Jiangdong, and Jiangxing New District, to rent shops. Running around everywhere, he deeply appreciated the importance of having a vehicle. Once he earned some money, his first purchase would be a reliable mode of transportation. After securing the stores, the next step was hiring staff. After printing posters, Yi Lin put them up in the convenience boards across each district, inviting interested individuals to add his QQ number. Having settled the matters, Yi Lin returned to Qingyuan County. He left the task of procuring equipment to Gao Shengqiang, as he had shares in that company. Initially, Gao Shengqiang could have handled everything directly, but since the venture was just starting, Yi Lin preferred to oversee the shop rentals and hiring himself. The following day, Qingyuan High School was abuzz with gossip. Photos of Yi Lin and Huang Bai being escorted by the police were plastered all over the school, with a blank space beneath each image. Alongside a bold headline, Qingyuan County's little bully Yi Lin was taken away by the police. Even SWAT units were dispatched. It seems he has stirred up quite the trouble. Chapter 59. Spreading rumors. Upon seeing these photographs, Yi Lin felt a sense of dread. What is happening? Who took these photos? What is the intention behind these words? Are these the vengeful actions of those substance abusers? Many of them are desperate individuals, sending chills down Yilin's spine. Before morning study, he hurried to the restroom to call Officer Lan. "Hello, who is this?" The officer sounded weary after 2 sleepless nights. "Officer Lan, hello, this is Yilin from Chun High School. The one who took you to the bar the other night that I remember. What is the matter? Has something happened?" Hearing Yilin's anxious tone, Officer Lan inquired. "Officer Lan, I feel we might be facing retaliation." Yilin recounted the situation. Officer Lan furrowed his brow. That shouldn't be the case. If they were truly retaliating, it would be absurd. Furthermore, he was certain that all suspects had been apprehended. Such danger should not exist. "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I will come to the school shortly to clarify things," Officer Lan assured, summoning a staff member and taking a banner he had prepared to Qingwen High School. During morning study, Lan Youyou was quick to summon Yilin and Huang Bai to her office. "What is going on here?" Lan Youyou pointed at the photos on her desk. "Teacher Lang, it's like this." Huang Bai began to explain the events of that night. Before he could finish, Yilin interrupted. "Bai, we can't say too much about this." Huang Bai quickly fell silent. Cold Yanqiu glared at Yelin with a fiery gaze. "Teacher Lang, we truly cannot discuss this matter. Officer Lan will be arriving at our school shortly, and he will provide you with an explanation." Noticing Cold Yanqiu's dark expression, Yelin added, "In any case, we haven't committed any wrongdoing. It's not as the photos suggest. We didn't cause any fatalities. If we had, would we still be able to return to school?" Upon hearing this, Cold Yanqiu found his reasoning compelling. If the situation were indeed as described in the photos, how could the police allow these 2 individuals to return? Since Yelin asserted that the police would come to explain, there was no need to overthink it. "You may return to class now. If you hear any rumors from your classmates, do not engage in conflict. Simply pretend you didn't hear them," Cold Yanqiu instructed. "Understood, teacher," Yelin and Huang Bai replied as they made their way back to the classroom. After their departure, Cold Yanqiu sought out Li Jianya to report the incident. Li Jianya then informed the principal. After hearing the details, Su Qifeng ordered Li Jianya to convene an emergency meeting immediately. Until the facts were established, students must not spread rumors, especially not to their parents. "Rumors can be deadly," he asserted. Soon, the school broadcast announced that all homeroom teachers should convene in the meeting room without delay. With 20 classes in a grade, and some classes having deputy homeroom teachers, nearly 100 teachers quickly filled the meeting room. Li Xingfeng stood beside Cold Yanqiu, seemingly relishing the drama, and remarked, "Teacher Long, your student Yelin is quite remarkable, isn't he? He has stirred up quite a scandal. Our school will surely gain notoriety." Cold Yanqiu felt a surge of anger. Was this the kind of comment a teacher should make? She retorted sharply, "Teacher Li, do you have any evidence to support your claim that my student has caused a fatality?" "Evidence? Aren't those photos plastered all over campus evidence enough? And you still defend him at this juncture?" Li Xingfeng's disdain for Yelin was palpable. "Can those photos truly serve as evidence? You are a teacher. Think critically. If Yelin had truly caused a fatality, would he be able to return to school unscathed?" Cold Yanqiu's contempt for this individual grew instantaneously. It was understandable to feel upset about a class ranking being usurped, but to malign a student over it was entirely unacceptable. It was baffling how someone like this could be entrusted with educating others. The other teachers found Cold Yanqiu's points valid. It was quite possible that the students were merely playing pranks. After all, Yelin had gained significant notoriety within the school, and it was only natural for some students to feel envious. Minutes later, Li Jianya and Su Qifeng entered the meeting room. Su Qifeng took a seat, holding up several photos, and addressed the microphone. "I won't waste time with unnecessary words. Many of you have likely seen these photos. The purpose of today's emergency meeting is to discuss this matter. How many of you believe this incident? Raise your hands so I can see." A sparse handful of teachers raised their hands, including Li Xingfeng. Seeing this, Su Qifeng scolded. "I find it utterly astonishing that those of you who raised your hands lack basic discernment. Have you not thought this through?" Cold Yanqiu stifled a laugh, while Li Xingfeng flushed with embarrassment, having raised her hand the highest. "Are you so easily swayed by others' words? Yelin is right here in school. I ask you, if he were a murderer, could he return to class without consequence? Could he remain in school?" A moment's reflection would reveal that this was undoubtedly a rumor. The police would arrive shortly to clarify the situation, but until then, we must adhere to a few directives. Please take out your notebooks. The following points must be strictly enforced. Once all teachers were prepared, Su Qifeng continued, "First, collect all the photos from the students. Second, Instruct your students not to spread rumors, especially outside the school, and certainly not to their parents. Third, those who spread falsehoods must come forward. Otherwise, there will be severe repercussions. The meeting adjourned, and all teachers returned to their respective classrooms to emphasize these matters. As the second class approached its midpoint, Officer Lan finally arrived at Qingyuan High School. Upon their arrival, Su Qifeng immediately approached to greet them. After some discussions, Su Qifeng was finally apprised of the entire situation and breathed a sigh of relief. During the morning assembly, the school held a flag-raising ceremony. Once it concluded, Lan took to the stage, holding up a photo. Students, I trust many of you have seen these photos. Many students nodded or responded affirmatively. I am the officer depicted in the photo, and I believe many of you have been misled by it. Thinking that students Yelin and Huangbai are murderers, I wish to clarify that the words on this photo are falsehoods. Both Yelin and Huang are upstanding youths who have acted heroically in our city. Just days ago, they assisted our police in solving a major case, though I cannot disclose the specifics. Lan instructed his accompanying staff to bring forth a banner. Initially, he had intended to prepare thoroughly before presenting an award to the two students, but due to the unexpected incident, he had to hastily come to clarify. Today, I shall present the banner to Yelin and Huang first. Further rewards will follow. Yelin, Huang, please come up to receive your award. Upon hearing Lan's words, Yelin and Huang stepped forward. As they reached the stage, Lan presented each of them with a banner. The banner bore the words heroic acts in golden cursive, with the issuing authority listed as the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau. Xiao Wu, take a photograph, Lan instructed. Yelin and Huang stood beside Lan, holding their banners. You may step down now, he said after the photo was taken. Once they descended, Lan spoke sternly. I do not understand the motives of the student who spread these rumors. However, I expect that by today, you will personally go to the principal's office to confess. Otherwise, you will face severe consequences that could impact your academic record or even lead to imprisonment. Do not presume we cannot trace this back to you. We can easily determine the angle and time of the photo, as well as the printing location. We can apprehend you quite readily. The implications of our findings will differ drastically from your confession. After this, Lan returned the microphone to the school officials. Su Qifeng stepped forward, visibly upset, and stated, this situation is of a particularly grave nature. I expect the student responsible for this to come to my office today. If they confess, they may receive leniency. Furthermore, the rumors must cease immediately across the school, or similar consequences will ensue. I encourage all of you to take a page from Yelin's book. He not only presents himself admirably, but is also dedicated to his studies and has shown remarkable progress, now recognized as a heroic youth. With misunderstandings resolved and a few words of admonition, the principal announced the meeting adjourned. As students departed, many voiced their support for Yelin. Although they may not have favored him previously, that was in the past. The current Yelin had transformed, becoming quite admirable, and thus few harbored any dislike. Rather, most admired him and viewed him as an idol or role model. To tarnish Yelin's reputation was to sully the name of Qingyuan High School, which they would not tolerate. Moreover, using such despicable means to defame another was utterly contemptible. Consequently, throughout the day, students speculated about the identity of the rumor monger, vowing to confront them if discovered. After spending a day in Jiangxing, Lan received a call from the principal stating that no one had come forward to confess, which left him somewhat irate. Then we shall investigate and bring the culprit to justice. Such behavior is inexcusable. If any criminals are at large and see this photo, what if they seek retribution against these students? Thankfully, all those individuals have been apprehended. Otherwise, Yelin and Huang would be in constant peril. Chapter 60. The Hidden Hand. The following day, Lan traced the angle of the photograph to the location where it was taken and subsequently reviewed surveillance footage from the hospital. He quickly identified the individual who had taken the photo. After clarifying the purchase records at the hospital, Lan learned that the young man's name was Chen Jie. Knowing who had taken the photo, he returned to the police station to retrieve Chen Jie's personal information. Before approaching Chen Jie, Lan first contacted Yelin to inquire about the situation. When school let out, Lan called Yelin. Yelin, we have identified the person who took the photo. His name is Chen Jie. Do you have any conflicts with him? On the other end of the line, Yelin thought for a moment and realized he had never heard of this person, nor did he have any recollection of him whatsoever. Officer Lan, I don't know this person. You don't know him? Lan was puzzled. If they didn't know each other, what could Chen Jie's motive be? I truly don't know him. I have no memory of him at all, Yelin reiterated. Very well, I will investigate this further. It shouldn't take long to resolve, Lan replied before hanging up. It seemed that only by locating Chen Jie could the truth behind this incident be uncovered. Given that Chen Jie was a student, Lan preferred not to take him into custody, as it would reflect poorly on him. Despite his annoyance, he sent Chen Jie a message, urging him to come to the police station to confess. After school, Chen Jie invited Shan Bingrong to dinner. Initially, Shan Bingrong was reluctant to go, but Chen Jie claimed he had a significant secret to share with her. Intrigued by Chen Jie's excited demeanor, she agreed to join him. As Shan Bingrong's close friend, Wang Qingya also accompanied them. The trio arrived at a hot pot restaurant, where Shan Bingrong and Wang Qingya ordered several expensive dishes, knowing that a generous spender would cover the bill. Once the food arrived, the three began to cook and eat. Chen Jie, brimming with excitement, declared, "Bingrong, I have avenged you." "Avenge me?" Shin Bingrong was taken aback. "You remember that guy from half a month ago, the one at the zoo with the ugly girl? Lan Youyou? The handsome guy?" Chen Jie explained. Shin Bingrong had indeed remembered that striking face, often recalling it over the past month. She even dreamt of being in a relationship with him. Since encountering Yellen, her heart had fluttered. He was her dream partner. Hearing that Chen Jie's revenge involved Yellen, Shin Bingrong felt a twinge of worry and asked anxiously, "Chen Jie, what did you do to him?" "Bingrong, don't get worked up. Let me explain everything," Chen Jie reassured her. He recounted how he had captured the moment Yellen was taken away by the police at the hospital, and how he printed hundreds of photos and infiltrated Qingwen High School to plaster them everywhere, even leaving a message on the photos. Shin Bingrong was left in shock. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, "Chen Jie, did he really kill someone? Do you have any evidence?" "No evidence. But if he hadn't committed a crime, why would the police take him away? I looked into it. He was a notorious bully at Qingyuan County, causing havoc everywhere. But for some reason, after Lan Youyou transferred there, he became a model student. I suspect it's all an act. He has likely come to Jiangqing to fight and ended up sending someone to the hospital. With special police involved, it's clear something serious must have happened." Chen Jie concluded confidently. "Chen Jie, that's just your speculation. Without evidence, how can you indiscriminately accuse someone of a crime?" Shin Bingrong countered. "Bingrong, I'm not making this up. I witnessed it myself. Even if he hasn't committed a crime, these photos will certainly humiliate him. He bullied you, and I simply wanted to help you get back at him. I imagine he is currently anxious and overwhelmed by the backlash," Chen Jie said, grinning with satisfaction. Wang Qingya chimed in, praising, "Chen Jie, well done. Let them see that we're not to be trifled with." Hearing Wang Qingya's words, Shan Bingrong recalled her own fortune being snatched away and became upset that Yellen, upon seeing her, had remained indifferent and chose to protect the ugly girl instead. Even if Chen Jie's actions were unjustifiable, she found herself siding with him. Just then, Chen Jie's phone buzzed with a text notification. He opened it to read, "Chen Jie, you are now suspected of committing a crime. Please report to Jiangqing Public Security Bureau immediately to confess and accept investigation, or face arrest. Lan Hao, Jiangqing Public Security Bureau." After reading it, Chen Jie cursed. Who is so bored to pull such a prank? What is wrong? Wang Qingya asked curiously. Chen Jie tossed his phone onto the table. "Look at this. They're saying I've committed a crime. Ridiculous, right? This is clearly a prank, probably from that team of school athletes trying to lure me to the police station and record me for laughs." Shin Bingrong felt that this didn't seem like a joke and suggested, "Chen Jie, what if that text is real?" "No way. Don't you know that the emergency number is 110? What police station would use a personal number to send messages to the public? Besides, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm completely innocent. I have nothing to fear," Chen Jie replied confidently. Nevertheless, he swiftly pondered if there was anything illegal he had recently done. He had secretly taken a look at the DVDs his father hid in the wardrobe. But surely that wasn't a crime. Chen Jie genuinely couldn't recall doing anything criminal lately. Given that he hadn't committed any wrongdoing, he was convinced that someone was deliberately setting him up. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became of his assessment. Even though he wasn't particularly fond of Chen Jie, Shin Bingrong didn't want him to get into trouble. "Haven't done anything wrong. But didn't you just say you spread rumors about Yellen being a murderer at Qingyuan High School? Could that be the reason? Impossible. Such a trivial matter couldn't possibly be illegal. What crime could it be? This is clearly a falsehood. I've heard there are many scam texts circulating recently. This must be one of those, just a random accusation to extort money from me." Wang Qingya chimed in. "Exactly. I've seen news about such scams too," she added, "so there's no need to worry." just continue eating and drinking. If I were truly guilty of a crime, the police would have come to arrest me long ago. Why would they send a text in advance, giving me a chance to escape? Chunjie concluded, taking a bite of beef. Hearing his reasoning, the two girls began to reconsider. Why the next morning, when no one had come to arrest him, Chunjie felt even more convinced that the message was a scam. Chapter 61. Money talks. Upon arriving at the police station, Lan did not take Chunjie to the interrogation room. Instead, he escorted him to his office. With a mix of anger and frustration, Lan asked, "Why didn't you come to the police station voluntarily to clarify the situation? Or did you not receive the text?" Chunjie replied, "I received the text, but I thought it was a scam." Lan was at a loss for words, yet he understood. Such scam texts had become quite common. "Do you know what you've done?" Lan pressed. "Officer, I truly don't know. I haven't done anything wrong recently," Chunjie insisted, genuinely baffled as to why he was here. "You don't know? Very well, let me enlighten you. On the evening of October 11th, just a few days ago, you took photos at the hospital, correct?" Chunjie hesitated, unwilling to lie. "I took a few pictures, officer, but is taking pictures a crime? The legality of taking photographs hinges upon the content captured. I have since deleted all the photos. Now, may I return? Regardless, I have already found Yilin to be quite distasteful, and whether those photos remain or not is of no consequence to Chunjie. Child, your thoughts are overly simplistic. There is no need for such superfluous discourse. Simply answer my questions." Lan Hao's demeanor instilled a sense of unease in Chunjie. "After taking the photos, what did you do with them?" "I did nothing. I merely returned home to sleep after taking the pictures." Chunjie dared not admit his visit to the printing shop, let alone confess to having repulsed Yilin at Qingwen Middle School. He now realized that this matter might be quite serious. "It would be wise for you to be honest. I already know the details, and a candid confession could result in leniency." "Officer, I assure you that I am speaking the truth." Chunjie delivered this statement with palpable trepidation. "The truth is not determined by your words alone. If you do not confess, we are well aware of the sequence of events. You took the photos, went to the printing shop, and then to Qingyuan Middle School. As for what transpired, you are fully aware. Defaming another constitutes the crime of defamation, which can result in imprisonment for up to 3 years. If convicted, your future will be irrevocably altered. With a criminal record, no university will accept you, and your prospects for any public office will vanish. Your downfall will not only affect you but will also have repercussions for generations to come." Observing Chunjie's anxious demeanor, Lan Hao concluded that this individual was indeed responsible for the incident and intentionally spoke to instill fear. Of course, this was not merely a tactic of intimidation. If Yilin does not show understanding, a 3-year sentence is entirely plausible. Lan Hao now comprehended why no one at Qingyuan Middle School would admit to the incident. It appeared that the perpetrator was not a student of that institution. Chunjie had not anticipated the severity of the situation, discovering the existence of the crime of defamation. He had always believed that his actions would go unnoticed, and even if discovered, a simple apology would suffice. The police were already aware of the situation, leaving Chunjie no room to argue. He had no desire to face imprisonment, for that would spell the end of any future with Shan Bingrong. He recounted the entire sequence of events to Lan Hao. Lan Hao, perplexed, inquired about Chunjie's motivations for his actions. Chunjie then recounted the events of 2 weeks prior at the zoo. In a final plea, he said, "Officer, I truly realize my mistake. I am willing to apologize to Yilin. I do not wish to go to prison. Some actions bear consequences, and whether you face imprisonment is not within your control. Furthermore, Yilin has been recognized by the municipal police for his bravery, while you have spread rumors that this commendable individual is a criminal. Have you considered the ramifications of such slander if it were to spread throughout the county, the city, or even the nation? Additionally, regarding the incident at the zoo, the other party committed no wrongdoing, their only fault being that they struck first, which was provoked by your insults. Bring your parents here. I will propose a solution. As for whether you will serve time, that depends on Yilin's disposition." At this moment, Chunjie was filled with regret, engulfed by fear. He contacted his parents with trembling voice, imploring them to come to the police station to rescue him. Upon hearing that their son had been detained, Chen Changsho and He Alian rushed over. Upon arriving at the police station and learning the full story, Chen Changsho felt a surge of anger, wishing to chastise Chunjie severely. He Alian quickly interjected, "Officer, my son cannot go to prison. He is young and has limitless potential. Imprisonment would ruin him." She spoke. She thrust a bulging envelope into Lan Hao's hands. Lan Hao, incensed, hurled it to the ground, exclaiming, Is this how you test a civil servant? What civil servant can withstand such a test? Are you insulting me? He gestured toward his badge, declaring, I am a people's police officer, serving the public. Do you believe I would hesitate to arrest all of you? Chen Changsho, frightened, hastily retrieved the envelope, then turned to He Ailian, berating her. What were you thinking? Why would you insult him with such a gesture? After scolding He Ailian, Chen Changsho turned to Lan Hao with a conciliatory demeanor, saying, Officer, please calm down. My wife is simply desperate. We have only this one son, and he cannot go to prison. Please help us find a solution. Lan Hao replied, Your pleas are of little use. If you want to prevent your son from going to prison, you must seek forgiveness from others. I suggest you publicly apologize to Yi Lin in front of the entire school to clear up any misunderstandings. Afterward, arrange a private meeting with Yi Lin to settle the matter. If he does not press charges, your son will not face imprisonment. Apologizing in front of the entire school posed a challenge for Chen Changsho, who asked, Officer, can't we apologize privately? Must it be in front of the whole school? Having committed such a shameless act, he still wished to bargain. Lan Hao retorted, When your son spread those rumors, was it done privately? Instead of considering how to seek forgiveness, you are attempting to negotiate. Consider this. If your son were the one being slandered, would you accept such insincere apologies? It is quite laughable. Realizing his folly, Chen Changsho pleaded, Officer, could you help us negotiate a private settlement with Yi Lin? We are willing to pay whatever amount he desires, as long as he agrees to settle. We will be sure to express our gratitude to you afterward. Chen Changsho thought that if the police intervened, Yi Lin would surely accept. If he refused, it would reflect poorly on him, and the police would undoubtedly take action. Lan Hao, frustrated, replied, I'm sorry, but this is beyond my assistance. If we, the police, intervene, it ceases to be a private matter. It then becomes a public issue. Your son has defamed someone, and we have irrefutable evidence. We will arrest him and pursue a conviction. Therefore, do not expect us to resolve this for you. Whether or not you reach a private settlement is your concern, while our duty is to enforce the law. With Lan Hao's firm stance, the Chen family was left with no choice but to concede and depart the police station. Lan Hao did not detain Chen Jie, as Yi Lin had not pressed charges. He merely summoned Chen Jie for questioning. However, should the family fail to apologize, Lan Hao would contact Yi Lin to encourage him to file a lawsuit. The actions of this family had truly angered him. Later that day, Lan Hao was called into the chief's office. Officer Wang, is there something you need? He inquired upon entering. Little Lan, you are handling the case involving the student Yi Lin, who has been defamed, correct? Yes. Your stubbornness is becoming problematic. That family has reached out to the mayor, who just contacted me, requesting our assistance in facilitating a settlement. Lan Hao was displeased and replied, Why should we? I cannot condone Chen Jie's reckless behavior. If we fail to address this properly, what if those photos circulate? The consequences could be dire, and Yi Lin may become a target for retaliation from those involved with drugs. Frankly, I believe Chen Jie deserves to face the consequences. I would rather see Yi Lin sue him and see him imprisoned. I can hardly stand individuals who refuse to take responsibility. Enough. Once you leave my office, do not speak of this again. Chen Changsho has stated that if his son is imprisoned, he will withdraw all investments from Jiangxing, relocating all his enterprises. The mayor is aware of Yi Lin's situation, but for the sake of Jiangxing's development, we cannot allow that to happen. Understand that if the Chen family leaves, many citizens will lose their jobs, and tax revenue will plummet, which is detrimental to the city's progress. But do not worry. They will handle the apology and negotiations themselves, and if they cannot reach an agreement, we will step in to mediate. Lan Hao, still frustrated, muttered, It's incredible how wealth grants one such power, even over the mayor. Money can move mountains, let alone people. You would do well to keep your comments to yourself and follow orders. Understood. Lan Hao stormed out of the chief's office, seething with anger. By Friday, Chen Changsho brought some gifts, and the family, accompanied by Lan Hao, arrived at Qingyuan Middle School. Once at the school, Lan Hao explained the situation to the principal and allowed the family to enter. Chen Changsho intended to confront Yi Lin directly for a private settlement, having no intention of following Lan Hao's suggestion to apologize publicly. Soon, Yi Lin was called to the principal's office. Having heard Lan Hao's explanation of the events, Yi Lin understood that this family was there to make amends. As soon as Yi Lin entered, Chen Changsho pushed Chen Jie forward to apologize. Brother, I am truly sorry for the unfounded rumors I spread about you a few days ago. It was my mistake. I did not intend for this to happen. Please forgive me. Chen Jie bowed in apology, Who do you think you are calling brother? If it was unintentional, then it was intentional. Yi Lin's fiery response took Chen Jia back. Observing Yi Lin's anger, Chen Changsho interjected, adopting a condescending tone. Young man, let us not hold grudges. My son has already apologized. Surely you can overlook this, and we have brought a token of goodwill. He produced a pile of gifts from behind the coffee table. He Ailian also produced a bulging envelope from her bag. This contains 10,000 yuan as compensation for your defamation. Let us consider this matter settled. Yi Lin did not accept the envelope. Scoffing, is this your notion of sincerity? Noticing Yi Lin's dissatisfaction, Chen Changsho insisted, young man, this is a substantial amount. I'm sorry, but I have no need for money. What is it that you desire? Chen Changsho pressed. As long as it is not an exorbitant sum, I would not mind spending a little. I desire nothing. Let the law determine the consequences of your son's actions. What benefit do you gain from this? Would it not be better to accept these gifts? To receive such compensation for a few unkind words is quite a bargain. Team my age, I have little to gain from such things, yet I find joy in it. If all is well, I shall return to my studies. With that, Yi Lin turned to leave. His words left Chen Changsho's family seething with indignation. As long as you do not pursue this matter further, I will add another 10,000. Chen Changsho stated. Realizing that Yi Lin was willing to negotiate, he continued, is your son's future worth merely 20,000? With Yi Lin's willingness to discuss terms, Chen Changsho felt a sigh of relief. It seemed that financial compensation would suffice. How much do you want? A public apology in front of the entire school and compensation of 200,000. And I will no longer pursue this matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Jia's demeanor shifted. He no longer felt the need to be submissive and retorted, are you out of your mind, asking for so much? Yi Lin smiled. I am indeed quite fond of money. You are free to decline and face imprisonment instead. During his entrepreneurial endeavors, he had faced some financial difficulties, and with a potential windfall before him, he felt inclined to take full advantage. Furthermore, he wanted to help Lan Youyou reclaim her dignity. The Chen family was wealthy, and Yi Lin believed they would be willing to pay. 20,000 is out of the question. Young man, you are asking far too much. If this escalates, you might not necessarily emerge victorious. After all, your son initiated the physical altercation with mine, and only afterward did he spread rumors. Our legal department is not to be underestimated. I advise you to know when to back down. Chen Changsho threatened. Yi Lin remained unfazed, recognizing that Chen Changsho was not scaring a child. Very well, if that is your stance, then we need not continue discussions. I should have mentioned, your son has been bullying a girl named Lan Youyou at Jiangqing No. 1 High School. We will consider that matter as well. Chen Changsho was taken aback. He had merely intended to negotiate but did not expect Yi Lin to leave so resolutely. Officer Lan, please speak to him on our behalf and let him know that we will consider the financial aspect and ask him to remain calm. Chen Changsho implored Lan Hao in a panic. Lan Hao found the situation amusing, but in order to fulfill his duties, he relayed Yi Lin's message. After Lan Hao left, only the Chen family remained in the office. Chen Changsho glared at Chen Jia, seething with rage. You have been bullying others at school? Chen Jia stammered, unable to respond. The evidence was mounting against him. Chen Changsho, furious, kicked him. I should have thrown you against the wall from the start. What kind of child are you? I went at great lengths to place you in the best school in the city, and you choose to behave like a thug. Subsequently, within the office, Chen Changsho delivered a thorough lecture to Chen Jia, filled with anger and despair. Outside, Lan Hao caught up with Yi Lin. Yi Lin, please do not rush off. They have expressed a willingness to consider your terms. Yi Lin paused. Officer Lan, thank you for your concern regarding this matter. I appreciate your efforts. It is no trouble. It is my duty. Yi Lin, I believe it would be prudent for you to reach an understanding with the Chen family. If this escalates, it may not bode well for you. How so? Yi Lin asked. To be frank, if you do not settle with them, the Chen family will relocate all their businesses from Jiangqing, resulting in numerous layoffs. This situation is not favorable for you. But why should that concern me? Have you considered that if they can threaten us to resolve this matter, they can also threaten others to cause you trouble? The Chen family wields significant influence, and this could adversely affect your future. Wealthy individuals often care about their reputations. I suggest you take a step back. Perhaps forego the public apology and instead negotiate for a few extra thousand in compensation. After all, the rumors have already been contained, and the impact on you is not yet significant. Lan Hao reflected on the potential consequences of Chen Changsho leveraging his connections against Yi Lin, urging him to de-escalate the situation. Thank you for your counsel, but I have already crossed that line. There is no need for me to retreat any further. The compensation is not solely for me. It amounts to 200,000, 50,000 for my mental distress, 50,000 for my classmate Huang Bai, and 100,000 for the bullied Lan Youyou. This is entirely reasonable. Rest assured, I have verified that this sum is a mere drop in the bucket for the Chen family, and they will likely be willing to settle, even if they hesitate to apologize publicly. Yilin remained unyielding, knowing that in this day and age, there are countless individuals who exploit their influence. Although Chen Changsho currently holds power, it would not be long before stricter regulations were enforced, rendering monetary influence ineffective. He chuckled at the thought of Chen Changsho's threats to relocate his businesses. Will he truly follow through? The losses incurred from breaking leases, the loss of talent, and the costs associated with relocating and retraining employees would be immense. All this effort merely to protect a high school student? That is simply not feasible. Yilin understood that he did not carry enough weight in this scenario. The government would not be swayed by Chen Changsho's threats. They were merely offering him some face-saving measures. Should the situation escalate, they would be quick to respond. Yilin declared confidently, "Officer Lan, please inform them that I will wait for 10 minutes. If they are unwilling to proceed, all negotiations are off, and I will file a lawsuit immediately." Chapter 63. Reaching an understanding, Lan Hao entered the office, relaying Yilin's message. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsho grew anxious. The earlier confrontation had been intense, and Yilin might genuinely file a lawsuit. The prospect of his son serving a 10-year sentence was not out of the question. Chen Changsho was unwilling to jeopardize his son's future over a mere 200,000. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he agreed to Yilin's terms. Lan Hao returned to inform Yilin that Chen Changsho had acquiesced and suggested they reconvene for further discussion. Yilin re-entered, asking, "What else do you wish to discuss? I will add an additional 50,000, and we can forego the public apology. How does that sound?" Chen Changsho proposed. Yilin replied, "That does not sound acceptable. This matter must be addressed appropriately. If you lack the sincerity to apologize, how can I find it in myself to forgive? This 200,000 is merely a lesson for your son. May he remember it for the future. Very well, I shall apologize, but surely a letter of understanding must be signed." "That's agreeable." Yilin has no objections. According to Officer Lan, this 20,000 consists of 5,000 for you, and the remaining 15,000 belongs to your two classmates. Thus, the letter of understanding requires all 3 signatures. No problem at all. Yilin is even more amenable. If we do not sign, it remains unclear how the money could be handed over to Lan Youyou, as she would only accept it then. In Yilin's view, this sum is precisely what Lan Youyou needs most. It is rightfully hers. When such an opportunity arises, it must be reclaimed, for one must not allow oneself to be bullied without cause. Yilin calls over Huang Bai and Lan Youyou. Huang Bai, upon hearing the news, is overjoyed, never expecting to receive such a sum without enduring much scorn. Originally, the ire was directed at Yilin, who has become quite notorious lately, a prime target for criticism. Huang Bai is merely regarded as an accomplice, with little blame directed his way. However, Lan Youyou hesitates to accept the money. She is fearful of retaliation. Yilin points at Lan Youyou and remarks, "See how your son has frightened her. If Lan Youyou is unwilling to forgive your son, I am prepared to accompany her in filing a lawsuit." Chen Changsho observes the petite girl regarding his son as if he were a tiger, prompting him to kick Chen Jia again. "Little girl, you can rest assured in taking this money. It is a voluntary compensation for the mistakes made by my son, and I assure you, no one will trouble you once you accept it." Chen Jia realizes the importance of seeking Lan Youyou's forgiveness and hastily begs, "Lan Youyou, I was wrong. I should never have bullied you. I implore you to forgive me. This money is a voluntary compensation for your emotional distress, and I promise never to trouble you again." Seizing the moment, Yilin urges her, "Little Duya, he truly understands his mistake. Please forgive him. This money can aid your mother's treatment, and with me here, they won't dare to bother you again." Upon hearing Yilin's words and recalling her mother, Lan Youyou cautiously replies, "Chen Jia, I forgive you." Chen Jia expresses his gratitude, Thank you. Let us hurry and sign the letter of understanding." Yilin interjects, "We shall sign after you apologize in front of the entire school." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsho's family has no choice but to comply. During the intermission, after the entire school has completed their exercises, they gather together. Li Jianya takes the stage first to emphasize discipline and safety measures for the weekend. Subsequently, Su Qifeng steps up. "Students, An unfortunate incident occurred this week. Rumors have circulated that someone at our school is a murderer and was taken away by the police. The source of this rumor has been identified, and he will now apologize to Yilin in front of the entire school. Chunjie, please come forth. Chunjie, feeling utterly ashamed, has no choice but to step up. Grasping the microphone, he lowers his head to apologize. Good morning, fellow students and teachers. My name is Chunjie. Due to a conflict with Yilin, I happened to witness him being taken away by the police and recorded it, subsequently printing and posting it at your school, fabricating stories that he is a murderer. My ignorance has caused significant harm to both Yilin and Huangbai. I sincerely apologize to both of them. With that, Chunjie bows deeply. You may step down now. Su Qifeng takes the microphone. Fortunately, this incident did not lead to severe consequences. Yilin has already forgiven him. I hope everyone remembers this event, refraining from believing or spreading rumors. Yilin and Huangbai were both misunderstood, and I implore you not to further disseminate this matter. Those photos circulating with the rumors, if any students still have them hidden away, please hand them over to a teacher or destroy them immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. With the apologies concluded, the matter is finally resolved. The last step is to sign the letter of understanding. As all three are students and unable to transfer funds, in the afternoon, Chun Changxiu retrieves 20,000 in cash for compensation. Witnessed by Lan Hao, they sign the documents, and thus the grievances are settled. Upon returning home that evening, Qian Jie kneels at the doorstep, his face bruised and battered. Before him lie 3 copies of the letter of understanding. Because of that scoundrel, 200,000 has been lost without reason. Infuriating Chen Changxiu, he does not lament the money. Rather, he wishes for Chunjie to learn a lesson. Yilin's words ring true. Spending 200,000 to teach his son a lesson. If this sum indeed instills lasting wisdom in Chen Changxiu would not consider it a loss. During the weekend, Huangbai's parents finally return home, their faces beaming with joy. After a week in Jiangcheng, they have managed to secure a contract with Shengqiang Group. The new factory district will be entirely constructed by them. What brings them even greater happiness is the news that the person who attempted to extort 100,000 from them has been arrested. It turns out he is an addict. Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli understand why this individual would abuse his power. Upon seeing his parents return, Huangbai wears a proud smile. He quickly retrieves a banner and 50,000 yuan, recounting the events of the past few days. Upon hearing their son's story, both parents' eyelids twitch. It seems that the arrest of that man was entirely due to their son. Thankfully, Huangbai is unharmed, and they breathe a sigh of relief, advising him not to engage in such risky behavior again. In the past, at such a moment, Huangbai would have been in serious trouble. However, recently he has not only brought significant projects to the family, but has also been recognized for his bravery, prompting Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli to let him off the hook. Upon realizing that the compensation was provided by Chun Changxiu, Huang Jinlong hastily insists on returning it. Return it? What for? My son has been wronged, and compensation is only right. Wu Yanli believes it unnecessary. The Chun family is a leading enterprise in Jiangcheng with numerous connections. Accepting this money would jeopardize our standing in this place. Huang Jinlong responds, You have a point, but I feel it is unfair for our son to be wronged and not accept compensation. At this moment, Huangbai interjects, Dad, Yilin anticipated your reaction. He asked me to convey a message. Yilin said that Chun Changxiu is currently quite agitated, and if you approach him now, you will merely become his outlet for frustration. Furthermore, if you refuse this money, he may perceive it as an attempt to use this incident as leverage against him. Huang Jinlong is taken aback. This statement holds true. Did Yilin truly say this? How could someone so young possess such insightful reasoning? However, upon reflection, this could not have been a thought of his own son. Did Yilin genuinely say this? Huang Jinlong seeks confirmation. Huangbai nods. This newfound perspective causes Huang Jinlong to regard Yilin with newfound respect, prompting him to ask Huangbai to share more about this remarkable individual. Once he starts, Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli are left in utter astonishment. From a small-time delinquent to an exemplary student, he has even opened a thriving bubble tea shop. Most significantly, while transforming himself, he has also motivated Huangbai to study and enforced a weight loss regimen upon him. Huang Jinlong realizes, no wonder his son appears to have lost weight. The couple decides they should express their gratitude to Yilin someday. Chapter 64. Visiting her home on Saturday morning, Yilin accompanies Lan Youyou on a bus back to her home in Daling Village, Shoshui Township, Qingyuan County, situated over 100 kilometers from the county seat. In a rather remote area, the mountain roads are winding and treacherous, and the uneven terrain causes Lan Youyou to suffer from severe motion sickness, leading her to vomit repeatedly. Fortunately, Yilin is there to care for her. After a 4-hour journey, they finally arrive at Xiushui Township. The roads are indeed challenging. Upon disembarking, Yilin finds himself unable to hold back his own nausea. Thankfully, the lack of industrial pollution means the air here is remarkably fresh. Taking deep breaths of the crisp air, Yilin feels considerably more at ease. From Xiushui Township to Daling Village, there remains another 5 to 6 kilometers of mountainous road. Prior to their return, Lan Youyou had already informed her father of her homecoming. Thus, early in the morning, Lan Fugui hurriedly drove the ox cart to the village entrance to await her arrival. Spotting her father in the distance, Lan Youyou eagerly runs towards him, exclaiming, "Dad!" Upon seeing his daughter, Lan Fugui's face lights up with satisfaction. "Dad, is your leg feeling better?" Lan Youyou inquires with concern. "It's fine now. I can work on my feet again." Lan Fugui feigns strength. However, Lan Youyou notices the wooden cane resting on the ox cart and retorts, "Dad, you're lying." "How could I ever lie to you? I assure you, I am nearly healed," he insists. Lan Fugui has always worried about his daughter not having enough to eat or wear. Seeing her now looking much healthier brings him some comfort. It seems Yanxiu has been taking good care of her, and Lan Fugui feels grateful to At this moment. Yilin approaches the two. Lan Youyou introduces him. "Dad, this is my deskmate Yilin, my best friend, who has always looked after and helped me at school." "Hello, uncle, I am Yilin." Teacher Long was concerned about Youyou traveling home alone, so she asked me to accompany her. "I hope you don't mind." Yilin explains to As Long as he mentions Teacher Long. Lan Youyou's parents are likely to have no reservations about him. "Not at all, not at all. Thank you for taking care of Youyou." "Let us head home," Lan Fugui replies, releasing the ox and harnessing the cart as the three set off towards the village. Along the way, motorcycles occasionally zoom past, raising clouds of dust on the muddy road. "Why, Yilin, this is how rural life is. I hope you don't find it unappealing," Lan Fugui says. "Uncle Lan, I wouldn't dream of finding it unappealing. On the contrary, I find it quite fascinating. There's no urban clamor here, just the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. The air is so refreshing. I genuinely like it here, if given the chance." "I would love to live here," Yilin replies. Lan Fugui beams, "That's wonderful. If you enjoy it here, you're welcome to come often." Youyou has had very few friends growing up and has often been bullied. "Our family's circumstances are modest, so it's rare for someone like you to not disdain her and choose to befriend her. Whenever you visit, my brother will gladly provide a feast." "Uncle Lan, you flatter me. How could I ever disdain you? It is my honor to know Youyou. She has taught me so much and has greatly improved my studies," Yilin responds, causing a proud smile to spread across Lan Fugui's face. His daughter indeed performs well academically, yet he cannot fathom why her grades have plummeted since high school. After an hour of light-hearted conversation, they finally arrive at the village, covered in a thick layer of dust. Most houses in Daling Village are built on stilts, with livestock below and families living above, and of course, a few wealthier families have constructed small Western-style houses. Even if they do not possess a Western-style home, their stilt houses are still quite aesthetically pleasing. However, Lan Youyou's home appears quite dilapidated. The lower level is made from yellow clay walls, while the upper level's wooden boards are darkened by smoke. This house has stood for nearly a century. The roof is not tiled but instead covered with tree bark, which leaks water when it rains due to years of neglect. "Why, Yilin, this is our home. Let us eat first and take a break. Later, I'll find a better place for you to stay," Lan Fugui states, knowing that Yilin is from the city and planning to ask relatives for a favor so that Yilin can stay the night. Though Yilin is indeed a city dweller, he is not finicky. He cheerfully replies, "Uncle Lan, please treat me as family. There is no need to go out of your way for me. I can endure any hardship." At that moment, Lan Youyou's mother, Chung Tao, hears the commotion and hurriedly descends from the house to welcome them. "Is Youyou home?" she inquires, struggling down the stairs. "Mom?" Lan Youyou rushes to support her mother. Why? Yilin glances at Chung Tao. Lan Youyou's mother must have been quite beautiful in her youth, yet now her face bears the marks of fatigue, a testament to the passage of time. Suddenly, several large yellow dogs come bounding down the stairs. One of them, upon spotting Lan Youyou, eagerly wags its tail, appearing quite excited, indicating a close bond between them. "Big Yellow, I'm back!" Lan Youyou exclaims, crouching down to pet the dog's head as it squints its eyes in contentment. Once inside, after a round of introductions, Cheng Tao comes to know Yilin. To celebrate Lan Youyou's return, Lan Fugui intentionally slaughters a large rooster. The preparation is quite simple. After cleaning the chicken, it is boiled directly. Once cooked, the chicken is removed, and vegetables are boiled in the broth. A platter of chicken, a bowl of chicken soup with vegetables, and a serving of dipping sauce make for a simple yet hearty meal. In Lan Fugui's household, this is considered a feast. Typically, they would simply boil vegetables in salted water, and that would suffice for a meal. The four sit around the table to eat. Cheng Tao expresses her gratitude to Yilin for taking care of her daughter by placing a large chicken leg on his plate, then adding another for Lan Youyou. "Thank you, Auntie, but I'm not fond of chicken legs," Yilin politely declines, returning the leg. Lan Youyou, puzzled, remarks, "But Yilin, don't you love chicken legs? If you lie like that, you'll have no children in the future." This. Yilin finds himself both amused and exasperated. Both Lan Fugui and Cheng Tao are taken aback, wondering when their daughter learned to speak so bluntly. Cheng Tao, annoyed, scolds, "Youyou, why are you speaking so rudely? Who taught you such words?" Yilin said it. Youyou responds. Why Yilin feels embarrassed, pondering whether he might face consequences. Racking his brain for a justification, he quickly explains, "Uncle and Auntie, Youyou doesn't eat well at school. She often lies about having eaten, so I said that I haven't." Lan Youyou retorts boldly in front of her family, standing tall against Yilin. Hearing this, Lan Fugui becomes angry. "Youyou, why do you let him bring you meals every day? Can't you feed yourself?" Yilin realizes Lan Fugui has misunderstood and hastily clarifies, "Uncle Lan, you've got it wrong. It's not that she asked me to bring her meals, but rather, she helps me with my studies, so when my dad brings my lunch, he also brings a portion for Youyou. Yilin. There's no need for any compensation between classmates for tutoring. Youyou can afford to eat on her own. Don't let your father spend unnecessarily," Cheng Tao insists, wishing to avoid any debts. "Auntie, please don't say that. Youyou is helping me with my studies, so it's only fair that I treat her to a meal. Besides, my father enjoys cooking large portions. Even if I don't bring food for Youyou, it would go to waste." Yilin responds earnestly, "Youyou, remember to pay Yilin next time. Don't take things from others without giving back." Cheng Tao advises her daughter, fearing she might casually accept gifts without understanding the implications. "Auntie, I would never dream of being an outsider. If that were the case, I would feel uncomfortable seeking Youyou's help with my studies. I would feel even worse about eating at your home." Yilin pretends to rise, feigning a departure. "Why, Yilin? Your aunt is simply worried about owing too much. Don't take it to heart. Sit down," Lan Fugui reassures him. "Youyou's mother, please don't worry. Youyou helps Yilin with his studies, and Yilin brings her meals. They help each other. It's nothing unusual in large cities. Tutoring can cost 100 or 200 per session. You should consider it a small price for this meal." Realizing now why his daughter appears to have gained weight, Lan Fugui understands that she has been somewhat supported by this little fellow. "Indeed, Auntie, I do pay. Youyou refuses to accept it, so I can only treat her to meals. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed seeking her help with my studies," Yilin quickly adds. After their meal, Lan Youyou pulls out a large bundle of cash from her bag. "Mom, this is for your medical expenses." Lan Fugui and Cheng Tao are astonished. Lan Fugui has never seen such a large sum of money in his life. "Youyou, where did you get this money?" he asks sternly. Cheng Tao shares his concern. Yilin smiles and explains, "Uncle and Auntie, you need not worry. Youyou is an excellent student, and this is her prize money from a competition." "Prize money? So much?" The two clearly do not believe him. Seeing their skepticism, Yilin takes out a forged certificate and details of the competition. This arrangement was previously discussed with Lan Youyou, intended to encourage them to accept the money. Directly telling them that this money is compensation for Lan Youyou being bullied would surely cause them great worry, and they would be too afraid to accept it. They are currently the most marginalized individuals in society, unable to offend anyone, and merely satisfied if others do not bully them. How could they dare to accept such money? Lan Youyou is also reluctant to deceive her parents in this manner. After much persuasion, Yilin explained to her that this was a benevolent lie. Only by framing it this way would her mother be willing to use the money for treatment. Thus, Lan Youyou agreed to fabricate this story. That moment, the door creaked open, revealing a burly man in his 30s. "What money? Let me see," he said, his eyes glinting with greed upon noticing the pile of money in Lan Youyou's hands. Chapter 65. The bully and the village tyrant. Lan Fugui asked nervously, "Jia Gui, Why did you come up here without a word? I heard commotion at your place and thought I'd take a look. I said, Uncle Fuguwei, isn't it time you return my money? Jiaguwei fixed his gaze on the money in Lan Youyou's hands. Sensing the situation was amiss, Yilin discreetly activated his phone's recording function and slipped it into his pocket. Jiaguwei, this is Youyou's money that I promised to repay you once I earn it, Lan Fuguwei explained. You think you can earn money? Are you joking with me? Jiaguwei sneered, clearly having set his sights on the money. I can earn some. Once my leg heals, I'll go work in the city. I can't wait that long. If this drags on, can you still pay? Either you return my money today, or, Jiaguwei leered at Lan Youyou. Your daughter is no longer a child. Either let her marry me, and we become in-laws, or I won't let you off the hook for this money. Upon hearing this, Lan Youyou quickly hid behind Yilin. Unfamiliar with the situation, Yilin inquired, Uncle Lan, what's going on? Cheng Tao, fearing Yilin's meddling would cause trouble, interjected, Yilin, this is a matter for the adults. You need not concern yourself. Seeing Lan Youyou regard Yilin as her savior, Jiaguwei smugly remarked, my mother-in-law is right. You little brat, don't meddle in others' affairs, in Daling Village. I, Jiaguwei, am the law. I'm not meddling. I'm merely curious about the situation, Yilin replied. There's no harm in telling you. 6 months ago, Lan Fuguwei borrowed 10,000 yuan from me. According to our agreement, he owes me 50% interest each month. Now, 6 months have passed, and with both principal and interest, it amounts to 40,000. He has offered 2,000 in land as collateral, leaving an outstanding balance of 20,000. He hasn't paid me a single cent. It's only right to collect my debts. I'm merely here to collect what is owed, Jiaguwei explained, glancing at Lan Youyou. He had seen Lan Youyou's full appearance. She was stunning. Even if he were a decade her senior, he desired her. Uncle Lan, why would you agree to such exorbitant interest? Yilin questioned, perplexed. Cheng Tao, with tears in her eyes, lamented, it's all my fault. 6 months ago, Youyou's father had an accident, and I suddenly fainted. We had no money for treatment, and knowing we couldn't repay, no one was willing to lend us anything. Just then, Jiaguwei offered to lend us money, and Youyou's father accepted. Isn't that taking advantage of a crisis? Yilin remarked. Your words are harsh. How is it taking advantage? He willingly lent the money, with everything in black and white, Jiaguwei retorted, noticing Yilin's attire did not resemble that of a rural dweller. He dared not offend him directly, opting for a diplomatic approach. What does it matter if it's in black and white? This is usury, and he is also seizing land from others, which is not protected by law, Yilin asserted, turning to Lan Fuguwei. Uncle Lan, just repay what you borrowed, and remember that your land belongs to the state and the village collective. He has no right to it. Jiaguwei glared at Yilin with venomous eyes. Kid, you're quite the meddler. Believe it or not, you won't leave this village alive. Fearing for Yilin's safety, Lan Fuguwei hurriedly pleaded, Jiaguwei, don't take it out on this child. We'll return the money right away, and we'll give you the land. As he spoke, Lan Fuguwei began to unwrap the bundle of money from Lan Youyou's hands, offering 2,000 to Jiaguwei. Jiaguwei rejected it angrily. Lan Fuguwei, I'm furious right now. Though you think this paltry sum will placate me, you have 2 choices. Either marry your daughter to me, or hand over all that money. Otherwise, I guarantee this brat will not walk out of Daling Village. Wai Lin chuckled. We live in a society governed by law. Do you really consider yourself a bandit? With hands on his hips, Jiaguwei declared, I am the king of Daling Village. Here, I am the law. Lan Fuguwei recognized Jiaguwei as a formidable figure. Even the township police were powerless against him, let alone a student. He handed over all the money. Jiaguwei, take this money. Let us consider the matter settled. I apologize for the inconvenience. Jiaguwei retorted, Lan Fuguwei, this brat has angered me too much. I want both the money and your daughter. You just tell me if you agree. Lan Youyou gasped in shock. Provoked, Yilin's fury ignited, and he seized a beer bottle from the table, hurling it at Jiaguwei's head. Jiaguwei, you bastard. If you dare strike me with a bottle, I'll fight you to the end. With that, he unleashed a flurry of blows upon Jiaguwei. Lan Youyou's family was left stunned at the sight. Jiaguwei was caught off guard, dazed from the impact. Jiaguwei, do you have a knife? Yilin shouted again, delivering another round of punches. Jiaguwei, bewildered, wondered where the knife had come from. Wai Yilin's ferocity pushed Jiaguwei all the way to the staircase, where he was kicked down, scrambling away in fear. You little brat, just wait. You're dead meat. Jiaguwei trembled with rage, losing all rationality. Yi Lin watched him flee with a smirk, when suddenly, Lan Youyou emerged, urgently saying, Yi Lin, why did you resort to violence? This is bad. I'll escort you away. You must leave quickly, da. Yi Lin replied, Uncle Lan, you saw it. He struck me first with the bottle and then tried to stab me. I was merely defending myself. He quickly ended the recording on his phone. Cheng Tao, anxious, urged, Yi Lin, you and Youyou must leave at once. Jia Gui is not to be trifled with. Auntie, rest assured. I'm eager to see who is truly invincible here. Yi Lin dialed a number. Hello, is this Uncle Gao? At that moment, Gao Shengqiang was enjoying his weekend, feeding koi by the pond. Xiao Lin, what's the matter? Yi Lin recounted the events that had transpired with Lan Youyou. Uncle Gao, I've sent you the recording. Is there any way to get this man imprisoned? Gao Shengqiang chuckled. Xiao Lin, getting him locked up isn't difficult. Just give me an hour, and you must protect yourself. Thank you, Uncle Gao. I'll give you an additional 5 of the shares of Youchip. To ensure Lan Youyou's family's safety, Yi Lin was willing to use some of his shares as a gesture of goodwill. No need for such courtesy, Gao Shengqiang replied before hanging up and contacting an old classmate in Jiangcheng. At the mayor's office, the phone rang. Oh, Lao Gao. What's up on this fine weekend? My dear mayor, your Jiangcheng isn't very peaceful, is it? Upon hearing Gao Shengqiang's sardonic tone, Shi Jinshan inquired, Lao Gao, spit it out, and my daughter's classmate went to a place called Daling Village for a visit. Unbeknownst to me, this village is rife with criminal forces, engaging in usury, land grabs, and even abductions in broad daylight. I can hardly believe this is happening under your watch. Fortunately, my daughter's classmate has had some self-defense training. Or it could have cost him his life. I have a recording. I'll send it to you. Moreover, my daughter's classmate is still trapped in Daling Village. If you delay in addressing this, it could lead to fatal consequences. If it escalates, it might even become national news. With that, Gao Shengqiang hung up. After listening to the recording, Shi Jinshan's expression darkened. He picked up his phone and called the county governor. Once connected, he unleashed a torrent of curses, sending the audio clip to the governor for context. Following the scolding, the township mayor was left in disarray, having been berated thoroughly. After the tirade, the governor ordered a crackdown on criminal activities in the village, prioritizing the capture of Jia Gui to ensure the safety of the student. The township mayor had not anticipated that Jia Gui, this rogue, would dare offend someone connected to the mayor. He seethed with rage, wishing to see Jia Gui face dire consequences. Chapter 66. The Reckoning. Yi Lin felt it was unacceptable to bear no injuries from the altercation. Uncle Lan, do you still have any chicken blood from earlier? Yes, it's downstairs. I forgot to bring it up. I'll go get it for you. With that, Lan Youyou hurried downstairs to retrieve the bowl of chicken blood. Yi Lin took it and poured it over his head. Most of the blood had coagulated, while the liquid trickled down his scalp. Lan Youyou, bewildered, asked, Yi Lin, what are you doing? Cheng Tao and Lan Youyou were equally confused. I'm merely ensuring my self-defense claim is credible. It wouldn't suffice to emerge unscathed. Yi Lin explained, if I recorded Jia Gui striking me with a bottle, I ought to have a head full of blood. Lan Youyou and the others were perplexed by the concept of self-defense, prompting Yi Lin to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Jia Gui, having fled in a panic, was seething with rage. Vowing to kill Yi Lin, he stormed home, and upon seeing his son covered in blood, his father, Jia Defuku, asked, Gui, what happened to you? I went to Lan Youyou's house to collect a debt, but some wild brat interfered and beat me to a pulp. I'm going to kill that kid. Jia Gui whined like a child. Furious at his son's plight, Jia Defuku declared, don't worry, I'll take care of this. First, let us go to the clinic for treatment, then we'll settle the score. Jia Defuku escorted his son to the clinic for treatment. The doctor, astonished, couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction seeing Jia Gui, the scoundrel, in such a state. He applied the ointment with extra vigor, causing Jia Gui to howl in pain. Can you be more gentle? Jia Gui yelled. How can I be gentle? If I don't apply it deeply, how will I cleanse the poison from the wound? The doctor retorted, can't a grown man endure a little pain? After the treatment, Jia Defuku and Jia Gui prepared to confront Lin. At that moment, Guahao, the township mayor, arrived with 4 police officers in tow. After searching for a while, they finally encountered the father-son duo. Spotting the police, Jia Defuku rushed forward. Mayor Gua, you're just in time. Look at my son. He has been beaten to a pulp. You must catch the perpetrator. Seeing Jia Gui's condition, Guahao was concerned for Yilin's safety, quickly asking, Jia Gui, what did you do to Yilin? What Yilin? Jia Gui replied, bewildered. Stop pretending. The kid you just fought with? Realization dawned on Jia Gui. What do you mean I fought? I was beaten by him. Look at what he has done to me. He is completely fine and now playing the victim. Jia Gui's complaints were fueled by the belief that Yilin had reported him, prompting Guahao to inquire, You're saying he is unhurt? Guahao sighed in relief, thinking the county governor was likely worried about his relatives and had exaggerated the situation. He is fine? What has he done to me? You must catch him. Where is he? At Lan Youyou's house. I'll take you there. Anticipating Yilin's impending arrest, Jia Gui was filled with excitement. If Yilin called the police, the officers would arrive only to arrest him, and he relished the thought of Yilin being taken away. Upon witnessing Jia Gui leading the police upstairs, Lan Youyou felt a chill run down his spine. Jia Gui was the son of Jia Fuku, the village chief, and his uncle was the deputy county governor. With the police now involved, he feared for Yilin's safety. Why Yilin? Jia Gui is bringing the police. You should hide in the bedroom. Yilin waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Lan, there is no need for concern. I won't face any trouble. Before long, Jia Gui and the police arrived on the second floor. Upon seeing the bloodied boy, they guessed it was Yilin. Are you Yilin? Acknowledging the inquiry, Yilin feigned a pitiful demeanor. Yes, I am. Guahao glared at Jia Gui. You said he was unharmed? Jia Gui was dumbfounded. He had just claimed Yilin was fine. How did he end up bloodied now? What is going on? Guahao demanded. Why Yilin, appearing weak, pointed at Jia Gui. He struck me with a bottle and then assaulted me. Even attempted to stab me. That is a blatant lie. Jia Gui shouted. Why Yilin trembled in mock fear. What are you trying to do? If you keep lying, I might just die. Jia Gui was infuriated, believing he had been wronged. Why Yilin appealed to the police officers. Officers, he is threatening me. I'm not lying. I have evidence. Yilin quickly played the recording. Listening to the audio, it appeared as though Yilin had been brutally attacked. It suddenly dawned on Jia Gui why Yilin had made those claims during their altercation. He had assumed the boy was fabricating stories, but now he realized he had been outsmarted. You bastard, you were the one who hit me. You're just pretending. Jia Gui fumed, ignoring his injuries as he lunged for Yilin. Control him, Wu Zhongqing, the police chief, shouted as 3 officers restrained Jia Gui. Jia Gui, we need you to come with us, Wu Zhongqing stated, preparing to escort him away. Jia Fuku interjected, On what grounds are you taking my son? Jia village chief, your son is guilty of usury, land grabbing, abduction, and assault. Do those charges suffice? Jia Fuku retorted, Do you have any evidence? Wu Zhongqing chuckled, Evidence? Jia village chief, do you lack eyes and ears? The recording on that young man's phone, as well as his injuries, are evidence enough. With that, they dragged Jia Gui away. Let go of me. I'm innocent. Do you know who my uncle is? He is the deputy county governor. You can't arrest me, Wu Zhongqing shot back. Even if the king of heaven himself were here, you'd still have to come with us. Guahao, are you sure you want to arrest my son? Jia Fuku's tone dripped with threats. Jia village chief, your son has brought this upon himself. He has no one to blame. With the county governor personally issuing orders, Guahao felt unthreatened. Fine, just wait. Fuming, Jia Fuku stormed out. After he left, Guahao turned to Yilin. Your injuries are quite severe. Let me take you to the hospital. Guahao, believing Yilin to be a relative of the county governor, was exceedingly courteous and no need. I'll go by myself, Yilin replied. Startled at the suggestion, he feared that accompanying Guahao would expose him. Please, you must go for a checkup. I am Guahao, the township mayor. If you need anything, just call me. Guahao left his phone number before exchanging a few more words with Wu Zhongqing and departing for Shishui Township. Lan Youyou, witnessing the mayor treating Yilin with such respect, felt that Yilin must have influential connections. He considered himself fortunate that his daughter had befriended someone like him. Why Yilin, thank you so much. Chang Tao exclaimed, hastily expressing her gratitude. Auntie, there is no need for thanks. This is what I should do. Rest assured, I'll help you reclaim your land, and as for the debts owed to the Jia family, you only need to repay the principal. Moreover, given Jia Gui's actions, that is enough to land him in serious trouble. With that, Yilin contacted Gao Shangqiang, requesting a medical report to be sent to the police station handling Jia Gui's case. Having invested so much, he was determined not to let Jia Gui off easy. Chapter 67. Crossing paths with the powerful. With Jia Gui arrested, Jia Fuku immediately called Jia Quanfeng. Quanfeng, Jia Gui has been taken away by the police. Upon hearing this, Jia Quanfeng asked, what did he do? Nothing serious. He lent money to someone in the village and went to collect it, only to get beaten half to death. The person called the police, and then Guahao brought the officers to arrest him. Jia Quanfeng was puzzled. Guahao? Isn't he the township mayor? Yes. Why would a township mayor bring police to arrest someone? Shouldn't that be the responsibility of the police station? I find myself equally perplexed. Presently, Jia Gui has been taken away, and Guahao has accused him of several offenses, namely usury, land encroachment, abduction of women, and home invasion. The first two charges are rather trivial, merely civil disputes, but the latter two are serious criminal offenses that could lead to imprisonment. Did Jia Gui truly commit these acts? The loan from Lan Youyou was documented in black and white. Unable to repay, he offered his family's land as collateral. Jia Gui only sought repayment out of necessity. In fact, he threatened Lan Youyou with the prospect of marrying his daughter solely as a means to compel him to repay the debt. How can this be construed as abduction? As for the charge of home invasion, that is simply implausible. At worst, it would be a case of mutual assault. Brother, this situation seems rather suspicious. I shall inquire further with Guahao. Indeed, these individuals show no respect. Today, Jia Gui claimed to be your nephew, and yet they still chose to arrest him without regard for your standing. Wu Zhongqing boldly proclaimed that even the King of Heaven would not deter them, demonstrating their audacity in trampling upon the Jia family. Wu Zhongqing, I am aware of this matter, and I shall handle it. As long as Jia Gui has not committed any grave wrongdoing, he shall be safe. Brother, in the future, please advise him to temper his conduct. Let this incident serve as a lesson. Having concluded the call, Jia Chuanfu opened his phone book and dialed Guahao's number. As the phone rang, Guahao, seeing the caller ID displaying Jia Chuanfu, anticipated his call and answered. Vice County Chief Jia, what brings you to contact me? Village Chief Gua, I have heard that you apprehended my nephew, Jia Gui. It was unavoidable, Dado? I would like to understand the circumstances. Guahao, not wishing to offend Jia Chuanfu, elaborated. Vice County Chief Jia, the situation is as follows. Jia Gui confronted Lan Youyou's family. Coincidentally, Lan Youyou's daughter had a classmate over, a young man by the name of Yilin. Upon hearing of Jia Gui's usury and encroachment upon Lan Youyou's land, not to mention his coercion of Lan Youyou into marriage, Yilin intervened. Jia Gui, viewing this as meddling, struck him with a beer bottle and even drew a knife during the altercation, forcing Yilin to defend himself, leading to a violent clash where both emerged injured. I have verified through recordings that Jia Gui initiated the assault. Recordings? Jia Chuanfu inquired, intrigued. Yes, Yilin claimed he witnessed Jia Gui come to collect a debt and discreetly recorded the encounter, capturing the moment Jia Gui attacked. This recording serves as crucial evidence regarding who struck first. But a recording alone cannot definitively prove that Jia Gui was the aggressor, Jia Chuanfu challenged. Why Yilin's reaction was instinctive, and both parties bear injuries. The entire Lan family witnessed the events and attested that Jia Gui was the instigator. Very well then, even if Jia Gui is at fault, it stems from Lan Youyou's failure to repay the debt, and I shall ensure Jia Gui apologizes. Moreover, the debt shall be waived, and the land returned to them. Yilin will also receive compensation for his medical expenses. Guahao, let us conclude this matter. What business does a village chief have interfering with police matters? Mind your own affairs. Ensure Jia Gui's release post-haste. Guahao, feeling aggrieved by the reprimand, retorted, Vice County Chief Jia, this is not merely my overreach. The higher-ups mandated Jia Gui's arrest, leaving me with no authority to intervene. The higher-ups? Guahao candidly confessed, Vice County Chief Jia, to be frank, Yilin is no ordinary individual. I suspect he is related to the county chief, who directly ordered my involvement to protect Yilin. Officials are already en route from the county to detain Jia Gui, and I lack the power to secure his release. Upon hearing this, Jia Chuanfu was rendered speechless, his anger boiling over. Why did you not disclose this from the outset? What a waste of my time. Guahao, equally exasperated, hung up, muttering to himself about Jia Chuanfu's failure to mention his desire for Jia Gui's release initially. As night fell, Jia Chuanfu hastened to purchase gifts before visiting the county chief's residence. Ah, Vice County Chief Jia, what brings you here at this late hour? Upon encountering Jia Chuanfu's unexpected visit, County Chief Lu Hong surmised the purpose of his arrival. Old Lu, one does not visit the Three Treasure Hall without reason. I am here for a matter of significance. Jia Chuanfu wasted no time in revealing his intentions. Vice County Chief Jia, please, share your concerns? Lu Hong, unwilling to let him enter, continued, what is this matter you speak of? Lu, what is your connection to Yilin? I do not know him. Come now, do not deceive me. I am aware he is your relative. My nephew, Jia Gui, is not. Enough. Lu Hong interrupted, unwilling to hear more. Old Lu, you cannot possibly wish for Jia Gui to be imprisoned over such trivialities. Lu Hong, filled with ire, retorted, Jia Chuanfu, let me be clear. Your nephew has caused me great distress. Do you truly believe I have influential relatives? My position is not so powerful. Jia Chuanfu, bewildered by Lu Hong's outburst, questioned the source of his fury. Let me inform you, this matter was initiated by Mayor Shi. Your nephew has already been taken by the city. If you wish to continue in your position, refrain from meddling further and depart. With that, Lu Hong shut the door. The mayor? Jia Chuanfu was taken aback. Yilin was indeed acquainted with the mayor, and the mayor's wrath was directed at him. The implications of this situation weighed heavily on Jia Chuanfu, as he feared repercussions from Jia Gui's actions. He swiftly dialed Jia Dafu's number. Upon seeing the call, Jia Dafu assumed everything had been resolved, responding excitedly, Chuanfu, it is done, is it not? I knew with your involvement, Jia Gui would be safe. Jia Chuanfu, irate, shot back. Jia Dafu, let us cease our brotherly ties. Do not bring me further troubles. Alarmed by the harsh tone, Jia Dafu pressed, what has transpired? What more could there be? Your precious son has caused a calamity. Do you know who he assaulted? Who? Jia Dafu felt a creeping unease. I do not know. Jia Chuanfu continued, yet this individual has connections to the mayor. Your son attacked him, and with a mere phone call, the mayor has intervened, leading to your son's arrest. The mayor orchestrated this. If you believe you can resolve it, do so on your own. Do not implicate me in your troubles. Furthermore, do not use my name to oppress others in the village. Otherwise, our brotherhood will be severed. Having delivered his admonition, he hung up. Jia Dafu took a moment to recover, realizing the gravity of the situation he had entangled himself in. With Jia Chuanfu unwilling to intervene, he felt utterly helpless. Rushing to prepare gifts, Jia Dafu resolved to visit Lan Fugui's home to offer an apology to Yilin. Chapter 68, Gifts of Apology. Jia Dafu arrived at Lan Fugui's door, carrying several pounds of meat, a few bottles of liquor, and a bag of eggs. He knocked gently at that moment. The Lan family was still in a state of dread, despite Yilin's assurances that all would be well. Hearing the knock, Lan Fugui descended the stairs and inquired, who is it? Fugui, it is I, the village chief. Jia Dafu spoke in a tone of extreme humility. Lan Fugui immediately grew wary. Village chief, we are prepared to repay our debts. Please spare us. Yilin, feeling uneasy, also emerged. Uncle Lan, who is it? Just as Lan Fugui was about to explain, Jia Dafu's pleading voice called out, Fugui, please open the door. I come to apologize. This is all our fault. Recognizing the voice, Yilin realized it was Jia Dafu. His plea for forgiveness indicated that Gao Shangqiang had successfully resolved the situation. Village chief, you should return. I will repay you tomorrow, Lan Fugui insisted. Unwilling to open the door. Repay? Jia Dafu felt a headache coming on. At this moment, he dared not demand any money, only hoping for his son's safe return. Abandoning his previous authoritative demeanor, Jia Dafu knelt at the doorstep. Fugui, this is all my fault. I kneel before you. Please, just open the door. I sincerely come to apologize. Hearing Jia Dafu's admission of kneeling, Lan Fugui peered through the door's crack and, illuminated by the moonlight, indeed saw Jia Dafu prostrated on the ground. Alarmed, Lan Fugui hurried to open the door and assist him. Village chief, what are you doing? Seeing Lan Fugui open the door and help him up, Jia Dafu breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared his position as village chief still held some weight. If he could persuade Lan Fugui to assist in convincing Yilin, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. With a face full of regret, Jia Dafu lamented, Fugui, I have only just learned of the true events. My ungrateful son has committed a grievous wrong, lending you money at exorbitant rates and encroaching upon your land. That wretched boy is utterly despicable. I initially believed Jia Gui was unjustly attacked when he came to seek recompense, only to discover that it was entirely that vile boy's fault. You were justified in teaching him a lesson. Breaking his limbs would not have been excessive. Now that I understand the situation, I come to apologize. You need not repay the loan he took from you, and your land remains yours. This is a small token of my sincerity. Please accept it. Jia Dafu placed the gifts into Lan Fugui's hands. This is too much. I cannot accept this, Lan Fugui protested, quickly attempting to return the items. Yi Lin silently observed Jia Dafu's performance. Why apologize now? Where was this sentiment before? Yi Lin harbored no faith in Jia Dafu's sudden contrition. During their previous conversation, Aunt Chang had mentioned that the Jia family had often bullied the villagers. When a villain lowers their head, it is not out of newfound virtue but rather a temporary defeat. Should you find yourself in misfortune, they will surely retaliate tenfold. Fugui, please, this truly was our fault. There is nothing improper about accepting this. Your daughter does not return home daily, and her classmates will not visit every time. Accepting this gift allows you to prepare a meal for them. Your refusal would imply disdain for my position as village chief. Jia Dafu's words left Lan Fugui at a loss. Yi Lin sensed the underlying threats in Jia Dafu's tone. While he seemed to be apologizing, it was clear he was maneuvering to regain control. Refusing to accept would indicate a lack of respect, and daring to disrespect would lead to future retribution. Implicitly, he suggested that Yi Lin would not frequently visit. When Yi Lin was absent, Lan Fugui's family would suffer. Fearing that Lan Fugui might succumb to Jia Dafu's intimidation, Yi Lin stepped forward. What, are you too proud? What will you do if I look down on you? Yi Lin confronted. Lan Fugui initially believed Jia Dafu would erupt in anger at Yi Lin's defiance, but to his surprise, Jia Dafu immediately adopted a submissive demeanor. Resembling a trained Dog'd it was the first time Lan Fugui had witnessed such humility from the village chief. Young brother, I was just about to seek your forgiveness. Jia Dafu forced a smile that, under the moonlight, appeared ghastly. Why should I apologize? Today's events were entirely my son's fault. I too acted foolishly without understanding the situation before causing a disturbance. I share in the blame. Thankfully, young brother, you are not gravely injured. We have come to a profound realization of our errors. Please forgive us. I have only one son, and my 3 daughters are married far away. If he is imprisoned, who will care for us in our old age? Young brother, please show mercy just this once. Jia Dafu implored, producing a brick-sized object wrapped in a black plastic bag and thrusting it towards Yi Lin. Lan Fugui regarded Jia Dafu with pity, wishing to offer him some words of comfort. Yet, the Lan family's kindness had made them vulnerable. This time, should they show mercy, it would not be appreciated. Instead, they would be seen as easy prey. Yi Lin seized the object and hurled it back at Jia Dafu's face, fuming, apologizing does not entitle you to forgiveness. Does your apology erase today's events? Certain actions demand consequences. Had I not intervened, would your son have spared Lan Fugui's family? Uncle Lan had the means to repay your son but chose not to. He sought to take everything. If you were genuinely benevolent, why did you not assist when Uncle Lan faced hardships 6 months ago? Were you unaware that your son was engaging in usury or encroaching upon another's land? Without your tacit approval, would he dare such things? Without your protection, would he dare bully the common people? The villagers elected you as their chief to serve them, not to shield your son and oppress them. Do not think me oblivious to your motives for this apology. It is merely because your family's influence has waned, and you are now desperate. Yi Lin's ire left Jia Dafu speechless. The implications of Yi Lin's words weighed heavily on Lan Fugui. If not for Yi Lin's intervention, would the village chief's family have spared them? Moreover, given the time elapsed, Jia Dafu must have been aware of his son's actions, quietly condoning his behavior. His daughter had nearly been abducted, yet he sought forgiveness from such a man. Yi Lin's indignation stifled any response from Jia Dafu, who feared further provoking the situation. Understanding the gravity of the matter, he picked up the black plastic-wrapped object, tore it open and explained, Young brother, this contains 50,000 yuan, a token of my apology. Do you think I am in need of money? Do not insult me with your filthy cash. Get out of my sight. Seeing your family enrages me. Yi Lin was pained by the thought of having sacrificed 5% of his shares to resolve this issue, and the idea of accepting 50,000 yuan to quell Jia Dafu's guilt was laughable. Even if it were 500,000, Yi Lin would refuse. Jia Gui must be imprisoned for 10 or 8 years. Upon his release, he would be reformed. If he were released now, the animosity would linger, and Lan Youyou's family would remain in danger. It was imperative to be ruthless. Only by being more vicious than the villains would he deter them from future transgressions. Fearing Yi Lin's wrath would escalate the situation, Jia Dafu fled without a backward glance. Halt! Upon hearing Yi Lin's voice, Jia Dafu hoped for a change in fortune. He turned, his sorrowful expression instantly morphing into a smile, retrieving the 5,000 yuan from his pocket. Young brother, are you now willing to forgive us? I merely wish to warn you. If anything happens to Uncle Lan and his family in my absence, I will ensure you pay dearly. I swear. My family will never trouble Lan Fugue's family again. However, should they encounter misfortune, it is not my concern. Jia, do you not comprehend my words? Should anything occur, I will hold you accountable. You may leave. Jadafu felt utterly wronged. What kind of predicament was this? Not only was he denied the opportunity for revenge, but he was also tasked with protecting Lan Fugue's family. Yet, what choice did he have? He could not confront Yilin directly. Even his brother Jia Chuanfu dared not utter a word against him. He was merely a lowly village chief, not even an official, and how could he provoke someone who could summon the mayor with a single word? Chapter 69. Cheng Tao encounters misfortune after dismissing Jadafu. Lan Fugue locked the door and ascended the stairs. Upon entering, Cheng Tao anxiously inquired, "What quarrel have you had this time? Is everything all right?" "All is well. There was no real argument. Jadafu came to apologize, and I scolded him a bit," Lan Fugue clarified. "Uncle Youyou, since the village chief has come to apologize, why not let it go and move on?" Cheng Tao expressed her concerns for their future well-being. Lan Fugue, for once, found courage and declared, "How can we let this slide? Were it not for Yilin's intervention, your daughter would have been abducted. Did they ever consider releasing us? They were unyielding, demanding both money and your daughter. They never considered sparing us. Jia Gue must be imprisoned. It would be a service to the people." When Cheng Tao witnessed his demeanor, her face turned pale with rage. "Why, Yilin is formidable. So why do you act so haughty? When we were oppressed, where was your courage?" She retorted that it is Yilin's prowess that intimidates, not your scaring off of Jadafu. With such behavior, how can we continue to live in the village? Youyou is preparing for university, and Chanshan is about to graduate from middle school. Have you considered what will become of these two children? She was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by anxiety, disregarding Yilin's presence. Already in poor health, her outburst led to a severe coughing fit that took her some time to recover from. Yilin hurriedly approached her, offering comfort. "Auntie, rest assured. I guarantee that Jia will no longer dare to provoke you, and he will treat you with respect from now on." Lan Fugue recalled how Yilin had just reduced Jadafu to silence and added, "Youyou's mother, relax, Yilin has already warned Jadafu." Cheng Tao's eyes brimmed with tears, caught between gratitude and irritation towards Lan Fugue. "Why, Yilin? You are our family's savior. We have nothing to offer in return. How can we repay you?" "Auntie, there is no need for such words. Youyou and I are good friends. Her matters are my own, and assisting you is a duty. Fortunately, I accompanied Youyou home, or we would have faced serious trouble." Yilin felt fortunate indeed. Initially, Lan Youyou had been reluctant to let him come along, citing the treacherous roads and her concern for his well-being. In truth, she feared her home's dilapidation would deter him, worried he might find it unappealing. After much coaxing and persuasion, she finally relented. For a young girl, carrying 100,000 yuan back home was a responsibility he could not ignore. Remembering the money Youyou had brought, Cheng Tao took out a large portion and handed it to Yilin. "Yilin, please take this. Our family has little, but at least Youyou has received such a generous reward." Why, Yilin quickly declined. "Auntie, that's unnecessary. I do not seek any form of recompense." "How can that be?" "Auntie, truly you mustn't. Treating me as an outsider is unwelcoming. And do you know what this money is intended for?" Cheng Tao was unaware and inquired, "Youyou, this money is a reward from the government. Isn't it meant for something specific?" Lan Youyou, still shaken from the earlier fright, was at a loss for words. Why, Yilin explained, "Auntie, this money is intended for your medical treatment. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to the village this weekend." "What ailment do I have? I don't need treatment. Just take it." Cheng Tao had already resolved not to spend money on her chronic ailments. "Auntie, if I accept this money, how can I continue to be friends with Youyou? This attitude makes me feel unwelcome, as if you wish to send me away." With that, Yilin began to gather his belongings to leave. Lan Fugue, observing the situation, said to Cheng Tao, "All right, Youyou's mother. If Yilin doesn't want it, don't press him. Jadafu just offered 5,000 as an apology, and he refused that too. He is not lacking in funds." Afterward, he grasped Yilin's arm. "Yilin, your auntie simply doesn't know how to express her gratitude. After today's commotion, we still haven't had dinner. How about this? I'll kill a few chickens to thank you." Would that be acceptable? Otherwise, we would feel too indebted. Yi Lin understood that if he acquiesced, half the chickens and ducks in the yard would soon perish. Uncle Lan, we haven't finished the chicken and vegetables from lunch yet. Let us not waste food. We can simply heat it up and eat. Then he addressed Chung Tao. Auntie, if you truly wish to repay me, then please heed my advice and go to the county for treatment. Chung Tao recognized that medical care was expensive. She was unwilling to squander money on herself, preferring to live day by day. She smiled. I know my own body. There is nothing wrong with me. Let this money be saved for. Before she could finish, a sudden coughing fit caused her to spit blood and faint. Lan Youyou was instantly terrified and began to cry, while Lan Fugui was at a loss for what to do. Yi Lin shouted urgently, quick, call a doctor. Lan Fugui attempted to carry Chung Tao, but Yi Lin quickly intervened. Uncle Lan, do not move auntie. Hurry and summon the village doctor. In a flurry, Lan Fugui ran to the village clinic to fetch the doctor, disregarding his leg injury. His leg was nearly healed, but still a bit unsteady. The village doctor arrived at Lan Fugui's home and, upon seeing Chung Tao's condition, expressed helplessness, stating she could not manage such a situation. After providing some basic treatment to ease Chung Tao's breathing, she urged Lan Fugui to take her to the township hospital immediately. That evening, Lan Fugui was unsure how to transport her, as the oxen wouldn't move at night, and there was no way to carry her on foot. Does anyone in the village have a vehicle? Yi Lin asked in haste. The butcher at the village head had a tricycle, the doctor replied. Initially, she had intended to mention the village chief's van but refrained, knowing the day's events. Besides, the butcher was known to be amiable and good-natured. Uncle Lan, lead the way, Yi Lin urged, and the two set off to find the vehicle. Upon learning of Chung Tao's predicament and Lan Fugui's frantic search for transportation, Jiadafu seized the moment and intercepted them on the road. Fugui, are you looking for a vehicle? Lan Fugui halted, realizing something, and pleaded, Village chief, may I borrow your van? Youyou's mother is critically ill. We need to get her to the township hospital urgently. Feigning contemplation, Jiadafu put on a reluctant expression and said, I suppose it can be done, but given today's events, Yi Lin, increasingly anxious, stepped forward and forcefully pulled Jiadafu aside. If you're not going to lend it, then get out of the way and don't waste our time. Let me make this clear. Aunt Chung was distressed by your actions, and if anything happens to her, you will be held accountable. With that, Yi Lin took Lan Fugui and departed. Jiadafu was filled with regret. Had he known it would come to this, he wouldn't have quibbled at such a critical moment. They were in urgent need of assistance. There was no time for bargaining. If he had simply lent the vehicle, they could have discussed details later. Now, he was left empty-handed, feeling the weight of responsibility for Chung Tao's condition. Upon arriving at the village edge, the butcher was still selling pork. Lan Fugui quickly explained the situation, and the butcher, displaying his generosity, abandoned his stall to assist them. They laid several blankets in the tricycle's bed and carefully placed Chung Tao atop them. Since it was a motorized tricycle, there was ample space for Yi Lin and Lan Fugui to join as well. The village doctor opted to remain behind, advising them to avoid jostling on the way to the clinic. The road was rough and bumpy, but the butcher, accustomed to navigating such paths to sell meat, drove skillfully, ensuring a relatively smooth ride. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the central hospital in Xiushui Township. Chung Tao was taken directly into the emergency room. Lan Fugui, overwhelmed with gratitude, instinctively grabbed Lan Youyou and attempted to kneel before the butcher. Fugui, what are you doing? The butcher exclaimed, quickly supporting them both. Old Wang, thank you so much, Lan Fugui said, tears in his eyes. Look at you, such a show of emotion. Helping in such situations is something anyone would do. Do you have any money on you? If not, I have a bit from today's sales. Understanding Lan Fugui's circumstances, the butcher asked, Old Wang, we do have some. Youyou just received a significant reward from the government. 10,000. The butcher's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that even possible? I barely earned 10,000 in a year. Seeing the butcher's skepticism, Lan Fugui retrieved 1,000 yuan from his bag, saying, Old Wang, I assure you, we truly have the money. Thank you for your help. Please accept this token of gratitude. The butcher quickly stuffed the money back into Lan Fugui's bag. Fool, this is life-saving money. Your wife doesn't even know how much it will cost yet. You're generous, but if you want to thank me, just ensure Chung Tao recovers, and when she is well, invite me for a meal. Why meat stall isn't closed? I'll head back to the village now, and I'll take care of those blankets on the tricycle. With that, the butcher departed. Wai Lin hurried after him, catching him just as the butcher was starting the tricycle. Uncle Wang, wait! The butcher, not recognizing Yilin, presumed he was a relative of Lan Fugui and asked, "What is the matter, young man?" Yilin produced 200 yuan from his pocket. "Uncle Wang, thank you for your hard work tonight on behalf of Aunt Cheng." "Not necessary. Keep that money for sweets." With that, the butcher sped away. Such righteousness is rare, Yilin mused as he returned at a tea that moment. He fervently hoped that his future mother-in-law would be all right. She had endured so much, and it was high time for her to enjoy some peace. Chapter 70. The court's verdict. Approximately half an hour later, the doctor emerged. Wai Lin and Lan Fugui stood anxiously at the entrance, immediately rising upon seeing the doctor. "You are all relatives of Cheng Tao, correct?" "Yes," they responded in unison. "She is stable for now, but the prognosis is grim. She suffers from multiple ailments, including pulmonary and gastrointestinal issues, as well as muscular injuries, likely due to overexertion. The recent crisis was triggered by the lung condition, exacerbated by emotional distress, leading to her coughing up blood. Without treatment, she may face life-threatening consequences within a year or so. Our township hospital lacks the necessary facilities for proper care. I recommend transferring her to a county hospital or a better facility for treatment and recuperation." Upon hearing this, Lan Fugui and Lan Youyou were filled with trepidation. "Doctor, can we use an ambulance to take her to the county hospital tomorrow?" Yilin considered Cheng Tao's condition and realized that taking a bus would be unsuitable given the potential for motion sickness, which could worsen her situation. "I'm sorry, but our township hospital has only one ambulance, reserved for emergencies. Your situation is not critical, so a bus will suffice," the doctor explained. The next day, Yilin called Guahao. If the ambulance was unavailable, surely the township government would have a vehicle. While a private car might not be as secure as an ambulance, it would undoubtedly be preferable to a bus. Guahao, sitting in his office humming a tune, had just learned that Jia Chuanfu had been rebuked by Lu Hong and was reveling in the gossip. When the phone rang, he answered, "Who is this?" "Mayor Gua, hello. This is Yilin, from yesterday." Fearing that Guahao might not remember him, Yilin introduced himself and explained the situation. After listening, Guahao readily agreed and dispatched someone to take the van to the township hospital. Watching them leave Shoshui Township, Guahao felt even more satisfied. With Yilin's connections, he now had a favor to call in, securing a valuable ally. He made a note of Yilin's number to avoid losing contact. Back in Qingyuan County, Yilin instructed the driver to head straight to the Qingyuan County People's Hospital. Upon their arrival with the patient and the township hospital's diagnosis, the doctors immediately took Cheng Tao for a thorough examination. And the findings were consistent. The doctor explained Cheng Tao's condition and the potential consequences to Lan Fugui and his daughter. Given the urgency, they recommended immediate surgery. Lan Fugui was taken aback, realizing the severity of his wife's condition, which had seemed manageable until now. Lan Youyou's eyes filled with tears. "We will treat her, even if it means selling everything," Lan Fugui declared without a moment's hesitation. Cheng Tao was admitted to the hospital, and Yilin stayed until the afternoon, only leaving to take Lan Youyou back to school when classes were about to start. With no one else to take over, Lan Fugui had to remain at the hospital, which was a strain on his own health. During evening study hall, Yilin and Lan Youyou were called into the office by Lan Youyou. Upon entering, she noticed Lan Youyou's swollen eyes and deduced she had been crying for quite some time. "Youyou, what's wrong? Did Yilin bully you?" Lan Youyou shook her head, too distressed to speak. Lan Youyou turned her gaze to Yilin, who felt compelled to recount the events of the past few days. He explained how Gao Shengqiang had helped, attributing it to the tutoring sessions he and Lan Youyou often provided to Gao Mingming, which had prompted her father to intervene. Lan Youyou gasped upon hearing about Jia Gui, the youngest son of Jia Dafu, who had been excessively spoiled and had turned to a life of idleness, causing trouble for the villagers. She recalled that he had faced legal issues 5 years ago for harassing a widow and had originally been sentenced to 3 years, only to be released without conviction, likely due to Jia Chuanfu's influence. Hearing that the scoundrel had been dealt with by Yilin, especially with Gao Shengqiang's involvement, filled her with joy. Seemed unlikely that Jia Chuanfu could rescue his nephew this time. The thought of Jia Gui possibly being imprisoned brought her relief, as she had always felt uncomfortable under his lecherous gaze whenever she returned home. The following day, upon learning of Cheng Tao's illness, Lan Youyou took Lan Youyou to visit her in the hospital. It was a Monday, and while they were at the hospital, Yilin accompanied Lan Fugui to the Jiangxing People's Court. Upon arrival, The attorneys from the Shangqiang Group's legal department assisted Yi Lin in handling the case. Before they entered the courtroom, Yi Lin had instructed Lan Youyou not to speak or show any weakness. In the courtroom, both sides engaged in heated debate, ultimately resulting in a verdict against Jia Guo. The first charge, for interfering with another's marital freedom, resulted in a 2-year sentence. The second charge, for intentional injury, also carried a 2-year sentence. The third charge, for attempted robbery, typically warranted a 10-year sentence. However, since Jia Guo had failed to steal anything, his sentence was halved, resulting in 5 years. In total, he was sentenced to 9 years. Jia Guo protested against the charge of home invasion, claiming it was Yi Lin who had attacked him, yet he lacked any evidence to support his claim. Unlike him, Yi Lin not only had recorded evidence but also a medical report confirming he had sustained minor injuries. Making Jia Guo's defense untenable in his desperation, Jia Guo claimed to have been injured as well and demanded a medical examination. However, his results revealed only superficial injuries, not even qualifying as minor injuries. Furthermore, the judge recognized Yi Lin's actions as self-defense, leaving Jia Guo with no recourse. Jia Dafu sought to negotiate privately with Yi Lin, offering to drop the intentional injury charge if Yi Lin would agree to a settlement, as it could reduce his son's sentence. Yi Lin, understanding the implications of a wrongful conviction and the potential for future resentment, was not inclined to push for maximum punishment. Willing to negotiate, Yi Lin understood that resolving the matter amicably could alleviate tensions and perhaps earn Jia Dafu's gratitude. With Cheng Tao hospitalized and in need of funds, settling the injury charge was the best course of action. Regardless, Jia Guo would still face imprisonment, achieving Yi Lin's objective. Reducing his sentence by 2 years would diminish hostility and provide additional financial support for Cheng Tao's medical bills. It was a transaction worth making. Ultimately, Yi Lin proposed a compensation of 50,000 yuan from Jia Dafu, and they reached an agreement. Jia Dafu expressed immense gratitude, eager to avoid further trouble, and insisted that Jia Guo accept the 2 charges. Jia Guo recognized the futility of resisting, knowing Yi Lin had solid backing and that accepting the settlement was his best option. Relinquishing any further objections, Jia Guo accepted the court's ruling. The final verdict required Lan Youyou to return the 10,000 yuan borrowed by Jia Guo, along with a compensation amounting to 20% interest as per national regulations. Lan Youyou paid the 12,000 yuan in court. Jia Guo was sentenced to 7 years for interfering with another's marital freedom and attempted robbery, and he was also required to return the land to Lan Youyou's family. With the matter resolved, Yi Lin returned to Qingyuan County People's Hospital, presenting the 50,000 yuan from the private settlement to Lan Youyou. "Uncle Lan, please take this money. No, Yi Lin, this money is for you." "What should I be compensated for?" "Uncle Lan, Aunt Cheng fainted due to their actions. This money is for her treatment. Please don't refuse." Yi Lin directly handed the money to Lan Youyou. Over the past few days, Lan Youyou had come to understand this young man fairly well. He was indeed a good person. He could not fathom how his daughter had come to be so fortunate as to meet such an admirable friend, and a male one at that. Lan Youyou recognized that Yi Lin truly did not care about the sum of money. Considering that his wife was still unaware of how much more they would need to spend, he decided not to refuse any longer. Yi Lin, "Our family is immensely grateful to you," Lan Youyou expressed with heartfelt appreciation. "Uncle Lan, there's no need to be so formal with me. We are like family. Once Annie recovers, I will take you all out to my home for a meal. I have evening self-study classes, so I must take my leave now." Yi Lin felt a surge of joy as he skipped back to school, feeling as if he had returned to the age of 18. Chapter 71. Trouble at Yucha. In recent days, Lan Youyou had not been in good spirits. Yi Lin refrained from pressing her about supplementary lessons, taking this opportunity to sort out matters concerning the branch store. Gao Shangqiang had nearly completed the renovations of the store in Jiangcheng, and all the equipment had been procured. Yi Lin's recruitment advertisement in Jiangcheng had attracted quite a number of applicants who added him on QQ. Last weekend, he had intended to interview these candidates, but when Lan Youyou mentioned needing to send money back home for her mother's medical treatment, Yi Lin, concerned for her safety, accompanied her back to the countryside, thus delaying the interviews. Consequently, he would have to wait until the upcoming weekend to conduct the interviews for the new employees in Jiangcheng. Although the new recruits had yet to be selected, preparations for training needed to commence. The training would take place in Jiangcheng, as all the new employees were from that area. Yi Lin planned to have Qin Hui serve as the instructor for these new employees. Despite her being slightly older, Yi Lin held her in high regard due to her diligence and eagerness to learn. Throughout this month alone, She had inquired countless times about any new products. Yilin could tell that she was genuinely eager to absorb knowledge. New products were indeed available, but Yilin was not ready to disclose them yet. Given the current success of the lemon fruit sales, there was simply no need. He intended to unveil the second product once the branch opened for business. Coincidentally, the lease agreement with Qin Hui for the store was set to expire today, so Yilin planned to discuss renewing the contract with her and inform her of the upcoming training for new employees in Jiangcheng. Upon arriving at Yucha, Yilin discovered that the rolling shutter was pulled halfway down, and the store was not in operation. This struck him as odd. He had not mentioned that they would be closed today. Curiosity piqued, he bent down to enter and ascertain the situation. Inside, he found a man seated at one of the dining tables, while others were busy cleaning tools. Upon noticing Yilin's arrival, Duan Shubao inquired, "Are you Yilin?" "I am Yilin." "And you are?" "I am Qin Hui's husband, surnamed Duan. I came here today to discuss the contract with you." Perfect timing, as I was just about to speak with Sister Qin about that. "Mr. Duan, last month, Sister Qin only signed a 1-month lease out of concern for my business. Now, we can sign a long-term contract? Correct?" "Yes, I brought the contract with me. Just sign it." With that, Duan Shubao produced 2 prepared contracts and placed them on the table. Yilin glanced at the contents of the contract and was infuriated. The contract stipulated that the rent would be half of the store's monthly revenue. In other words, signing this contract meant that the store would have to surrender half of its revenue each month. And it was revenue, not profit. After covering costs and paying wages, he would still have to give away half of the revenue without considering expenses. This was tantamount to robbery. Yilin shot a dark look at Duan Shubao. "Are you certain there is no error in this contract?" "There is no error. Just look at how prime this location is, with a steady stream of customers. It is reasonable for me to take half of the revenue. If you feel it's unfair, you have the option not to sign. Is the business thriving because of the location? Then why couldn't your wife manage it before?" Yilin retorted. Hearing this, Qin Hui felt insulted. While she had struggled to sell before, now her sales were flourishing. Moreover, when it came to selling lemon products, she was second to none. Qin Hui believed she had fully mastered the technique and could easily venture out on her own. Having asked so many times, and with Yilin not having any new products to teach her, she was certain he had nothing new to offer. Selling lemon fruit, lemon water, and a few fruit teas was quite profitable. Thus, she no longer felt inclined to treat Yilin kindly. "Why, Yilin, if you can sign, then sign. If not, just leave. When have you ever seen me fail at business?" Upon hearing Qin Hui's words and recalling her incessant inquiries about new products, Yilin seemed to grasp the underlying intentions. Enraged, he exclaimed, "I refuse to sign From the very beginning, you were scheming against me, weren't you? You deliberately signed a 1-month contract to raise the price later and stayed in the store to learn the techniques. How shameless. No wonder you are a scholar. You are quite astute." Qin Hui chuckled as she observed Yilin's anger. "You, young man, who dare venture into the complexities of society without understanding its perils, should return and focus on your studies. What business do you have here when you haven't even matured?" Duan Shubao joined in with insults. Yilin scoffed coldly. Luckily, he had not mentioned opening a branch to Qin Hui. Otherwise, he would have been unaware of her true nature. He had not anticipated that Qin Hui could be so deceitful, being polite and cheerful to him while plotting against him behind his back. Naturally, Yilin would not sign this contract. There were plenty of other shops near the school. As he exited the school gate, he noticed a clothing store adjacent to the school gate that was currently up for transfer, boasting a much larger area than Qin Hui's store. Yilin resolved to handle the matter here and then promptly rent the store across from it. Yilin turned to the 5 girls he had recruited and asked, "Are you coming with me, or staying here?" Upon hearing Yilin's words, Xiling immediately stepped behind him without hesitation. The other 4 girls remained motionless, having spent time with Qin Hui and been somewhat brainwashed by her. Given that Yilin had just lost his store, they worried that following him might cost them their jobs. Observing this, Qin Hui felt a sense of triumph. Yilin did not try to persuade them. He had previously told them that if they worked with him, they would eventually become store managers. Now that this promise was about to be fulfilled, if they chose to stay with Qin Hui, so be it. After all, he did not lack workers. They would regret their decision eventually. "How much do these pieces of equipment cost you?" "I will pay in full to take them away." Yilin had previously given Qin Hui 2,000 for the equipment, and he certainly would not leave it behind. However, Qin Hui was unwilling to let Yilin take the equipment that generated income. Restocking would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Earning over 1,000 a day, How much would it cost to procure everything? She promptly handed Yilin 3,000 as a refund. I will not sell you this equipment. This is the deposit and your rental deposit. Yilin said nothing further, accepting the money and then settling the wages for Qin Hui and the 4 girls. After deleting all the data from the computer, he took down the business license and 2 health certificates before calling Xiling to leave. Once outside, Yilin went straight to rent the store next door. Having learned from this experience, Yilin signed a 1-year lease with the owner. Seeing that the others had just received their wages, Xiling hesitantly asked, "Boss, they all got paid, but I didn't." Yilin smiled. "They received their wages because they quit. You are still with me, right? Don't worry. I'll pay you on time at the end of this month." "All right, boss, but now that we've lost the store, I'm not sure what to do. Don't worry, there is plenty for you to do. Remember the promise I made before? You'll soon be a store manager, huh?" Xiling was taken aback. "What's going on?" Yilin explained. Yuchop Beverage Company Limited will be opening 5 branches in Jiangsheng, making a total of 6 stores including the one in Qingyuan County. I will need 6 store managers to oversee the stores. I had originally planned for each of you 6 to manage 1 store, but unfortunately, they no longer have that opportunity. Upon hearing this, Xiling felt fortunate for choosing to work with Yilin. Although Qin Hui had filled her head with a lot of negativity, even promising a 200 raise in salary, Xiling chose Yilin, perhaps driven by her admiration for him. Learning that he was opening 5 more stores only intensified her admiration. Yilin continued. "Once you become a store manager, your base salary will be 3,000 plus commission, and the company will provide you with 5 insurances and 1 fund. Over the next few days, I will be hiring a few more people in the county, and your job will be to teach them how to make lemon products. Additionally, here is my new recipe for baked milk. You can use it to create your own blend. Here is also 1,000 for purchasing raw materials for training the new employees and preparing new milk tea." Yilin handed a note and 1,000 to Xiling, who he trusted implicitly. Xiling was overjoyed and filled with determination. "Boss, I will work hard and live up to your expectations. Work diligently in the county these days. When the weekend comes, I will take you to Jiangxing to train the new employees. You can choose where you want to be a store manager when the stores open." "Thank you, boss. I will go buy the raw materials right away. Go ahead and busy yourself." After Xiling left the newly rented store, Yilin also departed, needing to find Huang Bai. Chapter 72. Seeking Huang Bai's help before the evening self-study session began, Yilin arrived at the classroom. Lan Youyou was not present, as she had been spending most of her evenings at the hospital with her mother this week. At this moment, Huang Bai was sitting at the same table as Gao Mingming, struggling with his studies. After several attempts to teach him, Gao Mingming was exasperated and felt like hitting him. "Fatty, are you a pig? I've told you this type of question is just a variation of the same problem. If you still can't grasp it after I explain it one more time, I'm done helping you." After the scolding, Gao Mingming carefully walked Huang Bai through each step. "Got it?" Huang Bai answered somewhat hesitantly. "I think I have." "Then rewrite this question for me." Huang Bai confidently completed the question, only to realize that his answer differed from Gao Mingming's. She smacked her forehead in frustration. "You fool. Let us go through it again." Yilin observed the two for a while, and was surprised to find that while Gao Mingming appeared fierce, she had a heart of gold. She had just threatened to stop helping him. Yet when Huang Bai made a mistake, she continued to teach him. Yilin approached and glanced at the questions Gao Mingming was asking. They were quite challenging, so he said, "Mingming, these questions are too difficult for him. You should start with the basics. His foundation is weak, and even if you teach him this time, he will forget it later." Huang Bai wholeheartedly agreed with Yilin's assessment. "Mingming, Lin Gu is right. I really can't solve these types of questions." Although Huang Bai had remained silent, Gao Mingming would have followed Yilin's suggestion. However, upon hearing Huang Bai make excuses, she snapped, "So you're just not going to try? Do you think the examiners will stop giving questions just because you can't solve them? You lazy pig. The college entrance examination is just days away, and you're still daydreaming? You might as well skip applying to college altogether. I'm done helping you." After saying that, Gao Mingming returned to her seat. Confused, Huang Bai wondered why she was so upset. "Lin Gu, why is Gao Mingming more worried about my college entrance exam than my parents? I'm speechless. I really can't solve it. Fatty, you're living in bliss and unaware of it. It's rare for Mingming to dedicate her time to help you. She genuinely cares about your future. And yet you don't take it seriously," Yilin replied cheerfully. "But I really am trying." Huang Bai insisted that he was indeed focusing on his studies. "Are you really? When you're alone? Do you study? Do you memorize anything? Have you heard of the stories of borrowing light through the wall or hanging oneself by the beam? Your foundation is already weak. If you want to be serious, you should devote all your time to studying, except for eating and sleeping. Fatty, you're 1 foot in the door of happiness. As long as you work hard, you'll surely catch up to your ideal partner. Upon hearing this, Huang Bai turned to look at Chen Sini, who was sitting in front of him at tea that moment. Chen Sini had also turned to look back, having been disturbed by the noise behind her. Their eyes met, and Huang Bai's heart raced, his mind spiraling into fantasies. She's looking at me. She's noticing my effort. She must have developed feelings for me. I need to study hard. I need to strive for success. Huang Bai wore a foolish smile, feeling a surge of motivation to study. Observing this, Yilin shook his head and playfully slapped the back of his head. Lin Gu, why did you hit me? Nothing. I just thought you were grinning like a fool. Lin Gu, what is it you need from me? Huang Bai inquired. Wai Lin explained the situation with Yucha. After hearing this, Huang Bai pounded the table in anger. Shameless. Classmates, come look at this. Chen Sini, unable to endure any longer, snapped. Huang Bai, what's wrong with you? You're being so loud. Are you going to let anyone study? Being scolded by his crush, Huang Bai quickly apologized. Sini, I'm sorry. I got a bit carried away. Gao Mingming, witnessing his submissive tone, was filled with rage. She marched up to Huang Bai and punched him twice. You fatso, if you say another word, I'll tear you apart. Feeling relieved after venting her frustration, Gao Mingming returned to her seat, fearful that she might strike him again. Huang Bai quietly asked, Lin Gu, that old woman Qin Hui is too shameless. We can't let her get away with this. That is for sure. Don't worry. I have it all under control. I need you to help me with something. Lin Gu, just tell me. We're brothers, so what is there to hesitate about? You're quite loyal. Fatty. Over the next few days, Qin Hui will surely open for business selling fruit tea. Take your dad's camera and help me capture several photos of the store, both inside and out, especially of the product labels. Just be careful not to get caught. She knows you, or you might get beaten up if you gather this evidence. It'll be enough for her to regret it. Lin Gu, don't worry. Since she knows me, can I ask Mingming to help? That's up to you. Also, there's one more thing. What is it? I just rented the clothing store next to the school, and it needs some renovation. Wang Bai pondered for a moment before replying. Lin Gu, I'm not sure about that. I'll ask my dad tonight. That is fine, but don't mention that the store is mine. Huh? Can I say? Huang Bai asked, surprised. Not particularly. I just prefer my dad not to know about it. I'm sorry, Lin Gu. I mentioned to my parents a while ago that Yucha was yours. Upon hearing this, Yilin was not upset. Say what you want. It's all right. Since your dad knows, if he can help with the renovation, have him contact me directly. You can count on me, Lin Gu. Even if my dad doesn't do such small jobs, he should know many renovation contractors. Once evening self-study concluded, Yilin bought some items and headed to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, he navigated to Chung Tao's ward with ease. Xiao Lin, didn't your uncle say not to buy things when you come over? Chung Tao remarked. Over the past few days of daily visits, Lan Fugui's address for Yilin had become increasingly affectionate. Yilin smiled. I was worried you hadn't eaten, so I brought some food. He placed the items on the table, which was almost overflowing. The three of them were eating at a pace much slower than Yilin's delivery. Xiao Lin, please don't bring so much next time. We can't finish it all, and it would be a shame if it goes to waste, Chung Tao said, her complexion noticeably improved. Understood, Auntie. Yilin replied as usual, deciding that he would continue to bring what was necessary. After some warm exchanges, Yilin left the hospital with Lan Youyou and returned to school. This had become the routine. Lan Youyou attended classes during the day and came to the hospital in the evening to accompany her mother, while Yilin picked her up after his evening self-study sessions. Watching the two leave the hospital, Chung Tao remarked to Lan Fugui, do you really think Youyou and Yilin are just friends? What else could they be? Lan Fugui chuckled at I worry that. Chung Tao felt as if the cabbage she had raised was about to be taken away by someone else. There's no need to worry. Xiao Lin is a good person. If he truly wishes to call you mom, you will all have plenty to be happy about. I did not mean that. I believe that Youyou is still quite young and does not understand much. She is currently focused on her studies. Perhaps you could speak to Yelin. If he genuinely holds feelings for Youyou, he should express them in a few years. We need not worry about the matters of children. Many girls in the village of Youyou's age have already become mothers. Youyou is still naive, but can't you see that your daughter enjoys spending time with Yelin? Chung Tao also thinks that Yelin does not do anything inappropriate towards Youyou. Rather, he looks after her like an older brother. Chapter 73. The Crab and Meat Pot Project. Huang Bai returned home and immediately informed his father about Yelin's renovation plans. Huang Jinlong expressed his confusion, asking if there isn't already a shop at the entrance of Yelin's school. How could there be two shops in the same location? Huang Bai explained the situation in detail. After listening, Huang Jinlong was impressed, realizing that there are indeed shameless individuals in the world. The next day at noon, Huang Jinlong invited Yelin out for a meal in a private room at the Qingyuan Grand Hotel. Huang Jinlong ordered a lavish spread. After class, Yelin, accompanied by Gao Mingming and Lan Youyou, headed straight to the hotel. Upon seeing Yelin arrive, Huang Jinlong quickly stood up with a beaming smile and said, "You must be Yelin, young man. You are quite handsome, comparable to what I was in my youth. I am Yelin," he replied, shaking hands with him. Yelin had met Huang Jinlong before, but this was their first real interaction. Hearing her husband's shameless words, Wu Yanli remarked with disdain, "How can you compare yourself to him? In your youth, you resembled a pig, and it was merely my poor eyesight that led me to marry you. Marrying me was a stroke of luck you earned through 8 lifetimes." Huang Jinlong retorted, then turned his attention to the 2 female classmates, asking Huang Bai, "Son, who are these young ladies?" Huang Bai introduced, "Dad, they are my classmates. This is Gao Mingming, and this is Lan Youyou." "Gao Mingming? The daughter of Gao Shengqiang." Huang Jinlong's smile grew even brighter. "Mingming, are you the daughter of Director Gao Shengqiang?" Gao Mingming replied gently, "Uncle Huang, yes. Do you know my father?" "Of course. I just recently secured a construction project for your father's factory. Feel free to come over to our house and play with Bai whenever you have time." "Do you know where we live?" Huang Jinlong was more amiable towards Gao Mingming than he was towards his own son. Gao Mingming had never been to Huang Bai's house and honestly replied, "I don't know. Here is the location of my uncle's house. Do come by when you can. Just let me know in advance and my aunt will prepare a meal for you. Her cooking is superb. She won me over with her culinary skills in the first place." Huang Jinlong handed Gao Mingming a business card. Hearing her past mentioned, Wu Yanli angrily interjected, "Why bring that up in front of the children? They are students, and we should be discussing their studies." Yes, let us not dwell on that. Let us sit and eat. You must be hungry after attending classes all morning." With Huang Jinlong's words, everyone took their seats. "Speaking of studies, Xiao Lin, Mingming, Youyou, I raise my glass to you." Huang Jinlong lifted his glass and drank. Yelin and the others were bewildered. Why was an elder toasting them? After drinking, Huang Jinlong explained, "I am grateful to you for helping my son with his studies. You are benefactors to me, Huang Jinlong. This boy has never been fond of studying, but he has changed significantly. He has not only lost a considerable amount of weight, but also has begun to take his studies seriously." "Uncle Huang, we are classmates." "It is only natural," Yelin replied courteously. Wu Yanli added with satisfaction, "Xiao Lin, you cannot imagine the hopes we parents have for our children to succeed. Last night, I saw Bai studying late into the night, and I couldn't be more pleased. You must continue to support him." "Yes, my son is not particularly bright. You must teach him diligently. If he encounters any difficulties, he can always turn to me for help, rest assured. I will assist him without hesitation." Hearing his father's words, Huang Bai protested, "Dad, am I still your son? Why do you speak of me this way? I have some dignity. Dude, is it wrong for me to scold you for not studying properly?" Wu Yanli shot back. Gao Mingming, astonished, asked, "Fat Huang Bai, you studied until midnight last night?" "Yes, Mingming, my foundation is weak, so I must work harder." Huang Bai was not being pretentious. After Yelin's words yesterday, he had indeed decided to make an effort. "Are you out of your mind? Staying up late and then dozing off in class the next day? Can't you manage your time better? You should study when it's time to study and rest when it's time to rest." Although Gao Mingming was pleased that Huang Bai had developed a desire to study, she was reluctant about his current approach. If he slept in class and studied late at night, not only would he learn nothing, but his grades would also decline, and it would be detrimental to his health. Gao Mingming's words were met with agreement from Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli, who berated Huang Bai once more, insisting he heed Gao Mingming's advice and warning him that if he did not, she would discipline him as she saw fit. With such authority, Gao Mingming smiled mischievously at Huang Bai, making him shiver at the thought of her hidden intentions. After finishing their meal and expressing gratitude, Huang Jinlong turned to the main topic, saying, "Xiao Lin, I heard about your shop from Bai. Would you like me to help you reclaim it? We wouldn't want them to think you are easy to bully, taking advantage of a junior. Such people are shameless." "Thank you, Uncle Huang, but I can handle this myself. You mentioned yesterday you could help me with the renovation. Let us discuss the costs over this meal." "How will we calculate the expenses?" Yellen inquired. The reason for approaching Huang Jinlong was that Yellen knew nothing about renovations. If he were to find someone himself, he might end up being taken advantage of. By having Huang Bai discuss the renovation, he was assured of not being scammed. After all, if Huang Jinlong were to cheat him, how would Huang Bai face his father in the future? Huang Jinlong smiled and said, "You only need to cover the material costs. I will take care of the rest. That won't do. I can pay for it myself. It's just a small sum, and you've helped Bai so much. Consider this a token of gratitude from your uncle. Do not decline. If you refuse, I will find someone else to renovate it," Huang Jinlong firmly stated. Seeing this, Yellen stopped insisting. Recognizing Huang Jinlong's genuine desire to assist him, Yellen decided to share the meat crab pot project with him. If they could secure an investment to open a store, it would greatly advance his career. After hearing this, Huang Jinlong hesitated for a moment. Thinking back to his son's missed opportunity with Yucha, he decided to take a gamble and agreed to invest in Yellen, starting with a trial in Jiangsheng. Although he was dining with juniors, Huang Jinlong was in high spirits, drinking to the point of inebriation. Yellen and the others, being students, naturally refrained from alcohol, opting instead for soft drinks in the afternoon. After school, Yellen accompanied Lan Youyou to the hospital. On his way back, he was stopped by Gao Shengqiang. Gao Mingming had informed her father about Yellen and Huang Jinlong's meat crab pot venture, prompting Gao Shengqiang to leave immediately. How could he miss out on such an opportunity? Upon learning that Gao Shengqiang wanted to participate in the meat crab pot investment, Yellen contacted Huang Jinlong. However, at that moment, Huang Jinlong was deep in slumber, making it impossible to discuss matters. Fortunately, Wu Yanli answered the phone. Upon hearing that Gao Shengqiang wished to get involved, she did not dare express any objections and simply stated that they should proceed as they saw fit. The final arrangement was for Yellen to hold 60 of the shares, while Huang Jinlong's original 40 would be split into 2 portions. The initial capital would be covered equally by Huang Jinlong and Gao Shengqiang, each contributing 500,000 to be reimbursed once the store turned a profit. During evening study hours, Yellen was dismayed to see Zhou Zhengqi coming to find him again. This fellow had been pursuing him for half a month without relent. Chapter 74. The High School Basketball Cup. "Yellen, a teacher is looking for you," a classmate shouted from the doorway. With no choice, Yellen stepped outside the classroom. "Teacher Zhou, I really don't want to be a basketball player. I am capable of getting into college." Zhou Zhengqi felt a bit awkward. Before he could speak, he was already rejected. Students usually begged him to let them join the basketball team, yet here he was, repeatedly turned down by a student. It was as if he were Liu Bei seeking Zhuge Liang, only to find it exceedingly difficult. However, the primary purpose of Zhou Zhengqi's visit was not to persuade him to become a basketball player. If you do not wish to be a basketball player, then so be it. However, I have come to invite you to join the school team for the upcoming High School Cup basketball competition in early November. This competition is of great significance as it could determine the future of aspiring basketball players. Many college scouts will be attending, and if you perform well, you might just get selected. Zhou Zhengqi continued, his excitement palpable. Last year, a teacher from Kyoto Sports Academy came, but unfortunately, the students did not perform well and were not selected. I suspect they will return this year. If you agree to join the team and compete for the school, I will ensure you get a chance to play. Zhou Zhengqi was thrilled. For sports students, being accepted into Kyoto Sports Academy was akin to gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Just then, Qin Tianju overheard and indignantly remarked, "Teacher Zhou, how is that fair? Isn't there a selection process? Shouldn't those who are outstanding have the right to represent the school?" Zhou Zhengqi retorted without hesitation. "Is Yellen not outstanding? If your skills were half as good as Yellen's, I could offer you the same opportunity. If not, step aside." Qin Tianju wanted to argue but found himself at a loss for words. He acknowledged that Yellen was indeed superior but still felt it was unfair. Zhou Zhengqi ignored Qin Tianju and turned back to Yellen, saying, "Yellen, you see how eager everyone is to join. You understand how rare this opportunity is, right?" If it weren't for seeing Qin Tianju's face turn red with frustration, Yellen would have suspected that they were merely acting for his benefit. Yellen did not exhibit the excitement that Zhou Zhengqi had anticipated. Calmly responding, "Teacher Zhou, isn't this just asking me to be a basketball player?" "Not quite. I'm not asking you to be a basketball player. I'm inviting you to temporarily join the team to bring honor to the school and earn personal accolades. After the match, you can leave the team whenever you wish." Zhou Zhengqi was determined to have Yellen participate in this match. As the basketball coach, he understood Yellen's remarkable skills. He could not compete with Yellen in a one-on-one. With such talent, it would be a waste for Yellen to focus solely on academics. If nurtured properly, he could undoubtedly become a basketball star. Once selected in this high school cup, he could easily bypass the college entrance exams. Given Yellen's current grades, which were among the lowest in the school, how could he still hope to attend university? Thank you for your kind intentions, Teacher Zhou, but I'm not interested and don't wish to waste my time on such matters. Please reserve this opportunity and spot for them instead. After saying this, Yellen turned and headed back to class. Wait, 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 Zhou Jingqi called after him. Hearing this, Yellen paused and turned back, asking, Teacher Zhou, is there something else? Zhou Jingqi approached Yellen and whispered, Ling Feishue is a member of the school cheerleading squad. She will be there to cheer and dance at the high school cup. Are you sure you don't want to go? I'm not going, Yellen replied, returning to his seat. Zhou Jingqi found it peculiar. Wasn't it said that this guy had feelings for Ling Feishue? Did he not become speechless upon seeing her? With such an excellent opportunity to showcase himself in front of Ling Feishue, he actually declined? Qin Tianju, who had been lingering nearby, could not help but laugh at the unfolding situation. What are you laughing at? Zhou Jingqi, frustrated by Yellen's rejection, saw Qin Tianju's laughter as an outlet for his irritation. Teacher, didn't you know that Yellen no longer likes Ling Feishue? Qin Tianju explained, fearing a reprimand. How would I know? Zhou Jingqi replied. Annoyed, he thought to himself that no wonder Yellen had shown no reaction upon hearing about Ling Feishue being on the cheerleading squad. He had misjudged the situation. Teacher, it seems that only you are unaware that Yellen has moved on from Ling Feishue. If you grant him a chance to play in the high school cup, I might have a suggestion for you to ensure Yellen joins the team in a bid to secure a chance to perform on the court. Qin Tianju sought to negotiate a deal with Zhou Jingqi. His bargaining chip was his knowledge of how to persuade Yellen to participate. Qin Tianju, are you negotiating with me? You have 10 seconds to decide whether to speak or not. 10, 9, 8.2. Qin Tianju was speechless. This was too much. Stop, stop, stop. Teacher, I will speak. Hurry up. If you had said that Lan Youyou was going to be on the cheerleading squad, Yellen would have undoubtedly agreed to participate in the match. Who is Lan Youyou? Why is that? Zhou Jingqi queried, puzzled. You don't even know who Lan Youyou is. If I knew, why would I ask you? Lan Youyou is the new student who transferred to our class last month. And Yellen's deskmate. She ranked first in the school during last month's monthly exam. Yellen and Lan Youyou are inseparable. Whatever Lan Youyou says, Yellen follows without hesitation. If you had mentioned that Lan Youyou was going to be on the cheerleading squad, do you think Yellen would refuse to join the competition? Are you sure this tactic will work? Zhou Jingqi was somewhat skeptical. I can't guarantee it 100, but based on my observations over the past half-month, if Lan Youyou participates, Yellen will likely agree to join. All right, I'll trust you this once. If you deceive me, you'll regret it during training. After saying this, Zhou Jingqi left. He went to the Chinese literature office to discuss matters with Lan Youyou. Teacher Lang, are you busy? Zhou Jingqi inquired. Not particularly. Is there something you need, Teacher Zhou? Lan Youyou replied, As you know, the high school cup basketball competition in Jiangxing is approaching. Many college teachers will be observing, and I believe teachers from Kyoto Sports Academy will be present. I noticed that Yellen performed quite well during the sports event, so I want him to join the school basketball team for the competition to bring honor to the school. If he performs well, he will certainly be selected by college teachers. Given Yellen's poor grades, this is his only chance to get into college, Zhou Jingqi explained excitedly. Teacher Zhou, are all sports teachers oblivious to academic performance? Lan Youyou asked, surprised, realizing that these sports teachers seemed unaware of the students' grades. What do you mean? Zhou Jingqi was confused by her reaction. As for her remark about being oblivious, it was not that they wanted to be. The opportunity simply did not arise. Usually, when it was time for physical education classes, the senior year teachers would claim that the physical education teachers were ill and would take over the classes. Without seeing the students, how could they have the chance to understand their academic performance? Lan Youyou clarified, Teacher Zhou, Yellen's grades are not poor. He scored 520 in the last monthly exam. You cannot say that a student who can score over 500 has poor performance. Zhou Jingqi was taken aback. Yellen scored 520 in the monthly exam? Teacher Lang, you must be joking. I have no time for jokes. If you don't believe me, check the scores yourself. Therefore, for Yellen, participating in basketball is not his only opportunity to attend college. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingqi began to understand why he had been unable to persuade Yellen. Nevertheless, he was determined to ensure Yellen participated in the upcoming basketball match. Chapter 75. I only went for her. Teacher Lang, even if Yellen's grades have improved and he can get into college, Does that mean he can enter Tsinghua or Peking University? Can he gain admission to Kyoto University? However, in sports, it is different. He has an exceptional talent, and if he pursues sports, he has a significant chance of entering Kyoto Sports Academy. This is akin to Tsinghua or Peking University in the eyes of sports students. After listening, Lan Youyou found some validity in his reasoning. While Yelin might only gain admission to an ordinary university through academics, he could potentially secure a spot at Kyoto Sports Academy through sports. She was aware that Kyoto Sports Academy was a prestigious institution for athletics, producing many Olympic gold medalists. Teacher Zhou, are you seeking my assistance in persuading Yelin to participate in this competition? Zhou Jingqi waved his hand in response. I have been searching for Yilin for half a month. He has no desire to pursue a career in basketball. Even if you, Teacher Lung, were to speak with him, he would surely realize that you were sent by me to persuade him, which would only intensify his resistance. So why have you sought me out? Are you not merely to act as a lobbyist? Lung Yanqiu is equally unaware of Zhou Jingqi's intentions. Teacher Lung, I heard that a female student named Lan Youyou in your class is inseparable from Yilin every day. They are not conjoined twins. It is improbable for them to be so closely attached. However, their relationship is indeed quite good. That's acceptable. Teacher Lung, could you perhaps allow this Lan Youyou to join the school cheerleading team to cheer for the students participating in the high school cup basketball competition? With a smile, Lung Yanqiu replied, Zhou Laoshi, you may not be aware, but Lan Youyou is quite shy and would struggle with something like cheerleading. Zhou Jingqi stated seriously, Teacher Lung, if Yilin participates in the competition, he may have a chance to enter the Kyoto Sports Academy. If he succeeds in getting into Kyoto Sports Academy, he could potentially become a basketball star in our country. His rise to stardom would surely bring fame to our school. And he is your student, Teacher Lung. Perhaps he will become your pride in the future. Some students in your class mentioned that as long as Lan Youyou joins the cheerleading team for the high school cup basketball competition, then Yilin will definitely participate. Yilin is truly exceptionally talented in basketball, a rare gem that cannot be squandered. This is why I specifically sought your assistance, Teacher Lung. Upon hearing Zhou Jingqi's earnestness, Lung Yanqiu was taken aback. This situation presented a growth opportunity for both students. Teacher Zhou, I will give it a try, but I cannot guarantee success, as long as you are willing to try. Zhou Jingqi replied, and then he shared his thoughts with Lung Yanqiu. The next day, Friday. Early in the morning, Yilin was summoned to the office by Lung Yanqiu, while Lan Youyou was called to another office. Zhou Jingqi had initially expected Lan Youyou to be a stunning individual capable of persuading Yilin to abandon Ling Feishue. Upon their meeting, he felt disappointed. She was not as beautiful as he had envisioned. In fact, she could hardly be described as beautiful, just an ordinary girl. Given her appearance, it seemed unreasonable to recruit her for the cheerleading team, and Zhou Jingqi felt somewhat embarrassed. However, for Yilin's sake, a little ugliness could be overlooked. Perhaps a bit of makeup could suffice. As for whether the dance teacher would agree to accept her, that was certainly not an issue, for the dance teacher was Zhou Jingqi's wife. Zhou Jingqi confirmed, Classmate, your name is Lan Youyou, correct? Lan Youyou nodded. I am Zhou Jingqi, the school's physical education teacher, specializing in basketball. I am here to invite you to join the school's cheerleading team to cheer for the students participating in the high school cup basketball competition. Would you be willing to join? Lan Youyou shook her head. Not willing? Zhou Jingqi pressed on. Yilin is participating in this high school cup basketball competition, and I heard you two are good friends. Would you not want to cheer for him? Lan Youyou hesitated after hearing this. Seizing the moment, Zhou Jingqi added, the competition will be held at the Jiangqing Sports Center, and only participating athletes and cheerleaders will be allowed inside. Other athletes will have their friends cheering for them, but Yilin will be all alone. If you do not go, I fear no one will cheer for him, no one will bring him water, and no one will help him wipe off his sweat. That would be quite pitiful. Zhou Jingqi portrayed Yilin's situation as rather forlorn. Lan Youyou began to imagine Yilin standing there all alone, and her heart ached. Teacher, if Yilin is going, then I will go as well. Excellent, excellent. I will take you to report to the dance teacher right away, Zhou Jingqi exclaimed joyfully, now turning his attention to Lung Yanqiu. Meanwhile, Lung Yanqiu asked Yilin, Teacher Zhou is trying to recruit you to participate in the basketball competition for the school's glory. Why are you not interested? Teacher, Zhou Laoshi has been trying every means to make me join the basketball team. He has been pestering me for half a month, but I really have no interest in playing basketball. Yilin replied helplessly, stating that he would only play if Lan Youyou also participated. But is that even possible? Did Teacher Zhou not mention that Lan Youyou would be joining? Upon hearing this, Yilin inquired, Lan Youyou is going. What for? She is joining the cheerleading team to cheer for you at the high school cup basketball competition. Lan Youyou explained. That is impossible, teacher. You must be joking. Lin could hardly believe it. Lan Youyou would never fail to inform him of such a thing. What would I gain from lying to you? Just moments ago, Teacher Zhou approached her, and upon learning that you would be competing, she immediately agreed to join the cheerleading team. Lin cursed under his breath that Zhou Jingqi is such a schemer. Lan Youyou, perplexed, asked, What did you just say? It's nothing, teacher. Isn't Zhou Laosher just trying to deceive me? I want to go, and I'll tell you not to go either. Can't you see that Lan Youyou is not suited for this? How can you expect her to jump around in front of so many people? Will she even be able to manage that? Yilin's tone carried a hint of complaint. She can, Yilin. You must believe in her. She was quite outgoing as a child, Lan Youyou countered. Teacher, please don't put her in a difficult position. I will participate in the competition myself. Lan Youyou responded sternly. Yilin, this is not about putting her in a difficult position. It is a test for her, a chance for growth. She cannot rely on others to protect her for a lifetime. She cannot avoid working in the future, for work requires social interaction. There will be times when she must participate in various activities. If she does not grow, how will she face life in the future? If she can persist in this cheerleading role, she will gain confidence and become more outgoing. Your role is to support her, to encourage her, and to help her grow, rather than shielding her from challenges she will inevitably face. She trusts you completely. She is willing to listen to your words. Thus, you have the power to assist her. You should be her lifelong pillar of strength, not a shelter she can hide behind forever. There will come a time when she must set sail, and a harbor cannot protect a ship on its journey. Lin found wisdom in Lan Youyou's words. She indeed needed to grow. He could not be by her side every moment of every day. I understand. Teacher, I will take this opportunity to encourage her more. I will participate in the competition. But please tell Zhou Jingqi that my motivation for joining is not to impress any college professors or to bring glory to the school. It is solely for Lan Youyou's growth. I have a small request. My good friend Huang Bai and Lan Youyou's friend Gao Mingming should also be allowed to join. Yilin included Huang Bai and Gao Mingming because he wanted to ensure that Gao Mingming could protect Lan Youyou, while he was not there. As for bringing Huang Bai along, that was purely to divert attention. Being a male and rather stout, his presence would undoubtedly elicit laughter if he were to dance. With that, it would draw less attention to Gao Mingming and Lan Youyou. Besides, Huang Bai had a thick skin and would not be burdened by any psychological pressure. Lan Youyou hesitated, saying, Gao Mingming can join the cheerleading team without issue, but can a boy like Huang Bai really be part of it? It's fine, just let him join the cheerleading team. Zhou Jingqi will agree. If he doesn't then I want to go. I will provide Huang Bai with some psychological counseling. He will definitely have no objections. During the morning study session, Huang Bai suddenly sneezed a few times. Puzzled as the weather was not particularly cold, a few days passed, and Yilin had completed the tasks he assigned to Huang Bai, thoroughly documenting Yucha inside and out. Upon receiving the photos Huang Bai had developed, Yilin immediately contacted the legal department of Shengqiang Group for assistance in handling this matter. Currently, Shengqiang Group was managing Yilin's company, so his affairs became theirs. They were quite proactive in addressing the situation. However, because Yilin had not signed a contract with Qin Hui at the time, and there was no confidentiality agreement, the formula was not a matter of confidentiality. This meant that Qin Hui using Yilin's products to create fruit drinks did not constitute infringement. The only recourse was to sue her for trademark infringement. Based on the advice from Shengqiang Group, Yilin decided to hold off on suing Qin Hui for now and to revisit the issue in a few days. As long as she did not change her sign, she would effectively be working for him. Huang Long instructed 2 renovation teams to work day and night to renovate Yilin's shop, which was finally ready for opening on Monday. Xiling had nearly completed training the newly hired employees. However, plans often do not keep pace with changes. The applicants in Jiangxing only went through interviews and signing contracts. Training was not feasible in time. Yilin had not anticipated that Huang Long's renovation speed would be so swift. Through this renovation, Yilin finally grasped a principle. The progress of a project depends on the speed of payment from the client. The new store in Qingyuan opened, but Xiling could not spare time to train new employees in Jiangxing. Consequently, Yilin had to postpone this matter until the new store was stable. 18 noon. With the sound of firecrackers, Yucha's Qingyuan store opened. Qin Hui wore a disdainful expression. Although this store was established by Yilin, she had always managed it herself, believing that customers would still prefer her shop, as expected. Many people noticed the newly opened milk tea shop outside the school. also named Yucha, yet no one approached to buy. They curiously inquired with Qin Hui. Qin Hui smugly explained, "The shop across the street has copied us. Did you see that girl at the counter? She learned a bit of our technique and thought she could start her own business." Hearing Qin Hui's words ignited a wave of anger among many. "Sister Qin, they are so shameless." Exactly. Sister Qin, you should sue them." Upon hearing everyone stand up for her, Qin Hui felt quite pleased. There's no need to sue. Even though she has opened a new store, people still prefer coming to buy from me, right? Sister Qin, you are truly magnanimous. Indeed, Sister Qin clearly has a mind for big business. If it were me, I would have sued her into bankruptcy. Such shameless people deserve it. After supporting Qin Hui, they proceeded to the new Yucha store to criticize, as Yi Lin had instructed. Xiling ignored them and focused on her work. If customers came, she would make drinks, and if not, she would rest. After all, it was the opening of a new store, and there were still some people coming to taste the drinks. Those who sampled the drinks from the new store were astonished to discover that both Yucha shops had identical flavors, and the new store offered more products, including a newly launched baked milk series that was rich and aromatic, leaving a lasting impression in the afternoon, before classes began. The news about the two Yucha stores spread throughout the school, sparking lively discussions among the students. Most of the chatter involved denouncing the new store for its shamelessness. In Class 1, the conversation was equally animated. Many students had already developed the habit of purchasing a cup of fruit tea before entering school, making them naturally interested in this gossip. Wang Xiaoqing exclaimed angrily, "If it weren't for Sister Qin's good temper, I would have taken that little scoundrel down." He Xiaowei added, "I thought so too. The lemon fruit tea they bought for me from the new store tasted exactly like Yucha. Now it makes sense." Chun Sini expressed her surprise. "None of you have tried the baked milk from the new store?" The classmates all shook their heads. Seeing this, Chun Sini continued, "The flavor of this baked milk is incredibly delicious. Better than any I've ever had before. Is that true? Sini, is it really that good?" The rich aroma of the baked milk wafted through the air, tempting many girls. Just then, Gao Mingming entered the classroom, accompanied by 3 girls dressed in matching outfits, each with Yucha emblazoned on their attire. They each carried several cups of milk tea, including Gao Mingming herself. "Classmates, the milk tea is here. We are leaving." They placed the milk tea on the podium and departed. All the students looked on with curiosity. Gao Mingming stood on the podium and announced in her robust voice, "Classmates, today I am treating you to the new milk tea from Yucha. 1 cup each, no extras." As Gao Mingming finished speaking, the entire class erupted in cheers. Huang Bai, following the script, shouted loudly, "Gao Mingming, why are you suddenly so kind? I can't stand the shamelessness of certain individuals. I want to support the genuine product." Hearing this, many students were intrigued. "Mingming, what are you talking about?" Wang Xiaoqing asked in confusion. "Did you all notice that new milk tea shop that just opened when you entered school?" Several students nodded, adopting a look of curiosity. They were more willing to trust Gao Mingming's words, considering her wealth and connections, making her privy to more secrets. "Let me tell you, that new store is the real Yucha. Qin Hui's shop is the fake one." The class was taken aback, both shocked and puzzled. Qin Tianju questioned, "Gao Mingming, are you out of your mind? How could Sister Qin's store be a fake?" As a loyal fan of Yucha, Qin Tianju was supportive of Qin Hui, having purchased from her shop countless times. "The product is genuine, but the shop is fake. The newly opened store is the real Yucha." Qin Tianju chuckled, "This new store has just popped up, whereas Sister Qin has been selling milk tea outside our school for many years. It's obvious who is the genuine article and who is the imitation." "Gao Mingming, you must be a plant from the new store." Gao Mingming, filled with rage, glared at Qin Tianju and retorted, "Yucha is opened by my friend. Am I not aware of that? Qin Hui has been running her milk tea shop for so long without success. She was on the brink of closing last month. How could she suddenly become so popular? It's not because of her. It's because my friend rented her shop and hired her to work, but she pulled a fast one on him." Gao Mingming then recounted the entire story to the class. Upon hearing it, the entire class was astonished. It was simply outrageous. Yet Qin Hui always seemed so amiable. She didn't appear to be that kind of person. Qin Tianju remained skeptical and continued to question, "Gao Mingming, if your friend opened it, what is his name? If you can't name him, you must be a plant." Gao Mingming wanted to respond but recalled Yi Lin's advice not to disclose the details of his business. She remained silent. Qin Tianju, triumphant, said, "You can't name him, right? You are clearly a plant. I knew Sister Qin couldn't possibly do such a thing." Gao Mingming was left speechless with frustration, her nostrils flaring in anger. At that moment, Huang Bai stepped in to scold. Qin Tianju, are you serious? Do you need an explanation? Just check the business license, and you'll see clearly which one is you. You're the one who SA plant for that disgusting woman Qin Hui. The students found Huang Bai's argument convincing and decided to check the business license, putting an end to the dispute while eagerly anticipating the chance to investigate. The bell rang, signaling the start of the afternoon study session. Gao Mingming stepped down from the podium and, passing by Qin Tianju's desk, snatched the milk tea off his table. Gao Mingming, what are you doing? Qin Tianju asked in confusion. You don't deserve to drink the milk tea I bought, she declared, tossing it directly into the trash bin. Qin Tianju felt embarrassed, and at the same time, he was somewhat angry. However, he had to admit that the baked milk he had sipped earlier was simply divine. He regretted not finishing it before Gao Mingming intervened. He had only taken a small sip before it was discarded, and it felt like such a waste. Huang Bai caught up with Gao Mingming and whispered, Mingming, how did I do with my act just now? Gao Mingming, still fuming, playfully hit Huang Bai a few times. Mingming, ow, ow, ow. Why are you hitting me? She said, I was just venting my frustration because Qin Tianju made me angry. I needed to hit someone to let off steam. Do you have any objections? Huang Bai dared not voice any complaints. No. Mingming, you should go back to your seat now. Gao Mingming glanced at Yan Haoqing nearby and kicked the side of his chair. Yan Haoqing looked over in confusion. Yan Haoqing, go sit in my seat for a while. Yan Haoqing, not wanting to provoke Gao Mingming, complied without protest. Meanwhile, the classroom was filled with the sound of students reading, masking Huang Bai's cries of pain. Chapter 77. The court summons, the shop is sealed after the new store opened. Yi Lin decided to take a half-day leave. Lan Youyou also took a half-day leave. As Yi Lin was absent from the classroom and she had no desire to remain there, thus she went to the hospital to accompany her mother. During class time, the shop was not particularly busy, and upon catching a whiff of the fragrant milk, Qin Hui stepped out of the shop, crossed the road, and headed straight to Yi Lin's establishment. She glanced at the menu, discovering 2 series, the fruit tea series and the baked milk series. She ordered a cup of baked milk. Hearing a familiar voice, Ziling looked over and was surprised to see Qin Hui. Unsure of how to proceed, she pondered whether to prepare the drink or not. The other newly hired employees had heard about the shop's situation from Ziling and were now watching Qin Hui with trepidation. Boss, unable to make a decision, Ziling called out to the storeroom. Hearing this, Yi Lin emerged and inquired, What's the matter? Ziling pointed towards Qin Hui. Little boss, I would like a cup of baked milk. Yi Lin remained calm internally. If you wish to have milk tea, place your order. Here, we require payment before preparation. Upon hearing this, Qin Hui took out 5 yuan. Soon after, an employee, holding various ingredients, quickly prepared a cup of baked milk. Qin Hui scrutinized it for a while but could not discern any tricks. Would you like it packaged or served here? An employee inquired. Served here. Do you need assistance with the straw? Yes, please. The employee deftly extracted the straw with tongs and inserted it without making any contact with their hands. Qin Hui was taken aback. Such a tin of service? Yi Lin, it seems, had indeed been keeping secrets. She had learned something new. After taking a sip, Qin Hui's face lit up with satisfaction. This milk tea was worlds apart from the powdered milk tea she had previously concocted. With a hint of melancholy, she remarked, I asked you so many times before, and you said there were no new products? Yi Lin couldn't help but admire the woman's audacity, wondering how long she could maintain such composure. Indeed, at that time, we hadn't developed anything new, but thankfully so. Otherwise, you would have benefited. Qin Hui was not offended and boastfully replied, Your shop is quite beautifully decorated, but alas, it lacks customers. Just look at my place. It's bustling. Then you should work harder. I fear such opportunities may be scarce. I see you have little opportunity to spare. Do inform me when you're closing down, as I might take over your establishment. I genuinely appreciate your decor. After saying this, Qin Hui ordered 4 more cups of baked milk to take back to her shop. Ziling, feeling quite aggrieved, exclaimed, Boss, she is being unreasonable. It's fine. Just ignore her. With that, Yi Lin returned to the storeroom, where he was engrossed in developing an ice cream recipe. In the afternoon, a throng of students rushed out of school, particularly Qin Tianju, who was the fastest. Seeing a swarm of students heading towards his shop, Qin Hui was elated. When Qin Tianju was the first to enter and noticed the business license hanging above, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Operator, Qin Hui, name, Sister Hui Milk Tea, type, individual business. Subsequently, he dashed across the street to inspect the other license. Operator: Su Xiling. Name: UT Qingyuan Store. Type: individual business. Now, it was evident which shop was legitimate and which was not. The other students shared the same sentiment. Upon viewing the licenses, they cast curious glances at Qin Hui. Unable to sample the baked milk himself, Qin Tianju hastily ordered a cup after seeing Gao Mingming toss away his previous one. Within just half a day, the two shops had undergone a drastic reversal in fortune. Initially, the other students were unaware of the situation, but the classmates from Class 1, fearing others might not know, began to spread the word. Qin Hui had initially thought that the influx of students was a boon for business, yet upon their entrance, they merely scrutinized the business licenses before rushing to the opposite shop. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she promptly removed her business license. The following day, at her husband's suggestion, they forged a business license to display. Operator: Qin Hui. Name: UT. Type: individual business. As news of the situation spread, many curious students came to investigate, only to discover that both establishments bore the name UT. Wasn't it called Sister Hui Milk Tea? How did they become identical? When they saw that Yi Lin's shop had a newly added Qingyuan branch while Qin Hui's shop simply read UT, word for word, students began to perceive Qin Hui as the genuine article, leading to a split in opinions at school. Yi Lin was grateful for Gao Mingming and Huang Bai's assistance in clarifying matters the previous day. He had not instigated their intervention. It was solely Gao Mingming, incensed by the situation, who had chosen to defend him, while Huang Bai had been coerced by her to assist. To show his appreciation, Yi Lin decided to treat them to hot pot after school. Yi Lin had believed that the matter would come to a close, but unexpected developments soon arose. Upon hearing the gossip that Qin Hui's shop was now called UT, Yi Lin was baffled. He immediately contacted the legal department of Shengqiang Group to investigate the matter. Before long, the legal department reported back that there was no record of UT registered under Qin Hui, only Sister Hui Milk Tea. According to Yi Lin's perspective, it was implausible for her to have obtained that license overnight. It would take at least 3 to 5 days. The lack of documentation and the unreasonable timeline led Shengqiang Group to suspect the business license was forged. After hearing this, Yi Lin instructed them to promptly file a lawsuit against Sister Hui Milk Tea for trademark infringement against UT Beverage Co. Ltd. By the following noon. Yi Lin made a call to the Business Administration Bureau, reporting the forgery of a business license. Oblivious to the looming trouble, Qin Hui was still reveling in the recent changes to her business license, pleased with the return of many loyal customers. Believing she had triumphed over Yi Lin, she glanced at the shop across the street, dismissively thinking, what if they have new products? Customers still prefer coming to me. However, before she could gather her thoughts, a postal worker entered her shop. Is there a Ms. Qin Hui here? I am. What would you like to drink? The postal worker produced a letter. Ms. Qin, good day. This is a court delivery that has arrived for you. Please sign for it. Qin Hui was taken aback. A court delivery? Indeed, please sign for it. I refuse to sign. Ms. Qin, if you refuse, the court will consider it delivered. If you miss the court date, it will be detrimental to your case. The postal worker explained, having encountered this scenario many times before. Reluctantly, Qin Hui signed. Just as she finished, a vehicle emblazoned with the insignia of the Market Supervision Administration arrived. It was midday, with many students milling about outside the school. Upon witnessing this commotion, they paused to observe. The Market Supervision Administration personnel entered Qin Hui's shop and inquired, which one of you is Qin Hui? Glancing at the business license with unease, she timidly replied, I am. One of the staff members stated the purpose of their visit. Hello, Ms. Qin. We are from the Market Supervision Administration. This is our identification. We have received reports that you are using a forged business license, and we are here to verify this. Please cooperate with our investigation. These words, Qin Hui nearly collapsed in shock. What was happening? The two staff members removed the license from the wall, immediately recognizing it as counterfeit. Subsequently, the Market Supervision Administration sealed Qin Hui's shop, awaiting further action. Chapter 78. Revenge after drinking. Since the lawsuit was facilitated by Shengqiang Group's legal department, Yi Lin was not required to handle the matter personally. Once the case was concluded, Qin Hui's attempts to defend herself were futile in light of the evidence, ultimately resulting in her being ordered to compensate UT Beverage Company Limited 70,000 yuan. The couple lamented their misfortune, having barely earned a few thousand yuan before facing such hefty penalties. To add insult to injury, Qin Hui was sentenced to 15 days of detention and fined 1,000 yuan for forging the business license. Just after the lawsuit concluded, she was taken away by the police. Duan Shubao returned to Qingyuan County, furious at Yilin for his actions. Alone at home, he drank in frustration, feeling increasingly agitated. He went directly to Yilin's shop to vandalize it. Su Xiling turned pale with fear, while the other girls kept their distance. Why, Yilin? You bastard! Come out here. I'm going to kill you. Duan Shubao yelled as he wreaked havoc. You want me to pay you 70,000 yuan? You must be dreaming. I'm not giving you a damn thing. As his rage escalated, the inside of the shop quickly descended into chaos as Su Xiling prepared to call the police. But Duan Shubao snatched the phone from her and smashed it. Do you dare to report me? I'll make sure you regret it. Go get Yilin for me. Duan Shubao seemed to have lost all sense of reason. Meanwhile, at school, Yilin was feeding Lan Youyou. Little sprout, is it delicious? Yilin, everything you make is tasty. Lan Youyou had grown accustomed to accepting whatever Yilin brought, even eagerly allowing him to feed her. Just then, Huang Bai rushed to the pond. Spotting Yilin and Lan Youyou at the stone table, he finally found him. Lin Gu, there's trouble. Huang Bai gasped, clearly out of breath. Noticing Huang Bai's distress, Yilin immediately asked, what happened? Huang Bai pointed towards the school gate and said, your shop has been vandalized. Yilin was taken aback. What grudge could lead to such an act? Who did it? I don't know. It was chaos inside, filled with smashing and shouting. It was so loud that Ming Ming and I didn't dare approach, so I hurried to find you. Little sprout, I have to take care of something. Eat up while I'm gone. Lan Youyou nodded. You go. Be safe. As he left, Yilin called the police. Soon, he arrived at his shop, now in complete disarray. Upon recognizing the vandal, Yilin questioned, Mr. Duan, what is the meaning of this? Duan Shubao turned around. You little brat, you finally showed up. I certainly would come if you smashed my shop. Duan Shubao expressed his grievances. We just wanted to run a business. We didn't mean to offend you. If you were unhappy, you could have just talked to us and we would have compensated you. But this is too much. You're suing us for 70,000 yuan and now my wife is facing 15 days in jail. We have 2 kids to support, and you are cutting off our livelihood. Yilin couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of his claims of injustice, though he dared not provoke him further, knowing Su Xiling and the others were still trapped inside. Mr. Duan, can we sit down and discuss this? Why resort to vandalism? I'll smash it. You've messed with the wrong person. If I can't get by, you won't be able to operate either. What good does that do you? Duan Shubao laughed maniacally. It does me no good, but it sure brings you trouble. As the sound of sirens approached, Duan Shubao lost control. You little brat, you dare to call the police? Of course. You vandalized my shop, so I have to report it. Call the police, I'm not afraid. I'll take them down with you. With that, Duan Shubao charged at Yilin, who refused to engage with someone so intoxicated and irrational, instead running towards the direction of the sirens. Police, help me! Yilin shouted as he spotted the officers approaching. The police car screeched to a halt, and 4 officers stepped out. Stop! At that moment, Duan Shubao felt like a hero and a legend, refusing to halt his advance, vowing to deal with Yilin. However, before he could fulfill his mission, the police subdued him and pinned him to the ground. As the officers controlled the situation, they began collecting evidence and checking for injuries. Noticing the smell of alcohol on Duan Shubao, they identified him as a drunk causing a disturbance. This situation could escalate, so they decided to wait until he sobered up before proceeding. The next morning, Duan Shubao finally regained consciousness. Confused, he found himself confined in a small room, questioning how he had ended up there. Where am I? Who locked me in here? Hearing the commotion, the officers who had been waiting promptly opened the door. Why are you police here? Duan Shubao was bewildered. You're awake, one officer asked. What is going on? Why did you lock me up? Don't you remember last night? Duan Shubao thought hard but only recalled returning home after drinking. Everything else was a blur. Seeing that he wasn't pretending, the officers took him in for questioning. As the officers helped him piece together the events, the more absurd it sounded to Duan Shubao. They showed him photographs taken from the previous night. Did I really do all of this? Duan Shubao was incredulous. If it wasn't you, why would we arrest you? Plus, there were many witnesses. This. Officer, I want to be sentenced. Will I? Fear gripped Duan Shubao. Mr. Duan, the other party has only reported the incident. No charges have been filed yet. They said they'd wait until you sobered up to discuss it. We VE looked into your conflict with Yilin, and it's evident that you were in the wrong by vandalizing his shop. Your actions constitute a public disturbance, and if they file charges, you could face a 3-year sentence. Upon hearing this, Duan Shubao sighed in relief. Since Yilin hadn't pressed charges, it seemed he hoped for an amicable resolution. Soon, Yilin received a call from the police, requesting him to come to the station. When the two met, Duan Shubao appeared exceedingly humble, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Why, Yilin? I'll pay you the 70,000 yuan compensation immediately. I'm truly sorry for what happened yesterday. I was drunk and didn't mean to act that way. I have a family to support, so please forgive me this once. I'll cover all your losses. Revenge seldom resolves issues. I don't want this to drag on indefinitely. Given Duan Shubao's current attitude, Yilin felt confident that his proposed terms would be accepted. If he refused, it wouldn't matter. He could simply serve time. Mr. Duan, do you know why I haven't pressed charges? Duan Shubao shook his head. Although your actions with your wife were quite unscrupulous, I don't wish for your children to be labeled as the offspring of a convict. Thus, I'd like to discuss a few conditions. If you accept them, we can put this behind us. First, you will compensate me for the infringement of UT immediately. Second, you will cover all damages to my shop and pay me 1,000 yuan daily until my shop reopens. Third, you must ensure that all grievances between us are forgotten. I agree. Duan Shubao didn't hesitate much. Compared to serving time, he preferred to settle matters with money. He regretted drinking at home the previous night, realizing that while the destruction felt satisfying at the moment, the impending financial burden was a heavy price. He lamented his earlier decision to compete with Yilin, having thought him an easy target, only to find himself in a precarious situation. Chapter 79. A stubborn mother, even someone who has never attempted it before, can indeed concoct the beverage by adhering to the proportions outlined in the recipe. The primary reason Yilin conducts training for new employees is to instruct them in the proper use of equipment and customer service. Due to the shop's impending renovations, Su Xiling and her colleagues found themselves with idle time, prompting Yilin to assign the 5 of them to manage affairs at the new store in Jiangcheng. In a bid to compensate Yilin, Duan Shubao sold the storefront, initially intending to offer it as restitution, though Yilin declined the offer. Overwhelmed by a myriad of trivial matters and the demands of his classes, Yilin felt a growing sense of disarray. More importantly, he found himself lacking the time to spend with Lan Youyou. Reflecting on his father's daily idleness at home, which was bordering on troublesome, Yilin resolved to enlist his assistance. Ever since Yilin brought home the banner commemorating his act of bravery, Yiagua has been boasting to anyone who would listen, eager for the world to know of his son's deed. Upon returning home, Yilin immediately sensed an unusual commotion within, prompting him to press his ear against the door to listen in. Su Qing, your son has truly changed for the better. What does that have to do with me? With your stubbornness, it has nothing to do with you, yet you still sneak in here, don't you? If it weren't for Yi Shui wanting to eat your cooking, I wouldn't come at all. Stubborn. Yet you always leave Yilin's room spotless. Don't think I didn't notice you staring at that banner for quite some time. Feeling gratified. Are we? No more talking. I'm leaving. Su Qing offered no response and simply opened the door. Why, Yilin, caught off guard, stumbled inside. A bit embarrassed, he chuckled, just as I was about to open the door. Oh? Mom, what brings you here? Su Qing, taken aback by her son's new appearance, realized this was the very image of the good son she had always desired. Am I not allowed to come? She replied, softening her tone despite her stubbornness. Of course you can come, Mom. How about you and Xiao Shui move back in? It would be wonderful for our family to be reunited. The thought of the calamities from his previous life pained Yilin. He believed that if his mother moved back, such misfortunes could be averted, as her presence would mean she would never have to step foot in the kitchen again. Move back and just to spoil Xiao Shui? Su Qing retorted, leaving with her takeout in hand without looking back. Wai Yilin understood that his mother was particularly concerned about appearances. Her current attitude was just to persuade her to return. He needed to alter her perspective and become a source of pride for her. Fortunately, there was no rush. Becoming exceptional was not a simple task. Wai Yilin was confident that it would not be long before his family would be living together again. Shaolin, you're back. Your mother has that temper. Just ignore her. Dad, do you blame me? The fact that this young man referred to him as Dad instead of old Yi moved Yiagua deeply. Assuming Yilin had been stimulated into action, he expressed concern. You are my son. What could I possibly blame you for? Because I asked you to resign from your job and because I caused you to divorce Mom. What foolishness are you spouting? I was always so focused on my career that I hardly had time to take good care of you. Resigning was my choice. I simply wanted to spend more time with you, which I consider compensation. As for your mother and my divorce, that is a matter between adults. How could I blame you? Dad, don't worry, I believe it won't be long before Mom changes her opinion of me. As long as I don't negatively influence Xiao Shui, she will be willing to return. I trust you. Let us eat first. All right, Xiao Lin. I have packed that meal for you to take to the hospital. Thank you, old Yi. Call me Dad. Dad, thank you. You have finally grown up. Yi Aigua's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with pride as he gazed at Yi Lin. Dad, I need to tell you something. Could you lend me a hand? Yi Aigua, fearing his son had encountered some trouble, asked anxiously, What is it? Have you run into any difficulties? No difficulties at all. Yi Lin recounted his entrepreneurial endeavors. What? Yi Aigua was astounded, incredulous as he queried, You aren't pulling my leg, are you? Dad, I swear I'm not joking. Gao Shengqiang and Huang Jinlong are now my business partners. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin presented the business license he had obtained. You, slacking off in your studies? How could you waste your time on such pursuits? Dad, this is about making money. How can that be considered wasting time? At your age, should you not be focusing on your studies? Your goal now should be to gain admission to a good university. If you devote your time and energy to this, how will you manage to get into a reputable institution? Yi Aigua, harboring hopes for his son's future, still wished for Yi Lin to attend a good university. Dad, let me ask you, what is the purpose of getting into a good university? To secure a good job in the future, of course. And to obtain a good job, why is that? Certainly 4. Realization dawned on Yi Aigua, leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed, securing a good job is fundamentally about earning money. Yi Lin had just mentioned that his shop was thriving, raking in tens of thousands monthly. Yi Aigua had previously visited the milk tea shop, sneaking in to buy drinks for Yi Shui, completely unaware that it was his son's establishment. Dad, I share this with you because I am currently studying and lack the time to manage the company. I hope you can help oversee things, especially since you aren't preoccupied with much else. You want me to assist you with this? But I have never worked in a company. How can I help you with something I know nothing about? Yi Aigua felt somewhat apprehensive, having spent his life as a teacher. Transitioning to company management seemed daunting. Dad, managing a company is quite similar to overseeing teachers at school. The staff know what they should be doing. You just need to provide some guidance. If you have any questions, you can consult with the people from Shengqiang Group. They will instruct you. Hearing Yi Lin's reasoning made it seem less daunting. To ensure Yi Lin had more time for his studies, Yi Aigua agreed to help. After finishing their meal, Yi Lin took the packed dinner and headed to the hospital to visit Lan Fuqian and his family.